Today, we're diving into one of the oldest intellectual fights in Western history. Seriously, it's a battle for the very soul of society, and it was declared over 2,000 years ago by the philosopher Plato. He kicked off what he called an ancient quarrel between philosophy and poetry. And believe it or not, that conflict still shapes how we argue about truth, art, and even media today.
So here's our game plan. First, we need to understand how poets basically ruled ancient Greece. Then we'll see philosophy step into the ring as a new challenger. After that, we'll get into Plato's secret weapon, his theory of forms, before we lay out his devastating case against the poets. And finally, we'll see why this ancient fight is actually far from over.
You know, to really get why Plato's attack was such a bombshell, we have to go back to a time when poetry wasn't just some artsy hobby. In ancient Greece, poets were the culture's teachers. They were the ultimate authorities on, well, everything. Morality, religion, history, how to be a good citizen, you name it, the poets taught it. And for centuries, they had a complete monopoly on shaping Greek values. I mean, from the epic tales of Homer all the way to the great tragedies in Athens, poetry was the operating system for their entire culture. It was so important that you had plays like The Frogs that were literally about which dead poet was the best teacher for the city. This was serious business.
But then a totally new kind of thinker stepped into the arena. This new discipline, philosophy, didn't care about storytelling or appealing to the gods. Nope. It demanded logic, cold hard reason, and universal truths. And its heavyweight champion? A guy named Plato.
And Plato didn't just have a few criticisms. He framed this as a fundamental ancient war. For him, this was a high-stakes battle for control over the human soul. Who gets to define reality? Who gets to teach us how to live? At the heart of it all was one thing: the truth.
So to understand why Plato saw poetry as such a threat, we first have to get our heads around his most powerful weapon, his core philosophy. It's the lens through which he saw absolutely everything, and it's called the theory of forms.
Okay, so here's the basic idea. The world that we see and touch every day, the physical world, Plato says that's not the real world. It's more like a shadow, a cheap, flickering copy. The actual reality, he believed, exists on a higher, non-physical plane, a world of perfect, eternal, unchanging ideas that he called the forms.
Let's break that down. Our physical world is full of particular things, right? Like a specific chair you might be sitting in. It's imperfect. Maybe it has a scratch. We perceive it with our senses. But for Plato, the true reality is the single, perfect, universal idea of chair, the form of chairness itself. And you can't see that form with your eyes. You can only grasp it with your mind through reason. And Plato has this brilliant allegory to explain this, the myth of the cave. He says, imagine a group of prisoners chained up in a cave their whole lives, facing a wall. All they ever see are shadows cast on that wall. So naturally, they believe the shadows are reality. The philosopher is like a prisoner who breaks free, climbs out of the cave, and sees the real world, the world of forms in the sunlight for the very first time. The job of philosophy, then, is to drag us all out of the cave and into the light of real knowledge. Okay, so now that we have Plato's worldview, this sharp line between the fake sensory world and the real world of forms, he's ready to launch his full-scale assault. He levels 3 major charges against the poets. First, he says poets are liars, flat out. They show gods and heroes as being petty, deceitful, and flawed, which is a dangerous falsehood. Second, he argues poetry is corrupting because it whips up our lower emotions, pity, fear, grief, instead of engaging our higher rational mind. And third, he says it's a threat to his ideal society because it celebrates complex, messy characters instead of citizens who just do one specialized job and stick to it. But his most devastating argument, the one that really ties all of this together, is that art is, by its very nature, just a copy of a copy. It takes us further and further away from the real truth of the forms. He explains this with this simple but kind of genius analogy of 3 beds. Okay, so first, you have the form of the bed. This is the one perfect, eternal idea of bed created by God. That's the ultimate truth. Then you have a carpenter who builds a physical bed. That bed is just one imperfect copy of the true form. And finally, you have an artist or a poet who creates an image of that physical bed. Their painting or poem is just a copy of the carpenter's copy. So there it is, 3 times removed from reality. That's the knockout blow. For Plato, the artist's work isn't just flawed or inaccurate. It's a dangerous illusion. It's a phantom that actively tricks us and pulls us away from the real philosophical journey toward truth. And Plato's conclusion from all this is, well, it's pretty shocking.
He doesn't just want to censor poetry. He wants the poets banished from his ideal state. He says we should honor them, put a crown on their head, and then politely, but firmly, escort them to the city limits. Why? Because their art, as beautiful as it seems, is a fundamental danger to justice and truth.
But here's the thing. The quarrel didn't just end there. Plato's attack was so powerful, so fundamental, that he basically set the terms of the debate about art and truth for the next 2.5 millennia. And the very first person to fire back in this epic debate was none other than Plato's own star student, Aristotle. He took his teacher's arguments head on and built one of the most powerful defenses of poetry and art ever written. But that's a story for another time. The point is, Plato's questions are still our questions. Every time we argue about whether a violent movie can make people violent or whether a song should be censored, we're echoing Plato. When we debate about fake news and the power of emotional appeals over rational facts, yep, we are still fighting Plato's ancient quarrel. We're still looking for the answers. Which leaves us with this final thought. Plato saw it as a showdown between the artist and the philosopher for the soul of our society. Today, the players have changed. Is it the artist, the scientist, the influencer, the journalist? Who gets to shape our values now? The ancient quarrel, it turns out, is anything but ancient. All right, let's get right into it. We're about to unpack one of the greatest intellectual showdowns in all of human history. And this isn't just some dusty old philosophy lesson. No, this is about a teacher and his most brilliant student, a master and his protege, whose arguments from more than 2,000 years ago are literally shaping how you think, what you believe, and even how you use your smartphone today. So to get right to the heart of their epic disagreement, just listen to this bombshell from the teacher, Plato. He said that art, a poet's work, is an imitation of an imitation. He said it's thrice removed from truth. I mean, what a claim. Why on earth would he see art, something we so often think of as a pathway to truth, as a dangerous lie? Well, that's the central mystery we're going to solve. And here it is. This is the fundamental split. It all boils down to this. For Plato, the teacher, true reality wasn't here. It was in some perfect, unseen realm of pure ideas. But for his student, Aristotle, reality was right here, right in front of us, the physical world we can see and touch and study. This one disagreement, the single fork in the road, sent all of Western thought down two completely different paths. So, first things first, let's step into Plato's world. To really get why he had such a problem with art, you have to understand his really revolutionary idea about the world we think we know, his world of perfect forms. Okay, so this is Plato's entire worldview in a nutshell. He called it the theory of forms. And the idea is basically this. The physical world you and I live in, it's not the real world. It's just a shadow, kind of like a flickering, imperfect copy of a much higher spiritual realm. And in that higher realm exist the perfect blueprints, the forms for everything. Not just big ideas like justice and beauty, but for everyday things too. Let's make this super simple. Think about the bed you sleep in. For Plato, that physical thing, that's not the real bed. The one, true, perfect, eternal bed is an idea, a form that exists up in that higher realm. The bed in your room, it's just a flawed, earthly copy of that perfect original. And this brings us right back to the main event, the battleground over art. Because think about it, if the physical world is already an imperfect copy, then what does that make a painting of that world? Plato breaks it all down in 3 simple steps. Step 1 is the form. This is the perfect divine idea of a bed. You can imagine it like a glowing, ethereal 3D model, a perfect blueprint in the mind of some divine creator. This, for Plato, is the ultimate reality. This is truth. Then we get to step 2, the object. A carpenter who has the idea of the form in his mind goes and builds a physical bed, like the one in this glossy photo. But see, for Plato, we're already one step removed from the truth. This physical bed is just an imperfect material copy of that divine idea.
And that brings us to the final step. Step 3, the imitation. An artist comes along and creates a painting of the carpenter's bed. This beautiful, stylized piece of art is now a copy of a copy. We are now 3 whole steps away from the original truth. It's a shadow of a shadow. And that's exactly why Plato thought art was so dangerous. It just pulls us deeper and deeper into illusion and further away from what's real.
But his student, Aristotle, he completely rejected all of this. I mean, he just wasn't having it. Where Plato saw a dangerous lie that diluted the truth, Aristotle saw something completely different, a basic human instinct. He argued that imitation wasn't some corruption of truth, but actually a natural, pleasurable, and really powerful way for us to learn about our world.
And get this is the crucial part. Aristotle completely flips Plato's argument on its head. He famously argued that poetry is actually more philosophical, more serious than history. And you might ask, why? Well, because history just tells you what happened. It gives you the specific, particular facts. But poetry, through its imitation of life, can show us universal truths about human nature, about what's possible, about who we are. It's about the big picture.
Now, leaving art aside for a second, Aristotle gave the world a tool that was so powerful it would become the foundation for, well, almost everything. Science, law, and yep, even computers. Let's take a look at his system for understanding reality itself, formal logic.
At the very heart of his system is this thing called the syllogism. Aristotle was the first person to really formalize this kind of logical argument. You start with two statements or premises, and from them you can infer a conclusion that has to be true. The classic example you always hear is, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates must be mortal. See, it's like a little machine for producing logical certainty.
And all of that logic is built on these three fundamental laws of thought. First, the law of identity. A is A. A bed is a bed. Simple. Second, the law of non-contradiction. Something can't be both a bed and not a bed at the same time. And finally, the law of the excluded middle. Something has to be either a bed or not a bed. There's no gray area, no in between. Now, I know what you're thinking. This seems almost comically obvious, right? Of course, A is A, but what happens when we stop talking about letters and beds, and we start applying this rigid, binary A or not A logic to the messy, complicated world of human beings and societies? And this is where that simple logic becomes incredibly powerful, and you could argue, pretty dangerous. The system creates these really stark hierarchical pairs. If you define A as master, then not A logically becomes slave. If A is Greek, then not A is barbarian. If A is man, then not A is woman. This logical tool, which was designed for clarity, has been used for thousands of years to build and justify all sorts of social and political power structures. So let's pull all these threads together. How does this ancient argument between a teacher and his students still echo in our world today? Well, as it turns out, their legacy is absolutely everywhere. What you're looking at here is basically the engine of Western thought. On one side, you've got Plato's idealism, always searching for a higher purpose, for perfect ideals. That shaped centuries of philosophy and theology. And on the other side, you've got Aristotle's empiricism, his focus on observation and data, which gave us the foundation for the scientific method. It's a constant tug of war between these two ways of seeing the world. And here's the connection I promised. It's amazing, really. That A or not A logic from Aristotle, that binary system of either or, on off, 1 or 0, that is the fundamental language of every single computer, every smartphone, and every algorithm that runs our modern world. It's Aristotle's logic right in your pocket. So you see, this isn't just some dusty old debate. It's alive and well. Every single time we argue about what is ideal versus what is practical in politics, every time we have an ethical debate about universal rules versus specific situations, we are, without even knowing it, reenacting the timeless argument between Plato and Aristotle. Which really just leaves us with one final question to think about. After more than 2,000 years of this debate, which world are we truly living in today? Is our society ultimately driven by Plato's search for perfect transcendent ideals? Or have we fully embraced Aristotle's world of tangible substance, cold hard data, and logical categorization? The real answer is probably, well, a messy combination of both. And that ongoing tension, that's their ultimate life. Can you imagine writing a guide to making great art and having people still follow it 2,000 years later? Well, that's exactly the legacy of the Roman poet Horace. And today, we're going to dive into the timeless secrets of his amazing work, The Art of Poetry. Okay, so you've definitely heard of Plato and Aristotle, right? I mean, they're the big names. But for centuries, when it came to the actual craft of telling a great story, it was Horace people turned to. His ideas outshone even theirs in some eras. We're talking about a colossal influence here,
It's just incredible when you stop and think about it. So, the big question is, how did he pull it off? Seriously, how did the advice from one Roman poet echo all the way through the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, and land right here in the modern era? What was his secret?
Okay, first things first, you gotta understand that Horace wasn't some stuffy academic just writing theories from an ivory tower. No way. This guy was in the trenches. He was one of Rome's most celebrated poets. He was so respected, he was giving advice to wealthy patrons, and even to the Emperor Augustus himself. This was a man who truly lived and breathed his art. And get this, his masterpiece, the Ars Poetica, it wasn't some formal published book. It actually started as a personal letter. Just a letter giving some friendly advice. And yet, that single letter went on to shape centuries of writing, from the Middle Ages all the way to the neoclassical masters, and you can still find its echoes in 20th century poetry. That's just wild.
All right, so let's get into the nitty-gritty. What was his first big idea? It really boils down to one single powerful concept about what art is for. For Horace, any great piece of art absolutely had to do two things at the same time.
He called them the utile, which is Latin for the useful, and the dulci, which means the pleasant or the sweet. So on the one hand, art has to be useful. It should teach you something, give you some moral insight, make you think. But, and this is a big but, on the other hand, it has to be pleasant. It needs to be entertaining, beautiful, something that really engages your senses and emotions.
But here's where the real genius comes in, according to Horace. It's all about the mix. You don't get to choose one or the other. I mean, think about it. A really preachy story with a great message that's so boring it puts you to sleep? That's a fail. And on the flip side, a totally mindless, action-packed blockbuster that you forget the second the credits roll, that's also a kind of failure. The real magic happens when you blend them perfectly. And that brings us to his second big pillar. And this one is kind of a tough but essential reality check. For Horace, making art wasn't about waiting for some magical flash of inspiration from the heavens. Nope, it was hard, grinding, demanding labor. Just how seriously did he take this idea of hard work? Well, he gave this one piece of advice that is just legendary. He said, write your poem and then stick it in a drawer for 9 years. Yeah, 9. It sounds completely bonkers, right? But his point was about a radical, almost extreme commitment to patience, to revision, and to getting enough distance from your own work so you can finally see it clearly. And that 9-year wait, it wasn't just some random rule. It was actually the final step in a very deliberate process. It all starts with step 1, observing real life, not just making stuff up. Step 2, find people you trust, qualified people, to give you honest, even tough feedback. And only after all that, after the observation, the critique, and the endless revisions, then the long wait begins. You can think of it like a filtration system, designed so that only the absolute best work makes it through.
So all this teaching and delighting, all this hard work, it all leads to Horace's most foundational pillar. He basically believed that all the flashy techniques and clever wordplay in the world are completely meaningless without one key ingredient, a solid foundation of real-world wisdom. As he put it himself, wisdom is the principal fountainhead of writing correctly. I love that phrase, fountainhead. It's like the source of everything. So to write well, you first have to live well and think well. Your art can only be as deep as your own understanding of people and life. Without that, all the technical skill you have is just empty decoration. And this belief in wisdom leads to a really crucial concept he called decorum. Now, that might sound a little old-fashioned, but it's basically the art of making sure everything fits. It means every single choice you make feels appropriate. You wouldn't write about a tragic funeral using goofy limericks, right? Or have a wise, noble king talk like a street punk. When the style, the subject, and the characters are all in perfect harmony, that's when a work of art just feels right. Okay, so you've mixed the useful with the pleasant. You've done the hard labor. You've even waited the 9 years. What happens next? Well, Horace's final piece of advice is maybe his most surprisingly modern, and it's a really profound warning about that one critical moment, the moment your art finally leaves your hands. He leaves us with this incredibly powerful Latin phrase. Just listen to it for a second before I translate. There's a kind of gravity to it, isn't there? A real sense of finality. It's a warning for every single creator out there. What it means is this: the voice once sent forth cannot return. Wow. The second you hit publish, the moment that book goes to the printer, the video goes live, it's not yours anymore. You can't take it back.
You don't get to run alongside it explaining what you really meant. It belongs to the world now, and you've lost control.
And that is Horace's final, profound challenge. If your words no longer belong to you once they're out there, then who decides what they truly mean? Is it the audience, the critics, the culture of the time? Think about it. He was asking this question 2,000 years ago. And in our world of social media, fan theories, and endless debate, doesn't that question feel more urgent and more relevant?
All right, let's get right into it. We're going to explore a powerful idea, one that's nearly 2,000 years old, about what makes art or language or even nature truly unforgettable. And what's crazy is this incredible idea about greatness was almost lost to history forever. I mean, think about it. Have you ever had that moment? You see something, a painting, a film, maybe just a wild sunset, and you're just floored, speechless. It's like the rest of the world just fades away. Well, that feeling, that's exactly what we're talking about today. Because that feeling, it isn't just about being convinced of something, right? It's not like you just think, oh, I like that. No, it's something much, much bigger. And thinkers, way back in ancient times, knew that this kind of power operated on a totally different level. They realized that the greatest works don't just persuade you, they transport you. It's like they literally pick you up and carry you away, completely overwhelming your rational mind with just pure, raw emotional force. So who was the first person to really sit down and analyze this incredible power? Well, that's where the story gets interesting, because for centuries, his identity was a complete mystery, a real puzzle for historians. Today, we know him by just one name. Meet Longinus. He was a Greek rhetorician living sometime back in the early Roman Empire, and he wrote this groundbreaking text called On the Sublime. He was basically obsessed with figuring out what separates language that's merely good from language that is absolutely jaw-droppingly awesome. And Longinus didn't just define this idea, he gave us a metaphor for it that is so perfect, so powerful, it just captures the sudden, shocking force of it all. Think about that imagery, a bolt of lightning. He's not talking about a gentle nudge or a soft wave of emotion. No, this is a lightning strike. It hits you all at once, shatters your composure, and in that single instant, it reveals the profound power behind the art. And this is the absolute key difference. Persuasion is like a conversation. You can argue with it, right? You can resist it. It wants to please you, to win you over. But the sublime? No way. That's a force of nature. It doesn't ask for your permission. It demands your attention. It inspires awe. And its power is pretty much irresistible. But here is the most dramatic part of this entire story. After Longinus writes about this monumental idea, it basically vanishes. I'm serious. For over a millennium, 1,000 years, this masterpiece was basically just gathering dust somewhere. This revolutionary way of understanding art and greatness was sitting on a shelf, just waiting. The world came so close to losing it for good. And you can see its long journey back right here. It's written way back in the 1st century. Then, radio silence. Finally, in 1554, it gets its first modern publication. An English version pops up about 100 years later. But the real explosion, the moment it went viral, 1674. A French translation by Nicolas Boileau hits the scene, and suddenly, everybody across Europe is talking about the sublime. And once it was rediscovered, it changed everything. I mean it. This ancient idea became an absolute revolutionary force in the modern world. See, the art world it crashed into was all about neoclassicism, perfectly balanced paintings, strict rules for poetry, everything calm and rational. Longinus's idea was like a stick of dynamite in a tea party. It celebrated overwhelming emotion over quiet reason, the terror of a stormy ocean over a calm pond, and the power of individual genius over rigid formulas. And its impact was just enormous. The sublime is the engine that fueled the passion of the whole Romantic movement. It became a cornerstone for aesthetics, the entire philosophy of beauty and art. And it was central to huge thinkers like Immanuel Kant, who used it to explore how our minds grapple with things that are terrifyingly huge and powerful. So why does all this matter? Well, it's because Longinus gave us a totally new vocabulary for greatness. Before him, judging art was often about technique and structure and following the rules. He completely shifted the focus. He taught us to judge art by its power to move us, by its emotional impact, by its ability to strike us like lightning. It's an idea that's 2,000 years old, but it is as relevant as ever. You can find it in a movie, in a piece of music, looking up at a skyscraper, or out at a view from a mountaintop. So the only question left is, where will that lightning bolt strike you?
Have you ever wondered why some art, some music, some piece of writing just hits you, moves you to tears even, while most of what's out there is just noise? Where does that profound, soul-stirring greatness actually come from? Well, you might think that's a pretty modern question, but today we're going to dive into an answer that's been waiting for us for almost 2,000 years. So our journey kicks off with this quote, and get this, it's from the 1st century AD, but it could have been written this morning. A Roman critic, a guy named Longinus, he looked at the world around him, and he saw people who were just completely obsessed with money and with fleeting pleasures. And for him, this wasn't just some minor character flaw. He believed it was literally poisoning the well of human creativity and greatness. Longinus actually wrote a whole book about this called On the Sublime, and it was basically one big lament. He was looking around at his own time and asking, hey, where have all the real geniuses gone? Why aren't we producing the kind of art that just floors you, the kind of stuff our ancestors made? He had a theory, and it was a pretty powerful one.
For Longinus, the diagnosis was simple. It was all about a shift in focus. He argued that people had become so fixated on their mortal, physical lives, on things that break and rust and eventually just disappear, that they were totally neglecting the one thing he thought was the source of all true greatness, their immortal souls. And this slide really breaks down that clash of priorities he saw. On one side, you've got everything connected to the immortal soul, the permanent, the selfless. And on the other, you've got the perishable body, just chasing after temporary, self-interested things. Longinus was convinced his society had picked the wrong column, and genius itself was paying the price. So if that's the problem, what in the world is the solution? So Longinus gave us the problem, right? Well, a couple of centuries later, a philosopher named Plotinus comes along and offers this incredibly detailed answer. He didn't just agree that we should look upwards. No, he went way further. He drew a complete map of all reality to show us exactly where to look and how to find our way back. The system he came up with is called Neoplatonism, and really all you need to know is this. It takes Plato's incredible ideas about a higher world and organizes them into this grand unified hierarchy. It's a system designed to explain how our physical world gets all of its meaning, its order, and, you guessed it, its beauty from a higher, more perfect spiritual reality. So what does this map of all reality actually look like? Well, let's build it, right here, right now. We're going to build his universe from the ground up, using some cool, glossy 3D layers so we can really see how Plotinus pictured the entire cosmos. All right, so at the very bottom of the map, we've got the world that Plotinus simply called here. This is us. This is our reality, the physical, sensory world that's all about time, change, and decay. In his grand scheme of things, this is the lowest, least perfect level of existence. Now we take one step up, and we get to the all-soul. Think of this like the universe's operating system. It takes all the chaotic raw material of here and gives it structure, form, and order. And this is the crucial part. Plotinus believed this is the realm that our own individual souls are a part of. Okay, above the all-soul, things get even more interesting. We reach the divine mind. And if that sounds a little familiar, it should. This is basically Plotinus's version of Plato's famous world of forms. It's a purely intellectual place, and it's home to the perfect eternal blueprints, the archetypes, for everything that has ever existed or could ever exist down in our physical world. And at the very, very top, the apex, the source of everything, is the One. Now, this isn't a god in the way we usually think of one. It's a perfect, transcendent, almost unknowable unity. It is the absolute good, the origin point from which all those other layers of reality emanate or flow outwards, kind of like light from a single brilliant star. Okay, so our map of reality is built. So what? What does this actually mean for us, the people living down here on the bottom layer? What is life really like in this world of matter? Well, according to Plotinus, life here is always by its very nature going to be partial. It's fragmented. Our knowledge isn't some complete unified wisdom. He put it perfectly. He said it's just a mass of theorems and an accumulation of propositions. It's a jumble of separate facts that we're constantly struggling to piece together into something that makes sense.
So if our world is all about fragmentation and bits and pieces, what's the alternative? This is where Plotinus simplified things beautifully. He took that entire higher spiritual reality, the divine mind, the all-soul, the whole shebang, and gave it one simple name: there. Now this slide, this is the key to the entire system. Here, our world is defined by being partial, by multiplicity, by constant change in time and space. But there, the higher world, is a place of complete unity, total permanence, and eternity. The wisdom there isn't learned over time, it exists, complete and whole, from the very beginning. And this, finally, brings us to the big payoff. How does this giant cosmic map solve Longinus's problem from the beginning? How does it explain where real, sublime beauty and greatness come from? The answer is all about the relationship between here and there. And here it is, the big revelation from Plotinus. Beauty doesn't actually exist in physical things. A beautiful statue isn't beautiful because of the marble it's made from. No. True beauty, the real deal, belongs to the ideal realm of there. It's a pure idea. And that statue we admire is just a flawed physical echo of it. So creation isn't building something from scratch. It's more like a cascade. It's a process of emanation, where beauty flows downwards from its source. It starts in the One. It exists as a perfect archetype in the divine mind. It's then received by the all-soul. And finally, it's used by what Plotinus calls the nature principle to shape matter into the beautiful forms we see in our world. And that is the huge takeaway here. The reason we recognize a sunset or a piece of music as beautiful is because our own souls, which are part of that all-soul realm, recognize the object's connection to the perfect eternal idea of beauty. The physical thing is just a shadow, and our soul recognizes the light source that it's reflecting. So that leaves us with one final big thought. If Longinus was right that we lose greatness when we only look at the material world, and if Plotinus was right that true beauty is actually an idea from a higher, more perfect world, what does that change for us? How does that affect the kind of art we create, and maybe even more importantly, the kind of lives we choose to live?
Today, we are going on a journey into a single ancient dream. A dream that didn't just fade away when the sun came up. Nope. This dream literally built the architecture of reality for over 1,000 years. This is the story of a vision that shaped how the entire medieval world saw the cosmos, their place in it, and the very meaning of their lives.
But before we get into all that, let's start with a question for us, right here in the modern world. Why on earth did we stop taking dreams so seriously? I mean, you might tell a friend about a weird dream you had, but we don't really think it holds some kind of prophetic power or cosmic truth, do we? Well, it turns out that's a very, very new way of thinking.
And the difference is just stark. For most of human history, ancient cultures saw dreams as carrying profound weight, as messages, omens, maybe even a window into a higher reality. For us, they've mostly been pushed aside, seen as just superstition or random brain chemistry. So today, we're going to flip that script and explore the world that saw it the other way. Our story doesn't actually begin in the Middle Ages, but centuries earlier, right in the heart of the Roman Republic, with the dream so powerful it would literally echo through the ages. It all kicks off with a Roman general named Scipio the Younger. So, in Cicero's famous work, De Republica, Scipio has this incredible dream vision. He's visited by the spirit of his grandfather, the legendary Scipio Africanus the Elder. Yeah, the guy who defeated Hannibal. But this isn't just a family chat. It's a vision of the entire universe, a breathtaking glimpse into the cosmic order itself. Now, a dream in a book is one thing. But for it to become a cornerstone of Western thought for centuries, well, for that, it needed an interpreter. And that interpreter was a man named Macrobius.
So around the year 400 AD, Macrobius writes his Commentary on the Dream of Scipio. And look, this was way more than just a simple analysis. For the next 1,000 years, this book became the foundational text, the ultimate authoritative guide to understanding what dreams meant and the very structure of reality.
And Macrobius's book was about so much more than just Scipio's dream. It was a grand synthesis of ideas. He basically used the dream as a launchpad to explain the whole Neoplatonic view of the universe, this idea that reality flows outward from a single divine source. He dives into how philosophy and literature are connected, and how symbolic language could be a secret key to understanding divine truth.
At the very heart of this grand vision was the dream's picture of the cosmos. So, let's do it.
Let's take a tour of the universe as a medieval scholar would have seen it, a journey through the 9 celestial spheres. Scipio's grandfather kicks off the tour with these exact words. These are the 9 circles, or rather spheres, by which the whole is joined. And you have to understand, this wasn't just astronomy. This was a map of creation itself, a divine hierarchy that put everything in its place, from the stars all the way down to the human soul.
Our journey starts at the very edge of reality. The first and outermost sphere is heaven. It contains everything else inside it. This is the realm of the supreme God, where the stars are fixed in their perfect eternal dance. Think of it as the perfect, unchanging container for all of creation. Okay, so beneath this perfect sphere, you've got 7 more, the wanderers, which of course we know as the planets. Now here's a key detail. They revolve in the opposite direction to the heavens, and that introduces motion, change, and time into the cosmos. The first one we meet, the slowest and most distant, is Saturn. As we move inward on our tour, we come to Jupiter. And in this model, Jupiter is just this radiant, benevolent force. It's the celestial body that literally showers good fortune and health down on all of humanity.
Next up is Mars. And, well, its character is unmistakable. It's described as red and terrible, a menacing influence on the world below. You can really see how ancient astrological ideas are just baked right into their map of the cosmos.
The sun's role here is absolutely fascinating. It's sitting there, almost in the middle of the planets, but it is not just a ball of fire. It's described as the Lord, Chief, and Ruler, the actual mind and guiding principle of the universe. It's the intelligence that animates and gives light to everything else. And the sun doesn't make this journey alone. It's always accompanied by its 2 faithful companions, Venus and Mercury, who follow its path across the heavens. All right, finally, we reach the lowest of these wandering spheres, the moon, and its role is absolutely critical. The moon isn't just our satellite. In this model, it is the great cosmic boundary. It is the line that separates 2 completely different states of being. And the implications of this lunar boundary are profound. Everything above the moon's sphere is eternal, perfect, unchanging. But everything below it, and that includes us, is mortal, subject to decay and temporary. The moon is the literal border between heaven and earth. So what's at the very bottom, below that final boundary, the 9th and final sphere? Our Earth. In this model, our world is immovable, fixed at the absolute center of everything. It's the lowest point, the place where all heavy things are naturally drawn. And there you have it, the complete model. 9 perfectly ordered nested spheres reaching from the divine heavens all the way down to our mortal Earth. And for 1,000 years, this wasn't just a theory, this was the universe. So living in a universe that's structured like this has some really profound implications. If the whole cosmos is an ordered, interconnected system, well then nothing is truly random, is it? This whole vision created the very core of the medieval worldview. It's the idea that every single event here on Earth, from a king falling off his throne to a flower blooming, had 2 meanings. Sure, it had its literal earthly meaning, but it also had a much greater allegorical meaning that echoed all the way up through those 9 spheres, connecting our little mortal world to the divine and eternal cosmos.
I mean, think about it. From just one Roman general's dream, Macrobius's commentary did it all. It gave the Middle Ages its map of the universe. It forged this powerful link between the stories of literature and the truths of philosophy. And for centuries, it was the final word on what our dreams really mean. Which, brings us back to our world. We now know the universe is so much vaster, so much more complex than these 9 spheres. But this older vision, where every star had a purpose and every dream could be a message from God, well, it was filled with an inherent, undeniable meaning. And it leaves us with a final thought to chew on. In discovering that our universe is infinitely bigger, have we maybe also made it feel? Today, we're diving into one single, incredibly powerful idea. A blueprint, really, that shaped how an entire civilization saw the very fabric of the universe for 1,000 years. Seriously. So how did one man's vision become the reality for millions? Let's get into it.
I mean, it's a huge question, isn't it? A really fundamental human one. When everything around you seems chaotic, maybe even random, where do you even start to look for a pattern, for some kind of purpose? And you have to remember, for people in the Middle Ages, this wasn't just a philosophical game.
This was a deep, deep existential need.
And believe it or not, the answer, the framework that would define their reality for a whole millennium, it came from a single mind. One man in his absolute darkest hour gave the world a vision of cosmic order.
And that man's name was Boethius. You can really think of him as this crucial bridge. Picture this. The Roman Empire is fading out, and he's right there taking all this brilliant logic from Greek heavyweights like Aristotle, and he translates it. He preserves it for the emerging medieval world. Without him, who knows what would have been lost?
But here's the thing. His biggest contribution wasn't just academic. No, it was literally forged in tragedy. His masterpiece, a book called The Consolation of Philosophy, came directly from a place of profound suffering. So let's just trace his life for a second. He was born into a powerful family, a brilliant scholar, a major statesman. I mean, this guy was at the top of his game. And then it all came crashing down. A sudden, tragic fall from grace. In 523 AD, he's thrown into prison, accused of treason. And it's right there, facing death, that he writes The Consolation of Philosophy, the very work that would, incredibly, go on to define an era.
And deep inside that book, at its very heart, is a poem, a prayer, really. It's a vision of the cosmos that offered him comfort in that prison cell, and amazingly, ended up offering a framework for an entire civilization. O God, maker of heaven and earth, who govern the world with eternal reason, you place all things in motion, though you are yourself without change. The sight of thee is beginning and end. Wow, that's not just a poem, is it? That is a full-blown cosmological statement.
So how exactly did those powerful words become the blueprint for the medieval universe? Let's break it down. Let's dig into the core ideas here.
Okay, first up is this concept of the unmoved mover. This is a big idea Boethius gets from Aristotle. Think of it like this. If the universe is this massive, complex machine, God is the mind behind it, the stable, unchanging source of all reason and all motion, who set everything into play not because he had to, but from a pure act of will. All right, next we have the eternal exemplar. What Boethius is arguing here is that the world we see isn't just a random jumble of stuff. Nope, it's a reflection, a beautiful copy that's fashioned after a perfect blueprint existing in the mind of God. So the reason the world is beautiful, it's because its source, the idea behind it, is the highest good, the ultimate beauty itself.
And this idea of order goes all the way down to the basic building blocks of creation. Boethius envisioned the physical elements, cold and heat, dry and wet, all bound together in a perfect divine harmony. It's this precise balance that keeps the cosmos from falling into chaos. It's a universe of perfect parts, all arranged into a perfect whole. So you might be wondering, how does an unchanging God interact with a changing world? Well, Boethius uses this Neoplatonic idea of the world soul. Think of the world soul as God's active agent in the cosmos. It's an intermediary force sent out into the universe to animate everything, to give it all motion, and to carry out the divine rational plan. It's basically the engine that makes the whole system run.
Now, it's so important to get that these weren't just abstract philosophical ideas. Not at all. They had a real, profound, and incredibly lasting impact on how people saw their world and their place in it.
And this right here is the crucial point. Boethius masterfully blended Greek reason with Christian faith. And this synthesis, it wasn't just taught in schools. It became, as the source material says, deeply ingrained within the medieval psyche. It was, for all intents and purposes, the operating system for their understanding of reality. So why was it so powerful? Why did it stick around for so long? Because it gave people everything they were searching for. In a world that was often brutal and unpredictable, this vision offered a universe that was rational, deeply beautiful, and most importantly, purposeful. It meant everything from the stars above to their own lives had a place in a grand divine order. Which brings us to a final thought. Boethius found his blueprint in a prison cell, looking for order in a world of chaos, and his answer shaped a millennium. So in our own complex, often chaotic world, the question remains for us, where do we find our...
If you really want to get to the heart of Western philosophy, politics, and even theology, you've got to grapple with one towering figure, St. Augustine. We're talking about a guy living way back from 354 to 430 AD, who basically built a philosophical bridge connecting the ancient world of Plato with the brand new Christian faith. And let me tell you, that synthesis would define the next 1,500 years of thought.
This quote right here,
This is the key. This is our starting point. It's from his famous book, Confessions, and it's so much more than just a prayer. It's the code that unlocks his entire way of thinking. Augustine's own restless, searching journey for truth is the very blueprint for understanding his biggest, most powerful ideas.
All right, so here's our game plan. First, we're going to follow that restless mind of his. Then, we'll dive into his epic theory of history, this tale of two cities. After that, we'll see how he found clues to God in beauty itself, and how he taught us to read the entire world like a book of science. And finally, we'll look at the massive shadow he still casts over our world today.
See, to really get Augustine, you can't just skip to the end. You have to follow the path he walked. And it was a winding road, let me tell you. It took him from being this brilliant student in North Africa, through all these different philosophies, to eventually becoming one of the most important figures in the entire history of the Church.
Just look at this journey. This guy was an intellectual wanderer. He wasn't born a saint. He starts out in Carthage, dives headfirst into Manichaeanism, this wild, dualistic religion of cosmic light versus dark. But then he gets fed up with it, moves to the heart of the empire, Rome and Milan, and becomes a skeptic, basically doubting everything. It was only after all that intellectual wrestling that he finally converted. And that struggle, it shaped every single thing he wrote.
And here's what's absolutely crucial. Augustine never ditched reason. Not at all. He was a huge fan of Plato, so he saw reason as this incredibly powerful tool. But for him, reason's job wasn't to go out and find the truth all on its own. Nope. Its purpose was to help us get a clearer picture of the truths we already hold through faith. For Augustine, faith comes first, and reason is the flashlight that illuminates the path.
Okay, so this brings us to his absolute masterpiece, City of God. Now, this book wasn't just some abstract philosophical project. It was his answer to a massive crisis, the shocking sack of Rome in 410 AD. The pagans were freaking out, blaming Christians, saying, "You abandoned the old gods, and now look what happened." Augustine's response was to completely reframe, well, all of human history.
His big idea was this. All of history is basically a struggle between two invisible communities. And they aren't defined by borders or empires, but by what they love. You've got the earthly city, which is all about self-love, pride, and wanting to be totally self-sufficient. And then you have the heavenly city, which is founded on the love of God and the need for his grace. And for Augustine, these two cities are all mixed up together in our world, but they're headed for very, very different final destinations.
So why are we in this messy situation in the first place? Well, for Augustine, the answer is original sin. But he saw it as more than just some ancient mistake. He saw it as a kind of ongoing sickness of the soul, and it's rooted in one thing: pride. It's that desire to see ourselves as our own light, to think we don't need anyone or anything else. That, he said, is what plants us firmly in the earthly city and what makes God's grace so absolutely necessary.
But Augustine didn't just think about sin and history. He also had this incredibly deep sense of beauty. But he had a puzzle to solve. How can you be a good Christian, focused on the spiritual, but still love beautiful things here on earth? His solution was brilliant. He took ideas from classical philosophers and gave them a Christian spin, creating this whole new way of looking at beauty.
Here's how he broke it down. For Augustine, beauty wasn't just some surface-level thing. It was all about order and harmony. Something is beautiful when it feels complete, when all its different parts fit together just right in the right proportion. And why do we love that? Why does it feel so good? Because, he argued, that unity and diversity is like a faint echo, a small imitation of the perfect ultimate oneness of God himself.
I absolutely love this phrase. The entire universe is God's poem. What that means is that every beautiful thing you see, a sunset, a painting, you name it, isn't just a thing to look at. It's a verse in a much bigger poem. It's a signpost whose harmony and beauty are pointing you back to its author, back to God.
And this idea of signposts, it leads us to one of his most mind-blowing concepts, which he lays out in his book on Christian doctrine. He basically gives us a whole new way to experience reality, turning the world from a collection of stuff into something that has to be read.
Okay, pay close attention, because this is the heart of it right here. Augustine makes this huge distinction. A thing is just a thing, but a sign is special. A sign is a thing that points to something else. Like smoke is a thing, but it's also a sign of fire. A word is just ink on a page, but it's a sign that points to an idea. Augustine's stroke of genius was to say, what if everything is a sign?
So, what's the whole point of this? It's all about loving things in the right order. For Augustine, only God is the final destination, the thing you're supposed to enjoy just for its own sake.
Everything else in creation, people, nature, art, knowledge, is meant to be used. Now, not exploited, but used as a step on the ladder, a vehicle on the journey that gets us to the ultimate enjoyment of God.
And he even gives us a user's manual for how to read the world this way, starting with the Bible. Step 1, read it literally. But then, and this is the key, you test that literal meaning against the core principles of the faith. Does it lead to more love? Does it make sense? If the literal reading leads to something that's just wrong or cruel, that's your clue. It means you're not looking at a thing. You're looking at a sign that points to a deeper, more symbolic truth.
And this quote is the mic drop that ties it all together. To get stuck on the surface, to mistake the signpost for the destination it's pointing to, is a miserable slavery of the soul. It's like falling in love with the map instead of ever going on the trip. The whole goal is to use these signs to lift our minds up and beyond the physical world to something eternal.
So, what does this all add up to? I mean, where do we even begin? To put it simply, Augustine's influence is almost impossible to overstate. This guy laid the intellectual foundation for the next 1,000 years, shaping how the Western world thinks about God, humanity, sin, grace, you name it. I mean, just look at this. He's a foundational thinker for both Catholics and Protestants. The Protestant reformers like Martin Luther and John Calvin were huge Augustine fans. He's the one who really locked in the concept of original sin. He gave Christians a blueprint for how to use non-Christian knowledge, like Greek rhetoric, for their own purposes. And that idea of his, that the world is a book of signs, that dominated how everyone read and interpreted everything for the entire Middle Ages.
So we'll end with this, a question for you to take with you. Augustine taught an entire civilization how to read reality in a new way, to see the world not as a collection of random things, but as a library full of symbols. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? If we tried to look at our own modern, complex, and often chaotic world through his eyes, what signs would we see, and where would they be pointing?
We're diving deep into the late Middle Ages today. This was a time of massive change, where old, established ideas were really starting to clash with brand new ways of thinking. We're going to zero in on two incredible intellectual champions, Giovanni Boccaccio and Christine de Pizan. These two fought their battles not with swords and shields, but with ink and ideas, and honestly, they helped pave the way for the modern world. So this is really the heart of it all. Imagine you're living in a world with these super rigid beliefs, and when that world tells you that something you love is totally worthless, or maybe that a whole group of people, your people, are fundamentally flawed, well, what do? How do you even begin to fight back? Boccaccio and Christine de Pizan gave us two very different and very powerful playbooks.
All right, first up, Giovanni Boccaccio. Now, you've probably heard of his most famous work, The Decameron, but what you might not know is that he was a fierce, passionate defender of the arts, and he was up against a brand new kind of opponent, the rising merchant class. These were practical, no-nonsense people who looked at something like poetry and basically asked, what's the bottom line? Does it make any money?
And you can see the two sides laid out so clearly here. On one side, you have these very pragmatic, almost modern complaints, right? It's unprofitable. It's not literally true, so it must be a pack of lies. But Boccaccio's comeback, which he lays out in his huge work, Genealogy of the Gentile Gods, is anything but practical. He basically argues that poetry's real value isn't something you can count in coins. It's something much, much bigger.
For Boccaccio, poetry wasn't about filling your wallet, it was about filling your soul. It was this incredible bridge connecting our everyday mundane world to something divine, something truly eternal. And you can really see the seeds of the Renaissance here. He argued that poetry was this inspired art that you couldn't just tie down with a bunch of rules. Its highest purpose, he believed, was theological, to wrap these profound divine mysteries in beautiful language, just waiting for the right people to come along and uncover them.
Okay, so let's shift gears and meet our second champion. A few decades after Boccaccio, Christine de Pizan stepped into the ring, and her opponent? It was even more intimidating. She wasn't just arguing against a social class. She was taking on centuries of celebrated male authors, men who had built their careers by either ignoring women completely or worse, writing them into history as weak, immoral, and inferior. And you really have to stop and appreciate how unbelievably unique she was. After her husband died, she had to support her family, so she became a professional writer. Think about that. She was a woman making a living with her pen, a total powerhouse who waded right into a literary debate that had, until then, been exclusively a boys' club.
So what pushed her to act?
Well, she describes this moment sitting in her study, surrounded by all these famous books, by all these revered men, and just feeling this crushing weight. She was debilitated, as she put it, by the sheer volume of poison on the page, all these wicked insults about women. She saw this giant canyon between the nasty theories in the books and the actual women she knew in her life. And that crisis, that became the spark for her masterpiece.
And that masterpiece was the Book of the City of Ladies. I mean, this was so much more than just a book. It was a completely radical act of intellectual architecture. She basically decided that if the world of letters wasn't going to treat women fairly, fine, she would build them a whole new world from scratch. A symbolic fortress designed to protect their reputations and, in essence, to rewrite their history on her own terms.
The book kicks off with this incredible vision. As Christine is sitting there in despair, 3 crowned ladies suddenly appear before her. But these aren't just any characters. They're the personification of virtues themselves. Lady Reason, Lady Rectitude, and Lady Justice. And they come to her with a mission. They tell her she's been chosen to build a city, a safe haven for all worthy and valiant women.
So, the construction begins. First, Lady Reason steps forward to help Christine dig the foundations. And she does it by systematically taking apart all the old, tired, misogynistic arguments using the church's very own logic. For instance, she points out that Eve was made from Adam's rib, from his side, to be his companion, not from his feet to be his slave. And the most brilliant move? By making Reason a woman, Christine reclaims the entire concept of logic for womankind.
Once that strong foundation is laid, Lady Rectitude comes in to build the walls and the houses. And how does she do it? She fills the city with stories, countless examples of real, virtuous women from history, from the Bible, from Christine's own time. Each story is like a brick in the wall, a stone in the palace, directly refuting all those old charges of women being unfaithful or greedy. The city literally rises on the evidence of women's true character.
And then, finally, when the city is built and shining, Lady Justice arrives. She doesn't come alone. She ushers in the highest possible authority, the Queen of Heaven, the Virgin Mary. Mary herself blesses this new city and makes this incredible proclamation that she is, and forever will be, the head of the feminine sex. And just like that, this new kingdom of femininity is born, a glorious, divinely approved city built to last.
But this stunning act of defiance, this whole incredible project, it leaves us with a really complicated legacy. The final pages of her book present a twist that, while for a modern reader, it can be pretty challenging to grapple with.
And here's the tension, plain and simple. On the one hand, she's created this revolutionary new kingdom of femininity, a total triumph. But on the other hand, her parting advice to the women who live there is to be patient and obedient to their husbands, even the cruel ones. It's just a stark reminder that even a total trailblazer like Christine de Pizan is still a person of her time, working with some pretty massive social and religious constraints.
Which leaves us with a really fascinating thought. Christine built her city as a fortress, right? A safe harbor to protect women and give them a space to define themselves. But it brings up a question that we are still wrestling with today. In a world that values open debate, when you create a protected space for an idea, are you building a fortress to keep it safe? Or are you building a really beautiful...
All right, let's talk about the Renaissance. But here's the thing. We're not just going to look at the amazing art and sculptures. We're going deeper. We're talking about a fundamental rewiring of the Western mind, a time that didn't just change art, it completely shattered an entire understanding of the universe and our place in it. So, let's get right into it. And I'm not exaggerating, that's exactly what happened. Think about it, this massive structure, this whole intellectual and spiritual universe that had been standing for 1,000 years, it just got completely taken apart. So, how? I mean, what could possibly be powerful enough to tear it all down?
Okay, so to really get what changed, we've got to first understand what was there before. The medieval world, well, it was all about order. It was a stable, unified universe where everyone and everything had a specific place, and it was all designed and set in motion by God.
Now, the operating system for this entire world, it was something called scholasticism. And what's so wild about this is, the point wasn't to go out and discover new things, not at all. The goal was to use logic to prove what you already believed to be true, based on faith and what guys like Aristotle had said ages ago. So you see, knowledge wasn't this big open field you explored. It was more like a closed box that you just had to figure out. And this way of thinking, it created this incredibly detailed, rigid map of the cosmos. You had humanity, us, right at the center of everything, the star of the show. The heavens literally revolved around us in perfect spheres. God was the ultimate cause, the first cause that kicked everything off. Even your own body, with its four humors, and your social status, all of it was locked in place. It was all part of this grand divine plan. The one thing it gave you? Certainty. Absolute certainty.
But then, something started to shift. A new way of thinking started to bubble up. You could call it a spark that was about to set that whole perfect clockwork universe ablaze. And that spark was humanism.
So you have these thinkers, guys like Petrarch, and they come along with this totally radical idea. They said, hey, what if we went back to the original texts? What if we read Plato and Cicero for ourselves, without all the medieval commentary telling us what to think? They started pushing for an education that wasn't just obsessed with the afterlife. It was about human potential, about what we could do right here, right now, on Earth.
And you can really see the massive collision of ideas right here. The whole focus shifts, you know? It goes from the afterlife to this life, from focusing on heaven to worldly achievement. Truth wasn't something you just got from authority anymore. It was something you could find through your own reason and by actually looking at the world. And the hero of the story changes. It's not just the saint anymore. It's the universal man, someone who could do it all. Art, science, politics, the whole shebang.
Okay, so this wasn't just some stuffy debate happening in universities. No, these new ideas started to leak out and cause some major shakeups in the real world, in politics, in power, and even in the stories people told each other.
A perfect example? Machiavelli. His book, The Prince, just blew everything up. He basically said, look, politics isn't some divine mission to guide people to heaven. It's a cold, hard science of power. The only goal of a state is to survive, and a ruler should do whatever it takes to make that happen. Forget the old religious rules. I mean, this was a completely different way of seeing power.
And you see this same revolution happening in literature, too. Writers started ditching Latin, the language of the church, and began writing in their everyday languages. You know, Italian, English, French. This created a whole new sense of national identity. And what were they writing about? The human experience, all of its messiness, its complexity, its beauty. Think about a play like Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. It's all about that intense, almost desperate hunger for knowledge and experience in this world. That's pure humanism.
All right, so you've got all these new ideas about humanity and society swirling around, but the real knockout punches, the ones that brought the whole medieval world down, came from two places at once. One that shattered the heavens and another that shattered the soul.
First up, Copernicus. He comes out with this theory that the sun, not the earth, is the center of the universe. And look, this was so much more than just moving some planets around. The whole medieval universe was built on the idea that we, humanity, were the center of God's creation, literally. When Copernicus and later Galileo moved the earth, they didn't just upend astronomy. They basically kicked humanity out of its special spot in the cosmos, a huge psychological blow.
And right as this is happening, the Protestant Reformation is doing the exact same thing to the spiritual world. You see, the medieval church was this huge structure of middlemen. You needed popes, priests, sacraments, all to get to God. Then Martin Luther comes along and says, nope, all you need is faith. His idea of justification by faith alone just wiped the whole system away. He argued for a direct line between you and God, your own conscience, your own reading of the Bible. That was the new authority. And just like that, the entire spiritual power structure of the Middle Ages, gone.
So, where does that leave us? The old universe is in pieces. The old certainties are totally gone. So what comes next? What rises from all that rubble? Well, we do. The modern world.
Out of the ashes of that old world, you get the fundamental building blocks of our own. First, there's individualism, right? It comes from that Protestant idea of a personal conscience and the humanist love of individual achievement. Second, you get nationalism. People start identifying with their state, their country, not just with one universal church. And then, the big one, empiricism. Thinkers like Sir Francis Bacon said, forget ancient authority. If you want to know something, go look at it, observe it, test it. And that, well, that's the foundation of all modern science. So when you put it all together, you see the Renaissance was so much more than just pretty paintings. It was this massive pivot point for the Western world. We went from a world where truth was something handed down from above to a world where truth is something we go out and find for ourselves. It was messy, it was confusing, and it completely changed everything.
It literally forged the values and the mindset we all live with today. You know, this whole incredible, chaotic period was really driven by one thing: a willingness to question absolutely everything. And that leaves us with a pretty big question for our own time. What are the things we believe today without question? The things we just assume are true? And what would happen if we started to question them?
You know how some stories just feel predictable? Like, you know exactly where they're going, and then others just completely blow you away. Well, it turns out that whole debate about following the formula versus breaking the mold, it's not new, not at all. We're going to jump back to the 16th century to meet this amazing rebel who basically looked at the storytelling rulebook and asked, who even wrote this thing? And hey, maybe it's time we just tore it up. Seriously, think about the last movie you saw, or the last series you binged. Did it genuinely surprise you, or could you pretty much guess the ending from the first act? See, the very best stories, the ones that stick with us, they love to play with our expectations. And that's exactly what was on the line in this huge literary showdown nearly 500 years ago.
Okay, so to really get what was happening, you've got to picture Renaissance Italy. I mean, this was a time of incredible creativity, art exploding everywhere, but there was a catch, a big one. The entire creative world was basically haunted by the ghost of one guy, Aristotle. And his ideas about what makes a good story, they weren't just suggestions, oh no. They were treated like absolute gospel.
And right at the core of everything Aristotle taught was this one super powerful rule. A story, a real story, had to follow a single, unified action. Just one. Think of it like a perfectly straight arrow. It's shot from a clear beginning, flies in a straight line, and hits a definite end. That's it. No side quests, no detours, no complicated subplots. For the literary world back then, that was the gold standard. Period. And I really want to be clear about this. This wasn't some friendly guideline. It was the law. If you questioned Aristotle, you were basically questioning the very definition of art itself. It was the kind of move that could get you labeled a total heretic in the literary world. And then, enter our guy, our protagonist, Giambattista Giraldi. He was an Italian poet and critic, and he looked at this creative straitjacket everyone was wearing and just said, nope, I'm done. Giraldi was a modern man, and he just knew that the stories of his world needed a new way to be told.
So here's a quick look at Geraldini's world. He's born, and right around then, he's seeing these massive, sprawling, new kinds of stories emerge, like Orlando Furioso. This stuff is popular, it's exciting, and it breaks all the old rules. And then, bam! In 1554, he drops a literary bombshell. He publishes his discourse. And this, right here, is where he draws his line in the sand. So what was in this discourse? What did he actually say? Well, he didn't just sort of poke at the old rules. No way. He took a sledgehammer to the very foundation of what everyone thought made a good story. He was basically arguing that it was time to tear it all down and build something completely new.
And this quote right here, this is the heart of his whole rebellion. He wrote, authors should not limit their freedom by restricting themselves within the bounds of their predecessors' rules. I mean, wow. That's a full-on declaration of artistic independence. He's asking this really simple but profound question. Why should we, here, today, be trapped by rules from a world that's long gone? And you know what? That question still hits hard today.
This really breaks it down, doesn't it? On one side, you have Aristotle's vision. One hero, one main plot. Clean, simple, direct. But then you have Giraldi's view, which is way more complex. He's talking about weaving together the stories of 8 or 10 persons. So multiple heroes, multiple storylines, all tangled together. Honestly, he was basically inventing the blueprint for the kind of epic, sprawling stories we all binge watch now.
And this, right here, is what made Giraldi so ahead of his time. His big point was that art isn't this timeless, unchanging thing. No, it's a product of its culture, of its age. The things that worked for the ancient Greeks just might not connect with an audience in 16th century Italy. It sounds kind of obvious to us now, right? But back then, oh, that was a truly revolutionary idea.
But Giraldi wasn't just tearing things down. He wasn't just a critic. He was also a champion for a new way forward. And for him, that new way was a genre called the Romance. He saw it as the perfect way to tell the stories of his time, a way to really capture all the messiness and energy of the modern world he was living in.
So, what was this romance genre he was so excited about? Well, think of it kind of like a literary remix. You take the epic scale of the old classics, right? But then you mix in all the wild adventures and tangled character arcs from medieval stories. You put it all together into these long, amazing poems. It was something totally new, built for a new era.
And you know, this wasn't just about art for art's sake. For Giraldi, there was a ton of cultural pride wrapped up in this. He famously said the Romance came laudably from our own language. It wasn't borrowed from the Greeks or the Romans. This was homegrown. It was Italian. It was theirs. And it didn't need some ancient stamp of approval to be great.
I mean, he was basically throwing down the gauntlet to the entire literary establishment. His point was simple. Hey, Homer and Virgil got to invent the rules for their time, right? They created their own forms. So why can't our great poets do the same thing for our time? It was a really bold demand for artistic and cultural independence.
So, the big question is, did he win? Did Giraldi's rebellion work? Did he successfully tear down the old system and bring in this brand new age of creative freedom? Well, the answer, it's a little more complicated, and honestly, a lot more interesting than a simple yes or no.
And this is where you see the real Giraldi. He is this fascinating mix of things. On the one hand, yeah, he was a total rebel. He rejected Aristotle, he demanded freedom for writers, he championed this whole new modern genre. But, on the other hand, he was still a bit of a traditionalist. He insisted that poetry had to be moral, that it had to praise virtuous actions. He still believed in classical ideas like decorum and moderation. He wasn't trying to burn everything down, he was trying to find a new balance. And that is Giraldi's real, lasting legacy. He didn't just win some dusty old literary debate. He kicked off a conversation that, believe it or not, we are still having today. His fight for modern art set the stage for huge cultural battles that came centuries later. Seriously, every time you hear people arguing about a new movie or a controversial book, you're hearing the echo of the very same questions that Giraldi dared to ask almost 500 years ago.
So in the end, Giraldi was a rebel because he could see the invisible rules that everyone else just accepted. He saw the cage, and he asked why it was there. Which brings it all back to us, right now. What are the creative rules of our time? What are those formulas we see over and over in movies, in music, in games, that we just accept without a second thought? And maybe the most important question of all is, who's going to be the next Giraldi? Who's going to come along and rewrite our rulebook?
Have you ever wondered why you can be totally obsessed with a super gritty, realistic crime drama 1 minute, and then a soaring fantasy epic the next? Well, it turns out that's not just random. It's actually part of a massive 400-year-old debate. And today, we're going to dive right into that epic clash between reality and imagination that, believe it or not, still shapes everything we watch. So let's really think about this. On the one hand, we absolutely crave stories that feel real, right? Authentic, true-to-life stuff. But on the other hand, we love to escape into these impossible, totally breathtaking fantasies. So, what gives? Why the split? This isn't just a matter of personal taste. It's a really fundamental question about what art is even supposed to do.
And you might think this is a pretty modern problem, but nope, this whole tension isn't new at all. In fact, we can trace it all the way back to this fierce battle of ideas in 16th century Italy. It was sparked by two thinkers who had completely opposite visions for what art should be, and, maybe more importantly, who it should be for.
All right, first up in this intellectual duel, Lodovico Castelvetro. Now, this guy was a hardcore believer that for art to have any real power, it had to play by the strict, unbending rules of the real world. No exceptions.
Okay, and get this. Castelvetro's argument is going to sound surprisingly modern. He basically said, forget all the moral lessons, forget the high-minded philosophy. Art has one job and one job only, to give pleasure to everyday people, to the masses.
So how do you make sure your art does that? How do you create that pleasure? Well, for Castelvetro, there was only one way, through a perfect illusion of reality. He even created this super rigid framework to enforce it, calling it the unities, basically a set of rules to make sure everything on stage felt as real as life itself.
And wow, were his rules specific. First up, only one single focused plot. No confusing subplots. Second, the entire story has to take place within a 12-hour window, max. And third, the action has to be stuck in a single location, so no jumping between cities or flashing forward 20 years. For Castelvetro, if you couldn't see it happen right there, in real time, it just wasn't believable. End of story.
But as you can probably guess, not everyone was a fan of these super strict rules. So, enter his rival, Jacopo Mazzoni. And Mazzoni, he had a radically different idea.
He thought art shouldn't just copy the world, it should be totally free to invent entirely new ones.
Now, this is where Mazzoni gets really brilliant. He argued that art has two different modes. First, you have iconic art, which imitates things that actually exist, like a portrait or a historical drama. But then you have fantastic art, and that's where the magic happens. It imitates things born entirely from the artist's imagination. This was his big, powerful defense for incredible works like Dante's Comedy, a journey through a completely invented afterlife.
So for Mazzoni, the big test wasn't whether something was factually true. The real question, the only question that mattered, was, is it credible? Can the artist make you believe in this world they've built, even if it's filled with impossible things? That was the whole game.
And unlike Castelvetro, who was laser-focused on pleasure, Mazzoni said art could have three different goals. Sure, it could be a perfect copy of reality, or it could exist just for pure delight. But it could also serve a moral purpose, guiding our reason, helping us think and feel. For Mazzoni, art had options. It wasn't a one-trick pony.
All right, so let's put these two philosophies head to head. You've got the rigid realist on one side, and on the other, the champion of credible fantasy. This is where you can really see the core of their epic disagreement.
I mean, just look at this. The battle lines are drawn so clearly. For Castelvetro, it is all about pleasure, and you get there through strict, unbending realism. But for Mazzoni, the purpose is flexible, and the goal is just to create a credible world, where getting you to believe is way more important than sticking to literal truth.
Okay, so you might be thinking, cool, history lesson, but that was centuries ago. Well, this is not just some dusty old debate. Its echoes are absolutely everywhere, shaping the very structure of the shows we binge, the movies we love, and the games we play right now. You can literally trace this exact tension all the way through the centuries. It was there in the rise of the realistic novel, then in the birth of epic cinematic fantasy, and it is happening right now in digital art. Just think of the battle between glossy, photorealistic CGI trying to perfectly capture reality versus stylized animation that just celebrates pure, beautiful invention.
Let's make this super concrete. Think about a gritty, true crime documentary that is 100% playing by Castelvetro's rules of realism. But what about a sprawling superhero movie or a massive open-world fantasy game? That's pure Mazzoni, asking you to believe in something incredible simply because it feels credible.
So when a filmmaker uses natural lighting and shaky cam to create a true-to-life feel, or a game designer builds an impossible, shimmering world from scratch, they're taking a side. Every single creative choice they make is basically a vote. Are you on Team Castelvetro or Team Mazzoni?
And all of this leads to a massive question for our time. As our creative tools, everything from AI to glossy photorealistic 3D graphics, get more and more powerful, that line between the real and the invented is getting seriously blurry. This 400-year-old debate is suddenly more urgent than ever, so I'm going to leave you with this. What do we want from our art? A mirror that perfectly reflects our world, or a window that opens up to entire...
Have you ever stopped to think about the language you're thinking in right now? For most of us, it's just there. It's natural. But what if I told you that for centuries, the simple act of a poet writing in their own everyday language was a defiant, even revolutionary act? It's this amazing story about how the language we speak became a battleground for culture, identity, and art. So let's get into it.
I know. It sounds kind of weird to us today, right? But for a very long time, choosing your native tongue over the proper language of scholarship could get you totally dismissed, written off as a lightweight. So what was really going on? Why did these writers have to fight so hard just for the right to sound like themselves?
Well, to really get this, we've got to jump back in time to the Renaissance. This was a period when the entire world of ideas, it was basically dominated by two ancient, towering authorities.
Think of it like this. On one side, you had classical Latin. This was the language of the Roman Empire, of the Church, of all serious scholarship. And on the other, you had the massive philosophical authority of Aristotle, whose rules on poetry were treated almost like scientific fact. So basically, anything that was considered important, we're talking philosophy, science, art, it was all happening inside this very exclusive club, speaking a language that was completely separate from what people actually used on the street every day.
So here's the bottom line. If you were an ambitious writer back then, you had a really stark choice. You could write in Latin and be part of the serious, high-minded conversation, or you could write in your local language, what they called the vernacular, Italian, French, English, and risk being completely ignored. The deck was absolutely stacked against you. But
Things were starting to change. A new generation of writers started to push back, and one of the most important figures leading the charge was this incredible Italian poet named Torquato Tasso.
Now, this guy, Tasso, he was something else. He wasn't just a brilliant poet who wrote his epic masterpiece, Jerusalem Delivered, in Italian. He was also a razor-sharp thinker. He wrote this huge treatise, the Discourses on the Heroic Poem, which was basically his manifesto. It laid out the whole argument for why writing in your own language wasn't just okay, it could actually be the highest form of art.
And I mean, think about how gutsy that is. This was an incredibly bold claim. He wasn't just asking for a seat at the table. He was trying to flip the whole table over. He was arguing that the epic poem, written in the language of the people, was the absolute pinnacle of what literature could be. And to prove that, he had to go head-to-head with the big guy himself, Aristotle.
And this brings us to the main event. It was a literary title fight, a real showdown, the epic poem versus tragedy.
So, in one corner, championed by Aristotle for centuries, you have tragedy. According to the classical rulebook, this was the undisputed champ, the tightest, most powerful form of storytelling there was. So, why did Aristotle think it was the best? Well, his logic was that tragedy was like a compressed epic. It had all the same good stuff, big plots, deep characters, grand themes, but it delivered it all with way more focus and unity. It was like a concentrated espresso shot of storytelling that gave you a more powerful emotional kick. To him, it was just perfect. But Tasso wasn't buying it. He looked at that argument and was basically like, hang on a second. He believed that the huge, sprawling, magnificent nature of the epic poem offered something special, something that tragedy, with all its focus, just couldn't deliver. For Tasso, the real magic was in the sheer scope and beauty of the language itself. He argued that the epic, with its grand scale, creates this unique feeling of delight. It's that sense of wonder and awe you get from these huge, breathtaking metaphors and incredible figures of speech. It was an art of grandeur, and you just couldn't shrink it down.
And I love this quote because it shows you just how smart he was about this whole thing. He's not just disrespectfully tearing down the old master. No, he frames it as, hey, Aristotle and I, we're on the same team. We're both just trying to find the truth. He was respectfully building on Aristotle's foundation to create something new. It was such a savvy, masterful move.
Okay, so let's zoom out a bit, because Tasso, as important as he was, wasn't fighting this battle alone, not by a long shot. He was riding this massive historical wave that was reshaping the whole of Europe. I mean, all across the continent, from Italy to England, the biggest and brightest literary minds were making the exact same radical choice, to write in their own languages. This wasn't just some passing trend, this was a full-blown linguistic revolution.
And you can really see it when you lay it out on a timeline like this. This wasn't a flash in the pan. It was a slow burn, a sustained movement that built up over centuries. You've got giants like Dante and Petrarch in Italy, Chaucer in England, and then later Tasso and Spencer, each one adding more fuel to the fire, passing the torch to the next.
So what was the engine behind all this change? Well, it was basically a perfect storm of two huge historical forces. First, you have the rise of nationalism. People are starting to think of themselves as Italian or English, with a unique culture that's worth celebrating. And second, you got the Protestant Reformation, which pushed this radical idea that everyone, not just the priests, should be able to read the Bible in their own language. And you see, both forces were screaming the exact same thing. Language belongs to the people.
And this is where it all comes together, where you see just how big the legacy of this rebellion really was. I mean, it literally helped shape the modern world we live in today. Because you have to realize, when Tasso and others were defending writing epics in Italian or English, it was never just about poetry. They were doing something so much bigger. They were arguing for the value of their culture, their history, their people. It's really like a chain reaction. Step 1, poets and thinkers defend their local tongue. Step 2, this defense helps standardize and develop that tongue into a real, unified national language. And Step 3, that shared language becomes the bedrock, the glue that holds a modern nation together.
Head literary showdown. And Campion wasn't just some lone voice in the wilderness. This quote really tells you how intense the feeling was. The most influential thinkers of the day, the humanists, they saw rhyme as a barbarism. Seriously, they thought it was this crude leftover from the Dark Ages, and it was holding English back from being truly great.
So why does all this academic bickering matter? Well, it had massive consequences. It forced poets to get creative and find a new foundation for their work. This whole fight directly led to the rise of something called blank verse. That's unrhymed iambic pentameter. And that just so happens to be the form that writers like Christopher Marlowe and, oh yeah, a guy named William Shakespeare would go on to master. This argument literally forced them to innovate. Okay, so into this absolute chaos steps our first hero. A guy who decided that what English poets really needed wasn't another argument, but a set of practical, down-to-earth instructions.
In 1575, George Gascoigne writes Certain Notes of Instruction. Now, this is a huge deal. It's considered the very first essay of literary criticism in the English language. But it wasn't some stuffy philosophical text. It was a hands-on how-to guide for poets who were just trying to figure out what to do. He was bringing order to the chaos. And his advice was just brilliantly practical. He laid out these clear rules. First, he says, start with a good idea, a fine invention, before you even worry about pretty words. Second, don't just rhyme for the sake of rhyming. It has to have a reason. Third, and this is so important, make your lines sound natural. Respect the way people actually talk. And finally, he told them to use simple one-syllable words, arguing that it made the poetry more authentically English. So, Gascoigne gave poets a rule book, the how-to. But our next key figure, George Putnam, wanted to give them something more. He wanted to give them a philosophy, the why. He wasn't just interested in the craft. He wanted to elevate English poetry into a true art form. His big work from 1589, The Art of English Poesy, had a really grand ambition. It was all about proving that writing poems in English wasn't some silly hobby. No, it was a serious, dignified art that required just as much skill and study as writing in Latin or Greek. And honestly, you can't overstate how huge Putnam's contribution was. He didn't just add more rules, he built the entire intellectual house that English poetry would live in. He justified why poetry mattered to society, he created the very first system for actually classifying English meter, and he helped standardize the critical language we still use today, words like ode and lyric. But you know, his most important idea might have been about the poet's own mind. He argued that what makes a poet special isn't just their skill with words. It's something he called fantaisie, a clear and bright imagination. This was a massive shift away from just seeing poetry as, a fancy way of making a persuasive argument.
And here's the revolutionary idea that came from that. Putnam claims that the very best poetry happens when the poet is being their most natural self, when their unique imagination is shining through, not when they're just being artificial and blindly following a bunch of old rules. Suddenly, the artist's inner world was starting to matter more than the rule book.
This led to another really subtle but profound shift. For centuries, poetry was seen as a tool for teaching morals. But Putnam started pushing this idea that art could have another purpose, simply to give pleasure. It was a quiet first step towards the idea that art could exist for its own sake.
So, after all the arguments, all the rulemaking, all the deep philosophical thinking, what was the end result? Well, a new, confident, and uniquely English kind of poetry was finally forged.
We can basically map out the whole journey right here. It starts with the native rhythms of the medieval period. Then boom, the Renaissance identity crisis hits, that clash with the classical world. In steps Gascoigne with a practical rulebook to calm everyone down. Then Putnam comes along and elevates the whole thing to an art of the imagination. And by the time you hit the 1600s, the foundation is set. English verse is standardized, it's confident, and it's ready for its golden age, with Shakespeare, Donne, and Milton. Which kind of leaves us with one last thought. Putnam helped shift poetry's goal toward pleasure, towards expressing a natural imagination. And it makes you wonder, right? Nearly 450 years later, in our own art, our movies, our music, our TV shows, what rules are we all following? And more importantly, which ones are we trying to...
Have you ever looked at a piece of art or read a poem and thought, wow, this is just a lot? A little chaotic, maybe. Well, imagine an entire movement of artists and writers who felt that way. That's the story of neoclassicism. We're going to dive into this really powerful shift that happened back in the 17th and 18th centuries, a time when people wanted to rebuild the entire world of art based on order, reason, and the big ideas from ancient Greece and Rome. So let's get right into it.
So, the first thing you have to understand is that neoclassicism didn't just pop up out of nowhere. No, it was a rebellion, a direct reaction to what came right before it. You had the Renaissance and the Baroque periods, which were all about wild fantasy, crazy amounts of decoration, and, celebrating the individual artist's imagination. Well, the neoclassicists looked at all that and pretty much said, all right, that's enough. They wanted to trade all that chaos for pure, simple reason, order, and truths that applied to everyone.
And this wasn't just, a minor tweak in style. This was a full-on rejection of what they saw as total artistic chaos. They felt that art had just become way too self-indulgent. It was filled with what they called the superfluous and the fantastic, basically a lot of extra stuff that didn't serve any real logical purpose.
And they were super specific about what they didn't like. For starters, all that over-the-top ornamentation in Baroque art, gone. In literature, they took issue with writers like Spencer and Milton, for creating these made-up worlds full of mythical creatures. They really, really hated the idea that a poet could just invent a world that was somehow superior to nature. For them, an artist's job wasn't to create a new, better reality. No, it was to perfectly represent the one we already have.
Okay, so if art isn't this explosion of individual genius and wild inspiration, then what is it? Well, for them, the answer was actually pretty simple. Art is a craft. It's a rational process, something that has rules you can actually study, learn, and perfect, just like building a chair or designing a building.
This quote just nails it. It gets right to the heart of how they thought about things. See, for them, creating a poem or a play wasn't some mystical act. It was more like being an architect. You need a blueprint, you need skill, and you gotta put in the work. It was a huge vote for disciplined craftsmanship over raw, untamed inspiration.
And believe me, this obsession with order, it went into everything. They didn't just have rules for how you should write, they had rules for what was even worth writing about. They came up with this really strict hierarchy of genres. And right there at the very top, the epic. Think Homer's Odyssey. And why was it number one? Because it dealt with these huge universal themes and had a clear moral purpose. In their world, everything had its proper place on the shelf.
Now, this entire way of thinking was built on two core concepts, nature and imitation. And I promise, if you can get your head around what they meant by these two words, you'll understand the whole neoclassical mindset. It all comes down to this.
First things first, we have to be crystal clear on this. When a neoclassical thinker said nature, they were not talking about trees and mountains and flowers, not at all. For them, nature was like the universe's source code, the deep, underlying rational order for everything. It was the permanent, universal truth about what it means to be human, the moral fabric of the world. It was this huge, grand system where everything and everyone had a purpose and a place.
So, if your goal is to represent this perfect, orderly nature, how in the world do you actually do that? The answer, for them, was imitation. And this word had a really clever two-part meaning. On one hand, yeah, it meant imitating human action in a realistic way. But, and this is the genius part, it also meant imitating the great classical masters. Homer, Virgil, Horace. Why? Because the neoclassicists believed those guys had already perfected the art of imitating nature. And this is the masterstroke right here. This idea, which the poet Alexander Pope summed up so perfectly, just fuses those two concepts together. I mean, why reinvent the wheel, right? If the ancients already figured out how to perfectly reflect universal nature, then the most logical, the most rational thing an artist could do was to study and imitate them. It was like a perfect shortcut to perfection.
But hey, don't think this was some perfectly unified movement where everyone held hands and agreed. I mean, for a group of people so obsessed with logic, they sure did love a good argument. And their biggest one was this huge debate between the so-called ancients and the moderns. It all basically boiled down to one big question. Just how strictly should we follow all those old rules?
So on one side, you had the ancients. These were the traditionalists. They believed that the classical models were the ultimate source of wisdom, good sense, and order. But on the other side, the moderns were pushing back. They argued for a little more flexibility. They valued originality, and they believed that new times and new ways of thinking required new kinds of art, maybe even mixing genres, which was a huge no-no for the ancients. This was the central tension of the entire era.
All right, let's pull back for a second and look at the big picture. What was the end game here? What was the ultimate goal of all this? Well, it was to create art that reflected their brand new understanding of the universe itself, a universe they were just starting to see not as some big mystery, but as a perfect, well-oiled machine.
And this is where it all just clicks together beautifully. You have to remember what was happening in science at this exact time. You've got people like Isaac Newton discovering these fixed physical laws that govern the planets, gravity, everything. The neoclassicists saw that, and it was like a massive light bulb went off. They thought, that's it. They became convinced that human nature, society, and art itself must operate on similar, predictable, rational laws. In their eyes, a perfect poem should be just as logical, just as balanced, as a planet's orbit around the sun.
So, if you're going to boil it all down, neoclassicism was this huge, ambitious project to make art rational. It was all built on a few core beliefs: that art needs to have a moral point, that it absolutely has to follow rules based on nature and the classics, that its highest values are balance and harmony, and that its ultimate goal is to say something true and timeless for all of humanity.
And that leaves us with a question that's just as real and relevant today as it was 300 years ago. Just think about the music, the movies, the art that you love. Does greatness need a foundation of rules to build on? Or have you ever wondered where the rules of art come from? Well, back in the 17th century, one man had an idea so powerful that it basically became the law for Western literature for like 100 years. And it all kicked off with just two simple words: love reason. That right there, from the French critic Nicolas Boileau, wasn't just a friendly suggestion. It became the golden rule for an entire age of art. People actually called him the legislator of literary taste. And for good reason. His ideas were treated like law. But here's the catch. What he meant by reason is probably not what you're thinking.
So here's how we're going to break this all down. First, we'll meet the lawmaker himself, Nicolas Boileau. Then we'll dig into what he really meant by reason and see how it became a tool for artistic control. We'll even see how he used it to fight back against Puritanism, how it connected directly to understanding human nature, and finally, how this superstructured world of rules still made room for the passions of the heart.
All right, first up, who exactly was this lawmaker of Parnassus? So, this is Nicolas Boileau. In 1674, he published a work called L'Art Poétique, or The Art of Poetry. And let me tell you, this was way more than just a book. It was the official rule book for an entire artistic movement, French classicism, and its influence was huge. His ideas about good taste literally jumped the English Channel, shaping the work of literary giants all over Europe, including big names like England's John Dryden and Alexander Pope.
Okay, now for the main event: reason. When you and I hear that word today, we tend to think of our own personal logic, right? But to really get Boileau, we've got to toss that modern definition out the window. His idea of reason was something else entirely.
And this right here is the absolute key difference. See, Boileau wasn't talking about the kind of individualistic reason that came later with the Enlightenment, what I can figure out all by myself. No, he was reviving a much older, classical idea of reason, the notion that it's a shared human ability, something that lets us see universal truths. It's not about my subjective opinion, it's about the objective stuff that we can all recognize as true together.
And here's where it all clicks into place for art. If reason can show us these universal truths, then it can also give us universal rules for creating great art. So, what were these rules of the game?
For Boileau, if you were a writer who wanted to love reason, it meant doing four main things. First, you needed control. Your work had to have a clear, logical structure. Second, moderation. You had to avoid going over the top with wild, extravagant stuff. Third, you had to follow the famous unities, basically keeping your story in one main location and within a single day. And finally, imitation. You had to study the classical masters, because they were seen as the ultimate examples of reason in art.
But for Boileau, reason wasn't just some high-minded artistic principle. Oh no, he actually used it as a weapon in the culture wars of his time, specifically against the religious Puritans who were attacking the arts.
He had to remind everyone that for a long time, the dominant religious view was that the theater was just plain sinful. The stage was seen as this place of moral rot, something any truly devout person should stay far, far away from.
Boileau's comeback to this was just so elegant. He basically said that right reason shows how foolish this ill-placed zeal really is. His argument was that banning art altogether was a massive overreaction based on fear. A truly rational religion, he suggested, shouldn't be afraid of the stage. Reason could bring back some much-needed balance.
And this all brings us to a much deeper point. For Boileau, reason wasn't just some abstract concept floating in the clouds. It was firmly planted in the real world, specifically in observing human nature.
His famous advice to poets was to study nature. But when he said that, he didn't mean go out and paint landscapes. He meant human nature. The artist's true job, he believed, was to figure out the secrets of the heart, to watch people, understand them, and then portray them with universal truth.
And this quote is the perfect, most straightforward example of what he meant. Think about it. It's just not reasonable for an old man to talk with the fiery passion of a teenager, right?
To be believable, to be true to nature, characters had to be controlled by reason. They had to act and speak in ways that were universally recognizable for who they were.
So, with all this talk of control, rules, and logic, you might be thinking this art sounds kind of cold and, well, boring. But that's not the whole story at all. For Boileau, there was absolutely a place for passion.
He was a huge fan of this classical idea that goes way back to the Roman poet Horace. The whole point of art is to instruct us, to teach us something about morality and ourselves. But, and this is a big but, in order to teach us anything, it first has to delight us. It has to grab you by the emotions.
Just like Boileau says here, a smart reader doesn't want just some empty story. They're looking for both instruction and delight. So in his world, reason and emotion weren't enemies, not at all. Reason was the guide that channeled passion, making sure that art wasn't just fun, but that it was also meaningful.
And all of this leaves us with a pretty provocative thought for today. Boileau's Age of Reason gave artists a very clear set of rules. We, on the other hand, tend to value complete and total creative freedom. It really makes you wonder, are rules a cage that holds creativity back? Or are they actually the key that unlocks it?
Today, we're diving into this incredible story about the Restoration. It's all about how one king's return to power completely changed the art of an entire country. Seriously, it's a perfect example of how big historical events can totally shape a nation's culture.
So let's just jump right in with a pretty big question. How does a war, with armies and politics and all that, end up creating a brand new style of art? It sounds a little strange, right? But as you're about to see, one single war kicked off this amazing chain reaction that totally reshaped English art for decades. Okay, so the artistic style at the very heart of this story, it's called neoclassicism. And what you really need to know is that it was all about looking back to ancient Greece and Rome. It valued three main things: order, clarity, and restraint. Now keep those words in your head because they are the complete opposite of the chaos that actually led to this movement in England.
So, our story doesn't begin in some quiet artist studio. Nope, it starts on the battlefield. The real catalyst for this massive artistic shift was a king forced into exile. And it all grew out of this intense political turmoil it planted the seeds for a huge cultural change. And what was that one specific event that kicked the whole thing off? The English Civil War. A really brutal, decade-long conflict that didn't just split the country apart politically. It actually set the stage for a whole new cultural identity.
Let's just quickly walk through this timeline because it gets pretty wild. So in the mid-1640s, the war is just raging. Then you get this absolutely shocking moment in 1649. The king is publicly executed. This forces his son, the guy who would become Charles II, to basically run for his life. And by 1651, he's in exile in France. And this is where our story really takes a turn.
Now, this exile wasn't just some political timeout. For Charles II and his entire court, it was a total cultural immersion. They were dropped right into the middle of the French artistic scene, which was all about grandeur, order, and showing off the power of the king. I mean, think about it. After all the chaos of war, imagine how good that sense of control must have looked. They were soaking up a completely new way of thinking about art and culture.
All right, so all that time in exile leads us straight to the consequence, the big turning point in our story, the Restoration. And we're going to focus on one single year that basically changed everything for English culture. 1660. That's it. That's the year. After all the fighting, the years without a king, the monarchy is finally restored in England. The king is coming home, but he is definitely not the same person who left.
And a key text from that time really captures this perfectly. See, Charles II didn't just come back by himself. He came back, quote, with his court to England. Just imagine that for a second. A whole community of England's most powerful and influential people, who'd spent years just absorbing French art and ideas, all coming back at the exact same time.
So what's the legacy of this huge return? Well, a brand new English style. This French influence didn't just show up for a visit. It dug in deep, took root, and absolutely blossomed. The source material uses a really specific and powerful word here: intensified. This wasn't some slow, gradual change. The return of the king and his court was like a cultural lightning strike. It was this powerful, concentrated injection of a totally new style right into the heart of English society.
And this really shows you the two forces that were at play. On one side, you had what was already going on in England, a tradition that was still kind of finding its feet. And on the other side, you had the French example, this powerful, super-established model that was all about order and rules. These two very different ways of thinking about art were about to collide.
But here's the really crucial part. English artists didn't just turn into copycats. It was way more complicated than that. They were both inspired by what the French were doing, but they were also reacting against it. And it's that creative tension, that push and pull, that led to something totally new, a really unique fusion of ideas.
So let's just trace that domino effect one last time. First, the Civil War topples the monarchy. That knocks over the next piece. The king is exiled and soaks up French culture. That leads to the third domino. The Restoration brings all those ideas back to England. And what's the last domino to fall? Boom. A whole new movement in art, English neoclassicism, is born. It's a straight line from political chaos to artistic order.
So all of this really builds to this one big idea: art imitates history. But, why should a story from the 1600s matter to any of us right now?
Well, here's the big takeaway. The story of the Restoration is just this perfect, crystal clear example of how deeply political events, a war, an execution, an exile, can completely change the direction of a nation's art and culture for generations. Art just doesn't happen in a bubble. And that kind of leaves us with one final thought to chew on. If a war in the 17th century could create a whole new artistic movement, what political events happening right now?
Some titles in literary history are so big, so monumental, that you just have to ask, how? The father of English criticism? That's not a title you get by accident. So how did one guy, John Dryden, writing way back in the 17th century, manage to completely change the way we talk about literature forever? And look, this wasn't just some random compliment. That quote, it's from Samuel Johnson, an absolute titan of literature himself. Johnson calling you the father of English criticism is like Gordon Ramsay calling you the father of modern cooking. It tells you we are dealing with a real, true innovator. So what exactly did he do to earn that kind of praise?
Well, to get a handle on his impact, you have to know when he was doing it. Dryden was born in 1631, and he was a poet and playwright who in 1668 became England's very first poet laureate. Pretty cool. But that same year, he published something that would have an even bigger legacy, his essay of dramatic poesy. And that essay kicked off a revolution.
Okay, so to really grasp why Dryden's work was so revolutionary, we need to understand the old guard he was up against. In his day, the literary world was completely dominated by this idea called neoclassicism. Neoclassicism was all about looking back to the classics, ancient Greece and Rome, as the absolute peak of artistic perfection. This was not a time for wild, messy creativity. It was about order, it was about reason, and most of all, it was about following a very strict set of rules. Think of it like art with a super detailed instruction manual.
So, what was on this creative checklist? Well, get this. First, you had the 3 unities. Your play had to have one single plot, take place in one location, and all happen within 24 hours. No sprawling epics allowed. Next up, purity of genre. Tragedies are tragic, comedies are funny, and you never, ever mix the two. Finally, decorum. Characters had to act their social class, and nothing too improper could happen on stage. It was a really tight, really restrictive formula. But this neat and tidy rulebook had one massive, glaring problem. And that problem's name was William Shakespeare. The English stage was already home to his sprawling, messy, rule-breaking, and let's be honest, absolutely brilliant plays. So how do you square the rigid rules of the ancients with the glorious chaos of your own national hero?
This is where Dryden gets really smart. In his essay, instead of just getting on a soapbox, he stages a debate between 4 guys. One of them, a character he names Neander, which literally means new man, argues for the modern English style. It's basically Dryden's clever way of making his case. And this lays out the conflict perfectly. On one side, you've got French drama, the poster child for neoclassicism. It followed all the rules. And on the other, you have the wild English drama, mixing tragedy and comedy with these huge plots, breaking rules all over the place. And Dryden, speaking through Neander, argues that all this variety isn't a flaw. It's actually a huge strength. Just listen to how Dryden talks about Shakespeare's genius. He says Shakespeare didn't need dusty old rulebooks from the ancients. Why? Because his talent came from somewhere deeper. He just had to look into the human heart and write what he saw. It was pure natural intuition, not some stuffy academic training. And this right here, this was his knockout punch. By calling Shakespeare the Homer of English poets, Dryden was doing something totally radical. He was basically saying, hey, we don't need to look to the Greeks for our literary heroes. We've got our own right here. He was forging a new, independent English literary tradition, one that didn't have to apologize to anybody.
But here's the thing. Dryden wasn't a total rebel just for the sake of it. He had a ton of respect for the classics. So instead, he came up with this great compromise, a new tradition that could honor the wisdom of the ancients while still celebrating the genius of modern writers like Shakespeare.
So what did his new and improved rulebook look like? First, he said unity is still important, but it's about having a coherent story, not a rigid time and place. Second, plays should be probable. They need to feel true to life. Third, and this is huge, he said writers should follow nature by looking inward at human psychology, just like Shakespeare did. And finally, he insisted you have to think about your audience. Art is meant to have an impact on people.
And it's this brilliant compromise that makes Dryden so important. He isn't just a neoclassicist. He's really a thinker caught between two worlds. And he becomes this crucial bridge between the age of reason and the age of imagination that was just around the corner. You can actually see him wrestling with these two ideas in his own writing. On the one hand, he says poetry must serve moral truth and be ethical. That's his classical side talking, the belief that art's main job is to teach us something and be rational. But then he says this: delight is the chief, if not the only, end of poesy. Suddenly, pleasure and wonder and enjoyment are the main goals. Instruction? Oh, that's just secondary. For his time, this was a totally radical idea, and it points straight toward the Romantic movement that would later champion emotion and imagination above all else. And that is the tension right at the heart of everything he does. Can art be a tool for moral teaching and a source of pure imaginative delight? By arguing that, yeah, it can be both, Dryden perfectly captures the shift from one era to the next. He gave a nod to the past while cracking open the door to the future. Which leaves us with a pretty cool thought. This debate that Dryden started over 300 years ago, it is absolutely still alive and well. What is the ultimate point of art? Is it here to instruct us, to make us better people, or is its highest calling simply to delight us, to move us, and to fill us with a sense of wonder? It's a question just as relevant now as it was back in 1660.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a 300-year-old poem that pretty much lays down the law for art. It asks a huge question: is there really a right and a wrong way to judge creativity? Let's get into Alexander Pope's An Essay on Criticism.
Okay, so right out of the gate, Pope hits us with his single most important rule, the foundation for everything else he's going to say. To be a great artist, or even a great critic, you have to follow nature. But what he means by nature, well, it's probably not what you're thinking.
So who was this guy anyway? Alexander Pope was basically a literary superstar in 18th century England. But here's the thing, he was also a total outsider. Because he was Catholic, he was legally barred from things like going to university or holding a government job. And that unique position, being on the outside looking in, gave him this incredibly sharp, critical eye that helped him become one of the defining voices of his age.
So, in his essay, Pope sets up this epic battle that he saw at the heart of the art world. He framed it as a showdown between two massive ideas: the universal truth of nature versus the flashy, often superficial cleverness of human wit.
And he presents these two as complete opposites. On one side, you've got nature. For Pope, this is the ultimate, divine, unchanging standard for all truth and beauty. And on the other side, you've got wit. That's our cleverness, our intelligence, which, yeah, it can be brilliant, but it can also be proud, small-minded, and really, really easy to corrupt.
So when Pope says nature, he's not just talking about trees and mountains. He means something way bigger. Think of it as the divine, harmonious, almost mathematical order of the entire universe. It was often called the great chain of being, where everything, from God all the way down to a single pebble, had its perfect place. This beautiful, logical system was the source of everything, the eternal rules for morality, for reason, and for art itself.
Wit, on the other hand, is that human spark of creativity. It's our amazing ability to make surprising connections and express ourselves cleverly. It's a powerful tool, for sure. But Pope issues a huge warning. If it's not guided and checked by the rules of nature, it just becomes a chaotic mess. You get art that's all flash and absolutely no substance.
So if flashy, undisciplined wit is just the symptom of bad art, what does Pope think is the root cause? What's the real disease that messes up both the artist and the person judging the art?
He poses this critical question, and it really gets to the very heart of why we so often get things wrong when we look at a piece of art or read a book. What is it that's really blinding us?
And his answer isn't a lack of education or not being smart enough. For Pope, the single greatest enemy of good judgment, the one thing he calls the never-failing vice of fools, is pride. That's it. It's the crack in the foundation of everything.
Because think about what pride does. It makes us trust our own random opinions over universal truths. It makes us fixate on one clever line or one fancy detail, just the parts, instead of seeing the unified whole. It leads to these biased, extreme judgments because, honestly, we're more concerned with looking smart than with finding the actual truth in the art.
But Pope isn't just here to point out the problem. He actually offers a clear solution. He lays out a whole set of golden rules for how to create and judge art with humility and reason so we can finally get it right. And his advice is incredibly practical. First, know thyself. Basically, be aware of your own limits and don't try to be an expert on things you're not. Second, think about the author's goal. Judge the work based on what it's trying to be. Third, look at the whole thing, not just the little flashy parts. And finally, be a good person about it. A great critic needs a moral compass, not just good taste.
And here's the crucial idea. For Pope, the goal isn't to be shockingly original. The goal is to take a universal truth from nature, something we all recognize deep down, and just express it more perfectly and beautifully than anyone has before. True wit doesn't invent, it illuminates.
So you might be wondering, where did Pope come up with all these rules? Well, he would argue that he didn't invent them at all. He saw himself as just the latest person in a long, long tradition, rediscovering timeless ideas for his own time.
He really believed that the great classical writers, we're talking Aristotle, Horace, they didn't invent the rules of art. They just observed nature so carefully that they were the first to discover and organize its laws. The rules, he says, are just nature methodized.
And this leads him to a pretty powerful conclusion. If the ancient masters already figured out the laws of nature, then the most reliable way for us to follow nature is to follow them. For Pope, it's that simple. Copying the classics is copying nature. So Pope traces this whole history of wisdom. It starts with the ancient Greeks and Romans, then gets lost during what he calls the dark ages of superstition, and is finally rediscovered during the Renaissance. And he places himself right at the end of this timeline as a key figure restoring this classical tradition in 18th century England.
Okay, so after 300 years, what's the big takeaway for us today? In a world that often celebrates breaking all the rules, why should Pope's ideas about following them still matter?
The most important takeaway is this. Pope believed in one single universal standard. For him, great art wasn't about subjective taste or what you personally happen to like. It was about following timeless principles rooted in nature and reason.
You know, his essay is a powerful reminder that sometimes creativity works best within a structure, not in total chaos, that humility is way more important than just being clever, and that maybe the whole point of art is to connect us to something universally true. He's really teaching us to look past our own biases and see the work as a complete whole. And that leaves us with a challenging question for our own time, doesn't it? In our modern world, where my opinion is often treated as the final word, and all taste is seen as subjective, is there still any room for a universal standard of good art? Or has pride, the vice of fools, finally won?
Today, we are diving into the incredible story of one of history's boldest and most audacious writers, Aphra Behn. You see, she didn't just write for a living, she had to fight for the right to do it at all. And in the process, she developed this radical, totally unapologetic voice that shook the very foundations of her world.
So I want you to imagine this. It's the 17th century. Your brand new play is about to debut, and this is what a man in the audience actually tells everyone to expect. Why? Not because he's read it, not because he knows the plot, simply because you are a woman. And this wasn't just some hypothetical insult. This was the real, hostile, male-dominated world Aphra Behn had to navigate. It really set the stage for one of literature's greatest intellectual battles.
So who was this woman who dared to pick up a pen and compete? Aphra Behn wasn't just any writer. She was a genuine trailblazer, basically forced by her circumstances to become England's very first professional female author.
Yeah, see, Behn wasn't some wealthy aristocrat who was just writing as a hobby. Her husband died early, and she had no other choice. She had to support herself, and her pen was pretty much the only tool she had. This financial pressure, this necessity, gave her work an urgency and a defiance that you just wouldn't get from a casual hobbyist. She was, quite literally, writing for her life.
And if you look at her career on this timeline, you can see that path so clearly. It really kicks off in 1673 with The Dutch Lover, and that's where she gets her first real taste of that nasty gender-based criticism. But does she stop? No way. She pushes on. She writes smash hits like The Rover. By 1687, with The Lucky Chance, she's not just writing plays anymore. She's out there openly defending them from scandal. And then, just a year later, she writes Overnoko, which is this totally groundbreaking novel, the first in English to condemn slavery. You can see how her experience wasn't just shaping her career, it was making her worldview more and more radical.
Now, here's what's so cool about Afroben. She didn't just sit there and take this criticism. Oh no, she fought back. And her battleground, it wasn't the stage. It was the prefaces to her own plays, where she just laid out this brilliant, airtight case against her critics. And here it is, her first major counterattack. Back then, male critics would use these really complex classical rules of drama, what Ben just perfectly calls the musty rules of unity, to basically gatekeep the whole profession. They made it sound like playwriting was this secret art that only men could possibly understand. And Ben, she just calls them right out on it. She just breaks it all down with this incredible common sense. First, she says, look, these rules aren't that complicated. A woman is perfectly capable of understanding them and using them. Second, she completely demystifies the whole thing. Writing a play, she argues, isn't some grand affair of human life, it's entertainment. And because of that, the real judge isn't some academic critic, it's the audience. If they liked it, the play's a success. It's as simple as that. But then she takes it even further, making what we'd now recognize as one of the very first feminist arguments for intellectual equality. She just flat out says that if women were given the same education as men, they'd be just as capable of acquiring knowledge. I mean, wow. This wasn't just a defense of her own play, it was a demand for equality, centuries before its time. And this argument for equality, it only got stronger in her later work. As she got more and more successful, the attacks on her just became more personal, more hypocritical. So she decided to zero in on the most common accusation they threw at her, which she sarcastically called the never-failing scandal. And this was the ultimate trap, the ultimate catch-22. Her plays were super popular. They were drawing huge crowds. But the critics' favorite way to attack her was to say her work was indecent, that it wasn't fit for the ladies. So the very success of her work was being used as evidence against her, simply because a woman wrote it. And this comparison just lays the hypocrisy bare. When a man wrote about racy or controversial subjects, any offense was just kind of overlooked. But when a woman, like Ben, wrote about the exact same things, her work was loaded with infamy and scandal. It was never, ever about the content. It was always about the gender of the person holding the pen. Ben's revolution wasn't just in what she was arguing, it was in the completely unprecedented way she was arguing. She basically invented a whole new, defiant style that was all her own. Her writing style was intentionally different. It placed her completely outside the box, outside all the accepted traditions of male literary criticism. See, she wasn't trying to beat the men at their own game. She was inventing a whole new one. So what did this voice actually sound like? Well, for one, it was completely unapologetic. It didn't follow some neat, logical A, then B, then C argument like you'd hear in a lecture. Instead, it was fueled by what our source calls righteous anger. Her writing is just punctuated by these passionate, emotional outpourings, and she was not afraid to name names, to use specific personal details. It just made her arguments feel so immediate and so deeply authentic. And after all that fire, how does she end her defense? With this. No apology, no polite closing, just a total mic drop. Now, reader, I have eased my mind of all I had to say. She's not looking for your approval. She's stating her case, and she's moving on. It is the ultimate sign-off from someone who knows without a doubt that she just won the argument. So, what's the big takeaway from Afroben's incredible, defiant career? What was the real genius behind her strategy? Her brilliance wasn't just in calling out male hypocrisy. It was in taking the very tools they used to hold on to power, logic, reason, common sense, and appropriating them for women's use. She yanked those tools right out of the male-dominated tradition and showed that a woman could, and absolutely should, wield them just as effectively. She basically provided a blueprint for feminist thought for centuries to come. And this, right here, is the most crucial point.
Bean refused to argue from a position of weakness. She never asked for permission. Instead, she presented a woman's voice speaking with authority, not from below the male establishment, but from above it. She didn't ask for a seat at their table. She built her own and declared herself the head of it.
Afroben's story really forces us to ask this timeless question. She was up against an establishment that had set all the rules for literature, for art, for success, and her response wasn't just to break those rules, but to write her own entirely. It really leaves you wondering, when the game is rigged against you, what does it truly take to create a new one?
You know, we all think of William Shakespeare as this untouchable literary god. But what if I told you that for a long, long time, his reputation was actually on the ropes? Well, this is the story of the man who stepped into the ring and single-handedly saved him, defining his legacy for centuries to come, the one and only Samuel Johnson. I know, it sounds crazy, right? I mean, he's Shakespeare. But back in the 18th century, about 150 years after he was gone, his work was seen as, well, kind of problematic. The big question in the literary world was Shakespeare actually any good? And for a whole lot of very smart people, the answer was a hard no. So to get why, you have to understand the rules of the game back then. The 18th century was all about these super strict neoclassical ideals. It was like a creative straitjacket. A good play had to happen in one spot, on one day, with one single story. And the biggest rule of all, you absolutely positively did not mix tragedy with comedy. And then there's Shakespeare, who just smashes every single one of those rules. His plays jump around the globe, they span decades, and they famously stick gut-wrenching tragedy right next to silly lowbrow humor. To the critics, his work wasn't genius, it was a hot mess. And this is where our hero, Samuel Johnson, steps onto the stage. Now, Johnson wasn't just some writer with an opinion. He was the authority. In a time before Twitter or Rotten Tomatoes, his judgment was basically the final word. He could make your career, or he could completely erase you from history.
And believe me, his credibility was off the charts. The man was a poet, an essayist. Oh, and he created the first real dictionary of the English language, a massive project that took him nearly a decade. So in 1765, when he announced he was releasing his own new edition of Shakespeare's plays, the entire literary world basically held its breath. What was the great man going to say?
Johnson knew he couldn't defend Shakespeare using the old, broken rulebook, so he just threw it out. And he created a new one, a kind of master key for figuring out what makes any piece of art last forever. He called it the rule of general nature. So what the heck is general nature? It's this brilliant idea that the best art, the stuff that really sticks around, doesn't get bogged down in temporary fads or local customs. No, it zooms in on the big, universal truths of being human. You know, the love, the anger, the joy, the grief, the stuff that connects all of us, no matter when or where we live. And of course, Johnson said it best himself. He argued that a writer's job isn't to create a perfect portrait of one specific person. It's to capture something that's true for all people, for the whole human species. It's about finding what's universal in the little details. He even broke it down into simple steps, like a recipe for greatness. First, you have to really observe the world around you. But then, and this is the important part, you have to filter out all the noise and find those big, repeating patterns in how people behave. Once you've got those, you put them into your art, and you'll create something that speaks to everyone. Just think about it. You've got art that's maybe super popular for 5 minutes because it nails a specific trend, but it fades fast. Then you have art that lasts for centuries. According to Johnson, that's because it connects to our shared humanity. That's the stuff that becomes immortal. All right, so Johnson has his powerful new weapon, this idea of general nature. Now it's time to actually use it and take on all of Shakespeare's critics. He was about to change everything. And here it is, the opening shot, right from his famous preface to Shakespeare. This is one of the most legendary lines in literary criticism. He's basically saying, you all want to know why Shakespeare is still popular after 150 years? Simple. It's because he is the master of general nature. It's not a flaw in his work, it's the secret to his genius. This was the heart of it all. Johnson crowned Shakespeare the poet of nature. He argued that his characters, whether they're kings or clowns, don't feel like dusty historical figures. They feel real to us because they're driven by the same passions that drive us today. In Johnson's words, they're the genuine progeny of common humanity.
But here's what made Johnson's defense so powerful. He wasn't a blind fanboy. He was brutally honest. He straight up admitted that Shakespeare's plots are often a mess, his jokes can be pretty crude, some speeches are a total snooze fest, and yes, the man had a serious obsession with puns. By owning up to the weaknesses, his praise for the strengths felt so much more genuine and powerful. But there was still that one big accusation left hanging. The one thing the critics just could not get over, mashing up sad tragedies with silly comedies in the very same play. To them, this was the worst thing an artist could possibly do. How is Johnson going to defend that? With this, an absolute mic drop of a line, Johnson basically says, hey, if your critical theories and rules clash with reality, then your theories are wrong, not reality. The final judge of what makes good art isn't some critic. It's nature itself. It's real life. So Johnson flips the whole argument on its head. He says that mixing comedy and tragedy isn't a flaw. It's actually a higher form of realism. Because think about it, that's what our actual lives are like. Life is a messy, beautiful mix of joy and pain, of seriousness and total absurdity. A play that shows that chaos isn't being undisciplined, it's being honest. It's the ultimate reflection of general nature. So, you see, Johnson didn't just win an argument about one playwright. His defense of Shakespeare sent tremors through the entire literary world, and we're still feeling them today. I mean, his legacy is just enormous. He forever cemented Shakespeare's reputation as a universal genius, full stop. His work helped decide the greatest hits list of English literature that we all study today, and by championing experience over rigid rules, he paved the way for whole new movements in art that celebrated individual genius. All of which leaves us with a pretty big question for our own time. In this age of hyper-specific content, of niche audiences and viral trends that last about a day, is Samuel Johnson still right? Is the secret to making something that truly lasts to look past what's trending and focus on those deep, universal truths that connect us all? That's definitely something we're thinking about. Today, we are diving into a period that completely reshaped the modern world, and it didn't do it with armies or with empires, but with the pure, raw power of thought. We're talking about the Enlightenment, a true revolution of the mind. So let me just start by asking you this. What if the most powerful weapon, the most powerful force for real change, wasn't a sword, but an idea? Well, that's the whole bet the Enlightenment made. This pretty radical belief that human reason could stand up to centuries of tradition and build a better world, literally from the ground up. And this slide just perfectly captures the huge shift we're talking about. Look, on one side, you've got the world of authority, a society locked into a rigid hierarchy, kings and peasants, all built on unquestioning faith and tradition. But the Enlightenment, it championed a totally different world. A world of reason, built on these brand new concepts like liberalism, science, and the power of the individual. This was a head-on collision with the old way of doing things. Okay, so let's set the stage a little. In our first section, An Age of New Light, we're going to look at what it really meant to step out of a world that was pretty much run by superstition and into one that was being lit up by science and reason. So what was the Enlightenment exactly? Well, technically, it's an intellectual movement from the 17th and 18th centuries. But what made it so revolutionary was its mission, to make reason the ultimate source of authority. The point wasn't just to sit around and think new thoughts. No way. The goal was to actually use those thoughts to reform society, to push knowledge forward, and to tear down centuries of prejudice. All right, let's move into our next section, the mind's new rules. Because, if you're going to have a revolution of the mind, you first need some new tools for thinking. So we're going to look at the philosophers who actually built this new toolkit. And really, it all kicks off right here, with René Descartes, who we often call the father of modern philosophy. This guy decided to doubt everything. Literally everything. His senses, what he'd been taught, the very world around him. He peeled it all back until he found the one single thing he could not possibly doubt. And what was that? The simple fact that he was the one doing the doubting. I think, therefore I am. That was it. The solid ground to build a whole new way of knowing. And this core idea led to a whole philosophy called rationalism. To put it simply, it's the belief that pure reason, not what you see or what someone tells you, is the true path to knowledge. The idea was, if something is clear and logical in your mind, like 2 + 2 = 4, it has to be true. It doesn't matter what tradition says or even what your own eyes are telling you.
But then, on the flip side, another powerful idea came along, empiricism. And thinkers like John Locke argued the complete opposite. Locke said, nope, the mind isn't born with any ideas. He famously called it a tabula rasa, a blank slate. All our knowledge, he said, comes from experience, from what we see, hear, taste, and touch. Our senses are what write the story of who we are. Now, another really key thinker, Francis Bacon, he basically warned everyone that our minds are full of glitches. He called them the 4 idols. So you have the idols of the tribe. These are the bugs in our human hardware, like our tendency to see patterns that aren't really there. Then there are the idols of the cave. Those are our personal biases, from our own little bubble. The idols of the marketplace. That's all about how language trips us up. Think about how a word like freedom can mean totally different things to different people. And finally, the idols of the theater. These are the big, flawed belief systems we just accept without questioning them. Bacon's point was, if you want to think clearly, you first have to spot these roadblocks in your own head.
And this is where it all starts to come together. Section 3, Designing a New Society. This is where things get really interesting, because we're going to see how these abstract thinking tools were used to totally rethink and redesign the very idea of government and society itself. So if you're going to redesign society, you first have to imagine what life would be like without it. They called this the state of nature. And Thomas Hobbes, well, he had a pretty grim take on it. He argued that without a powerful ruler to keep us all in check, life would just be a chaotic war of all against all. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. So that's the problem political philosophy had to solve. The solution they came up with was a social contract. But boy, did they disagree on the terms and conditions. Hobbes, he said we needed an absolute monarch, basically a king with total power to save us from ourselves. But Locke totally disagreed. He argued that we're born with natural rights, life, liberty, and property, and that government's only job is to protect those rights. And then you have Rousseau, who took it even further. He wanted a direct democracy that would follow the general will of the people. And these weren't just theories for a classroom. These were the actual blueprints for modern democracy. John Locke gave us the radical idea that we have a right to overthrow a tyrannical government. Montesquieu gave us the separation of powers, legislative, executive, judicial, to make sure no one person gets too much control. And Rousseau championed popular sovereignty, the idea that the real power belongs to the people. Sound familiar? Yeah, it really should. So for our final section, let's track that legacy. We're going to see how these incredible ideas jumped off the page and right into the streets, changing the course of human history forever. And you can literally watch the dominoes fall on this timeline. 1690, Locke publishes his ideas. 1762, Rousseau publishes his. And then just a few years later, boom, the American Revolution in 1776, boom, the French Revolution in 1789. You can't deny the connection. These ideas were the dynamite for those revolutions. Let's just pause on that date for a second. 1789. This is the year the French Revolution exploded. This was a direct attempt to put all those Enlightenment ideals into practice. The goal was to tear down that old world of kings and nobles and build something new, a society governed by and for the people. It was violent, it was messy, but it was philosophy in action. And here's the real takeaway. This stuff is still with us. The core beliefs of the Enlightenment are basically baked into the DNA of our modern world. Our belief in the individual, the idea that there's an objective reality we can figure out with science, and this deep down faith that humanity can and will get better, those ideas still shape everything from our laws to our labs. But of course, the story doesn't just stop there. The Enlightenment's almost total faith and reason got pushback. You had movements like Romanticism that said, hey, what about emotion and intuition? And much later, you had Postmodernism, which started questioning whether objective reality is even a thing we can know. So its legacy is huge, but it's also complicated and still debated. And that kind of leaves us with this one big question. The Enlightenment gave us the toolkit to build our world on a foundation of reason. It gave us science, democracy, human rights. But when you look around at the world today, you have to wonder, is reason enough? Thanks for joining me on this. All right, welcome. Today we're going to dive into this really powerful, centuries-old idea. It's an idea that honestly frames one of the biggest tensions in how we think and how we talk to each other. We're talking about the great divide between wit and judgment, all through the eyes of the philosopher John Locke. So let's just start with a question for right now, for our time. Which one do you think is better? A super clever tweet that connects two totally wild ideas in a flash? or a carefully, deeply researched article that slowly and precisely picks apart a really complex issue? See that question right there? That's the exact conflict we're going to explore.
To really get to the bottom of this, we've got to travel back in time. We're going to the 17th century to meet the guy who tried to bring absolute, laser-focused precision to our thoughts and, the words we use.
And that man is, of course, John Locke. Now, he was a huge figure in a movement called British empiricism. That sounds kind of fancy, but all it really means is he believed that everything we know comes directly from our experiences, what we see, what we hear, what we touch. His whole project was about figuring out how we turn all those messy sensations into clear, reliable knowledge.
And right at the very heart of his work is this major distinction. He saw two really powerful and totally different faculties inside the human mind. First, you have wit, which is the power that brings ideas together, and then you have judgment, the power that carefully pulls them apart. Okay, so let's tackle the first half of this divide. What in the world did Locke actually mean by wit?
For Locke, wit is basically that spark of creativity. It's the amazing ability to just, boom, quickly pull together a bunch of different ideas and find these surprising similarities, these connections between things that you'd think have nothing to do with each other. Like a brilliant metaphor or a really clever pun. That's wit.
And what's its purpose? Well, according to Locke, it's all about imagination and, frankly, enjoyment. The job of wit is to create these pleasant pictures and agreeable visions in our minds. It's all about entertainment. It's meant to strike the fancy. Now let's flip to the complete other side of the spectrum. Now we're in the realm of judgment. So, if wit is all about connection, then judgment is all about distinction. It's that cool, analytical power to carefully separate one idea from another, to find even the tiniest little differences so that we don't get tricked or misled by things that only seem similar.
And Locke really couldn't have been more clear about this. He literally says judgment lies quite on the other side from wit. Its entire job is to meticulously take things apart, to divide and to parse, making sure every single idea stands on its own, crystal clear. So you see, Locke didn't just see these as like two different tools in a toolbox. Nope. He saw them as fundamentally at odds, these opposing forces in a kind of ancient war between two completely different ways of seeing the world. And this table here, it really maps out the whole battleground. Just look at the pattern. On one side, wit is all about art, poetry, metaphor, entertainment. Things that are delightful but can also lead to confusion. But on the other side, judgment, that's the world of science and philosophy. It's all about clarity, knowledge, and trying to figure out what's real. For Locke, these weren't just different styles. They were two totally different paths. And Locke, wow, he did not mince words. For him, all those tools of wit, things like rhetoric and figurative language, they weren't just pretty little distractions. He actually called them a powerful instrument of error and deceit, something that actively pulls us away from the truth. So here's the really crucial point. Locke wasn't just having some abstract philosophical debate. He was on a mission. He wanted to completely change how we use language itself. He came up with this list of what he called the willful faults of language. And these are basically the big sins against clarity. Number 1, using words when you don't have a clear idea behind them. 2, trying to sound obscure or complicated on purpose. And 3, which he thought was the worst, using all that fancy language to hide the fact that you have no idea what you're talking about. His ultimate goal, really, was to just strip language of all its fuzzy, metaphorical baggage. He wanted to turn it into a purely practical tool, a perfectly precise instrument of knowledge. Nothing more, nothing less. But why? Why was he so obsessed with this? What was driving this intense, almost desperate need for linguistic purity? Well, the answer goes way deeper than just wanting to win an argument. It's because Locke was, deep down, profoundly skeptical about language itself. He argued that the connection between a word, let's say tree, and the actual physical tree in the world, that connection is totally arbitrary, random. And it gets even more complicated with abstract ideas. Concepts like justice or humanity, he believed those are just things we invented. They don't exist out there as solid things. And all of this led him to a pretty radical conclusion. Language can never describe objective reality, only our own perceptions of it. And this right here, this shows you where his urgency was coming from. Locke felt like the entire foundation connecting our words to the real world was completely crumbling. The old idea that words are a perfect mirror of reality was falling apart. So his almost frantic push for clarity, it was really a desperate attempt to build a new, more stable foundation based only on what we can clearly define ourselves.
And that leaves us with a huge question for today, doesn't it? In our world, a world just flooded with viral hot takes, deepfakes, and AI-generated everything, what do we need more of? Do we need Locke's precise, skeptical judgment just to survive all the noise? Or do we need that creative, connective wit to find new ways to actually thrive and innovate? The debate, well, it continues.
What if I told you that 300 years ago, two writers tried to fix an entire nation's morality with what was basically a blog? Sounds kind of crazy, right? Well, in 18th century London, they used this brand new media to wage a war on what they saw as society's biggest problems. So, let's dive in and see how they did it.
So it all kicks off with this really powerful diagnosis from one of the guys at the center of our story, Richard Steele. He took one look at the booming, busy society around him in England, and he saw something deeply wrong. He summed it all up in just two simple but pretty damning words: a corrupt age.
All right, so let's break that down. What exactly did Steele mean by a corrupt age? This wasn't just some casual complaint, you know. This was a full-on diagnosis of the entire culture.
He basically saw the battle lines being drawn, right? On one side, you had this rising obsession with luxury, wealth, and just climbing the social ladder at all costs. And on the other side, well, that's where the problem was. He felt like all that ambition was just eating away at the stuff that really holds a society together. Things like basic goodwill, real friendship, and, innocence.
Okay, so if society's got a fever, what's the cure? Well, Steele and his partner in crime, the brilliant Joseph Addison, they came up with something totally new for the time. Their prescription? The periodical essay.
And they didn't just dip their toes in the water, they launched a full-on media campaign. First up was the Tatler. This thing basically pioneered a whole new way of having a public conversation. And then, right after that, came the Spectator. And the Spectator, wow, it took that formula and just perfected it. It became the thing to read.
But here's the thing you got to understand. This wasn't just about entertainment. No, they had a laser-focused mission. Their entire goal was to shape the minds, the moral, religious, and even the literary tastes of this brand new up-and-coming middle class. They knew this group was the future, and they wanted to influence how they saw the world.
So, if the essay was the medicine, what was the active ingredient? What were they actually putting in these articles that they thought could cure a whole nation?
Well, their prescription really came down to a huge shift in perspective. They were basically saying, hey everyone, instead of being obsessed with your own private interests, let's think about the public good. Instead of just raw, unchecked ambition, they argued for being guided by reason and a sense of a higher purpose.
And they weren't just pulling these ideas out of thin air. Not at all. They were digging deep into history for this stuff. We're talking about going way, way back to the classical giants, guys like Aristotle and Horace. Those were their intellectual North Stars.
So their whole philosophy can be boiled down to this really elegant little prescription. It's simple. Follow nature, use your reason, and learn from the wisdom of the ancients. That's it. A simple, powerful formula that they believed could be totally transformative.
But, of course, there was a catch, a big one. The people they were writing for, they weren't ancient philosophers strolling through Athens. They were busy, pragmatic Londoners. And that presented a real challenge.
I mean, this is the million-dollar question, isn't it? How do you make Aristotle sound exciting to a merchant who's obsessed with the bottom line? How do you sell ancient virtue to a society that's falling head over heels for modern materialism? It's a tough sell.
Their solution was absolutely brilliant. They took all the hot topics of the day, things people were already arguing about in coffee houses, like the nature of tragedy or the definition of wit, and they used them as a kind of Trojan horse. They'd pull you in with a discussion about genius or the imagination, and then bam, they'd skillfully weave in their real message about virtue and the public good.
And this really shows you how savvy they were. They weren't just rigid old-school thinkers. They knew they had to adapt, so they started to blend in some of these newer, exciting ideas that were bubbling up about personal imagination and the awe-inspiring power of beauty. And what's so fascinating is that these were the very seeds of the next huge cultural movement, Romanticism.
Okay, so let's jump forward to today. After all this time, what's the real legacy of this 300-year-old media project? Why does their experiment still echo in our world?
Well, the reason this whole story still matters so much is that their central challenge is now our challenge. The fundamental question they were wrestling with about media has become one of the defining issues of the 21st century.
They asked a question that feels more urgent today than ever. How can we use the most powerful communication tools of our time, not just to distract and entertain, but to actually improve society? How can media be a force for good, to elevate our conversations and our collective character? It's a question we are still desperately trying to answer.
And that leaves us with a pretty provocative final thought. In our modern age of social media, viral videos, and just endless streams of content, who are the Addisons and Steeles of today? Who are the modern spectators trying to use their platforms to fix our own corrupt age? And maybe more importantly, is anyone listening?
All right, we're diving into a pretty wild idea today, one that really messes with the origins of human thought. What if poetry wasn't just art? What if it was actually the very first science?
So let's really dig into that. Think about it. An operating system. This isn't just a metaphor. It's a way of asking what code our earliest ancestors used to make sense of reality, long before abstract thought even existed. It completely reframes how we look at the dawn of civilization. To get our heads around this, we've got to meet the guy who came up with it. We're talking about an 18th century Italian philosopher named Giambattista Vico. And trust me, for his time, this guy was a total radical.
Okay, so picture this. Vico is living smack in the middle of the Enlightenment, this era that was all about cold, hard, rational thought. But he pushed back. He looked at human history and said, wait a minute, the roots are something much more primal, more sensory, more poetic.
And this was his big mission. He wanted to build a new science that could explain how our societies, our laws, our institutions all came to be, but not just through logic. No, he argued we had to understand the shared, evolving story of humanity itself.
So that leads us to a huge question. How did the first humans possibly make sense of the world when they didn't have abstract concepts or even the words for things? Well, Vico had an answer, and he called it poetic logic.
Now let's be super clear. This isn't about people sitting around writing poems. For Vico, poetic logic was the only cognitive tool set they had. Figurative language wasn't a stylistic choice for them. It was reality itself. It was how they processed the world.
He actually broke it down into these 4 key tools, or tropes. You can almost see them as these slick, 3D building blocks of consciousness. Metaphor, metonymy, synecdoche, and irony. These weren't just fancy literary terms. For early humans, they were the basic command functions in their mental operating system.
But Vico didn't just stop at that starting point. He went further and mapped out this incredible journey for the human mind. He argued that our whole way of thinking has evolved through very distinct stages over history.
Basically, he saw humanity as growing up. We started out in a world we could only understand through our senses. That was the age of poetry and metaphor. It was only much, much later that we developed the ability for abstract reason and entered the age of philosophy.
And this is where it gets really mind-bending. For the primitive mind, a metaphor wasn't just a comparison. It was the thing. The sky wasn't like an angry god. The sky was an angry god. For us, that entire way of thinking has become, well, just a figurative speech. It's just decoration for our literal scientific world.
You see, and this is Vico's most brilliant insight, really. We never actually got rid of that original poetic foundation. We just built our modern rational world right on top of it. We are literally standing on the shoulders of this ancient poetic wisdom.
So this brings us to the big question, right? Why does this 300-year-old idea about poetic wisdom matter to us today, right here and now? It's a cool thought experiment, but what's the takeaway?
While Vico would say it's because that poetic wisdom had 2 jobs that are absolutely crucial. First, it was the bedrock that all early societies used to build their laws and their religions. And second, it was the tiny embryo from which all later knowledge, yeah, including science itself, would eventually hatch.
And so that's the thought we want to leave you with. Think about it. From the powerful metaphors that drive political slogans to the stories that make us fall in love with a brand, how much of our supposedly rational...
You've probably heard the phrase art for art's sake, right? The idea that a masterpiece doesn't need to have a moral or a purpose. It can just be. Well, that idea we kind of take for granted now was once completely revolutionary, and you might be surprised where it came from. Let's dive in. See, for most of human history, art always had a job to do. Its purpose was to teach you something, to make a king look good, or to glorify God. So the notion that a poem or a painting could just exist for itself on its own terms, that was a total game changer. So where did this whole rebellion kick off?
And here's where it gets interesting. This idea didn't spring from some radical artist starving at a loft in Paris. Nope, it came from the mind of a famously buttoned-up, super meticulous German philosopher, Immanuel Kant, in his 1790 book, Critique of Judgment. Okay, so to get how he arrived at art for art's sake, we have to back up and look at the problem he was trying to solve first. And it's a big one, the problem of taste. How can we ever agree on what's beautiful if it's all just subjective? I mean, think about it. If you say, wow, that sunset is beautiful, you're not just saying, I like this, the way you'd say, I like pizza. You're making a claim about the sunset itself. And you kind of expect other people to nod along and agree with you. But why? It's just your feeling, isn't it?
Right, and that's the puzzle Kant was obsessed with. He was convinced that our feeling of beauty isn't just random or purely personal. He figured there had to be some kind of common framework, like a shared mental hardware, inside all of our minds that lets us come to a consensus about beauty.
And that brings us to his really elegant solution for how we actually judge something to be beautiful. It all comes down to two really cool, powerful concepts. So first up, Kant says a true judgment of beauty has to be disinterested. Now, that doesn't mean you're bored by it. It means you appreciate its form without having any personal stake in it. You don't want to own it. You don't want to use it for something. You're not even concerned if it's real or not. It's not about what it can do for you. You're just appreciating it for what it is. And second, the object has to have what he called purposelessness without purpose. I know, it sounds like a mouthful, but the idea is actually pretty intuitive. It's when an object feels like it was perfectly designed, like every little piece fits together in this incredible harmony, but from no specific reason you can point to. It just feels right. So how does that feeling of rightness actually happen in our heads? Well, Kant imagined it as this amazing little dance between two parts of our mind. First, we perceive the object's form. Then, our imagination, the free creative part of our brain, just starts to play with that form. And finally, our understanding, the part that loves order and rules, steps in and recognizes a kind of perfect harmony in that free play. Everything just clicks. And since we all have imagination and understanding, Kant said that pleasant click is something we can all experience. It's universal.
Here's how Kant himself put it. It's all about loving the form, the apparent design of a thing, without needing it to have a job to do. Let's look at a concrete example. Okay, take this nautilus shell. It's gorgeous, right? When we look at it, we're not thinking about it being a home for a sea creature. We're just appreciating its amazing, mathematical, elegant form. It feels perfectly designed, but for no other purpose than just to be what it is. That feeling of pure, disinterested pleasure, for Kant, that is the feeling of beauty. But Kant was just getting started. He knew there was another aesthetic experience, one that was even more powerful than beauty. He called it the sublime. And this is the feeling we get when we're faced with something just immense, something that totally overwhelms us. So let's quickly break down the difference. The beautiful is orderly, it's contained, it's harmonious, like a perfect flower. The sublime, on the other hand, is formless, it's boundless, like a wild, raging ocean. Beauty gives us a feeling of pleasure. The sublime inspires awe, maybe even a little bit of terror. It's not a harmony in our minds, it's a straight-up challenge. Kant called this feeling a negative pleasure, which is a really cool idea. It starts with this moment of fear or feeling totally inadequate. You feel your own physical smallness in the face of nature's raw power. Your senses, your imagination, they just can't handle it. But then, something else kicks in. Just as Kant says here, the sublime is found in things that suggest boundlessness, infinity. Think about staring up at a massive mountain range or into the endless night sky. Your imagination tries to take it all in at once, and it fails. It just hits a wall. And here is the big twist. The moment our imagination fails in the face of that sheer scale, our mind is forced to switch gears to another power we have, reason. And our reason can think about huge concepts like infinity and totality. And that is the sublime moment. The amazing, awesome feeling isn't actually coming from the ocean or the nebula. It's the awe we feel for the power of our own minds. We might be physically tiny, but we realize our minds are intellectually infinite. So you might be thinking, okay, cool philosophy, but why does this matter? Well, it matters because these ideas about art being its own thing, about the power of our imagination, they didn't just stay in some dusty old book. They absolutely changed the world of art forever. I mean, you can draw a straight line from Kant's book in 1790 right through the biggest art movements of the next 2 centuries. The Romantics totally ran with his idea of the creative imagination. The Aesthetes took his idea of disinterestedness and literally turned it into the art for art's sake slogan. And modernists, even postmodernists, were all still grappling with his ideas.
The list of people he influenced is just incredible. We're talking poets, critics, entire artistic movements, and, of course, other philosophers. By creating this unique, separate space for art, free from morality, free from practical use, Kant gave us the foundation for modern art. But more than that, he gave us this huge, profound idea that we don't just passively see the world, our minds actively build our experience of it. And that, right there, changed everything. And that really leaves us with a final, massive question to chew on. If our experience of something as basic as beauty is actually constructed by our own minds, what else is? What other parts of our reality aren't just things we find, but things we actually make? Something to think about. Thanks for joining me.
All right, let's dive into one of history's most notoriously difficult, but maybe the most influential thinkers, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Now, you're probably not reading his stuff over your morning coffee, but trust me, his ideas are absolutely everywhere. They've shaped the way we think about pretty much everything, politics, art, even ourselves. So let's try to unravel the thinking that really did change the world.
Okay, first up, a big one, Marxism. You know, Karl Marx didn't just come up with his theories out of nowhere. He basically took Hegel's playbook, flipped it upside down, and built a whole new political and economic worldview. That whole idea of history being a series of struggles, that's pure Hegel at its core.
Then you've got existentialism. Thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre were basically in a constant, deep conversation with Hegel. I mean, all those big questions about consciousness, what it means to be free, how we figure out who we are by seeing ourselves in others. Yeah, that's a dialogue that Hegel kicked off.
This might surprise you, but even foundational feminist theory owes a huge debt to him. Simone de Beauvoir, in her incredible, groundbreaking work, used Hegelian frameworks to analyze the social structures that literally create the concepts of woman and other.
So, this brings us to the big question, right? How? How did one philosopher's incredibly dense ideas become the engine for so many radically different world-changing movements? Well, the answer lies in one single, powerful, revolutionary concept. It all comes down to this, the dialectic. For Hegel, this wasn't just a clever way to win an argument. He saw it as the operating system for the entire universe. It was the engine of all thought, all history, all of reality itself. It's the process that drives everything forward. So what is it exactly? Well, put simply, the dialectic is a process. It's this idea that we only make progress through conflict and resolution. You have an idea, it runs into its opposite, and out of that clash, something totally new and more complex is born. It's this constant, evolving push toward a higher truth.
Hegel usually breaks this down into a 3-step dance. You start with a thesis, an initial idea or a state of being. But that thesis will inevitably bring about its own opposite, the antithesis. Now, the tension between these two can't last forever, so it resolves into a synthesis. And here's the cool part. That synthesis then becomes the new thesis for the next round. It's this beautiful upward spiral of progress.
This famous quote really gets to the heart of his whole philosophy. For Hegel, this whole dialectical process wasn't just something happening in our heads. He believed it was the actual underlying logic of the universe. When he said what is real is rational, he meant that history and reality aren't just a chaotic series of accidents. There's a structure, a purpose, a plot, and it's all moving in a logical, understandable direction. And that's the crucial leap. Hegel took this engine of thought and applied it to, well, everything, but especially to human history. He saw the entire story of humanity as one giant dialectical drama, marching relentlessly toward a final, specific goal. And what was that goal? For Hegel, it was freedom. He mapped out history as this slow, messy, but logical journey of human consciousness figuring out its own freedom. It starts, in his view, with the Oriental world. Think ancient empires, where only one person, the emperor, is actually free. That's the thesis. This is then challenged by the Greco-Roman world, where some people are free, citizens but not slaves. That's the antithesis. And this long struggle finally moves toward the synthesis of the modern world, where the rational ideal is that all people are free. And he didn't stop there. He applied this exact same dialectical logic to the world of art. He believed the entire history of art was just another part of this grand story of the human spirit's journey to understand itself.
You see, for him, art wasn't just about making pretty pictures. It had a massive, almost sacred purpose. Its job was to take the most profound truths about us, what he called spirit, or the collective human consciousness, and make it tangible, to put it in a form we could actually see and hear and feel.
This table lays out how he saw art evolving. First, you get symbolic art. Think of the giant pyramids. The spiritual idea is kind of vague, and it doesn't quite fit its massive physical container. That's challenged by classical art, like a perfect Greek sculpture, where the idea of the divine and the physical form are in perfect balance. But even that has its limits, right? So it gives way to romantic art, where the spirit becomes too big, too infinite for any physical form, and turns inward, focusing on emotion and ideas. He even saw a clear progression within the arts themselves. It starts with architecture, the most material and heavy art form. You're literally building the temple for the god. Then comes sculpture, which puts the image of the god inside that temple. From there, we leap into the romantic arts. Painting captures the inner world with color. Music goes even deeper, expressing pure feeling. And at the very top, for Hegel, was poetry. Why? Because poetry is the most free. It uses pure imagination and doesn't need to be tied to any physical thing at all. So let's bring this all back together. By now, I hope you can see how this incredibly powerful system, this engine of progress through conflict, could be tweaked and applied to almost anything you can think of. His influence is just staggering. I mean, look at this. Whether people were agreeing with him or spending their entire careers trying to prove him wrong, so much of modern thought had to go through Hegel first. He literally set the terms of the debate for the next 200 years. And here's the final crucial takeaway. Even if you never, ever read a single word of Hegel, you are using his tools. The very idea that our identity is formed by our relationship to other people, the concept of otherness, the notion that our world is a social and historical construction, Hegel gave us the language for all of that. And that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. Hegel was, at his core, an optimist. He saw history as a rational, almost inevitable march towards greater freedom and self-awareness. So looking at the world today, with all of its incredible progress and all of its deep conflicts, you have to ask yourself, was he right? You know, we throw that word romantic around all the time. Candlelit dinners, cheesy movies, the whole deal. But what if I told you that the real romanticism, well, it has way less to do with love and a whole lot more to do with a revolution in how we think that totally changed the world? Right? So when you hear romantic, what pops into your head? Candles, right? Love letters, maybe a certain kind of movie. And yeah, you're not wrong, but that's just scratching the surface. Where do we even get our modern idea of romance from? Because here's the thing, romantic wasn't just some vague feeling. Nope, it was this huge intellectual and artistic movement that just exploded at the end of the 18th century. It was a fundamental shift in consciousness, one that changed how we see ourselves and, well, everything. Okay, so to really get the Romantics, we first got to look at what they were fighting against. Let's kind of rewind the clock. Picture it. It's the late 1700s. We're in the age of enlightenment. The Industrial Revolution is just kicking off. So the main way of thinking back then? Super structured. People saw the world as this giant, predictable machine. Everything could be measured, put in a box, and figured out with pure, cold logic. Society cared about one thing above pretty much everything else. Utility. Was it useful? That's what mattered. But, you know, for a growing number of artists and thinkers, this just felt hollow. They'd look at these new mechanized cities, this relentless obsession with competition and profit, and felt like something major was being lost. The poet Percy Shelley nailed it when he said they were reacting against a world run by the principles of utility and calculation. And this pushback? It kicked off one of the biggest changes in Western thought ever, what we call the subjective turn. The Romantics had this radical new idea. Maybe truth isn't just out there to be measured. Maybe it's also in here, inside us. Yeah, this comparison here just lays it all out. The Enlightenment saw people as like rational cogs in an economic machine defined by their job or their place in society. But the Romantics, they championed a totally different idea of the self, this deeper, more authentic person that exists underneath all those social labels. The point wasn't to fit in, it was to be you, to be unique.
And that gets us to this huge concept, subjectivity. It's the idea that we don't just, passively absorb the world around us. Our minds, our feelings, our own one-of-a-kind experiences, they actually build the reality we see. And that's why, all of a sudden, being original became everything.
Oh man, Jean-Jacques Rousseau just sums up this whole vibe perfectly in his Confessions. This quote, it's practically a mission statement for the entire movement. It's this bold, almost defiant celebration of being an individual in a world that wants you to be just like everyone else.
So, when you start focusing on your inner world, it totally changes how you see the outer world, right? For the Romantics, nature wasn't some clockwork system to be taken apart and exploited. No way. It was alive. It was dynamic, mysterious, a real spiritual and emotional force. The poet Coleridge just said it perfectly. He saw nature as the very language of God. It wasn't just pretty trees and mountains. It was a source of divine truth, a place where the human soul could connect with something way, way bigger than itself.
Okay, so if your own personal experience is the key, and nature is this living language, how in the world do you make sense of it all? Well, for the Romantics, the answer was a faculty they considered almost a superpower, the imagination.
All right, a quick clarification here because this is a huge misconception. It's easy to think the Romantics just threw reason out the window and decided to run on pure emotion. That's not quite right. The picture is much more sophisticated. They saw imagination as this incredible higher-order tool. It was the unifying power that could take our sensory perceptions and our rational analysis and fuse them into a deeper, more complete understanding. It was a way to grasp truths that logic alone simply couldn't reach.
And this powerful imagination led to an even more complex idea, romantic irony. And listen, we're not talking about simple sarcasm here. This was a whole philosophical way of engaging with a world that felt increasingly fragmented and contradictory.
So here's how it works. First, you accept that the world is messy, full of contradictions, and it's always changing. Second, you reject any single, simple system, whether it's pure reason or rigid religion, that tries to explain it all away. And finally, you create your own sense of unity and purpose from your unique, subjective perspective.
So irony was kind of a defense mechanism. In a world that felt increasingly cold, calculated, and commercial, it was a way to say, no, it's not that simple. It was a way to reinvest the world with a sense of mystery, depth, and a purpose that came from the human spirit itself.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. This all sounds like a dusty old history lesson, right? But the thing is, the legacy of Romanticism is totally woven into the very fabric of our modern world. Its echo is absolutely everywhere.
I mean, just think about our modern archetype of the artist, the misunderstood, solitary genius who follows their own unique vision against all odds. That comes directly from the romantic exaltation of the original individual poet. Or how about our constant cultural obsession with finding yourself and living your most authentic life? That quest for a profounder, more authentic ego that's buried under the surface of social convention, that is pure, unfiltered romanticism.
Even the modern environmental movement has deep roots in romantic thought. The idea that nature isn't just a resource to be used, but a sacred living entity that we have a spiritual connection to, that is a direct inheritance from the Romantics.
The legacy is complex, of course. This intense focus on the individual can lead to amazing creativity, but also to alienation. But there's just no denying its impact. These ideas from 200 years ago are still shaping our values, our art, and our deepest beliefs about who we are.
And that brings us to a final thought. In our world of algorithms, big data, and endless optimization, a world once again obsessed with utility and calculation, is that romantic spirit still alive in us? Are we, perhaps, still romantics at heart?
All right, today we are diving deep into German Romanticism. And trust me, this isn't just about stormy paintings and super passionate poetry. This was a movement that totally blew up how we think about ourselves and our place in the world. So, here's our game plan. We're going to start with the storm and stress that got the whole thing started. Then we'll meet the brilliant minds behind it all. After that, we dive into the really big stuff. How they totally redefined the self, why they believed art was the highest form of truth, and how they used irony in this incredibly cool modern way.
Okay, let's set the scene. We're in late 18th century Germany. Everything is supposed to be about reason and logic. But something new is bubbling up under the surface. A
a kind of counter-movement that was all about raw, unfiltered emotion.
And in the 1760s and 70s, it exploded. It was a movement called Sturm und Drang, which literally means storm and stress. And look, this wasn't just some new artistic style. No. This was a full-on rebellion against all the calm, neat, and tidy rules of the time. It was all about art that was personal, messy, and totally passionate.
And here's the thing you've got to understand. This was way bigger than just art. It was a revolution in how people saw themselves. It was this massive turn inward, a deep dive into the powerful, wild, and sometimes really contradictory nature of the individual's soul.
So, who were the rock stars of this whole movement? Let's meet some of the writers and thinkers who really gave a voice to this new way of being.
First up, you absolutely cannot talk about this era without talking about Goethe. I mean, his work Faust is basically the blueprint for the romantic hero. This guy driven by an insatiable hunger for more experience, more knowledge, more passion, and he didn't care what it cost him. Then we've got Friedrich Schiller. Now, he was a real firebrand, always pushing back against the old guard. He was a huge champion for freedom, and he had this amazing idea that experiencing art and beauty, what we call aesthetics, wasn't just a nice little hobby. He believed it was a direct path to becoming truly and utterly free.
And then there was Novalis. This guy was a poet who went even deeper, exploring that mysterious, murky world of dreams, intuition, what we might call the preconscious. For him, the Golden Age wasn't the here and now. It was the Middle Ages, a time he imagined was filled with myth and magic and this amazing spiritual unity.
So, even though these guys were all different, they were kind of obsessed with the same things. They loved old folktales, stories of knights and castles. They were endlessly fascinated with the inner universe of the self. And they were all starting to play with this really new, complex, and ironic way of looking at the world, which, don't worry, we'll get to.
All right, this is where things get really deep. How did all this artistic energy actually turn into a brand new philosophy, a completely new way of understanding reality itself?
Well, it all kicks off with the philosopher Immanuel Kant. He basically dropped a philosophical bomb on everyone. He pointed out this massive gap, this chasm. On one side, you have the world as we see it and experience it. He called that phenomena. But on the other side is the world as it really is, the noumena. And Kant said we can never, ever get there. Our minds just can't touch it.
And this is where the Romantics just went for it. First, another philosopher, Fichte, looks at Kant's chasm and says, hold on, what if our ego, our self, actually creates the world we see? He essentially built a bridge. But then Schelling comes along and takes this final, incredible leap. He just completely gets rid of the chasm altogether. He says, our consciousness and the natural world, they aren't two separate things. They're one.
Okay, so if your mind and the entire universe are basically the same thing, how on earth do you even begin to understand that? Well, forget science, forget pure logic. For the Romantics, the answer was crystal clear: art.
Schelling believed that art wasn't just some pretty thing to hang on a wall. To him, it was the ultimate form of philosophy. He thought it was only through that spark of intuition, when you're creating or just deeply experiencing art, that the mind could finally understand its own deep unity with nature. It was the highest level of self-awareness you could possibly reach.
In Schiller, he just took that idea and ran with it. He said that this aesthetic experience was the ultimate form of freedom. It was this special space where we could escape the physical world, escape the boring rules of society, and just be truly free.
And that brings us to our final and maybe the trickiest idea of them all: irony. But we're not talking about sarcasm here. For these Romantics, irony was a serious philosophical tool for making sense of the world.
So what do they actually mean by irony? Yeah, it's way, way deeper than just a witty comeback. For them, it was a whole way of thinking, a real philosophical stance.
A critic named Friedrich von Schlegel probably explained it best. He said, irony is the ability to hold two totally opposite ideas in your head at the exact same time. It's seeing something as both playful and deadly serious, as both completely open and deeply hidden. It's realizing that nothing is ever just one thing. It basically means you're constantly shifting your point of view. You can see life as this huge, serious, dramatic tragedy, and also as kind of a hilarious game. You can search for absolute ultimate truth while knowing deep down you'll probably never fully find it. It's about being comfortable living right in the middle of that paradox.
Schlegel even talked about the irony of irony. Now, this is a real mind-bender. It's the idea that even when you try to explain irony, you're already trapped because language itself isn't perfect.
The very attempt to communicate something fully is always going to fall a little short. And honestly, I think anyone who's ever struggled to find just the right words can totally relate to that.
Which really brings us to a huge final question. When you look at our culture today, so obsessed with being authentic, so drenched in layers and layers of irony, always looking for some kind of deeper personal meaning, you just have to wonder, right? Are we all, in our own way, the children of romanticism?
So today we're going to dive into a pretty radical idea from the philosopher Friedrich Schiller, a way to fix the modern world. And his solution wasn't what you'd expect. Not politics, not economics. It was something else entirely. Let's get into it.
Let's just start with a feeling I think we all know. That sense that you're just one small, specialized part of this giant, impersonal system. You ever feel that? Like you're disconnected from the whole picture?
Well, believe it or not, that feeling is not new. We're talking over 200 years ago, right after the French Revolution, when the German philosopher Friedrich Schiller looked around and saw that exact feeling as the central crisis of its time.
He argued that modern civilization had become obsessed with one thing and one thing only: utility, usefulness, efficiency. And in serving this great idol, as he called it, he believed we'd actually shattered something really essential inside ourselves.
Schiller's big point was this: we've all become specialists. You know, you're an engineer or an accountant or a marketer, but where's the whole person? He had this great line about us being eternally chained to only a single fragment of the whole, which means the rest of our humanity just kind of withers away.
So to figure out how we got into this mess, Schiller did what a lot of great thinkers do. He looked back in time and he drew this really sharp, maybe a little idealistic contrast between his world and the world of the ancient Greeks.
In the ancient Greeks, he saw something he felt we'd totally lost: this sense of harmonious wholeness. From Schiller's perspective, they perfectly blended imagination and reason, body and mind, into what he called a glorious humanity. They were, in a word, complete.
So he sets up this huge conflict, right? On one side, you have the Greeks, who he says were shaped by an all-uniting nature. Everything worked together. And then there's us. Modern society built on an all-dividing understanding, this constant need to break things down, categorize and specialize. And what did that lead to? Deep splits everywhere. Enjoyment got separated from work, the means from the end, the person from the state. Okay, so here's the big question. If the very progress of civilization is what broke us, how in the world do you put us back together again? Well, Schiller's answer was not what you'd think. It wasn't about a new law or a political reform. He came up with this really powerful, kind of surprising solution. He said, if you want to fix our deep political and social problems, you have to turn to art. The path to real freedom, he argued, both for you as a person and for society as a whole, runs directly through the experience of beauty.
He called this whole process aesthetic education. Think of it as a three-step program for healing ourselves. First, the artist has to tap into a world of pure ideals, not our broken reality. Second, when we experience that beautiful art, it actually starts to harmonize the conflicting parts of ourselves, our logical side and our feeling side. And it's only after that, once we become whole and free on the inside, that we're even capable of building a truly free world on the outside.
So, and this is the absolute crucial point, for Schiller, political freedom wasn't something you could just achieve by force or with manifestos or even through rational debate alone. You had to approach it aesthetically. Beauty wasn't a luxury, it was the necessary first step. We have to become beautiful souls before we can ever hope to build a beautiful society.
Now you might be thinking, okay, cool idea from an old philosopher, but this wasn't just some dusty, forgotten footnote. This idea profoundly shaped how Western culture thinks about the power of art.
I mean, his thinking planted some major seeds. His idea, the fragmented worker, it's a direct forerunner to Karl Marx's famous theory of alienation. And his belief that art has a moral, even spiritual function, that basically became the mission statement for the entire Romantic movement. And it influenced critics for 100 years who saw art as maybe the last offense for human values in an industrial world.
So the ultimate takeaway from Schiller is this. Art is not just decoration. It's not just idle entertainment or a distraction from the real world. For him, it is a fundamental, absolutely necessary tool for human development. It might just be the only path that can lead us out of our fragmented state and back to our whole selves.
And that leaves us with a question that honestly is maybe more relevant today than ever. In our world, which is still so completely dominated by efficiency and utility, what role does beauty play in your own life?
Welcome. So today we're going to tackle one of the biggest challenges in all of communication. How do we figure out what a text really means?
All right, so here's our game plan. First, we'll talk about the core problem of understanding itself. Then, we'll meet the philosopher who basically made his life's mission to solve it. From there, we'll dive into his most famous idea, this thing called the hermeneutic circle, and get into his practical formula for interpretation. And get this, we're even going to tackle his wild claim that we can understand an author better than they understood themselves, before wrapping it all up with his incredible legacy.
I mean, we've all been there, right? You get a one-word reply or a message without an emoji, and suddenly your mind is just spinning, trying to figure out what they really mean. Well, that gap, that space between the words on the page and the intended meaning, that's exactly the problem we're digging into today.
Well, the person who took that exact feeling of confusion and decided to turn it into a systematic science was the German philosopher Friedrich Schleiermacher. He wanted to create a universal method for cracking the code of any text, not just a confusing message. He called this method hermeneutics. Now, I know, that's a big, fancy word, but the idea behind it is actually pretty simple. It's not about guessing. It's about having a structured, almost scientific approach to interpretation, whether you're reading ancient scripture, a legal document, or even that confusing text message.
So, Schleiermacher was working way back at the turn of the 19th century, and his idea was totally revolutionary for the time. He basically flipped the script. He argued that misunderstanding is our default setting, and we have to actively work to achieve understanding. It's a principle that would go on to shape how we think about language and meaning for the next 200 years.
So how do we start doing that work? Well, this brings us to Schleiermacher's most famous and, let's be honest, at first glance, his most paradoxical idea, the hermeneutic circle.
In his own words, it's a circle where you can only understand the part through the whole, and the whole through the part. Okay, so that sounds like an impossible trap, a real chicken and egg problem. So what on earth does that actually mean in practice?
Let's break it down. Think about a single word in a sentence. To really grasp its specific meaning, its nuance, its role, you have to understand the context of the whole sentence it's in. The word run, for example, means something totally different in I'm going for a run versus my nose has started to run.
But here's the circle. How can you possibly understand the whole sentence if you don't first understand the individual words that make it up? It feels like you're stuck, right?
But for Schleiermacher, this isn't a trap, it's a spiral. You start with a guess, a provisional understanding. You take a rough stab at the whole sentence's meaning, then use that to re-examine the individual words. Then you use your refined understanding of the words to improve your sense of the whole. You just bounce back and forth, and with each loop, your understanding gets sharper and sharper.
Okay, so if interpretation is this continuous loop, how do we make progress? Schleiermacher didn't just give us a cool theory. He gave us a practical toolkit. He developed a 4-part formula to guide us through that circle.
He broke it down into 4 reconstructions. First is the objective historical. You look at the text within the language of its time. Second, the objective divinatory, which is a bit of a leap. You consider how this text might actually change the language for the future. Then you pivot to the author. Third, the subjective historical. You reconstruct what was going on in the author's mind. And finally, the subjective divinatory. You try to understand how the act of writing itself changed the author. It's an incredibly thorough approach covering every possible angle.
Now this is where it gets really interesting. Where does all this work actually lead? Schleiermacher sets a goal for hermeneutics that is, frankly, totally audacious and completely mind-bending.
I mean, after all this analysis, after circling between the part and the whole, after examining the text through this 4-part lens, what are we actually trying to achieve here?
There it is. The goal is not just to understand what the author understood. The goal is to understand the text better than the author did. I know that sounds impossibly arrogant, right? How could we possibly know more about a text than the person who actually wrote it?
Well, Schleiermacher's logic is fascinating. The author's understanding is immediate and intuitive. They're in it. But our knowledge is mediated. We have distance. We can see the historical forces, the linguistic patterns, and the psychological influences that shaped the text in ways the author themselves might have been completely unaware of. We can make conscious what was unconscious for them.
And this set of ideas wasn't just some dusty academic theory. No way. It created ripples that completely changed the course of modern thought, from philosophy and literary criticism to law and theology.
So, what are the big takeaways? These are the core principles. That language isn't static. It's shaped by history, that context, the author's life, their other works, the era they lived in, is everything.
That you, the reader, aren't just a passive recipient, but an active participant in creating meaning. And that all our knowledge is a work in progress, constantly being refined in that hermeneutic circle.
And you can literally see the impact right here. From Dilthey, who applied these ideas to the human sciences, to Heidegger and Gadamer, who deepened the philosophical implications, all the way to postmodern thinkers like Derrida and Rorty, who questioned the very possibility of a single true interpretation. They all stand on Schleiermacher's shoulders.
So, the next time you encounter a text that feels confusing or complex, be it a classic novel, a historical document, or even just that puzzling email, remember Schleiermacher's tools. Think about the circle. Think about the context. The question is, now that you...
Okay, what if I told you that the very people who are shut out of power might be the only ones we can truly trust to keep it in check? Today, we're going to dive into a pretty radical idea about morality from a thinker who was so influential that Napoleon himself basically said, "Get her out of my country."
So let's just start with a question that gets right to the point. Think about it. Can you really judge a game, fairly, without any bias, if you've got skin in the game, if you're trying to win? This is the core idea we're going to unpack, all thanks to the brilliant mind of Germaine de Stael.
And boom, here's her observation. Writing back at the turn of the 19th century, Stael takes a look around and drops this bombshell. And you got to understand, this wasn't just a complaint. Oh no, this was the launchpad for a really powerful and, pretty controversial argument.
So here's our game plan. We'll start with her big idea. Then we'll get to know the woman herself. After that, we'll dig into what she actually meant by disinterest, find out the one crucial thing her whole theory depended on, and then, finally, we'll ask, so what? What does this mean for us now?
So what was she getting at? Well, Stahl's big idea was that being an outsider, it's not a weakness. In fact, she flipped that completely on its head. She argued it was a unique source of moral strength, a special viewpoint that lets someone act as the conscience for the entire society.
Right, so who was this person who cooked up such a fascinating idea? We are talking about a true intellectual powerhouse, someone whose ideas were so potent, so challenging, that the most powerful man in Europe at the time, Napoleon Bonaparte, literally had her exiled from Paris.
Germaine de Stael was an absolute force of nature. She was a best-selling novelist, a razor-sharp political theorist, and the host of one of the most important intellectual salons in Paris. She was a true heir to the Enlightenment, completely obsessed with ideas about freedom, progress, and the power of human reason.
You can see from her timeline, she was constantly producing really influential work. But I want you to focus on that one date right in the middle, 1803, exiled by Napoleon. This wasn't just some minor disagreement, Her voice was so powerful that the Emperor of France saw her as a direct political threat. Just think about that.
And this brings us right to the engine of her whole argument. What did she really mean by the power of disinterest? Now, it's not what you probably think. It's not about being bored or apathetic. Nope, it's something way, way more profound.
For Stahl, disinterestedness was basically a superpower of moral clarity. Think about it. Because women in her time were completely barred from political office, from military careers, from all the ladders of ambition that men were scrambling to climb, they didn't have a direct personal stake in the outcomes. They simply weren't playing the game for power or profit.
And this just lays out the contrast she saw so perfectly. On one side, you have the political world, right? It runs on ambition, on careers, on vested interests. But on the other side, you have the disinterested conscience. It's operating on a completely different level. It's driven by things like noble sentiments. It's free to call out corruption, to honor someone who does the right thing even when it costs them. It's kind of like the ultimate moral referee.
But, and believe me, this is a huge but, Stahl was not saying this moral clarity was some kind of automatic built-in feature. Nope. She believed the whole thing depended on one absolutely essential condition.
And this was the key. This special role as society's conscience wasn't a biological thing. It was a potential that could only be unlocked through education. As a true daughter of the Enlightenment, she believed women had to become enlightened. And that meant being taught right alongside men, with the same books, the same rigor, to fully sharpen their own powers of reason.
She saw it as this beautiful, positive chain reaction. It's simple, really. Step 1, educate men and women together. What happens next? Well, step 2, they form stronger bonds, relationships built on real mutual respect. And the ultimate result? A happier, smarter, more enlightened society.
for everyone.
Okay, so let's bring this all back to our world. It's a fascinating idea from over 200 years ago, but what can we actually take away from it today? This idea about power, morality, and the view from the outside.
So let's just boil it down to 3 key points. First, that having an outsider's perspective can give you a really powerful kind of moral clarity. Second, and this one is huge, Stahl totally flipped the script on exclusion. She didn't see it as a weakness. She reframed it as a potential source of moral power. And third, none of this works without education. It's the essential ingredient to wake up a society's conscience.
And all of this leaves us with one final and kind of tough question. Stahl's whole argument came from a world with really rigid lines between insiders and outsiders. But what about our world? We're all so interconnected. Almost everyone has some kind of stake, some ambition, some game they're playing. So where can we possibly find a truly disinterested conscience today?
Let's talk about Edmund Burke. Now, you probably know his name as one of the godfathers of modern conservative politics. But what if I told you that his most powerful political ideas were actually shaped by something totally unexpected? His theory of art and beauty. Just listen to how he described the French Revolution in his most famous book. He wasn't seeing liberation or progress. He was looking at a terrifying, chaotic monster, a total collapse of everything that held society together. And he was one of its absolute fiercest critics. Okay, so here's how we're going to unpack this. First, we'll look at the Burke everyone thinks they know, the politician. Then we're going to dig into this kind of mysterious prequel to his politics. We'll define his 2 key ideas about emotion, then connect it all back to his political firestorm, and finally see why this whole thing still really matters today. So, first things first. What did Burke actually stand for politically? Well, at its core, his entire philosophy was a massive defense of tradition. He was pushing back hard against what he saw as the dangerous, abstract, and frankly, arrogant ideas of the revolutionaries. He argued that we have to conserve the social fabric, He believed that the collective wisdom built up over centuries was way more reliable than the hot new ideas of any single generation. Now, he wasn't against change completely, but for him, it had to be slow, gradual, and careful. The most important thing was a deep, deep reverence for the established order. But here's where the story takes a really fascinating turn. What if I told you that the real foundation for all those political beliefs wasn't hammered out in Parliament, but in a book he wrote about art and emotion more than 30 years earlier? Check out this timeline. Way back in 1757, decades before anyone was even thinking about the French Revolution, Burke publishes this super influential essay on aesthetics, basically the philosophy of how we feel about art. There's a 33-year gap between that book and his big political masterpiece. So that's the central mystery we're going to solve, right? How on earth does a book about feelings explain his political rage? Well, to figure it out, we need to understand the 2 massive, powerful emotions that he identified as the pillars of our experience, the sublime and the beautiful. Burke basically believed that all of our most intense feelings could be sorted into 2 major and completely opposite categories. So first up, let's talk about the sublime. So for Burke, the sublime is what hits you when you're confronted with something that reminds you of just how small and mortal you are. Pain, he said, is an emissary of death. But, and this is the key, when you experience that terror from a safe distance, it becomes thrilling, it becomes awe-inspiring. It's this incredible feeling of delightful terror. And then, on the complete other end of the spectrum, you've got the beautiful. This is all about pleasure. It doesn't scare us or challenge us, it just pleases us. It's gentle, it's calm, it's positive. It's what we find lovely and charming, not what leaves us speechless with awe. And you can really see the stark contrast here. The sublime is born from pain and terror. The beautiful comes from pleasure. The sublime is vast and rugged. The beautiful is small and smooth. They are fundamentally different ways of experiencing the world. So for the sublime, picture a vast, stormy ocean or a towering, rugged mountain range, something that makes you feel tiny. And then for the beautiful, contrast that with a single, delicate flower. The sublime is a dark, ancient forest, filled with shadows and mystery. You don't know what's in there. Versus the beautiful, which is like the soft, delicate light on a perfectly polished, smooth surface. Okay, so now we have all the pieces of the puzzle. How does all this, the vast, the small, the terrifying, the pleasant, connect back to Burke's absolute fury over the French Revolution? For Burke, the answer was crystal clear.
He was looking at society through this exact same lens. He didn't see a simple machine that you could just take apart, fix, and put back together based on some rational plan. No, he saw something much, much bigger.
And this is the heart of his entire argument. He believed that a stable, traditional society was a sublime entity. Think about it. Its history is vast, stretching back beyond memory. Its inner workings are obscure and impossibly complex. And its power, the power of the state, of the monarchy, is terrifying. You don't get to just take that apart to see how it works. You stand back in awe and respect it. The revolutionaries, with their neat and tidy reason, were like children trying to tame a hurricane.
Now, this isn't just some dusty old historical curiosity. Burke's theory gives us a really fascinating way to think about our own political instincts, and maybe even where they come from. And that's the big takeaway here. The idea that what we find awe-inspiring versus what we find merely pleasant or logical could be a huge indicator of our political worldview. I mean, ask yourself, do you feel a sense of awe for long-standing institutions? Or do you see them as things that should be rationally improved and updated?
So, just to recap, Burke's blistering attack on the French Revolution was actually rooted in a theory of emotion he'd worked out 30 years earlier. He saw tradition as sublime, something awesome, powerful, and terrifyingly complex. And he saw the revolution as a foolish, weak attempt to reduce that terrifying grandeur down to a simple, logical plan. And that leaves us with a pretty powerful thought to end on. Look around you, at nature, at history, at our institutions. What inspires that feeling of awe in you, that delightful terror? And how does that feeling shape what you believe and who you are? Thanks for joining us for this explainer.
So let's talk about a woman who basically took the Enlightenment's best ideas and turned them right back on the very men who wrote them. Her name was Mary Wollstonecraft. You see, in an age that was all about the rights of man, she had the guts to ask a really dangerous question. What about the other half of us? Her ideas weren't just about tweaking the system. No, she wanted to tear it down and build something new, all on the radical idea of reason and equality.
All right, so here's how we're going to break down her revolutionary thinking. First, we'll dive into the rebellious times she lived in. Then we'll pick apart her brilliant takedown of what society called virtue. After that, we'll get to the heart of her argument, her appeal to reason. Then we'll look at her incredible plan for education. And finally, we'll see why she's still so incredibly important today.
You really can't get Wollstonecraft without getting her era. I mean, she was writing right in the middle of the fire and chaos of the French Revolution. This was a time when all the old, stuffy ideas about power, about who gets rights and who doesn't, were literally being torn apart in the streets and in pamphlets.
And this timeline, well, it shows you she was right in the thick of it. When this really influential conservative guy, Edmund Burke, attacked the French Revolution, did she sit back? Nope. She immediately fired back with a vindication of the rights of men. But honestly, she was just warming up. Just 2 years later, she drops her masterpiece, taking that same revolutionary logic and applying it to the one group everyone else seemed to have forgotten about.
And you have to understand, this wasn't just some academic exercise for her. Wollstonecraft's life was tough. She had a tyrannical father, and she really struggled to make her own money in a world that offered women very few options. All that first-hand experience with just how unfair the world was, well, that's the fuel you can feel burning in every single page she wrote.
So, what was the big problem she was trying to solve? It all came down to this staggering hypocrisy right at the heart of the Enlightenment. There was a completely different set of rules for men and women, and both were sneakily packaged under this one word, virtue. I mean, just look at this comparison. It's wild. For men, virtue meant all these incredible things. Reason, freedom, your duty as a citizen, the stuff you build a new world on. But for women, their virtues were basically a user's manual for manipulation. Be cunning, pretend to be weak, be obedient but in a sneaky way, and oh yeah, really, really like clothes. These weren't character traits. They were instructions on how to be a pretty object, not a whole person.
And this was Wollstonecraft's simple, perfect, devastating response to all of it, especially to famous thinkers like Rousseau. See, Rousseau was this big champion of freedom, but only for men. He actually argued that women should only be educated enough to please men, to use their charms to get by. Wollstonecraft saw right through that. To her, this wasn't some different kind of virtue. She saw it for what it was, an intellectual prison. It was, quite simply, nonsense.
Okay, so if the whole idea of female virtue was nonsense, what was her solution? For Wollstonecraft, the answer was so clear, so powerful, it was
reason. She argued that humanity could never truly progress as long as half of it was being denied the basic capacity to think.
Now, in the Enlightenment, reason was everything. It was like the divine spark, the thing that made humans different from animals. It was all about logic and making moral choices. Wollstonecraft's most radical, most brilliant move was to just state the obvious. That gift isn't just for men, it's universal. And that one point, that was an absolute bombshell. Because if women have reason, then denying them the same rights as men isn't just unfair, it's completely illogical.
This right here is the logical knockout punch of her argument. She took the Enlightenment's own favorite weapon, logic, and turned it on their prejudices. She basically said, look, if you believe men deserve rights because they can reason, then by that exact same logic, a parity of reasoning, you have no choice but to accept the rights of women too.
And here it is, her call to arms. This isn't her begging for scraps. It's not a plea for pity. It is a demand for justice. She's framing women's rights not as some special favor, but as a basic requirement for any world that calls itself rational and just. This is the absolute core of her vindication.
But Wollstonecraft wasn't just a philosopher. She was practical. She knew just saying women had rights wasn't enough. I mean, to create citizens who can actually use those rights, you first have to free their minds. And for her, that meant one thing: a total revolution in education. She looked at the education system for girls in her day, and she saw it for exactly what it was: a tool of oppression. It wasn't designed to open their minds. It was designed to, in her words, enslave them by narrowing their focus, making them obsessed with feelings and appearances, and completely robbing them of the power to think critically about their own life and the world.
So what was her solution? It was unbelievably ahead of its time. She called for a national education system that was free for everybody. And get this, boys and girls would be educated together. They wouldn't just be memorizing facts, they'd be having Socratic conversations, learning how to think for themselves. The goal wasn't just to make them smart, but to create real friendship and real respect between the sexes.
So, the big question, why are we still talking about a writer from the 1790s? Well, it's because the fights that Mary Wollstonecraft was fighting, for reason, for justice, for real education, are in so many ways the same fights we're still fighting today.
She taught us that real equality isn't about just making a few small changes here and there. No, it requires rethinking and rebuilding society itself. She understood that you can't have genuine morality if it's based on keeping people ignorant. And her most powerful idea, that liberty is the mother of virtue, is this timeless reminder that people can only truly become their best, most moral selves when they are free.
And that leaves us with one last big thought to chew on. If freedom is the essential ingredient for people to be good, to be virtuous, what does that mean for how we build our societies, our schools, and even how we live our own lives right now? It's a question Wollstonecraft threw down over 200 years ago, and it's one we're all still trying.
All right, let's talk about English Romanticism. And no, this isn't just about pretty poems about daffodils. This was a movement, a real rebellion that completely changed how we think about art, nature, and honestly, what it even means to be human.
So picture this. It's the turn of the 19th century, and there's this massive clash of ideas happening. In one corner, you've got reason. Think logic, order, industry, the whole Enlightenment package. But in the other corner, something wild and new is bubbling up. Imagination. This is all about emotion, nature, and spirit. And that really gets to the heart of it, right? Which one is the greater power? This was the huge question a whole new generation of revolutionary poets were obsessed with answering. For them, the very soul of humanity was on the line. So yeah, let's get into it.
Okay, so to really understand the Romantics, you gotta know what they were rebelling against. We need to look at the world they were living in, a world totally dominated by what we call oppressive rationality. This was the tail end of the Enlightenment, a time where everything was about logic, order, and reason. You know, with things like the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution kicking into high gear, a lot of artists and thinkers started to feel, well, that just pure reason wasn't cutting it. It felt like something really important, something essential, was getting lost in the shuffle. They felt this worldview was just ignoring all the messy, emotional, wonderful parts of what makes us human. So who was the first major rebel to really challenge all this? That would be the one and only William Blake. And listen, he wasn't just some critic writing angry letters. The guy was a total visionary, a poet and an artist who was practically a prophet for a whole new way of seeing the world. See, Blake's whole thing was that the world isn't simple.
It's not just black and white, good versus evil. He saw it as this incredible mystical mix of opposites and contradictions. And he believed the poet's real job, it wasn't to decide which side was right. No, it was to harmonize them, to find the beauty in that tension.
And believe me, he was not quiet about it. You read something like The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, and you can just feel him raging against social injustice and the cold, mechanical logic of the industrial age. He wasn't just writing poetry, he was trying to spark a revolution of the soul. All right, so that's Blake, the trailblazer. But where does this rebellion go from here? Well, the next generation of romantics took that fire and pointed it towards the natural world. And this is where a name you've probably heard before comes in, William Wordsworth. Now, Wordsworth came along with this idea that was, honestly, mind-blowing for the time. He said that nature isn't just a bunch of trees and mountains to look at. No, it's a living force. It's got a universal spirit that connects everything and everyone. It's a source of truth, of morality, a way to plug into something bigger than ourselves. Okay, so if nature is this living source of truth, how do you tap into it? What's the key? Well, Wordsworth's good friend Samuel Taylor Coleridge had the answer, and that answer was the human imagination. And we're not just talking about daydreaming here. For Coleridge, the poetic imagination was the ultimate creative power. It was this almost divine ability to look at the world, see all its pieces, and then reshape it into a higher, deeper truth. It's a real superpower. And it wasn't just these guys either. This movement was packed with brilliant people. You had William's sister, Dorothy Wordsworth, whose journals about nature were a huge influence, and of course, Mary Shelley, who gave us Frankenstein, a perfect romantic story about the dark side of pure reason. And then you have John Keats, Percy Bysshe Shelley, Lord Byron, the list goes on. Each one of them brought something new to the table. Which brings us to what you might call the climax of the movement, the next wave, the younger generation, with poets like Percy Bysshe Shelley and John Keats. These guys took all these ideas about nature and imagination and just cranked them up to 11, especially when it came to the role of the poet. I mean, listen to Shelley. In his defense of poetry, he doesn't just say imagination is as good as reason. Nope. He flat out says it's superior. He calls it the supreme power, the real engine for all that's good in the world. That is a bold claim. But okay, that's a big statement. So how does a poet actually do that? How do they wield this incredible power? It's a great question, and John Keats had a really fascinating answer, and it's not what you might think. He came up with this idea he called negative capability. And what that means is, for a poet to truly capture the essence of something, they have to be comfortable with uncertainty and doubt. They have to abstain from easy answers, get their own ego out of the way, and just become a channel for the truth of whatever they're writing about. Keats put it perfectly. He said the poet acts as a catalyst. Think about it like a chemical reaction. The poet isn't the main substance. They're the ethereal chemicals that operate on everyone else, on the mass of neutral intellect, and cause a transformation. They change how we all see the world. So when you lay it all out, you can see this amazing arc, can't you? It starts with Blake's mystical rebellion, this total rejection of the old ways. Then Wordsworth and Coleridge come in and define the core concepts of nature and imagination, and it all builds to this incredible climax with Shelley and Keats, who define the poet as the ultimate agent of change. And that kind of leaves us with one big question, doesn't it? If the poet is a catalyst for change, what should they be changing today? Shelley called poets the unacknowledged legislators of the world. So if their job is to help us see and imagine a different reality, what reality do we need them to show us right now?
So let's talk about revolution. Not just a political one, but a revolution in poetry. We're going to dive into how one man, William Wordsworth, was so shaken by the world changing around him that he decided to completely change the art of poetry itself. He totally reshaped what it could be, what it could do for us. It's an amazing story.
Okay, to really get Wordsworth, you have to start right here, with the French Revolution. For a young guy like him, full of ideals, this was everything. It wasn't just politics. It felt like humanity was waking up, like reason was finally going to build a better world. I mean, just listen to that line. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive. You can just feel the hope, the electricity of that moment, can't you?
But, well, that feeling didn't last. That heaven on earth collapsed pretty fast. The revolution turned bloody, becoming the infamous Terror. And for Wordsworth, everything just shattered. His optimism was gone. So, what do you do when the world you believe in falls apart? He turned away from society. He looked inward,
and he went back to the only thing he felt he could trust: nature. This was basically a quest to find his true self again.
So, how did he do it? How did he pull himself out of that crisis? The answer is, well, it's his biggest gift to us, really. It was his whole new idea about the power of imagination. And listen, when I say imagination, I'm not talking about daydreaming or making up fantasy stories. No. This is something way, way more powerful.
Okay, so this is where Wordsworth really flips the script on everyone. See, back then, the big idea was that your mind is basically a passive thing, right? Kind of like an empty slate, just getting information beamed at it from the outside world. Wordsworth said, nope, absolutely not. He argued our minds are more like projectors. We are actively building our world. We shape it. We filter it. We literally create the reality we perceive. It's a total game changer.
And he realized that in our lives, we have these powerful memories, these key moments of intense insight. He called them spots of time. And you can think of them like little emotional batteries. They're stored inside you, and when you're feeling down or anxious, you can go back to them in your mind, and they literally recharge you. They nourish you, restore you, and kind of lift you up above whatever's happening in the present moment.
And this is the ultimate payoff of that imaginative power he's talking about. It's what allowed him to see this incredible unifying spirit in everything, a force that connects the ocean, the air, the sky, and us, the human mind. Suddenly, it wasn't us over here and nature over there. He realized we're all part of one giant, living, breathing system. We're not just watching the show. We're in it.
So once he has this incredible new way of seeing the world, he looks at poetry and he thinks, this is broken. He felt the art form needed a total overhaul. So he and his friend Coleridge published this collection of poems called Lyrical Ballads, and the introduction, the preface, well, that basically became the manifesto for a brand new kind of poetry.
So what was the problem? Wordsworth's main beef was that poetry had just gotten totally disconnected from real life. It was all this fancy, artificial language that nobody actually talked in. It was stale. His solution? It was radical for the time. He said, let's use the real language of men, how people actually speak. And he was especially interested in people living simple, rustic lives because he believed their language was purer, more direct, and closer to real, powerful feelings.
So what about the poet then? Is this some kind of genius up in an ivory tower? Not at all. For Wordsworth, a poet is just a man speaking to men. Simple as that. But with a key difference. The poet is someone with a more finely tuned sensitivity, a person who can feel things more deeply, who can almost conjure up emotions out of thin air. And this is the really important part. They can use that coloring of imagination to take something totally ordinary and make you see it in a brand new, amazing way.
All right, so we've got a new kind of language and a new idea of what a poet is. But how does the poetry actually get made? You might think it's just, having a big emotion and splashing it onto the page. But it's not that simple. It's actually a much more thoughtful and really fascinating process.
Now, a lot of people have probably heard this one famous line from Wordsworth. Poetry is a spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. And yeah, he said that, but that's only part of the story. If you just stop there, you miss the whole point. That initial powerful feeling, that's just the starting ingredient. The real art, the real work, that comes much later.
Here's how his process actually works. Step 1, you have a powerful emotional experience. But, and this is so important, you don't write about it then. You wait. You let time pass, you get to a place of calm, of tranquility. Then, from that calm place, you look back and think about that original emotion. And as you're reflecting, something new happens. A new, different emotion bubbles up, one that's mixed with your thoughts and memories. And that, right there, is when you can actually start writing the poem.
See? This is what makes it an art of both the heart and the mind. It's not just raw, messy emotion. It's this beautiful, complex dance between your thoughts and your feelings. Your thoughts help shape the emotion, and the emotion gives life to the thoughts. So what ends up looking spontaneous and natural on the page is actually the product of some really deep reflection and careful craft. So, why all this work? What's the point? For Wordsworth, this wasn't just about making pretty poems for entertainment. No, this whole new approach to poetry had a much, much deeper purpose. You could even say it was a philosophical mission for all of us.
He was actually tapping into an idea from the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. He believed that the real job of poetry is to find and share universal truths. We're not talking about just, the specific facts of one person's life story. We're talking about the big stuff, the deep truths about being human that connect every single one of us. The kind of truth that, as he put it, is carried alive into the heart by passion. So, basically, poetry has two main jobs to do. Job number one, cut through all the clutter of our daily lives, all the routines and habits, and show us those essential, hidden truths about who we are. And job number two, it has to do this in a way that gives the reader a special kind of immediate pleasure.
And let's be clear, this pleasure isn't just like, haha, that's fun. It's deeper. Poetic pleasure is that amazing little jolt your brain gets when it suddenly sees a hidden connection. It's when you recognize a similarity between two things you thought were totally separate. It's that aha moment, that feeling of sudden insight. It's the pure joy of seeing the world, and maybe even yourself, in a completely new, brilliant light.
Which brings us right back to today. You know, Wordsworth's revolution is just as challenging now as it was 200 years ago. It asks us a question. It asks us to try and look past all the noise, all the chaos of our modern world, to find our own quiet moments, and to wonder what fundamental truths are still out there, just waiting for us to find them. What truths about ourselves, about nature, about how we connect, are just waiting to be seen in a new light.
So, what's the real difference between just being clever and being a true creative genius? Well, the Romantic poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge thought he had the answer. It's a 200-year-old secret about how our minds work, and today, we're going to crack it open.
To get our heads around Coleridge's big idea, we have to start where he did, with a really fundamental question. Just look around you, right now. What do you actually see? Is the world just a bunch of separate things, or is there something more going on, something connecting it all?
You see, for Coleridge, the modern way of thinking in his time, which came out of the Enlightenment, had a huge flaw. It was brilliant at taking things apart, analyzing them. But he felt it had completely lost the ability to see the big picture. It had taken a living, breathing world and just smashed it into a million little disconnected pieces.
He argued that this obsession with abstract reason had basically stripped the life out of everything. We weren't living in this flowing, dynamic reality anymore. Instead, we were just surrounded by a collection of what he called fixed and dead objects, each one neatly filed away in its own little box. So how do we put the world back together again? Well, Coleridge argued that we have two totally distinct powers in our mind to do it. And even though they might sound kind of similar, he believed they were worlds apart. He called them fancy and imagination.
Let's really break this down. Think of fancy as a kind of mental filing cabinet. It's super efficient at grabbing existing files, memories, facts, and just shuffling them around into a new order. But imagination? Oh, that's a furnace. It doesn't just rearrange the pieces, it melts them all down to forge something that has literally never existed before. Here's Coleridge's own definition. Fancy is clever, for sure. It can take memories and ideas and mix them up, but, and this is the crucial part, it must receive all its materials ready-made. It's kind of like scrolling through your social media feed. It's just an endless reshuffling of existing content. Fancy is just playing with blocks that already exist. It never, ever changes the blocks themselves.
But imagination, now this is what Coleridge called a truly vital power. It's the engine of real, genuine creation. And he believed it came in two distinct forms.
First, you've got the primary imagination, and this is something we all use, all the time, without even thinking about it. It's the incredible unconscious power that takes this chaotic storm of data from our senses and magically organizes it into the world we actually see. A world of trees and chairs and faces. For Coleridge, this was a profoundly creative act, like a small echo of the universe's own creation. It's how we make meaning out of chaos.
Then building on that is the secondary imagination. This is what we're usually talking about when we say artistic genius. It's an echo of that first power, but it's conscious, it's willful, and it's way more powerful. Its goal is to take the world we perceive and intentionally idealize and unify it, to shape it into something with a much deeper meaning.
So how does it actually do that? Well, unlike fancy, which just moves finished blocks around, the secondary imagination works more like a chemical reaction. It takes the existing ideas and perceptions and completely breaks them down. It dissolves, diffuses, and dissipates them, all so it can recreate something entirely new and whole from their very essence.
Coleridge thought this power was so unique, he actually had to invent a word for it, esemplastic. It comes from Greek words that basically mean to shape into one. And that's the absolute core of imagination, to take all the separate, fragmented pieces and forge them into a single, living, unified whole. Okay, so this is all pretty philosophical stuff, right? How does this idea actually translate into a poem, like one of Coleridge's own? Well, it's all about creating a new kind of belief.
And there it is, one of the most famous phrases in all of literary criticism. The imagination of the artist is so powerful that it convinces us, the audience, to willingly just set aside our skepticism for a little while and step into the world of the story. We believe in the ghost ship, we believe in the albatross, because the poem's unified vision makes that world feel completely and totally real.
And this, right here, is the imagination's ultimate magic trick. It takes qualities that our logical mind sees as complete opposites, and it reconciles them. It can blend a general idea with a super specific image. It can create intense emotion that somehow still feels perfectly ordered, and it can show us something brand new and fresh inside of something totally familiar. It doesn't just see these things, it fuses them into a higher truth.
So why does any of this matter right now, in our age of endless information, of data streams and AI? Because Coleridge's distinction between just shuffling things around and truly creating something new, well, it's more important than ever.
And this leaves us with a really critical question for our own time. In our day-to-day lives, are we mostly just using our fancy, collecting, curating, and resharing little bits of information? Or are we making real space for our imagination to truly dissolve what we know and recreate a deeper, more unified understanding of the world? It really is the difference between being a manager of data and becoming a creator of meaning. All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a really pivotal moment in American history. And no, it's not a battle with guns and soldiers. This was a rebellion of words, of ideas. We're going to talk about a group of writers who did so much more than just create classic literature. They actually helped shape the very idea of what it means to be American.
So, I want you to picture this. It's just after 1776. The United States has just declared its independence from Britain. It exists on paper, right? But here's the thing. A huge question is just hanging in the air. What does it actually mean to be American? What is the soul of this brand new country?
So with its freedom finally won, the young United States was kind of having an identity crisis. I mean, it was still living in the massive cultural shadow of Europe, and a lot of its smartest people started to wonder, hey, is there a more authentic, a more, American way to look at the world?
And this is where it gets really interesting. You have to look at what they were rejecting. They looked at the world around them, and they saw the rise of factories and what they literally called rotten commercialism. They felt that the old way of thinking, all that focus on cold, hard reason, seeing the universe as just a giant machine, was creating a society that was losing its heart, its soul.
So what was their answer to this soulless, mechanized world? A full-blown, passionate rebellion. Not with weapons, but with literature and philosophy. A movement that we now call American Romanticism.
This table really breaks it all down, doesn't it? It was a total showdown of ideas. The Romantics looked at the values of the Enlightenment and just flipped the script. Where the old guard saw progress in reason and machines and society, the Romantics championed intuition, the wildness of nature, and the power of the individual self. It was a huge shift from thinking with your head to feeling with your heart.
And at the absolute center of this whole movement was one towering figure, Ralph Waldo Emerson. You can think of him as the architect. He was the one who took these big philosophical ideas and really adapted them for the American experience. He argued for an organic view of the world, the idea that nature, humanity, and the divine weren't separate parts of a machine, but were all deeply, deeply interconnected.
And this is his famous call to arms. Emerson basically threw down the gauntlet. He said America itself is this epic, unfinished poem. It's raw, it's energetic, it's huge, and it's just waiting for its great writers to show up and finally give it a voice.
And you know what? A whole new generation of writers heard that call, and each one of them was ready to add their own unique verse to this emerging American poem.
So maybe the most famous voice to answer that call was Walt Whitman. He took Emerson's challenge completely to heart. His whole goal was to write, and this is a quote, the great psalm of the Republic. He wanted to capture the sprawling, chaotic, beautiful spirit of America, and especially of its ordinary people.
His masterpiece, Leaves of Grass, kicks off with this incredibly bold line. I mean, think about it. In an age that was all about conformity in society, Whitman puts the individual self right up front. But, and this is the really important part, for him, celebrating himself wasn't some kind of ego trip, because that self was symbolic of everyone.
For Whitman, the individual wasn't some small, simple thing. No, it was messy, it was complex, it was huge. It contained all the contradictions of America itself. He really believed the genius of the nation was in its everyday people.
Another key voice here was Henry David Thoreau, and he's a fascinating character. If Emerson was the theorist, the big ideas guy, Thoreau was the practitioner. He was the one who said, okay, I'm going to take these lofty ideas about self-reliance and nature, and I'm going to go live them.
And that's exactly what he did. His famous experiment at Walden Pond gave us the book Walden, which is this powerful argument for a life of, radical simplicity. He urged people to reject the daily grind, to reject consumerism, to get back to nature, and to really explore who they were inside. And this is so crucial. That self-exploration is what led him to become a fierce opponent of the horrible injustice of slavery.
But listen, this focus on the individual was not just a boys' club, not at all. Margaret Fuller, a brilliant writer and a totally central figure in this movement, took these ideas and applied them to the cause of women's liberation, which, for her time, was absolutely revolutionary. So in her groundbreaking book, Woman in the 19th Century, she basically argued that this whole ideal of self-reliance that Emerson was always talking about, well, it has to apply to women too. She challenged the rigid gender roles of her day, saying that real human progress was impossible as long as women were denied the freedom to become their own independent, complex individuals. Just so ahead of her time. Now, this was so much more than just a literary movement. These ideas about the self, about justice, about nature, they would go on to reshape the world in ways these writers themselves probably couldn't have even imagined. Get this, this is one of the most incredible examples. Look at the journey of this one idea. So, Thoreau writes an essay about protesting injustice. Decades later, it travels across the world and influences Mahatma Gandhi in India. Then, decades after that, it becomes a foundational text for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the American Civil Rights Movement. It's just mind-blowing. An idea born in a small cabin in Massachusetts helped change the world.
So, here's the crucial point, the big takeaway. Writers like Emerson, Whitman, Thoreau, and Fuller, they did way more than just create the first great body of American literature. They were involved in a much bigger, much deeper project. They were helping to define the very concept of American identity itself, one that's rooted in individualism, a deep connection to nature, and a healthy dose of questioning authority. Their work is this powerful reminder that the question of a nation's soul is never really settled. It's not a done deal. It's a poem that each and every generation gets a chance to continue writing. And that, of course, leaves us with one final thought to chew on. If America is still an unfinished poem today, what verse is it our turn to add?
So today we're diving into the mind of Ralph Waldo Emerson. Now, this is a guy who looked at a young American nation, a country still trying to figure itself out, and he basically challenged it to stop copying Europe and find its own soul. He wasn't just throwing out new ideas, he was giving America a whole new way to think about itself, about the world, and about every single person's place in it.
In this quote, this is pretty much the key to everything. Emerson's entire philosophy kind of boils down to this one really radical belief, that inside every single one of us, there's this immense power, a kind of divinity just waiting to be woken up. And from that one core idea, Emerson built an entire universe of thought. He quickly became the leading voice of a movement you might have heard of, American Transcendentalism. It's a philosophy that, at its heart, rejected all the rigid, hand-me-down traditions in favor of something way more personal, something you feel, intuitive. So what is Transcendentalism? Well, it basically redefines reality itself. The world isn't just some separate thing out there. It actually flows outward from a deep, unseen center inside you. This idea puts your own personal intuition and direct experience on a pedestal, way above any old book or institution. It makes your perception the actual starting point for truth. Okay, so Emerson breaks down this whole cosmic setup into two main parts, just to keep it simple. First, you've got the soul, which is the self. That's your consciousness, your gut feelings, your inner world. And then there's nature, the not-self. That's, everything else, the whole physical universe. But here's the kicker. For him, they aren't really separate. Nature is a direct reflection, like a mirror, of the soul. Right, so if nature is just a big mirror for the soul, what's it trying to show us? For Emerson, the world wasn't just a pile of rocks and trees. No way. It was a living, breathing language, a kind of sacred text filled with meaning if you just knew how to read it.
He believed that the very same divine energy that makes up our own soul is also flowing through every part of creation. And he argued that the best way to see this connection wasn't as a jaded adult, but with the pure, simple wonder you find in, as he put it, the eye and the heart of the child.
So what's the point of nature then? Emerson lays it out for us in 3 steps. On the most basic level, sure, it gives us commodities, food, shelter, the stuff we need to survive. But then, on the next level, its beauty lifts us up, inspiring us to be better people and to think bigger thoughts. And then, at the very highest level, it works as a language, a whole system of symbols.
And this is what he means by nature as a language. A giant, soaring mountain becomes a symbol for your own highest ambitions. A flowing river starts to look a lot like the flow of life itself. In his view, the entire physical world is one grand metaphor for our inner spiritual world.
So now that he's set up nature as this giant mirror, Emerson turns that mirror right back on us. If the divine spark is out there in nature, and it's also inside of us, then our single most important duty is to listen to that inner voice. And that leads us directly to his most famous idea of all, self-reliance.
Think about it. Before you can trust nature or God or anyone else, you have to first trust yourself. Self-trust is the absolute foundation of an authentic life. It means being, as he said, self-reliant and self-directed, guided by your own internal compass, not by what everyone else is saying.
But as you can probably guess, this kind of radical self-trust immediately puts you on a collision course with society. The true thinker, the scholar, is looking for universal truth, but society is constantly demanding that you conform, that you follow tradition and popular opinion. Emerson saw what he called a virtual hostility between the authentic individual and the pressures of the crowd.
And this is a really crucial point. Self-reliance isn't about being selfish, not at all. The scholar trusts themselves so they can help guide others. Their real job is to wake everyone else up from what Emerson called the sleepwalking dream, that mindless, everyday chase for money and power, and point them back toward those deeper, universal truths within themselves.
So then Emerson does something amazing. He takes this radical idea of individual self-reliance and he scales it up to the entire nation. He saw an America that had won its political freedom but was still, culturally chained to Europe, and he demanded nothing less than a complete intellectual revolution.
This line right here, it's basically a declaration of cultural independence. He's saying, look, it's time to stop borrowing stories and ideas. It's time for us to create our own. America needed to find its own voice, one that was rooted in its own land and its own experience.
His vision for America was truly radical. It wasn't about building another nation based on old-world hierarchies or beliefs that you just inherit. No, it was about creating a society made up of free-thinking, self-reliant individuals, where each and every person felt connected to and inspired by the divine soul.
So how does a whole nation do this? How does it find its soul? For Emerson, the answer was the poet. And he didn't just mean someone who writes rhymes. To him, the poet is the ultimate visionary, the one person who can actually read that symbolic language of the world and then translate the soul of the entire nation into its art, its culture, its very identity.
And that brings us to the end, where Emerson really stops being just a philosopher describing how things are and becomes more like a prophet declaring what could be. He left America, and all of us, with this profound and timeless challenge.
I mean, what a beautiful and urgent idea. He looked at America and saw this unwritten poem. All this raw, beautiful, powerful potential that was just waiting for its poets, its artists, its thinkers, its leaders to come along and finally give it form and a voice.
And that's the final command. The job for every great American thinker, for every creator, is to take these huge, abstract ideals like freedom and divinity and self-reliance and make them real, make them tangible, something you can see and feel and live in the world.
And if we can actually pull that off, this is what we get. A truly new kind of nation. A place where people aren't just followers, but are the creators of their own destiny, grounded in their own work, speaking their own truths, and all connected by this shared sense that there's something divine inside each of us.
Which leaves us with a question that is honestly maybe even more relevant today than it was back in Emerson's time. In an age of social media, of constant feedback, of endless external pressures, what does it actually take to listen to that invisible?
All right, let's dive in. Today, we're pulling back the dark, Gothic curtains on a literary legend to uncover something you probably never knew about him. It's a hidden passion that might just redefine his entire legacy.
No, really, just for a second. What's the very first image that flashes into your head? I'd be willing to bet it's something dark, maybe a little creepy.
And yeah, you're not wrong. We all know Poe as the absolute king of the macabre. You know, the guy who gave us haunted mansions, that talking raven, and of course, that terrifying heartbeat under the floorboards. It's his signature brand of darkness for sure.
But here's where it gets interesting. What if all of that horror, all that darkness, was just a vehicle for his true obsession? An idea so out there for his time that it was practically literary heresy. A secret principle that changes how you read everything he ever wrote. See, Poe basically picked a fight with the entire literary world of his time, and his main enemy? He called it the heresy of the didactic. Now, that's just a fancy way of saying he hated the idea that all art, especially poetry, had to have a purpose, that it had to teach you something.
And this slide just lays out the battle lines perfectly. On one side, you have the establishment view. Poetry is basically a classroom. Its job is to teach you truth and morals. But on the other side, you've got Poe's rebellion. Nope, poetry isn't a tool. Its one and only job is to create beauty. A poem doesn't need a lesson, it just needs to be beautiful.
Okay, so if he's tearing down all the old rules, what's he trying to build in their place? Well, this gets us to the very heart of his philosophy, something he called the poetic principle. And boom! There it is, right from the man himself. This is basically his declaration of artistic independence. A poem isn't supposed to be a sermon or a lecture. It should just be a poem. End of story. Written for no other reason than to exist as a beautiful thing. So what exactly is this poetic principle? Well, Poe says it's this deep, fundamental human longing for a higher, more perfect kind of beauty, what he called supernal beauty. This isn't about learning a fact or feeling an everyday passion. It's about this pure, almost electric excitement that lifts your soul and gives you a tiny glimpse of some kind of ideal, perfect world.
And that led him to his own definition of poetry. Forget all the complex academic theories. For Poe, it was just this: the rhythmical creation of beauty. Simple, right? Every single word, every sound, every beat, it's all there for just one reason: to build something beautiful.
Now, to really get this, Poe actually gives us a little map of the human mind. He believed we have these three totally separate parts, and that confusing them was the biggest mistake any artist could ever make. Let's see how he broke it down.
Okay, look at how clean this is. He splits our inner world into three jobs. The intellect handles truth and reason, the moral sense handles duty, what's right and wrong, but right there in the middle, totally separate, is taste. Its only concern is beauty. Its domain is the soul. And for Poe, an artist's job is to aim directly for taste and ignore the other two.
But this brings up a huge question, doesn't it? I mean, if art is only about this one thing, this feeling of beauty in our soul, does that mean a poem can't have truth in it? Does morality just get thrown out the window? It sounds pretty extreme, maybe even a little dangerous.
And this, right here, is where Poe's theory becomes absolutely brilliant. Just when you think he's kicked morality out of the club, he brings it back in through a side door. And in doing so, he elevates art to a whole new level.
So here's the crucial twist. He wasn't banning truth or morality from art at all. He was just changing their job description. They were allowed in the poem, but only if they were working for beauty. Beauty is the queen, and they are simply her servants.
So here's how it works. Imagine a poet sees someone do something incredibly kind or generous. The old way would be to write about it, to teach the reader a lesson, right? Be good like this person. But Poe's poet includes that generous act not because it's moral, but because the act itself is profoundly beautiful. So morality isn't a lesson anymore. It's an aesthetic experience, brought back to life inside the poem as just another kind of beauty.
And all of this leads to his really stunning conclusion. By focusing only on creating beauty, art suddenly takes on this new, almost spiritual job. It becomes salvific. It becomes a form of salvation. It's not just decorating our world. It's actually guiding us to a higher one, taking over the job that religion traditionally held. For Poe, a perfect poem was a stairway to the divine.
So that leaves us with a pretty deep question for our own lives, right? In our world, a world that is just screaming for our attention with data and hot takes and endless arguments, could Poe have been right? Is there maybe a kind of salvation, a kind of peace, to be found in just looking for art, not for its message, but just for that soul-lifting thrill of pure, unapologetic beauty?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're tackling a full-blown revolution in storytelling. We're going to look at how two major literary movements decided to just ditch fantasy and change all the rules, forcing art to finally get real.
So let's just dive right into that question, right? For literally centuries, stories were all about kings and gods and epic quests. But then, in the 19th century, something changed. The camera, so to speak, turned around, away from the castles and Mount Olympus, and pointed right at ordinary people, gritty cities, and the complicated, messy truth of everyday life.
So, how in the world did that happen? Well, here's our game plan. First, we'll see what kind of fantasy they were breaking away from. Then we'll get into what realism and naturalism actually are. After that, we'll meet the thinkers behind these huge ideas, and finally, we'll see how this whole thing went totally global.
All right, first things first. To really get realism, you have to know what came before it, and that was Romanticism. Think high emotion, idealized nature, and this deep fascination with imaginary worlds and faraway historical times. Basically anything but the here and now.
Yeah, realism wasn't just some new idea that popped up. It was a serious pushback. You had writers and artists looking around at this rapidly industrializing world with all its new problems and realities, and they felt that this romantic view just wasn't cutting it anymore. They wanted facts, not fantasy.
So how did this new commitment to the truth actually play out? Well, here's a good way to think about it. If Romanticism was like a beautiful stained glass window that made everything look kind of mythic and gorgeous, realism wanted to be a plain, clear mirror.
And that was its mission statement. I mean, it sounds simple, but it was absolutely revolutionary. The whole point was to show life as it was actually lived, without trying to pretty it up or teach some easy lesson. It was all about showing, not telling, and just letting the reader look at the unvarnished truth and decide for themselves.
And to be that mirror, writers needed a whole new toolkit. They got obsessed with extensive detail, almost like they were drawing up blueprints for the world. They wrote about contemporary life, the here and now. They started featuring characters from all social classes, not just the rich and powerful. And, this is crucial, they made them talk like real people, using everyday, colloquial language.
And you know, this didn't happen overnight. It was more like a huge wave that started building in the 1840s. Then, over the next few decades, it just took over, growing into this dominant force, from Flaubert in France all the way to Tolstoy in Russia.
Okay, but what happens when you take this burning desire for truth and you combine it with the discipline and methods of 19th century science? Well, that's when you get our next movement, naturalism. And honestly, it's basically realism on steroids.
Here's the key difference, and it's a big one. Think of realism as a photograph. It's capturing a moment exactly as it is. Naturalism, on the other hand, is more like a scientific experiment. It doesn't just show you what's happening, it tries to dissect the whole situation to explain precisely why it's happening using scientific ideas.
This framework really shows you how scientific it got. Naturalism ran on this idea of determinism, which is the belief that a person's character and destiny weren't really products of free will. Nope, they were determined by forces way beyond their control, mostly their genetics and their environment. This was a pretty radical idea, and it showed how the authority of science was starting to challenge older beliefs. Authors would literally put characters into situations, almost like a lab rat in a maze, just to see how their inescapable natures would play out.
Now, these really powerful and, let's be honest, kind of bleak ideas about who we are, they didn't just spring out of nowhere. They were built on a really solid intellectual foundation laid by some of the most influential thinkers of the time.
The key architect here was a French literary historian named Hippolyte Taine, and his big argument was that art wasn't some mysterious, divine thing. He believed it could be, and should be, studied with the same precision you'd use in a science lab.
Taine came up with this three-part formula to explain pretty much any work of literature. He said that to understand any writer, you had to analyze their race, and by that he meant their inherited traits, their milieu, which is their social and political environment, and the moment, meaning the specific historical period they were living in. For Taine, these three forces decided everything.
And then along comes the novelist Émile Zola. He's the guy who took Taine's theories out of the ivory tower and turned them into a practical, powerful guide, a manifesto really, for a whole new kind of fiction. He inspired an entire generation of writers to think of their novels as laboratories for the human condition.
And Zola's influence was just immense. It set off this seismic shift in literature. This wasn't just a little trend happening in France. It was about to become a full-on global movement.
The ripple effects were just huge. You see it here. In England, you've got writers like George Eliot and Thomas Hardy picking up these ideas. Over in America, authors like William Dean Howells and Theodore Dreiser started using them to really dig into the realities of American life. This drive to get real was going viral.
And what's really fascinating is that at the exact same time all this was happening in literature, technology and art were moving in perfect sync. Just as writers were striving for this new level of verbal accuracy, the invention of photography created a brand new standard for visual accuracy. The photograph really became the perfect metaphor for what realism was trying to do, just capture a direct, unfiltered piece of reality.
So you see, this isn't just some dusty chapter in a textbook. The legacy of realism and naturalism is absolutely everywhere. The next time you watch a gritty crime drama that explores how a character's tough upbringing made them who they are, or you read a novel about the quiet, ordinary struggles of a normal person, well, you are looking at the direct descendants of these movements, the ones that dared to believe that the most powerful stories of all weren't about gods or kings, but about us.
Today, we're diving into a really radical idea from the 19th century. It's this concept of a novel that isn't built on imagination, but on the cold, hard rules of a scientific experiment.
I mean, just think about that for a second. What if a novel could actually be a scientific experiment? It kind of flips everything we think we know about storytelling on its head, right? Forget about muses and inspiration. Imagine an author studying characters the same way a biologist studies specimens in a lab.
Well, there was one writer who actually tried to do it. His name was Émile Zola. He was living in this incredible age of steam engines and scientific breakthroughs, and he basically looked at the art of the novel and thought, hey, this needs to catch up.
Now, to really get what Zola was up to, you have to understand the world he was pushing back against. The literature of his time, it was all about abstract ideas, grand emotions, and what he called the metaphysical man. Think gods, ghosts, and grand destinies.
This right here, this comparison, it perfectly draws the battle lines. You've got the old way, the classical and romantic stuff, that came from a more theological time. It focused on these abstract ideals and was fueled by pure imagination. Zola wanted to throw all that out and replace it with naturalism, a literature for the new scientific age. His subject wasn't going to be some idealized hero, it was the natural man, a person governed by real, observable laws. And his method? Nope, not inspiration. It was all about observation and experimentation.
Okay, so you're probably wondering, how on earth do you apply the scientific method to writing a story? Well, Zola's answer was pretty clever. He decided to borrow a core principle straight from the science of his day.
And that principle was something called absolute determinism. It's this core belief that everything in the universe, from a planet spinning to a human feeling angry, has a specific determining cause. Nothing happens by chance. There's no fate, no divine intervention. It's all just one big, complicated chain of cause and effect.
So, Zola argued that if this is true for all of nature, it has to be true for people too. And if that's the case, it completely changes the job of a novelist. You're no longer an inventor of stories. You become an observer, an experimenter, really. Your job is to just watch and record the causes that lead to certain effects in your characters' lives.
So if you were a character in Zola's literary laboratory, he believed you were being pushed and pulled by two massive, fundamental forces that he could actually study.
And these were the two big variables in his experiment. First, you've got heredity, all that biological stuff you inherit from your family, the traits passed down for generations. And second, there's your environment, the social class you're born into, the streets you grow up on, the conditions you live in. For Zola, pretty much every action, every thought, every single outcome in a character's life was just the product of these two powerful forces colliding.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. This all sounds pretty cold. Maybe a little bleak, right? Just reducing people down to a set of variables, taking away free will. But here's the twist. Behind all of this science, Zola had a deeply passionate moral purpose.
See, he wasn't just observing things for the sake of it. Zola truly believed that if we could understand the why behind human suffering, the specific genetic flaws or the terrible social conditions that lead to poverty and crime, then maybe, just maybe, we could start to fix those problems. For him, the novel becomes a kind of diagnostic tool for society.
And you can hear that passion in his own words. He said his goal was to produce upon the earth the greatest possible amount of justice and freedom. There is no nobler, higher, nor grander end. So for him, this experimental novel wasn't just some artsy exercise, it was a pathway to a better world, with literature and science working together.
Which leaves us with this huge question that people still debate today. Can a novelist really be a scientist? Can you truly be an impartial observer of the human condition? Or does the very act of telling a story always require something more, a leap of faith beyond just the data? Zola's bold experiment really makes you think about where that line between art and science is, or if there's even a line.
So what's art supposed to do, really? Is it about escaping into some fantasy world? Or is its job to hold up a mirror and show us life as it actually is? That's the big question we're diving into today, and we're going to do it through the eyes of a real giant of American literature, William Dean Howells, and his game-changing idea he called the democratic aesthetic.
All right, check this out. In 1891, Howells drops this bombshell: let fiction cease to lie about life. I mean, whoa, that's not just a friendly tip, right? He was basically throwing down the gauntlet. He was saying, hey, writers, let's stop spinning these pretty fairy tales. It's time to get real and show life as it is, warts and all.
So why was this such a big deal? Well, to get it, you really have to get the guy behind the words. William Dean Howells. He wasn't just some writer tucked away in an office. He was living and breathing in the Gilded Age, a time of massive, rapid change. And he looked around at the art being made, and he just saw this huge gap, this total disconnect from what was actually happening on the streets of America.
And listen, Howells was a huge deal. This wasn't some nobody with a controversial opinion. We're talking about the editor of the Atlantic Monthly, a best-selling novelist, and probably the most powerful critic in the country at the time. So when he put out his book, Criticism and Fiction, people listened. It wasn't just another book on the shelf. It was basically a manifesto that was going to change American literature forever.
Okay, so what was this grand lie he was so fired up about? Well, he looked at the popular books of his day, and what did he see? A whole lot of romanticism. Sentimental stories with perfect heroes and happy endings, a version of life that, let's be honest, had almost nothing to do with how people were actually living.
He drew the battle lines so clearly. On one side, you had the old way of doing things. It was all about personal feelings, copying these old European stories about larger-than-life, idealized heroes. But Howells? He wanted something totally different. Something almost scientific. He said, let's observe reality, dispassionately. And let's stop writing about kings and dukes and start writing about the common, everyday folks right here in America.
And for Howells, this wasn't just about what made a good story. No, this was way deeper. It was political. It was philosophical. He basically believed that if America was going to be a true democracy, then its art, its stories had to reflect that. They had to be democratic too.
And that brings us to the absolute core of his whole idea, the democratic aesthetic. It sounds fancy, but the concept is actually pretty straightforward. Think about it. If your whole country is built on the idea that everyone is created equal, shouldn't your art reflect that too? Howells thought so. For him, it meant art had to stop focusing on the fancy, the elite, and start finding the truth and the beauty in the lives of regular, everyday people. I mean, listen to this quote. He says, the arts must become democratic, and then we shall have the expression of America in art. That's it right there. For him, this wasn't just about tweaking novels. This was about capturing the very soul of the nation in its art. It was about fusing what it means to be American with the stories we tell ourselves. But here's the thing about Howells. He wasn't just some academic throwing out theories. He was a writer himself, and he gave other writers a practical playbook. He was like, you want to join this realist movement? Okay, here are the new rules. Here's how you actually tell the truth in your fiction. And his guide was pretty simple, really, based on 3 main ideas. First, just be honest. No more flawless heroes or totally evil villains. Just show people as they really are, with all their complications. Second, make it relatable. Write about the stuff we all feel: love, jealousy, ambition, the things we recognize in our own lives. And finally, be authentic. Write the way people actually talk, not in some high-flown, flowery language nobody actually uses.
Okay, but for Howells, this whole push for realism went even deeper than just writing techniques. It really got to the heart of why we even make art in the first place, and maybe even what it means to be human.
This is where we get to the real philosophical heart of it all. The true realist, he said, finds nothing insignificant. Think about that. Every little detail, a crack in a teacup, a random conversation you overhear, it all matters. It all holds a little piece of the truth about who we are. It's really a challenge to just pay attention to the world around you in a totally new way.
And if you follow that logic, if nothing is insignificant, then it means that no one is insignificant either. See, this focus on the common person, it's not about being patronizing. It's the exact opposite. It's this powerful statement that every single individual life has dignity and matters.
And then he says this, which is so powerful. No living man is a type, but a character. He's basically declaring war on stereotypes. The job of art, he's arguing, isn't to give us a cardboard cutout of the farmer or the businessman. The real work is to explore the unique, messy, complicated soul of one individual person.
And what's so cool is how he brings all these very modern ideas right back around to the classics. He argued that this new realist art wasn't throwing tradition out the window. Actually, by telling the truth about our lives, it was doing exactly what art has always been supposed to do, going all the way back to the ancient Romans. To delight us, sure, but also to teach us something meaningful.
So that leaves us with one final thought to chew on. You know, in our world today, with social media and perfectly curated Instagram feeds, we're constantly showing these idealized versions of ourselves. So doesn't Hal's big mission, his call to cease to lie about life and find what's important in the real, the messy, the insignificant, doesn't that feel more important now than maybe ever before? Just something to think about. Let's talk about the incredible Victorian novelist George Eliot. You probably know her for classics like Middlemarch or Silas Marner, but she was so much more than just a storyteller. She had this really profound, almost revolutionary idea about what a novel should be and what it could do for us all.
And this quote, this is everything. It's basically her mission statement. For Eliot, writing wasn't just about spinning a good yarn for entertainment. No, it was a serious duty. She truly believed a novelist's job was to tell the truth about the world as they saw it, with the same honesty as someone testifying in court. I mean, what a powerful way to think about art. So, how did she actually do it? How did she bring that mission to life? Well, her whole approach to realism, this humane way of seeing the world, it really boils down to 4 foundational principles. We're going to break them down one by one to see how it all clicks together. Okay, first up, the bedrock of it all, the absolute relentless pursuit of truth. For her, this was non-negotiable. It's the starting point for everything else. Eliot's idea of realism had nothing to do with fantasy or making things seem better than they are. It was all rooted in what she called direct experience. The whole point was to capture life as it really is, based on what you can actually observe and know for yourself. It's an art that's built on watching the world, not just inventing it. And she was under no illusions about how hard this was. Not at all. She knew that telling easy lies or simple stories was the path of least resistance. The real challenge, both artistically and morally, was to stick to the truth, even when it was complicated, messy, and difficult. And, you know, that deep commitment to truth flows right into her second principle. This one is all about staying true to your art, especially when people are pressuring you to do otherwise. So Eliot was very aware that most people want simple stories. They want stories that just confirm what they already think, with clear-cut heroes and villains. But she absolutely refused to just give people what they wanted. She believed a true artist had to show things authentically, even if it made the reader uncomfortable or challenged their beliefs. The goal wasn't comfort, it was truth. This chart really gets to the heart of it, doesn't it? On one side, you've got what the market often wants. Straightforward heroes, easy moral judgments, stories that don't rock the boat. But on the other side, you have Eliot's realism. That means messy, imperfect people and the tough truths that go along with them. She always chose the harder path. Now, this is where her art takes a turn and becomes deeply moral. With her third principle, we're moving beyond just observing the world to figuring out how we should engage with it. Okay, so here's the crucial idea. If you're going to show people truthfully, you have to show them as flawed. It's part of the package. And if you show them as flawed, then you also have to learn to accept them that way. For Eliot, judging people against some impossible perfect standard wasn't just unfair, it was a kind of cruelty. The real moral act is acceptance. I mean, listen to this quote from Adam Bede. It just perfectly captures her idea of fellow feeling. There's this incredibly deep sense of our shared humanity here. The point is, we can't just fix people or force them to be the person we want them to be. We just have to accept them as they are, with all their quirks and flaws. This is the real heart of her humane vision. All right, and that brings us to the final piece of the puzzle, the fourth principle. And this is where Eliot just completely flips the script on what we even think of as beautiful, both in art and in life. For Eliot, real beauty wasn't in some epic sunset or a perfectly chiseled hero. No way. It was in the feeling of connection,
in that deep human sympathy we can have for regular, everyday people. She was telling us to look for beauty in the ordinary, because that's where life actually happens. That's where we find real connection.
So what happens when you put all four of these ideas together? You get something so much bigger than just a literary style. Honestly, you get a whole philosophy for how to live. When you pursue truth, reject pretense, accept imperfection, and then find beauty in the ordinary, well, you're not just writing a certain kind of book anymore. Eliot forged a whole ethical framework. It's a truly humane way of looking at the world, and it's all grounded in compassion. And that's the bottom line. For George Eliot, realism wasn't some passive, boring reflection of the world. It was an active choice, a compassionate, deeply moral way of engaging with life, one that demands we see each other clearly and with a generous heart. Which, of course, leaves us with one big question. In our world today, a world so full of social media filters and perfectly curated online lives, what does it even mean to see the world and each other truthfully? Eliot's call for truth and sympathy feels more important right now than ever before.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're going to dive into a really revolutionary essay by one of the great masters, Henry James. An essay that completely rewrote the rulebook for what a novel could be, and pretty much shattered the old way of telling stories forever.
So let's kick things off with a question. Now, it might seem simple to us today, but this was at the absolute heart of a huge literary debate back in the 19th century. I mean, should a story just be there to entertain you and maybe teach you a little something? Or could it be something bigger? To really get what a bombshell Henry James was about to drop, we first have to understand the creative cage he was rattling. You have to see the so-called rules that writers back then were supposed to play by. And this really lays it all out, doesn't it? On one hand, you've got the standard thinking of the day. A novel was a tool, it had to have a clear moral, it was supposed to educate you, and it pretty much had to follow a strict formula. But then you have Henry James, and his vision was totally different. For him, the novel had to be free. Its job was to represent life, and it had no prescribed rules. All right, so let's get into the man himself, the champion of this new freedom. In 1884, Henry James published his powerful essay, The Art of Fiction. And it wasn't just some piece of literary criticism. No, it was a full-blown artistic manifesto. And, James wasn't just some nobody trying to stir the pot. By the time 1884 rolled around, he was already a huge deal in the literary world. He'd already written classics like The Portrait of a Lady. So he used that considerable influence to make a couple of incredibly bold claims for his art form. So his whole argument really boiled down to a couple of huge, kind of revolutionary ideas. First, he argued that the novel deserved to be seen as a serious art form, right up there with painting or classical music. And second, to get to that level, it had to be set completely free from rigid rules, and, this was the really controversial part, free from having to teach you a moral lesson. Okay, so James believed the novel had just one job, one core obligation, one single reason to exist. And this one idea, it would totally redefine what fiction was all about for generations of writers to come. And there it is, simple but so powerful. For James, the whole point of a novel wasn't about the lesson it taught or whether everyone lived happily ever after. Nope. The only reason for it to even exist was its attempt to capture life, to create what he famously called an illusion of life. And look, this is so important. He wasn't talking about just taking a picture of reality. He meant that a novel is a unique, personal impression of life, seen through the mind and the feelings of the artist. A book's success hinged on how well it conveyed that one-of-a-kind perspective. So, okay, if you're going to represent life, you've got to write from experience, right? But James had this incredibly huge and beautiful idea of what experience even was. It wasn't just the list of things you've done. For him, it was this immense sensibility, the very atmosphere inside your own head. It was something that's never finished. And this quote, wow, it's just the perfect way to picture what he meant. He imagined experience like this giant, delicate spider web hanging in your mind. And the slightest little thing, a brief conversation, a passing glance, could send a vibration through those threads and reveal a whole world of meaning to an artist who is paying attention. So if you follow that thought, the conclusion you come to is actually pretty simple, but it's also incredibly profound. If every person's experience is this infinite, unique web, then there's just no way there could be a single recipe for capturing reality. It has a million different faces.
But okay, that's a huge abstract idea, right? So how do you actually do that as a writer? How do you make your story feel real? James said the secret was what he called the solidity of specification. In other words, it's all about the specific, concrete, believable details that make a made-up world feel completely, utterly real. All right, let's get to what was probably his most controversial point. If the novel's main job is to represent all of life, the good, the bad, the messy, well, what does that mean for its moral duties? And James did not mince words here. He said if art is about life, then its playground is everything. All of it. Every feeling, every observation, every dark corner, every single kind of experience. Nothing was off limits. This is his mic drop moment right here. He's drawing a hard line in the sand. He's saying, look, when we talk about art, we should be talking about how well it's made. Is it good at what it's trying to do? Questions about morality, that's a whole different conversation. And that all leads to his ultimate point. The purpose of art, at the end of the day, is to be good art, not to be a good citizen or a moral teacher. A novel's quality shouldn't be based on whether it's good for you, but on how perfectly it's crafted, how beautifully it pulls off that illusion of life. So, fast forward to today. We are swimming in stories on our phones, our TVs, everywhere. Why does this essay from the 1800s still matter so much? What exactly is the legacy of this fight for artistic freedom? Well, his impact was, frankly, huge. First, he basically freed fiction from having to be a stuffy moral lesson. Second, he helped elevate the novel into the serious, complex art form we know today. And finally, his ideas about what makes a story feel real have shaped everything from classic literature to the amazing TV shows we all binge-watch now. At the end of the day, that's the real gift he gave us. He championed the idea that a story's truthfulness to the human experience, all the messy, complicated, beautiful, and sometimes ugly parts, is its own reason for being. It doesn't need to teach us how to be good, it just needs to be true to what it feels like to be human. And that kind of leaves us with a big question to chew on, doesn't it? James fought for fiction's freedom to be true to life. But in our world of AI, deepfakes, and social media, the challenge of what it even means for any story to be true is more complicated and maybe more important than ever before.
Today, let's dive into an artistic movement that basically declared war on reality itself. Seriously, it was a movement that looked at the world around us and said, you know what, the most important parts are the ones you can't even see. This is the story of the Symbolist Revolt. So, let me ask you this. Is the world that you can see and touch, is that all there is? Well, for a rebellious group of artists and writers back in the late 19th century, the answer was a huge no. They were absolutely convinced that something much, much deeper was hiding just beneath the surface of everyday life.
And this really gets to the core of their whole mission. See, they were just tired of art that was basically a photograph, just copying the material world. Their goal was way bigger, way more ambitious. They wanted to paint the unpaintable, to write the unwritable, to somehow give shape to that massive, invisible universe inside our own heads.
Now, a movement like this doesn't just pop up out of nowhere. It really started as a powerful pushback against the dominant culture of the time. You could call it a full-blown revolt against what they saw as a pretty shallow, materialistic version of reality.
So at the time, the art world was all about realism and naturalism. The goal was to capture the world in super fine objective detail, like a scientist. But the symbolists, they looked at that and thought it was a total creative dead end. So they did a complete 180, turning away from the external world to go exploring the internal one, that whole realm of ideals and big emotions and dreams.
And thinkers like the poet Charles Baudelaire were leading the charge. They were pushing back against, well, the entire package of modernity. They just couldn't stand the cold, impersonal feeling of city life, the endless grind of industry and commerce, and this really boring idea that language was just a tool for labeling stuff in the material world.
Okay, so if they're rejecting the outside world, where do you go? Well, they went inward. Their radical solution was to explore that vast, totally uncharted territory of the human mind. So, the movement officially gets its name with Jean Moraes's manifesto in 1886. And here's the key. Symbolism was never about just describing a tree. Nope. It was about using the idea of a tree to make you feel something, loneliness or growth or even decay. They believed our world was just a shadow of some higher, more perfect reality, and symbols were the key to unlocking it.
The critic Arthur Symons really nailed their mission with this quote. He called it a revolt against art that only ever shows you the surface, a revolt against language that sounds fancy but is actually empty, and a revolt against a tradition that valued things more than thoughts.
All right, so we know what they wanted to do, but how in the world did they actually pull it off? Let's take a look at the very specific tools and techniques they came up with to try and capture the invisible.
And their toolkit was pretty revolutionary. First, instead of direct description, they used suggestion. They wouldn't say, the character was sad. Instead, they describe a gloomy, rainy landscape to make you, the reader, feel that sadness yourself. The goal wasn't to show you the world, it was to put you in a certain state of mind. They even treated poetry like music, focusing on the sounds and rhythms of words to create an emotional vibe that went way beyond just their literal meaning.
And this led them to this really fascinating idea, which Baudelaire called synesthesia. It's this concept of correspondences between our senses. You know, like when someone talks about a loud color or a sweet sound. It's that crossing of the wires. The symbolists thought these sensory crossovers were actual pathways to a deeper, more unified reality. Pretty cool, right?
But then, the poet Stéphane Mallarmé took things a step further with an idea that is genuinely mind-bending. He argued that words don't just point to things that already exist out there. For him, a poem wasn't a sign of reality. A poem helped create reality. The poet was a creator, not just a reporter. The very act of putting words on a page could literally bring a new reality into being.
So, as you can imagine, this totally radical approach to art led to an equally radical philosophy about its purpose, or maybe its supposed lack of purpose.
L'art pour l'art, art for art's sake. This phrase became their rallying cry, and while it had been floating around since the philosopher Victor Cousin coined it in 1818, boy did the symbolists adopt it with a passion.
This idea falls under a doctrine called aestheticism, and what it means is that art doesn't need to teach you a lesson. It doesn't need to improve society or make a political point. Its only job, its only justification, is to be beautiful. This was a massive challenge to the whole Victorian idea that art had to be useful or morally good.
One of the movement's biggest critics, Remy de Gourmont, put it pretty bluntly. He said that great art has to be subjective. It has to be a pure expression of the artist's inner world. To be objective and impersonal, in his view, that was the very definition of being mediocre.
Now here's the thing. The official symbolist movement itself didn't last all that long, but its ideas, they were anything but short-lived. They didn't just fade away. They basically planted all the seeds for the massive artistic revolutions of the 20th century.
And ironically, the people who had the most lasting influence were the movement's precursors, guys like Baudelaire, Verlaine, Rimbaud, and Mallarmé. Their wild explorations laid the groundwork for decades of innovation, long after the official symbolism label had kind of fizzled out.
I mean, just look at this list. The movement's influence reads like a who's who of literary modernism. You've got the stream of consciousness style in James Joyce and Virginia Woolf, the myth-making of W.B. Yeats and T.S. Eliot, that symbolist focus on our inner worlds, and the sheer creative power of language became absolutely central to their work. They completely changed the game.
So, at the end of the day, while some critics back then might have just dismissed the whole thing as decadent or self-indulgent, symbolism's impact is just undeniable. It wasn't just another art movement. It was a real philosophical shift that challenged our most basic ideas about what art is for, and maybe even what reality is. Which leaves us with one last thought to chew on. Remember Mallarmé's idea that poetry could help create reality? Well, if we accept that, if we believe that the stories we tell and the art we make don't just reflect the world, but actually help shape it, then what does that say about all the art, all the media, all the content that we're all creating and consuming right now? It's a pretty powerful question to think about. All right, so let's dive into the mind of a poet who looked at the modern world and saw, well, a pretty fallen place. But for him, escape wasn't about getting out. It was about completely reimagining everything from the inside.
Okay, let's just start with this bombshell of a quote, because this is pure Baudelaire. He had this really dark, pessimistic view of humanity and all its so-called progress. And to get his art, you really have to start right here, with this unsettling belief.
So, to really get a handle on his wild ideas about art, we first need to get a picture of the world he was pushing back against. We're talking 19th century Paris, bustling, commercial, and, at least in his eyes, totally spiritually bankrupt.
You know, Baudelaire's life was short and pretty turbulent, full of controversy and sickness, but in just 46 years, wow, his work managed to completely change the direction of literature and art forever.
To survive in this world he couldn't stand, he basically created two different personas for himself. On one hand, you've got the dandy, kind of aloof, obsessed with pure beauty, and totally rejecting all the materialistic stuff society cared about. And on the other hand, you have the flaneur, the wanderer, the guy who would dive deep into the city streets, just observing all the corrupt but strangely fascinating parts of modern life.
And this quote, this one really nails the central problem for him. He saw the modern obsession with progress and money, not as some great achievement, but as a kind of spiritual poison. To him, it was just fundamentally evil.
So you might be asking, how does a poet get away from a world he thinks is so awful? Well, Baudelaire's answer was pretty revolutionary. He doesn't run from it. Instead, he learns to see right through it. This, right here, is the absolute core of his artistic vision. It's called the symbolist aesthetic. It's the idea that everything we see and touch and smell in this world, it's all just a clue, a symbol that points to something higher, something more perfect, something heavenly.
He literally believed the world was like a giant dictionary of hieroglyphics. All the meanings are there, just waiting to be read, but you need someone to translate them. And for Baudelaire, the artist, the poet, is that translator.
So you can kind of see the process here. It's almost like the artist's secret formula. Step 1, observe the real world, the good, the bad, all of it. Step 2, decipher the hidden meanings, those heavenly correspondences. And then step 3, and this is the magic part, use your art to reveal that hidden perfect world to the rest of us. But to crack that code, to read that dictionary of hieroglyphics, you're going to need a special tool, right? A kind of power that Baudelaire thought was pretty much divine.
And this was the big question he had to answer to make his whole theory work. I mean, it's not enough to just look at reality. The poet has to be able to actively create meaning from what they see.
And here it is, his powerful, elegant answer. For Baudelaire, imagination wasn't just about making up fantasies. No, it was the single most powerful, most important faculty of the human mind, the queen of them all.
And for Baudelaire, imagination isn't some fuzzy idea. It's a real power, almost a divine one. It's not just about seeing the world. It's about intuitively understanding all the secret connections between things. Think of it like a superpower that lets you take reality apart and then rebuild it, but this time according to the logic of your own soul.
Now, an idea this huge about the power of imagination, it doesn't just stop there. It actually forced a complete rethinking of what art itself is even for.
And right here, you can see where he takes a sharp turn away from his hero, Edgar Allan Poe. See, Poe famously said art should just be for art's sake, not for teaching lessons. Baudelaire was like, I agree, but, and his but was huge. He argued that the imagination is so powerful that it doesn't just create beautiful art, it actually creates its own higher form of truth and morality. So what's the big takeaway here? It's this. By putting the imagination on a throne, Baudelaire basically made the individual artist the ultimate judge of what's real.
And this might be his most radical claim of all. Imagination doesn't just reflect the truth, it is the truth. He's saying it has this divine right to take that storehouse of images from the world and rearrange it into a new, truer reality, one that's authorized only by the artist's inner vision.
You really can't overstate his legacy. He's seen as the father of French symbolism, a huge influence on modern writers. He fundamentally shifted the entire goal of art away from just copying the world as it is and toward creating entirely new worlds from within.
And so, we're going to leave you with that provocative thought. It's a question that drove Baudelaire's entire life's work, and honestly, it's one that artists and thinkers are still wrestling with today. If imagination is the queen of truth, what does real even mean?
To burn always with a hard, gem-like flame. You know, that single phrase, it's so electric. It's been haunting artists and thinkers for more than 150 years. But what does it really mean to live with that kind of intensity? Well, in this explainer, we're going to dive into that powerful idea and see what it can teach us about success and maybe even the art of living itself. Okay, so let's just start with this little fragment. Imagine hearing that the secret to a successful life is just to maintain this ecstasy. It sounds amazing, right? But also maybe a little impossible. What kind of ecstasy are we even talking about here?
And could that really be all there is to success?
And that really gets to the heart of what we're talking about today. I mean, we're all taught that success is about goals, right? The achievements, the things you can point to. But what if we've been looking at it all wrong? What if the real measure of a life isn't found in the list of things you've done, but in the quality of the moments you've actually lived?
To answer that, we have to go to the source of that quote. And get this, it comes from a conclusion that was so controversial, its author actually yanked it from the second edition of his most famous book. All right, let's get into it.
And there it is, the full sentence. It was written by Walter Pater, a 19th century English writer and critic. This one line became a kind of guiding star for the aesthetic movement, and it really challenged everything people in the Victorian era thought they knew about morality and ambition.
And Pater wasn't just a one-hit wonder. I mean, this guy was a serious academic, a major thinker. His most famous work, The Renaissance, which came out in 1873, is where our quote is from. And when his writing came out, it sent these, shockwaves through the literary world. He was proposing a totally new way of engaging with art and, as we'll see, with life itself.
Okay, so to really get what Pater means by burning with a gem-like flame, we first have to wrap our heads around his revolutionary approach to art. He completely changed the questions a critic was even supposed to be asking.
So, look at this. On the left, you've got the traditional way of thinking. Critics at the time, like Matthew Arnold, believed the goal was to be objective, to figure out the universal truth inside the artwork. But Pater, on the right, he just flips that whole script. He says the most important question isn't about the object itself, it's about your personal, subjective reaction to it.
And this quote just nails his point. For Pater, a critic's job wasn't to be some cold, detached judge. It was to be, a sensitive instrument, to analyze their own feelings and impressions with real precision. The experience of the art became more important than the art object. This was a huge shift. I mean, just think about how we talk about movies or music today. We're way more interested in the vibes or how something made us feel than its objective perfection. You could say Pater was the 19th century pioneer of that whole mindset.
This focus on your personal experience leads us right to the famous slogan of the whole aesthetic movement, a phrase that's forever linked with Walter Pater, art for art's sake.
So what does that actually mean? Well, basically, it's the idea that art doesn't need to justify its existence. It doesn't have to teach you a moral lesson, it doesn't have to improve society, and it doesn't have to serve some political cause. Its value is entirely within itself, in its beauty, its form, and the unique experience it gives you. It's pure experience, no strings attached.
And this was totally revolutionary. You have to remember, the Victorians believed art had to be morally uplifting, it had to serve a purpose. Pater and the aesthetes came along and basically said no. They wanted to cut all those chains. Art, they argued, should be free to serve one thing and one thing only: beauty. This frees art up to do what it does best, provide that intense aesthetic experience.
And this is where it gets really fascinating. Pater takes his powerful idea about art and he applies it to the biggest canvas there is, life itself. He basically asks, if art doesn't need an external purpose to be valuable, then why should our lives?
Now, the starting point for his philosophy of life is, it's a sobering one. He sees our existence as this fleeting thing, this constant stream of moments that just appear and then vanish forever. We are only here for a very, very short time. So the big question becomes, how do we make the most of this brief, flickering existence? It's a question that feels even more relevant today when our lives can feel like an endless scroll, right? A stream of impressions that just blur together and disappear.
So Pater lays out this really simple, logical path. First, you have to accept that life is short. Then, and this is key, you need to shift your goal. Stop chasing the outcomes, what he calls the fruit of experience, and start valuing the process, the feeling, the moment itself. And for Pater, the best, most powerful, most intense experiences, they're found in art and in the search for beauty.
So we've looked at his view on art, this idea of art for art's sake, and his philosophy of life as this fleeting thing. Okay, now let's bring it all together and look at that opening quote in its full, brilliant context.
So here's the bottom line. Since our time is so limited, wasting it on dullness or chasing some far-off goal you might never reach, that's the ultimate failure. Real success is about packing as much passionate, vivid, beautiful experience into our short time as we possibly can. It's not about collecting trophies for a shelf, it's about collecting moments that make you feel truly, intensely alive. The experience is the prize.
And now, the quote makes perfect sense, doesn't it? That hard, gem-like flame is the intensity of your own consciousness, fully awake, fully alive to the beauty of the moment.
We might call that a flow state or a peak experience today. And the ecstasy? That's that heightened feeling you get when you really connect with a poem or a piece of music or even just a beautiful sunset. To live like this, to constantly seek out and hold on to that passionate intensity, that, for Walter Pater, is success.
Which leaves us with a pretty big question for ourselves. Pater wrote this over 150 years ago. In our world today, a world just filled with endless notifications and distractions, all pulling at our attention, his call for focused, intense experience, it seems more urgent and maybe a lot harder than ever before. So what does it take for you to kindle that flame? What makes you feel most alive? That's definitely something worth thinking about.
What if the most important thing about a piece of art was that it was totally, completely useless? It sounds crazy, right? Well, we're about to dive into the brilliantly subversive mind of Oscar Wilde, a man whose ideas about art and criticism still feel absolutely revolutionary today. All art is quite useless. Okay, so let's just start with this bombshell of a quote. It's from the preface to Oscar Wilde's only novel, and on the surface, it seems like he's trashing his entire life's work. So what on earth did he really mean by that? Let's dive in and find out. I mean, really think about it. Why would this master of language, this dazzling wit, claim that everything he created was useless? The answer, it turns out, completely reinvents the purpose of art. And maybe even more importantly, it reinvents the role of the person looking at it. You. So to really get wild, you've got to picture the guy. He was the ultimate dandy, a man who basically turned his own life into a work of art. And the preface to his novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray, wasn't just some polite introduction. Oh no, it was a manifesto, a declaration of war thrown right in the face of stuffy old Victorian England. Every single one of these points was a direct shot at the way things were. See, the Victorians thought art was supposed to be good for you, like medicine. It should be moral, it should teach you a lesson. And Wilde just comes along and says, nope. Art's only job is to be beautiful. Books can't be moral or immoral. And most shocking of all, art isn't about mirroring life. It's about mirroring you, the person looking at it. So before Wilde could build up his new way of thinking, he first had to tear down the old one. Let's take a look at what the job of a critic was supposed to be back in the 19th century.
And the voice of the establishment, the old guard, if you will, was this guy, Matthew Arnold. He was a huge deal, a massively influential critic. And for him, the task was crystal clear. A critic's job was to be objective and find the one true meaning hidden inside a work of art.
Think of it kind of like a scientist with a butterfly pinned to a board. The critic was supposed to stand back, analyze the art without any personal feelings, and then deliver this final objective judgment on its quality and its message. The critic was a judge, not a part of the experience. And this is where Wilde launches his brilliant, beautiful rebellion and builds a completely new philosophy from the ground up. And this right here, this is the main event. Wilde just flips the entire table over. He argues that trying to see the object as it is totally impossible. All we can ever know is our own personal impression of it. And just like that, the critic's subjective feeling isn't a failure to be objective. It's the whole point of the entire game. And here it is, the ultimate mic drop. Wilde doesn't just say criticism is a secondary thing that just, talks about art. He claims it's an art form in its own right. And get this, maybe even the highest art form. Why? Because it's not tied down to copying reality. It's pure, unfiltered personal impression. And he's not just making this stuff up. He builds a logical case. First, he says you can't even be an artist without a critical faculty. You have to choose, select, and shape. Second, the act of interpreting something is itself deeply creative. And third, this is the big one. Criticism doesn't owe the art anything. It can exist for its own sake, as its own beautiful thing. So all of this thinking leads Wilde to this incredible vision of a new kind of intellectual hero, the critic who is completely and utterly free. Now, Wilde pulls out this very specific, kind of nerdy theological term, antinomian. It literally means against the law. He hijacks this word to describe his ideal critic, a rebel who is against all fixed systems, all moral rules, and any demand for a single, boring, correct truth. So for this new kind of critic, you're not loyal to one idea or one team or one ism. Nope. Your only real loyalty is to curiosity itself, to the free play of the mind. It's about exploring every single possibility without getting trapped by any of them. But here's the thing. For Wilde, this wasn't just some fun intellectual game. He genuinely believed that this kind of criticism had the power to literally shape the world we all live in.
So check out what this kind of criticism actually does. It doesn't just judge art, it brings it to life. It's the thing that connects a painting from the Renaissance to our world today. For Wilde, it actually creates the entire intellectual atmosphere that allows new ideas to even be born. It's what helps us rise above our own biases and become more connected to the world.
Which, of course, brings us all the way back to that puzzle we started with. After all this, what could he possibly have meant when he said art is useless? And here's the beautiful answer. For Wilde, useless was the highest compliment he could pay. It meant that art is free. It's free from the boring burden of having to be useful, like a hammer or a history textbook. Art's purpose isn't to do something, but simply to be, to just exist as something beautiful. And that's the gorgeous paradox at the heart of it all. The art itself just is. It exists in this state of perfect, beautiful uselessness. It is the critic, and that means every one of us, including you, who takes that beauty and gives it a voice, gives it meaning, and makes it a living, breathing part of our culture. And that leaves us with one last, pretty wild thought for our time. Wilde said the critic's job is to put art into a new relationship with the age we live in. So, what new relationships, what new meanings are we supposed to find for art, both human-made and machine-made, here in the age of AI? Now that is a question Oscar Wilde would have absolutely loved.
You ever get that feeling you're running on a treadmill, but you can't see it? Like you're stuck in a system that's just hardwired for striving, for wanting, and let's be honest, for suffering. Well, today we're diving into the mind of Arthur Schopenhauer, a philosopher who didn't just diagnose this misery matrix of the modern world, he actually offered a surprising key to unlock it. So here's our game plan. First, we're going to face Schopenhauer's pretty bleak diagnosis of the world head on. Then we'll uncover this invisible tyrant he called the will. After that, we're going to tear down the whole myth of progress, and finally, we get to the good part, his radical solution for how art can be a path to redemption and give us a genuine moment of peace. All right, let's jump right in with Schopenhauer's main critique. And you gotta forget any image you have of a philosopher sitting in some ivory tower. This was a guy who's looking at the dawn of the modern world. You know, the Industrial Revolution, this whole idea of progress, and he was just deeply, deeply unimpressed. And believe me, this guy did not pull any punches. This quote, it's pure Schopenhauer. See, at the time, his contemporary, Hegel, was this intellectual superstar, selling everyone on this grand story of rational progress. And Schopenhauer just saw it as complete nonsense, a philosophy built on, as he put it, 3/4 cash and 1/4 crazy notions. Ouch. But his beef wasn't just with other academics. No, he was taking aim at the entire modern worldview. This obsession with material gain, with scientific progress, he thought it was completely hollowing out humanity. He saw society just bowing down to what he called crass materialism. Sound familiar? Yeah, it's a diagnosis that feels incredibly relevant today. So, what's behind all this misery? According to Schopenhauer, it's not bad government or flawed logic. The root cause is way deeper. It's this invisible, fundamental force that's underneath all of existence, a true tyrant behind every single thing we strive for and suffer from. He called it the will to live, or sometimes just the will. And this right here is his big idea. The best way to think about it is like the universe's source code. It's this relentless, blind, totally irrational drive that exists in everything. I mean, everything, from a plant stretching toward the sun to our own deepest desires. The will has only one goal: to keep going, to perpetuate itself over and over. And here's the real kicker. The will isn't something we control. It works unconsciously, pushing us around through our most primal urges, like the drive to reproduce. And this is the part that really stings. Our brilliant, rational intellect, the thing we're so proud of, it's not in charge, not even close. It's just a servant, a clever tool that executes the blind commands of its true master, the will. So, if our intellect is basically just a puppet, then what does that say about all of humanity's greatest achievements? You know, things like reason and historical progress. Well, for Schopenhauer, they're not our salvation. They're actually just more complicated parts of the trap. And this is where the clash is just so clear. You've got thinkers like Hegel, who saw history as a rational story, a straight line of progress heading towards some amazing purpose. And then you have Schopenhauer, who saw history as a wheel. For him, it was just the same miserable patterns: war, greed, suffering, repeating over and over, endlessly, with absolutely no point to it all. This quote just nails it. Our reason, the great engine of the Enlightenment that was supposed to set us free, is actually in bondage. It's a slave to the primal demands of the will. So we think we're making all these rational, logical choices, but according to Schopenhauer, we're really just inventing clever justifications to serve a blind, relentless master. Okay, so I know it's a pretty bleak picture, right? We're basically puppets of a blind force, and our own minds are the ones holding the strings. But, and this is a big but, Schopenhauer doesn't just leave us in despair. He offers an escape hatch, a really unique and surprising path to freedom.
So the big question is there any way out? Can we ever actually break this relentless cycle of wanting something, getting it, and then immediately wanting something new? Schopenhauer's answer, surprisingly, is yes. Yes, we can.
His escape route is what he calls the aesthetic. Now, this isn't just about liking pretty paintings. For him, it's a special, incredibly powerful way of perceiving the world, a way of seeing that lets us, just for a moment, unplug from the constant demands of the will. So here's how it works. When you truly contemplate an object, whether it's art or nature or poetry, you kind of lose yourself in it. Your own desires, your anxieties, your mental to-do list, all of it just fades away. You stop seeing that thing for how it can serve you, and instead, you see it purely for what it is. And in that moment of pure observation, you achieve this amazing state of being a will-less subject of knowledge. And for Schopenhauer, the absolute paradigm, the ultimate example of this state was poetry. Why? Well, because great poetry gives you this profound insight without asking for anything in return. It's knowledge for its own sake. It's one of those rare moments where our intellect is finally truly free from its demanding boss, the will. So, let's bring all this home. What does a 19th century philosopher's idea about art and poetry have to do with our lives right now? You know, in this world of endless notifications, deadlines, and just constant digital noise. What Schopenhauer realized, way ahead of his time, was this. He saw that the traditional pillars of meaning, things like religion, philosophy, even science, were starting to crack. And he believed that in their place, the aesthetic experience could become our last best hope for finding any sense of harmony and order in an increasingly chaotic world. And this is so important. This escape isn't permanent. You can't live in this state. But that fleeting moment of pure contemplation, that quiet observation without desire, is, for Schopenhauer, the absolute highest, most serene and free state a human being can possibly achieve. It's a genuine moment of peace. And that kind of leaves us with one final thought to chew on. In our world, which is practically designed from the ground up to fuel the will, with notifications, ads, and endless goals, where do you find your aesthetic escape? Is it in music? A walk in the woods? Getting lost in a great book? Where do you go to quiet that striving and find your moment of peace?
So let's talk about Friedrich Nietzsche. This guy wasn't your typical philosopher, sitting in an ivory tower. He saw himself as more of a doctor for culture. He took one long, hard look at Western civilization and basically said, "You're sick." And he spent his entire life trying to figure out a diagnosis, calling for a complete reinvention of what it means to be human.
And of course, there's his most famous, most explosive line, "God is dead." It's designed to grab you by the collar, for sure. But here's the thing a lot of people miss. This wasn't a celebration for him. For Nietzsche, this was an alarm bell. It was the announcement of the single greatest crisis in the history of humanity.
So, what on earth did he really mean by that? It wasn't just about religion fading away. No, it was so much bigger. The death of God meant the collapse of the entire moral and philosophical system that had propped up the Western world for 2,000 years. The very foundation was gone.
All right, so here's how we're going to unpack all of this. We'll start with what he saw as the two primal forces that shaped everything. Then we'll get into his wild theory about how reason killed art. From there, we'll look at his radical prescription for us all, the will to power. And finally, we'll have to grapple with the complicated and controversial legacy of Nietzsche's lasting shadow.
To really get Nietzsche's diagnosis, you have to go back in time with him, all the way to ancient Greece, in his first major book, The Birth of Tragedy.
He argued that art, and really all of human existence, is a battleground between two primal competing forces.
So picture this cosmic tug of war. In one corner you have Apollo. He's the god of order, logic, and beautiful dreams. He represents the self, the individual, and all the neat, tidy illusions we create to make life bearable. And in the other corner, you have Dionysus. He's the god of wine, chaos, pure emotion. He represents the complete opposite, the shattering of the self, where you dissolve into this wild, primal, universal feeling.
Now, the absolute genius of the ancient Greeks, Nietzsche said, was that they didn't choose a side. Instead, they slammed these two opposites together into what he called a yoke of marriage, and this tense, perfect balance created Greek tragedy. For him, the highest art form ever. Why? Because it let people stare directly into the abyss, into the terrors and horrors of existence, and still come out affirming life. They were literally saved by art.
But, and this is a massive but for Nietzsche, this perfect balance was incredibly fragile, and it didn't last. He argued that this amazing art form, tragedy, actually died by suicide. It was destroyed from the inside out. Nietzsche basically lays out a cosmic crime scene for us. The victim? Greek tragedy, with all its raw Dionysian power. The murder weapon? Something he calls despotic logic, a cold, sterile rationality that simply cannot handle chaos or mystery. And the mastermind behind it all? A totally new kind of thinker, Socrates.
And look, Nietzsche does not mince words. He calls Socrates the vortex and turning point of Western civilization. He's basically saying this one guy altered the entire trajectory of human history, sending us down a completely new and, in Nietzsche's eyes, a very dangerous path.
And that new path was Socratism. It's the belief, which Nietzsche calls a grand metaphysical illusion, that pure reason can solve everything, that with enough logic we can make existence completely understandable and justified. But in the process of tidying everything up, Socrates and his student Plato put philosophy above poetry. They killed off myth, and they snuffed out that essential, chaotic Dionysian spirit.
Okay, so the diagnosis is in. Civilization is weak, suffering from an overdose of reason. So what's the cure? If the old values are dead and gone, what new energy can possibly drive us forward? This is where he gets to his most potent and probably most misunderstood idea.
The will to power. Now, let's be clear. This is not just about dominating other people. That's the big mistake everyone makes. For Nietzsche, this is the basic, fundamental drive in all life. It's the same energy that pushes a tiny plant to grow towards the sun or an artist to create a masterpiece. It is that deep inner urge for self-assertion, for overcoming your own limits, and for expanding your influence on the world, to grow and become more.
And the ultimate goal of this will to power? To create the Übermensch, or the Overman. And again, this isn't some superhero in a cape. It's the person who, in a world without cosmic rules, has the incredible courage to rise above the comfortable, mediocre herd morality. The Overman doesn't just follow old values. They create new ones. They justify their own life not through logic, but aesthetically, like a work of art.
So, what happened? Did Nietzsche's prescription take? Well, his ideas ended up casting a long, complicated, and incredibly controversial shadow over the 20th century that stretches all the way to today.
Honestly, it's almost impossible to overstate his influence. His assault on objective truth and morality became the bedrock for so many major movements. You can feel his presence in the soul-searching of existentialism, and you can absolutely see it in the work of post-structuralist thinkers like Foucault and Derrida, who took his ideas about power and language and ran with them.
But we have to face the darker side of his legacy. There's no way around it. His concepts of the will to power and the Übermensch were horribly twisted and co-opted, most infamously by the Nazis, tying his philosophy to hateful ideologies that he himself would have despised. It's a complicated and often ugly part of his story.
This quote really just brings it all back to his original diagnosis. This is us, modern humanity, as he saw us, spiritually starving. We're surrounded by history, but
What if the truest reality isn't something you can think about, but something you can actually feel? Today, we're diving into a pretty revolutionary idea from the philosopher Henri Bergson, one that challenges centuries of thinking and suggests that maybe, just maybe, the deepest truths aren't found in logic, but in art. So, let's start with a little thought experiment to get us going. When you think back on a really amazing day, what feels more real to you? Is it that static, frozen picture you snapped on your phone? Or is it that continuous, unbroken feeling of joy that kind of flows through you as you remember it? That very difference, that's right at the heart of what we're talking about today. To really get why Bergson's idea was such a bombshell, we've got to first look at what he was arguing against. And that was a philosophical tradition that for centuries basically preferred perfect, timeless statues over the messy, flowing river of actual life. Yeah, for literally thousands of years, the big idea was that our world, the one that's full of time and change and all that movement, was just a flawed, temporary copy of some higher, perfect reality. This perfect place was supposed to be eternal, totally unmoving, and fundamentally more real than anything we could ever experience. This right here captures that classic divide perfectly. On the left, you've got the traditional view of reality, eternal, unchanging, perfect. Then on the right, you have our actual world of experience, which is all about time, flow, and, well, imperfection. For ages, philosophy told us, hey, focus on the left column. The stuff on the right, that's just a shadow. So how did Henry Bergson come back at this? Well, he didn't just disagree a little bit. He completely flipped this entire tradition on its head. He argued that the river of our experience wasn't the shadow, it was the real deal. Bergson's big, bold move was to claim that the thing that is most real is the very thing philosophers since Plato had called unreal, time itself. He said we need to get back to the immediate, authentic feel of our own experience, which isn't made of static things, but of a constant, nonstop flow. And he gave this experience a special name, durée, or duration. Now, this isn't clock time, tick-tock, a bunch of separate moments strung together. Nope. Durée is our inner sense of time as the seamless, indivisible flow, where the past just kind of melts into the present and pushes us toward the future. It's way more like a melody than a string of individual notes. And this is where Bergson makes it super personal. He's not talking about some lofty, abstract theory. You already know durée is real because you are durée. It's the very flow of your own consciousness, a reality you just get intuitively from the inside out. Okay, but wait. If this flowing reality is so fundamental, why don't we feel it all the time? Well, Bergson pointed his finger at a culprit that every single one of us uses every single day: language. So here's the problem. Language works by using these common, general labels for everything. Think about it. We have one word, love, to try and describe a million unique individual feelings. We have one word, sadness, for a flow of emotion that is never, ever the same twice. Language basically takes what's unique and squishes it into a conventional box. This whole process actually hides reality from us. First, you have your unique, flowing experience. Then language comes along and just slaps a general label on it. And by doing that, it freezes that dynamic flow into a static, solid concept. Kind of like taking a single photograph of a raging river. And in that one snapshot, the movement, the real life of the moment, it's just gone. So this is the big takeaway here. Bergson believed the very tool we use to communicate about reality, language, ends up building a wall around it. It creates this crust of conventional ideas that covers up the authentic, flowing experience that's happening underneath. Okay, so if language traps us, how in the world do we break free? This brings us to Bergson's amazing and kind of surprising conclusion about the true purpose of art. You could say, if language is the prison, then the artist is the one holding the key. For Bergson, art is basically our escape hatch. It's our way of cracking through that crust of language. He believed that artists, and he was a huge fan of poets in particular, have figured out how to subvert the very nature of words to get us back to the flowing reality of durée. So how do they do it? They rebel. Instead of just using words as these simple, see-through labels, poets focus on the materiality of language itself. The sound, the rhythm, the actual texture of the words. They treat words not just as signs pointing to things, but as unique objects that can create a whole new experience of time in the reader. They express that flow, not just some static idea. And this leads to an absolutely radical idea. If the whole point of philosophy is to grasp reality, but our main tool, language, keeps getting in the way, then maybe the highest form of philosophy isn't a logical argument. Maybe it's a...
Have you ever felt kind of stuck? Caught between a past that doesn't really work anymore and a future that feels, well, a little chaotic and uncertain? Yeah, you're not the only one. Today we're jumping into the world of Matthew Arnold, a 19th century writer who looked at his own rapidly changing society and saw the exact same thing. And he came up with a powerful,
and pretty controversial solution. Okay, just take a second with this line. It's from one of his own poems, and it just nails the spiritual crisis he felt was happening all around him. He saw a world where the old, solid beliefs of religion were starting to crumble, but a new, meaningful way of life hadn't actually shown up to replace them. It was like being totally adrift, and that feeling, it shaped absolutely everything he wrote.
So to really get what Arnold is talking about, we have to kind of picture his world. The Victorian era wasn't just steam engines and fancy hats. It was this time of massive, dizzying change. On one hand, you had all this incredible progress, but on the other, it was creating these deep cracks in society and in people's sense of who they were. Now check this out. You can literally see his life mapping onto these huge shifts. The Industrial Revolution is just churning everything up. Then, as a school inspector, he's on the front lines seeing what this is doing to people's minds. And then, bam, Darwin publishes his book, and it's like a seismic shock to the very foundation of faith. This was the fractured, disenchanted world that Arnold felt he had to diagnose. So what was the problem exactly, according to Arnold? He wasn't just vaguely pointing at general anxiety. Nope, he was way more specific. He believed this spiritual sickness had a name, a personality even, that represented a mindset he thought was just dangerously narrow.
He called them the Philistines. This was his name for the growing middle class. He saw them as being completely obsessed with business, with practicality, and with a really rigid, moralistic code of conduct. For Arnold, this focus on all the external stuff, making money, being useful, was basically just stunting the nation's soul.
And this just lays out the contrast perfectly. The Philistines put all their faith in what Arnold called machinery. Now, he didn't mean literal machines. He meant the external systems, wealth, industry, politics, all of it. They cared about what works. But Arnold's ideal, it was the total opposite. He was all about inwardness, focusing on your internal condition and the pursuit of perfection, not in your bank account, but in your spirit.
All right, so it's one thing that diagnosed the problem, but what's the cure, right? Well, Arnold actually had a two-part prescription for the modern world's ills, and it all started with completely rethinking the job of the critic.
See, for Arnold, you couldn't just invent a great new culture out of nothing. He argued that first, you had to create the right intellectual atmosphere, like preparing the soil so that fresh ideas could actually grow. And who were the gardeners in this scenario? The critics.
And this is absolutely key to his whole argument, the idea of disinterested criticism. Now, let's be super clear. Disinterested does not mean uninterested, like you're bored. It means being impartial. It means you're free from bias, you're not trying to win a political debate or push a practical agenda. It's all about stepping back and just seeing the thing as it really is.
And man, the job description for this critic was huge. Their task was to let their mind just play freely over everything, to really understand the essence of an idea. Their mission was to look at all of human knowledge and identify, quote, the best that is known and thought in the world. And then, their job was to get those ideas out there, creating this intellectual current that would lift the whole of society up.
So this idea of criticism is the tool, it's the method. But what's the ultimate goal? What's the end game? Well, that brings us to Arnold's biggest, most famous idea, something he simply called culture.
And there it is again. That phrase is the foundation for everything. But when Arnold talks about culture, he doesn't mean knowing about opera or using the right fork. For him, it's the active, lifelong pursuit of the very best things humans have ever thought or created. It's the stuff the critics help us find.
He calls culture a study of perfection. And again, notice, it's an internal thing. It's all about developing every part of yourself, your brain, your morals, your sense of beauty, and bringing them all together in harmony to become a complete, balanced person. This was the direct antidote to the Philistines' mechanical, external-only worldview. And to describe this perfect harmony, he used this amazing phrase, sweetness and light. Sweetness was his word for beauty, for art. Light was his word for intelligence and reason. And he believed that culture was the force that could fuse them together to create a truly whole human being.
But Arnold wasn't done. He took his argument one massive step further, to a conclusion that was, honestly, radical for his time, and is still pretty startling today. He pointed to one specific art form that he believed would have to carry the entire future of humanity on its shoulders.
In an era where science was challenging the facts of religion, Arnold said poetry has to take over. He truly believed it would become the new source for everything, for interpreting our lives, for consoling us when things get tough, and for sustaining us morally. I mean, talk about a huge promotion for poetry.
You can see his logic laid out pretty clearly here. First, religion is losing its authority. Second, philosophy is just too abstract, right? It doesn't offer the kind of emotional support people actually need. So, what's left? What has the power to connect with us on a deep human level and sustain us? For Arnold, the only answer was poetry.
So ultimately, Arnold called poetry a criticism of life. And again, by criticism, he didn't mean complaining. He meant it was an examination of life, an interpretation. He thought the very best poetry had the truth and seriousness to guide us through our complicated modern world, basically filling the role that religion once did.
And that brings it all right back to us, doesn't it? Arnold was worried about a world run by industrial machinery. We're living in a world being completely reshaped by digital machinery, by algorithms and AI. So his challenge feels more urgent than ever. In our world of endless scrolling and information overload, what does it even mean to look for sweetness and light? What is the best that has been thought and said, and how on earth do we find it?
You know how we argue about books or movies? How some of us get really into the moral message, while others are all about the style, the visuals, the artistry? Well, it turns out that's not just a random debate. It's actually the echo of a huge intellectual war that completely changed how we talk about literature about 100 years ago. Today, we're going to dive right into that battle.
All right, so here's our game plan. First, we'll meet the old guard, the traditionalists who ran the show. Then we'll get into their core beliefs, this humanist crusade. After that, we meet the rebels who came to tear it all down. We'll see how all that chaos led to a totally new way of thinking. And finally, we'll talk about why this old fight still matters to us today.
Okay, so let's jump in our time machine and head back to the turn of the 20th century. In the world of literary criticism, there was a very clear establishment. These were the titans, the guys who set the rules and defined what good literature even was.
See, back then, talking about a book meant you were also talking about the author's life, what was happening in history at the time, or, just how the book made you feel. It was all mixed together. And you had these towering figures like A.C. Bradley in England, who wrote the literal book on Shakespeare, and Van Wyck Brooks over in America. These guys weren't just reviewers. They were more like cultural architects, really shaping how entire nations thought about their own stories.
And if you want to understand the single most powerful idea of that time, this is it. A.C. Bradley's take on Shakespeare and tragedy was huge. He didn't just see it as a sad story. No, for him, it was this epic, cosmic struggle. A hero messes with the moral order of the universe, and then the universe has to violently smack things back into place. It's this grand moral math, and it was the lens through which pretty much everyone saw great art.
So you might be wondering, why all this focus on morality? Well, that gets us to their fundamental mission, what you could call the humanist crusade. For these critics, a book wasn't just a book. It was a tool, it was a shield.
And this idea, which they got from the great Victorian critic Matthew Arnold, was absolutely central to everything they did. They genuinely believed the modern world was sick, that it was losing its soul, and that literature was the only medicine that could fix it. It was a safe house, a refuge from the chaos of modern life.
And what were these ills they were so afraid of? Well, they looked around and saw a world obsessed with money, a world that was becoming hostile to art, a world that blindly worshipped facts and science without any real wisdom. They felt like society was developing amnesia, totally forgetting its own past and traditions. For them, literature was the last fortress defending beauty, history, and moral truth.
But you know how it goes. Anytime you have a powerful establishment, a rebellion starts to bubble up. And what's so cool about this one is that the old guard wasn't just attacked from one direction. They were caught in a crossfire between two camps that couldn't have been more different.
This chart just lays out the battle lines so perfectly. On one side, you have the new humanists, who basically thought the old guard wasn't nearly conservative enough. And on the other, the neo-romantics, who thought the establishment was just a bunch of stuffy old guys killing the human spirit. They both wanted to tear down the old system, but for completely opposite reasons.
So let's look at the new humanists first. These guys, led by Irving Babbitt over at Harvard, were basically cultural crusaders. They saw the modern world's liberalism and its anything-goes attitude, and they were convinced society was on the brink of total collapse. Their answer? Go back. We need to get back to tradition and enforce some serious moral standards. And then you have the polar opposite, the neo-romantics. People like the novelist D.H. Lawrence weren't looking for more rules. They wanted to break them all. They argued that logic, industry, and polite society had repressed our truest, most vital instincts. They said, forget reason.
Embrace the unconscious, embrace passion, embrace life.
And this rebellion was bigger than just a few leaders. It brought in all sorts of thinkers. You had scholars like G. Wilson Knight, who started analyzing Shakespeare by looking for patterns and symbols, not just character psychology. You even had C.S. Lewis, who was pushing for a return to the literature of the Middle Ages. Each one, in their own way, was chipping away at that old established model of criticism.
So you've got these attacks coming from both the conservatives and the radicals. The old ways just couldn't stand up to that kind of pressure. And out of all that conflict and chaos, something completely new was forged. A new and maybe even colder way of looking at literature.
Two really big ideas came out of the wreckage. First, the idea that we should just talk about art as art. Forget the author's biography, forget the moral lesson for society. Let's just focus on the thing itself, its form, its beauty, its aesthetic. And second, there was a big push to make criticism a serious, rigorous discipline, almost like a science with its own methods and standards.
And here's the crucial twist. The critics found a brand new way to fight back against that modern world they hated so much. If the old humanists used literature as a moral shield, these new critics started using the aesthetic as a shield. The pure, complex beauty of the art itself became the new refuge from a world they saw as ugly and dehumanizing.
Now, this intellectual war pretty much set the stage for the next 50 years of literary theory. But here's the thing. Its echoes are still with us. This wasn't just some dusty old academic debate. It's a battle that, in many ways, we are all still fighting today.
Because this is what's so fascinating. Even as criticism tried to become more scientific and focused only on the art itself, that old humanist impulse, that need to find meaning and morality and value in what we read, it never really went away. It just went underground, sometimes even shaping the arguments of the very people who claimed they were rejecting it.
And that brings us right back to where we started, with this fundamental question. Think about it. When you praise a film because it has an important social message, you're channeling those old humanists. When you praise it for its incredible cinematography or its clever script, you're channeling the aesthetes. This century-old conflict between meaning and form isn't over. It plays out every single time we argue about what makes a piece of art good.
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we're talking about literary modernism. And really, it's all about a radical artistic answer to a world that had just completely fallen apart. We're going to see how an age of incredible confidence just crumbled, and how artists had to forge a whole new way of seeing and writing from the ruins.
You know, this single line from T.S. Eliot's masterpiece, The Wasteland, is the perfect place to start. It really gets to the heart of what modernism is all about. Just look at this visual, that perfect, glossy Victorian teacup, right? It's a symbol of a very ordered, very refined world. And we're watching it shatter into a million pieces. The modernists, they weren't just watching this happen, they were living it. And their job was to figure out how to make art out of the shards. But to really feel the shock of that teacup shattering, we first have to understand what it was like when it was whole. We need to look at the seemingly unbreakable world of the 19th century. Imagine a world built on these pillars. The 19th century middle class believed in these things with an almost religious faith. Rationality, progress, empire. They felt as solid and as perfect as these shiny gears and globes on the screen. There was this deep, powerful belief that humanity was on a one-way track upward. Science could fix anything, reason was king, and the world just made sense. Or so they thought. Well, that foundation of certainty was about to get absolutely pulverized, first by some very destabilizing new ideas, and then by a war that would change everything forever. What's so fascinating here is that the attack began from the inside, intellectually. Even before the first shots were fired, you have thinkers like Sigmund Freud coming along and saying, hey, guess what? Your mind isn't this beautiful, rational palace. It's actually a dark, messy basement driven by forces you don't even understand. Then philosophers like Henri Bergson argued by time itself wasn't some neat clock ticking forward, but this fluid, subjective river. So the very tools they used to understand reality, reason, and time were suddenly up for grabs. And then the culmination. World War I. The sheer scale of the mechanized slaughter, the death, the trenches, it just made a complete mockery of that old idea of progress. I mean, how could a civilization that creates mustard gas and machine guns claim to be advanced? The war was the final, brutal proof that the old certainties weren't just wrong, they were a dangerous lie. This one word says it all, doesn't it? discredited. Those core beliefs in rationality, in science, in progress, they weren't just questioned anymore. They were completely destroyed by the war. Those perfect pillars of certainty, the ones that had guided Europe for a century, had crumbled into dust on the battlefields. So, this brings us to the crucial point. If the old stories, the old rules, even the old language no longer make sense, what do you do? If you're an artist, how in the world do you create meaning when the world itself seems totally meaningless? Well, you invent something completely new. You create modernism. And this was not just a little style update. This was a full-blown rejection of the past. Modernist artists deliberately broke with 19th century traditions because those traditions were built for a world that was gone. They needed a brand new artistic language to talk about this new fractured reality. And what did this new language look like? Well, it was all about alienation, the feeling of being an outsider in your own world. It was obsessed with the inner world, the individual mind. Because, hey, if the outer world of society has collapsed, the only reality you can trust is the one inside your own head. This is why they invented techniques like stream of consciousness, to show how we actually think, in all its messy, chaotic glory. And maybe most importantly, they just didn't trust language anymore. How could these old words possibly describe the new horrors of the modern age? And this is when the giants showed up. We're talking about Marcel Proust, who completely rewired our understanding of time and memory. James Joyce, who took us on a wild ride through the minds of his characters. Virginia Woolf, an absolute master of capturing subjective reality. T.S. Eliot, who gave voice to an entire generation's spiritual emptiness. And of course, Franz Kafka, who painted these haunting pictures of being lost in a bizarre, bureaucratic nightmare. But here's the thing. These writers weren't just working alone in their rooms. They were part of conversations, of groups, and critical movements that helped shape what modernism would become. In England, one of the most famous of these was the Bloomsbury Group. And look at this lineup. You've got Virginia Woolf, a brilliant novelist, hanging out with John Maynard Keynes, a world-changing economist, plus art critics, biographers. They were iconoclastic, which is a great word. It means they loved to smash old ideas and conventions, not just in art, but in pretty much every field. So what held this incredible group together? It was a shared philosophy, this idea that in a broken, chaotic world, the only things that truly had value were internal. Things like friendship, knowledge, and especially the appreciation of beauty. They saw these timeless states of consciousness as a kind of refuge, maybe the only good thing left in a pretty messed up reality.
At the exact same time, the way people even talked about literature was getting a total reboot. A movement called New Criticism came along and said, stop worrying about the author's life or what was happening in history. Instead, they argued you should treat a poem like a self-contained machine, an autonomous verbal structure. The only thing that matters is the text, the words on the page. That's it.
This complete overhaul of both how you make art and how you analyze it had a massive, lasting impact. This wasn't just some phase. It permanently changed the cultural DNA of the West.
Modernism's legacy is just huge. It completely blew the doors off what a novel or a poem could be. It created a whole new way of analyzing literature that, frankly, still dominates universities today. And of course, all of its experiments and its skepticism paved the way for the next big thing, postmodernism. We are still living in the world that modernism helped create. And that leaves us with a really powerful thought to end on. The modernists were responding to a world shattered by industrial war and dead ideas. Looking at this screen right here, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of art is emerging today to make sense of our world? A world being fractured and rewired by technology, by information overload, by digital alienation. What are the fragments that we are shoring against our ruins?
All right, welcome. Today, we're diving headfirst into a literary revolution, a time when poets stared into the face of a fractured world and realized, you know what, the old rulebook just wasn't going to cut it anymore. We are deconstructing modernist poetry.
So this was the central question, right? The one that absolutely haunted the early 20th century. You've got massive industrial change, dizzying new technologies, the unbelievable trauma of a world war, and suddenly all the old certainties just vanished. So how in the world do you make art that reflects a world that feels completely broken?
Here's the game plan. First, we'll dig into this strange new reality they were up against. Then, we'll meet the pioneers who stepped up to the plate. After that, we'll look at the specific tools they invented to smash old ways of telling stories, see how their poetry got really self-aware, and finally, wrap up with how T.S. Eliot completely flipped the script on the idea of tradition.
Okay, first up, understanding this complex new reality. See, modernism isn't just a style. It's really a reaction to this giant philosophical earthquake. It all starts with this simple, kind of terrifying idea that reality itself was no longer simple, that it had become problematic.
I mean, think about it. Those neat, tidy stories with clear beginnings, middles, and ends from the 19th century, they just didn't feel real anymore. They couldn't possibly capture the speed, the anxiety, the sheer fragmentation of modern city life. You needed a whole new kind of art for a whole new way of seeing the world.
So who were the architects who actually took on this massive challenge? Let's get to know the pioneers who started building this new vision. And what's interesting is that while they all had different methods, they were all trying to solve the exact same problem.
First, you've got the incredible Irish poet W.B. Yeats. To deal with a chaotic present, he actually looked to the past. He started weaving together these amazing tapestries of Irish mythology, folklore, and even spiritualism and the occult, all to create this rich symbolic language that could maybe, just maybe, find some order in all the chaos.
Then there's Ezra Pound, an American who moved abroad and was a true global thinker. For him, the past wasn't dead, it was just somewhere else. He was pulling from Chinese poetry, Japanese poetry, ancient Greek classics, and the latest French writers. His famous motto was, "Make it new," and he meant it, trying to pull all of world literature into a single massive conversation. And of course, T.S. Eliot. His influences were just so deeply intellectual. He was like a literary alchemist, you know? He'd synthesize the epic spiritual journey of Dante with the brainy wit of 17th century poets, and then filter it all through this very modern, often bleak, philosophical lens.
Now, one thing connecting all these guys was a movement from across the English Channel, French symbolism. This was a total rejection of realism. The symbolists believed that poetry shouldn't just describe the world. No way. It should evoke a higher spiritual reality through suggestion and symbols. For them, language was much more like music than a mirror.
Okay, so how did they actually get these huge ideas down on the page? Well, that brings us to the first part of what we can call the modernist toolkit. To capture this new reality, they needed new tools. First off, they saw the self and the world as completely linked. You couldn't separate a person's inner thoughts from the noisy, chaotic city street right outside their window. Second, they threw out the clock. They saw time not as a straight line, but as this dynamic, tangled web. And finally, they ditched simple A to B stories for something more fragmented because they felt it was way more true to how we actually experience life.
Let's dig into that idea of dynamic time for a second, because it's huge. In a modernist poem, a memory isn't just a flashback. It actively crashes into the present moment and changes what that moment means. The past is never really over. It's right here, a living presence, constantly reshaping the now and how we see the future. That's what gives these poems such a dense, layered feeling.
But they didn't stop there. The modernists also became incredibly self-aware about the act of writing itself. This led to a kind of poetry that is, in a way, about poetry. And this really gets to the heart of how they saw language. They were super skeptical of literal language, this idea that a word is a perfect, clean label for a thing in the world. For the modernists, language wasn't some clear window you look through to see reality. It was a toolbox filled with things like suggestion, illusion, and symbol that you could use to build entirely new realities.
So this self-aware approach leads to two last key features. First, this deep self-consciousness. These poems know they're poems, and they're always talking to and arguing with all the literature that came before them. And second, they accept that language itself is problematic, that words are slippery, that they can never perfectly nail down reality.
Now, this whole idea of being aware of literary history, it was best explained by T.S. Eliot, who wasn't just a phenomenal poet, but was probably the most influential literary critic of the entire 20th century. He completely changed how we think about the past. Eliot made three massive contributions. One, he argued that English literature shouldn't be so isolated. He said tradition had to include all of Europe. Two, he pushed for criticism to be more rigorous and analytical, not just about a critic's personal feelings. But the third one? The third one was the real game changer. He argued that tradition wasn't static at all. And this is the key. For Eliot, tradition isn't some fixed monument in a museum that you just admire from a distance. It's a living, breathing thing. And when a truly new work of art comes along, it doesn't just get tacked on to the end of the line. It actually, subtly, shifts and reorders our understanding of every single work that came before it. The past changes the present, sure, but the present also changes the past.
Which brings us to a final, really important question for our own time. I mean, think about our lives today. The endless scroll of information, the subjective little bubbles of our social media feeds, the feeling that there's no single story everyone shares. Could it be that we're all just living inside the complex, fragmented, and sometimes confusing world that modernist poetry was the very first?
Hey everyone, welcome. Today we're going to talk about a group of thinkers, total revolutionaries really, from the early 20th century. And they had this one huge goal, to completely shake up how we see the world.
Okay, so let me ask you something. When was the last time you really looked at your own front door? I mean, actually saw it. You know, the little scratches, the exact shade of paint, the way the light reflects off the doorknob. If you're anything like me, you probably can't remember. We go through our days on total autopilot.
Well, that right there, that's the exact problem a guy named Viktor Shklovsky was talking about over 100 years ago. He called it habituation. It's this idea that our brains just switch off. We stop seeing things and just recognize them. It becomes automatic, unconscious. He even said it devours everything, our work, our homes, even our relationships. Life's vibrant colors just kind of fade to gray.
So, if we're all walking around in this perceptual fog, what's the cure? What's the antidote? Well, for Shklovsky and his friends, the answer was simple: art. But not art as we usually think of it. They had a whole new job for art to do.
And their big idea had a big name: defamiliarization. Sounds complicated, but it's actually a really cool concept. It just means taking stuff we see every day, you know, the boring familiar things, and making them look weird, making them strange. Why? To shatter that autopilot mode, to jolt us awake and force us to actually see them again, like it's the very first time.
Shklovsky had this amazing quote that just nails it. He said, "Art exists to make the stone stony." Just think about that for a second. The point of art isn't just to be pretty or to tell a story. Its job is to make you feel the stoniness of a stone, to break through the numbness so you can feel the world again, not just, acknowledge it. It's about getting that sensation of being alive back.
Okay, so how do you actually do this? Well, it's not random. It's a process. Step 1, you take something and make it look unfamiliar. Step 2, you make the shape, the form, kind of difficult, not super easy to figure out. Step 3, all of this makes it take longer, makes it harder for us to process what we're seeing. And here's the kicker. Step 4, that whole process, that struggle to see, that's the art. The work you put into perceiving it is the whole point.
Now, this wasn't just one guy in a room. This was a whole movement. They were called the Russian formalists, and they were basically made up of two major groups, both of them just electric with these new ideas, right in the middle of revolutionary Russia.
So you had these two hubs of activity. First, in 1915, the Moscow Linguistic Circle popped up, with brilliant minds like Roman Jakobson. Then just a year later, you get OPOYAZ, which is a mouthful. It stands for the Society for the Study of Poetic Language, and that's where Shklovsky was a key player. These two groups, working together, were literally trying to rewrite the rules of what literature and art were all about.
But here's something you absolutely have to understand. You can't separate these ideas from the world they came from. This wasn't happening in some quiet, cozy academic setting. Nope. This was all going down during the Russian Revolution. We're talking about an incredibly turbulent, dangerous time to have a new idea, especially an idea that questioned what art was for.
And man, things happened fast. Look at this timeline. The groups get started right on the eve of the 1917 revolution. That same year, Shklovsky drops his bombshell essay. But then, all through the 20s, they're constantly clashing with the new Soviet government. And, well, you can guess what happens next. Once Stalin takes over, formalism is shut down. Done. It gets replaced by an official, state-approved art style.
So, what was the big fight about? It really boils down to one question. What is art for? On one side, you have the formalists, saying art exists for itself. It has its own rules. The form, the way it's made, that's the whole point. On the other side, you have the new Soviet state saying, no way. Art has a job. Its job is to serve the revolution, to deliver a clear political message. For them, there was no time to make the stone stony.
That stone needed to be a brick to help build the new society.
So, back in Russia, the movement was crushed. But here's the thing about powerful ideas. You can't just kill them. Formalism didn't die out. It kind of went into exile, spreading across borders, influencing thinkers all over the world. And honestly, it completely changed the game for how we study literature and art, right up to this very day.
You had guys like Roman Jakobson who left and took these ideas with them, and they planted seeds that grew into massive movements like structuralism. I mean, some of the biggest names in literary theory for the rest of the 20th century. We're talking Roland Barthes, Gerard Genette, the heavy hitters. They were all building on the foundation that these Russian formalists laid down. The idea absolutely survived.
And that brings us full circle, right back to where we started. The whole point of Russian formalism was to use art to wake us up from our everyday slumber. So the question they left for us, and the one I'll leave with you, is this. What in your world has become invisible to you? What object, what place, what person could art help you see again, as if for the very first time? What stone in your life needs to be made stony?
Today, we're going to pull back the curtain on your own mind. Seriously, there's this hidden framework that shapes how you think, how you talk, even how you dream. It's this fundamental split in how we all make sense of the world. So let's just dive right in. So think about it for a second. How does your brain jump from one thought to the next? When you're just daydreaming or talking. Is it all just random? Or is there some kind of hidden logic, some kind of system running in the background? Well, it turns out our minds are kind of running on this incredible two-lane highway of thought. And here they are, metaphor and metonymy. Now, I know what you're thinking. These sound like terms from your high school English class, right? But they are so much more than that. They are two fundamental forces constantly at work inside your head. On one side, you've got metaphor. That's all about connecting ideas by similarity, how one thing is like another. And on the other side, there's metonymy, which connects things by closeness, by association. And believe it or not, pretty much every single thought you have is guided by one of these two principles. So, who was the brilliant mind who figured all this out? Well, meet Roman Jakobson. This guy was an absolute titan of 20th century linguistics. He's the one who looked at everything from epic poems to just everyday chit-chat and saw this hidden two-sided structure holding it all together.
And I mean, this guy got around. His journey took him from Moscow back in 1915 to the intellectual hub of Prague, and then eventually all the way to New York. And in every single one of these cities, he didn't just show up to the party, he started the party. He founded these groundbreaking groups that totally changed how we understand language and the human mind.
Okay, so let's dig into that first pull, and it's one you're probably already familiar with, metaphor. At its heart, it's really simple. It's all about connecting things because they seem similar, because they resemble each other in some way.
For Jakobson, a metaphor is that mental jump we all make when we swap one idea for another because they share some quality. The key thing here is that we're basically saying one thing is something else, just to highlight that connection. Let's look at some examples.
Okay, check these out. When we say someone has a heart of stone, we obviously don't mean it's literally a rock. We're connecting heart and stone through the shared quality of being cold and hard. Or when we say a project is a runaway train, we get it instantly, right? It's not actually a train, but the connection is that feeling of being completely unstoppable and maybe a little out of control. It's all about that link of similarity.
All right, let's hop over to the other lane on our highway of thought. If metaphor is all about similarity, the second pole, metonymy, is all about closeness or association. The fancy word for it is contiguity.
So this is a completely different way of connecting ideas. It's not about what something is like, it's about what it's next to, or what it's closely associated with. Just think of it as a connection based on being close, whether that's, physically in the same space, or part of a sequence, or just really linked together in our minds.
And these examples show it perfectly. We say the crown to talk about the monarchy, because the crown is a physical object that's always associated with the king or queen. Or we'll say the White House issued a statement, but we mean the people inside the building, the administration. Even when you ask someone to give you a hand, you're not asking for their literal hand. You're asking for their help, and the hand is the part of them that does the helping. See? In every single case, it's a connection by association, not similarity.
And right here, this is where it gets really, really cool. Jakobson's big insight was that these two forces, they're not just hanging out side by side. Nope. They are in a constant tug of war for control, in our minds, in art, in everything. And depending on the person or the culture or even just the situation, one of these poles will usually be pulling just a little bit harder than the other.
And you can see this battle play out so clearly in the world of art. Take a look at this. You have movements like Romanticism or Symbolism, which are just drenched in metaphor. They use these grand, sweeping symbols to connect you to deeper, abstract ideas. But then you get a movement like Realism, and it's all about metonymy. It focuses on the gritty, everyday details, showing how one thing is connected to the next in the real world, cause and effect.
Okay, so this is a pretty neat theory about language, but why does it really matter? I mean, what's the big deal? Well, this is where Jakobson's idea goes from just being interesting to being, well, kind of profound. He was making a claim that was much, much bigger than just words on a page.
He believed that this two-sided structure isn't just a language thing. He saw it as a fundamental blueprint for human thought itself. This constant pull between similarity and association, that's how we process the world around us. It's how we organize our memories, and it's even how our brains build dreams while we sleep.
And hey, don't just take my word for it. Jakobson himself said that this dichotomy, this split, is of primal significance for all human behavior. So this isn't just some dusty academic theory. It's like finding the source code, the basic operating system for the human mind.
So I'm going to leave you with this question. Just as you go about your day, start paying attention to your own thoughts. When you're trying to solve a problem or tell a story to a friend, which road does your mind naturally go down? Do you tend to build these big webs of similarity, or do you follow these logical chains of association? In that constant battle between metaphor and metonymy, which pole guides your reality?
Today, we are going to tackle a really powerful, kind of radical idea from the world of literary criticism. It's a concept that says we should totally ignore two things we almost always think about when we look at art: what the artist was trying to do and how the art makes us feel. I know, it sounds wild, but it completely changed the game for how people analyze art. And it all boils down to two simple rules. So let's get into it.
Okay, think about the last movie you watched, or maybe a book you just finished. How did you figure out what it all meant? Did you run straight to Google to see what the director said they were trying to do? Or was it all about the vibe, how it made you feel personally? This is one of the biggest questions in criticism, and it's exactly the puzzle we're going to try and solve today.
All right, so let's hop in our time machine back to the 1940s. A critic named William Wimsatt and a philosopher, Monroe Beardsley, came along and offered a completely new answer. They were part of this school of thought called New Criticism, and they basically said, hey, what if we've been looking in all the wrong places? Maybe the author's intention and our feelings are both red herrings.
So their first big idea, their first rule, was presented as a type of logical error they called a fallacy. And this one is all about the author. It poses a pretty bold question. When we're trying to judge a piece of art, should we really care what the artist was thinking when they made it?
And this is what they came up with: the intentional fallacy. It's the idea that trying to dig up the author's private intentions, what they were hoping to accomplish, is a huge mistake when you're judging the final product. Wimsatt and Beardsley argued pretty forcefully that the author's secret plan is just not the right measuring stick to use.
Now, the logic they used here is actually super slick. They laid out this simple little dilemma. Look, if an artist manages to successfully bake their intention into the work, well, then we don't need to go looking for it anywhere else. The proof is right there, in the words, the brushstrokes, whatever. But if they fail to do that, then the artwork itself is what's flawed. The artist can't just point to a diary entry and say, but I meant for it to be amazing. That doesn't fix the art. The only thing we can actually judge is what's right there in front of us. This famous quote from the poet Archibald MacLeish, which Wimsatt and Beardsley absolutely loved, just nails their whole point. Stop asking what the poem was supposed to mean and just start looking at what it is. It's not some treasure chest where the author's real meaning is locked away. It's a thing that exists all on its own.
Here's a really good way to get your head around it. A poem is not a text message, right? When you get a text that says, running 5 minutes late, the only point is to understand the sender's intention. The message is successful only if you get that practical information. But a piece of art, they said, is playing a totally different game. Its success doesn't depend on us perfectly mind-reading the creator.
Okay, so we've put the author's intentions off to the side. But what about the other side of that coin? What about us, the audience, our gut reactions, the emotions that a piece of art stirs up in us? Well, you guessed it, Wimsatt and Beardsley had a rule for that too. They called this one the affective fallacy.
Now, that word affective is just a philosophical way of talking about stuff related to emotions or feelings. So, put simply, the affective fallacy is the mistake of judging a work of art based entirely on the feelings it triggers inside you.
And the key point here is really crucial. Saying a movie is good because it made you cry, or a song is bad because you found it boring, well, that's mixing up two totally different things. You're confusing the artwork itself, its actual structure, its language, its form, with its results, which are your own subjective feelings. They're connected, sure, but for real critical analysis, these guys argue you've got to keep them separate.
This slide just lays it out so perfectly. You can see how they're two sides of the exact same coin. The intentional fallacy is about looking backward, getting the poem tangled up with its origins inside the author's head. And the affective fallacy is about looking forward, getting it mixed up with the results inside the reader's heart. For Wimsatt and Beardsley, both of these are just distractions from what really matters.
And here's the big danger. They warned that if you fall into either of these traps, the poem itself, as an object of specifically critical judgment, tends to disappear. It just vanishes. We end up talking about the author's life story or our own emotional baggage, but we stop talking about the actual art.
So, if we manage to avoid both of these fallacies, if we push aside the author's mind and our own feelings, what in the world is left? Well, what's left is the work of art itself. And this leads us to their grand finale, the core idea of it all, the autonomous text. This right here is the big aha moment of this whole theory. The work of art is an autonomous structure. It stands on its own 2 feet. It's totally self-contained. It exists as this object that we can analyze, completely separate from the person who made it and all the people who will ever experience it. So let's just break down what that really means. First, the text is an aesthetic object. Its purpose is just to be itself. Second, it's independent. We don't need to know about the author's childhood or what was happening in politics at the time. Third, it doesn't have to answer to our ideas about truth or morality. And finally, and this is the big one, it can only be judged on its own terms. How do its words, its structure, and all its little parts fit together to make a unified whole?
Now, I know what you might be thinking. Okay, this is a pretty cool philosophical exercise, but what does this have to do with me watching a movie on my couch? Well, it matters because this theory offers a totally new way to actually engage with art.
The huge takeaway here is that this whole approach forces us to become better, more careful readers and viewers. It pushes us to stop reaching for the easy answers that are outside the text. Instead, it makes us look closer, to really pay attention to that one weird word choice, or a specific camera angle, or a reoccurring melody. It's all about finding the evidence for your interpretation inside the 4 corners of the artwork itself.
So, that leaves us with one final question for you to think about. The next time you sit down with a piece of art, a song, a painting, anything, try it out as an experiment. What happens when you intentionally ignore everything you know about the artist and you set aside your immediate gut feelings? What new things do you notice when the only thing left to look at is the work itself?
You know, have you ever stopped to wonder if there's a right way to read a poem? It's a bigger question than it sounds. Today, we're diving into a really radical idea that completely flipped how we analyze literature on its head. It's called New Criticism, and it all started with its pioneer, John Crowe Ransom, asking a pretty simple but powerful question. When we read, what should we actually be focusing on? So let me just ask you this. When you come across a piece of art, say a poem or even a song, what's the first thing your mind goes to? Is it the artist's backstory, maybe the time period it came from? Or is it just that immediate gut feeling you get from it? Well, that exact dilemma is the launch pad for the entire revolution Ransom was about to ignite. All right, so picture this. It's before the 1940s, and John Crowe Ransom is looking around the world of literary criticism and, well, he sees a bit of a mess. He felt like it was all just too subjective, you know? Too based on personal taste and random historical facts. He had a mission, to turn it into a serious business, something with real discipline, almost like a science. And this quote, it absolutely nails his entire philosophy. Ransom believed that critics were just getting lost in the weeds. They were so busy studying all the things around the work, the author's life, what was happening in history, that they were totally forgetting to look at the actual work itself. He wanted to pull the focus away from the background and put it squarely on the text. So how in the world do you build a whole new way of looking at literature? Well, Ransom's first move was incredibly bold. He decided to define his new criticism not by what you should do, but by what you mustn't.
He argued that to really truly see the poem for what it is, you first have to clear away all the clutter that's distracting you from it. And here they are, Ransom's rules of exclusion, all the things a critic has to intentionally ignore. First up, your personal feelings. Nope, it's not about how the poem makes you feel, it's about what the poem is. Then, summarizing the plot, that's just a shadow of the real thing. And of course, historical context, the author's biography, the era it was written in, all of that is external. Even things like the history of the words or the moral of the story are just pieces of the puzzle. They're not the whole picture. Ransom's whole goal here was to isolate the text, to see it in its purest form. Okay, so we've thrown out our feelings, the basic plot, the author's entire life story, and all of history. You're probably sitting there thinking, geez, what is even left? And that's the magic question. That's exactly where new criticism really begins. Because with all that external noise finally silenced, we can at last focus on the inner world of the poem itself. This really shows that shift in action. See, we stop talking about the work, its history, its moral lessons, and we start digging into what's actually in the work. What's the meter? What kinds of metaphors and figures of speech is it using? How is it put together? What's its form? It's a complete 180-degree turn from looking outside to looking inside. Now, this leads us to a really key concept. I know it sounds a little heavy, but stick with me. Ontological uniqueness. Basically, ontology is just the study of being or existence. And what Ransom argued was that a poem has its own unique being. It isn't just a fancy way of saying something you could have written in a normal sentence. It's a self-contained object, a little world all its own, that exists completely separate from its author and even from you, the reader. And Ransom himself put it in this incredibly powerful, almost dramatic way. For him, a poem isn't just some nice words strung together. It's a desperate ontological or metaphysical maneuver. I mean, wow. In other words, creating a poem is this huge, high-stakes effort to create something that is truly one of a kind, something that you just can't boil down to a simple summary. So, after all that, what's the big takeaway? What's the lasting impact? While the philosophy behind new criticism can get really deep, its influence over the years has been boiled down to one simple, incredibly potent idea, an idea that has shaped how literature has been taught in schools for decades. And here it is. This is the mantra. This is the heart of it all. All those rules about what to ignore, all the talk about ontology, it all comes down to these 4 words. Focus on the text itself. Just pay attention to the words on the page. That right there is the revolutionary and enduring legacy of John Crow Ransom and the new critics. So we have to end with the question this whole theory forces us to ask. And not just about poetry, but about any kind of art. Does knowing the backstory, the artist's struggles, the historical moment, does that actually enrich the art? Or, as Ransom might argue, does it just distract us from the beautiful, complicated thing that's sitting right there in front of us?
Today, we are going to tackle a really powerful, kind of radical idea from the world of literary criticism. It's a concept that says we should totally ignore 2 things we almost always think about when we look at art: what the artist was trying to do and how the art makes us feel. I know, it sounds wild, but it completely changed the game for how people analyze art. And it all boils down to 2 simple rules. So let's get into it.
Okay, think about the last movie you watched, or maybe a book you just finished. How did you figure out what it all meant? Did you run straight to Google to see what the director said they were trying to do? Or was it all about the vibe, how it made you feel personally? This is one of the biggest questions in criticism, and it's exactly the puzzle we're going to try and solve today.
All right, so let's hop in our time machine back to the 1940s. A critic named William Wimsatt and a philosopher, Monroe Beardsley, came along and offered a completely new answer. They were part of this school of thought called New Criticism, and they basically said, hey, what if we've been looking in all the wrong places? Maybe the author's intention and our feelings are both red herrings.
So their first big idea, their first rule, was presented as a type of logical error they called a fallacy. And this one is all about the author. It poses a pretty bold question. When we're trying to judge a piece of art, should we really care what the artist was thinking when they made it?
And this is what they came up with: the intentional fallacy. It's the idea that trying to dig up the author's private intentions, what they were hoping to accomplish, is a huge mistake when you're judging the final product. Wimsatt and Beardsley argued pretty forcefully that the author's secret plan is just not the right measuring stick to use.
Now, the logic they used here is actually super slick. They laid out this simple little dilemma. Look,
If an artist manages to successfully bake their intention into the work, well then we don't need to go looking for it anywhere else. The proof is right there, in the words, the brushstrokes, whatever. But if they fail to do that, then the artwork itself is what's flawed. The artist can't just point to a diary entry and say, but I meant for it to be amazing. That doesn't fix the art. The only thing we can actually judge is what's right there in front of us.
This famous quote from the poet Archibald MacLeish, which Wimsatt and Beardsley absolutely loved, just nails their whole point. Stop asking what the poem was supposed to mean and just start looking at what it is. It's not some treasure chest where the author's real meaning is locked away. It's a thing that exists all on its own.
Here's a really good way to get your head around it. A poem is not a text message, right? When you get a text that says, running 5 minutes late, the only point is to understand the sender's intention. The message is successful only if you get that practical information. But a piece of art, they said, is playing a totally different game. Its success doesn't depend on us perfectly mind-reading the creator.
Okay, so we've put the author's intentions off to the side. But what about the other side of that coin? What about us, the audience? Our gut reactions, the emotions that a piece of art stirs up in us? Well, you guessed it, Wimsatt and Beardsley had a rule for that too.
They called this one the affective fallacy. Now, that word affective is just a philosophical way of talking about stuff related to emotions or feelings. So, put simply, the affective fallacy is the mistake of judging a work of art based entirely on the feelings it triggers inside you. And the key point here is really crucial. Saying a movie is good because it made you cry, or a song is bad because you found it boring, well, that's mixing up two totally different things. You're confusing the artwork itself, its actual structure, its language, its form, with its results, which are your own subjective feelings. They're connected, sure, but for real critical analysis, these guys argue you've got to keep them separate.
This slide just lays it out so perfectly. You can see how they're two sides of the exact same coin. The intentional fallacy is about looking backward, getting the poem tangled up with its origins inside the author's head. And the affective fallacy is about looking forward, getting it mixed up with the results inside the reader's heart. For Wimsatt and Beardsley, both of these are just distractions from what really matters.
And here's the big danger. They warned that if you fall into either of these traps, the poem itself, as an object of specifically critical judgment, tends to disappear. It just vanishes. We end up talking about the author's life story or our own emotional baggage, but we stop talking about...
Hey, welcome. So today, we are diving deep into one of the 20th century's most important and, honestly, most controversial literary critics, F.R. Leavis. Now, he wasn't just interested in how a book was written. Nope. He was totally obsessed with a much, much bigger question. Why does it even matter? But before we get into all that, I want to start with a question for you. When the world feels like it's totally falling apart, what is the actual point of a novel? I mean, is it just an escape? Or is it supposed to be something more? That very question, that's the key to understanding everything about F.R. Leavis. All right, so to really get Leavis's ideas, you first have to understand the world he was living in, because he wasn't just writing from some quiet, comfortable ivory tower. Oh no. He was forging his entire way of thinking in the absolute fires of a world in crisis. I mean, just picture the 1930s for a second. The Great Depression kicks off, fascism is spreading like a shadow across Europe. This isn't just some boring date in a history book. This was the air people were breathing every single day. And right in the middle of all that chaos, in 1932, Leavis starts his journal, Scrutiny. His ideas weren't just abstract theories. They were a direct, passionate response to a world being shaken to its very core. And all of that turmoil, it forced a huge shift in thinking. You know, the old way of looking at literature, just focusing on beautiful prose and clever structure, it suddenly felt, well, kind of hollow. A new urgent question started to bubble up. In the face of all this real-world suffering, shouldn't our stories be doing something more important? But okay, before we get to the big showdown, it's really important to know where Leavis and the most popular school of thought at the time, these guys called the New Critics, actually saw eye to eye. It's funny because we always focus on their disagreements, but Leavis and the New Critics actually shared this one foundational belief. They were united in a single goal, to turn literary criticism from, a casual hobby for gentlemen into something way more serious. Yeah, they both passionately believed that analyzing literature was a serious discipline. It wasn't about just sharing your opinion about a book over dinner. No, it was a rigorous, important field of study that demanded real skill, intense focus, and proper training. It deserved respect. Leavis himself put it perfectly.
He said you can't just treat a novel like a history textbook or a sociology paper and expect to get what it's truly offering. You have to approach it and respect it as a work of art first. And on that point, he and the new critics were totally on the same page. But that's pretty much where the agreement ended. So they agreed on the how to approach a text with rigor and discipline. But when it came to the why, the whole point of doing it in the first place, well, that's where this massive gap opened up between them. This is the Great Divide.
So yeah, they both thought criticism was a serious job, but they had completely opposite ideas about what that job was actually for. What was the ultimate point of all this careful, painstaking analysis?
And here's the split. For the new critics, a book was like a self-contained little universe. Everything you needed was right there in the words on the page. The author's life, the historical context, any moral message, all of that was just noise, a distraction. But for Leavis, no way. That was completely missing the point. He believed the words on the page were a doorway to something infinitely bigger, life itself. And boom, here it is, the absolute core of his whole philosophy, right from the man himself. For Leavis, you simply could not draw a line between a book and the world. To be truly interested in literature meant you were interested in people, in society, in civilization, in the whole messy, complicated business of being human. This whole idea became known as moral criticism. Now, don't get hung up on the word moral. It's not about being preachy or judgmental. For Leavis, it meant that great literature was like a lab for exploring what it means to be human. Reading a great novel was a chance to get an intimate look at our complexities, our potential, and the very conditions of our existence. Okay, so how did Leavis put this big idea into practice? Well, he didn't just talk theory. He named names. He actually created a list, a canon, of the authors he thought best fulfilled this deep moral purpose of literature. In his really famous book, The Great Tradition, he basically put his money where his mouth was. He laid out this clear line of English novelists who, in his view, really got it. They were the ones who engaged most deeply with life. This wasn't just a list of his favorite books. It was a bold and, yeah, pretty controversial demonstration of his entire philosophy in action. And here they are: Jane Austen, George Eliot, Henry James, and Joseph Conrad. For Leavis, these four weren't just amazing stylists. They were profound moral explorers. Their novels weren't just pretty objects to be admired. They were intense investigations into how we live, the choices we make, and what it all means. For him, these were the writers who showed what literature was truly for. Okay, so let's pull all of this together. Why on earth should a debate from almost 100 years ago matter to any of us when we pick up a book today? What's the big takeaway from all of Leavis's passionate arguments? I think, ultimately, Leavis's real legacy is this powerful reminder. A book is so much more than an object. Reading isn't supposed to be passive. It's an active, vibrant engagement with life. It's a conversation, it's a challenge, it's an experience that can genuinely deepen how we see ourselves and the world around us. And that brings us right back to that huge question. Leavis drew his line in the sand, saying you can't separate the art from the humanity. But what do you think? When you finish a book, what really stays with you? Is it the beautiful writing, or is it some profound truth it revealed about life? It's a question worth thinking about the next time you turn the page. Thanks for joining me today.
Karl Marx. You've heard the name, right? It conjures up some really strong images, some really strong opinions. But look, whether you think he's a revolutionary hero or a deeply flawed thinker, you just can't deny that his ideas are some of the most influential and, honestly, most misunderstood in all of modern history. So let's try to cut through all that noise and figure out what Marxism is really all about.
I mean, just to get a sense of the sheer scale of his impact, think about this. At one point, a full third of the entire planet lived under governments that claimed to be based on his work. And his influence goes way beyond just politics. It shapes sociology, philosophy, and even how we think about culture today.
So that's the big question, isn't it? If we forget for a second about all the political movements that came later, what were his core ideas? What was the original argument he was trying to make? Well, that's exactly what we're going to break down right now.
To really get Marx, you have to start with his deep, profound critique of capitalism. He wasn't just looking at it from the outside. He was trying to get under the hood and understand the structural causes for what he saw as a deeply exploitative system.
So Marx saw capitalism's problems happening in a pretty clear order. First up, the concentration of property. Basically, all the important stuff, the factories, the land, you name it, ends up in the hands of a very small group, who he called the bourgeoisie.
And that, he said, inevitably leads to the exploitation of labor. The working class, the proletariat, has no choice but to sell their labor to survive, creating all this wealth that they never actually get to see. That system then has to keep growing, which fuels imperialistic expansion, this constant search for new markets and resources across the globe. And the end result? He called it the cash nexus, a world where pretty much every human relationship gets boiled down to cold, hard cash.
This quote just cuts right to the heart of his entire critique. For Marx, capitalism fundamentally changes what it even means to work. Your labor, your effort, it isn't an extension of you anymore. Instead, it becomes a commodity, something to be bought and sold on the open market, just like a bag of grain or a piece of iron. And he saw that as a profoundly dehumanizing process. And this line perfectly captures his point about that global expansion. See, to survive, capitalism can never, ever stand still. It has to constantly chase new markets, new resources, and new customers all over the world. It basically forces every nation to adopt its methods, until, just as he wrote, it creates a world after its own image. Okay, so this whole critique of capitalism wasn't just some standalone observation. It was part of a much bigger, grander theory of history. For Marx, the real engine driving all of human history wasn't great kings or brilliant inventors. It was something way more fundamental: the struggle between economic classes.
Now, Marx was super influenced by this other philosopher, Hegel, but he famously took Hegel's whole philosophy and flipped it right on its head. See, Hegel thought history was all about abstract ideas, the evolution of some kind of cosmic spirit. Marx looked at that and said, no. The real driver is the exact opposite. It's the material world. It's about tangible things. Who owns the land? Who owns the tools? And who has to work for who?
And this idea became his materialist view of history. The concept is simple, but it's really powerful. Just think of a society as a big building. The economic system, how things get made and who owns all that stuff, that's the foundation, the base. And then everything else, our laws, our politics, our culture, even our religion, that's the superstructure, all built on top of and shaped by that economic foundation.
This quote sums up that whole building analogy perfectly. What he's saying is that our material reality, the way we live and work and survive every day, that's what determines how we think and what we believe. It's not our great ideas that create the world, it's the world that creates our ideas.
And he argued that this whole process plays out in distinct historical stages, and each one is defined by its main class conflict. So in the ancient world, it was master versus slave. In the feudal era, you had the lord versus the serf. And under capitalism, it became the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat. But for Marx, this wasn't just a random series of events. He believed it was all inevitably leading to a final stage: communism, a society where all those class distinctions would finally and completely disappear.
Okay, so if history is this constant struggle, how does the dominant class actually manage to stay in power for so long? Well, this brings us to one of Marx's most powerful and famous concepts: ideology.
The answer, for Marx, is right here in this quote. He argued that the class with all the material power, the economic power, also gets to control a society's ideas. They control the schools, the newspapers, the cultural institutions. And that gives them this immense power to shape what everyone thinks is normal, what's right, and what's just common sense.
And here's the really clever part. The way ideology works is by taking the specific interests of the ruling class and dressing them up as universal truths that are good for everybody. For instance, the new capitalist class needed free labor and open markets. So what did? They championed the universal ideas of individual freedom and equality. And these ideas were great for overthrowing the old feudal system, paving the way for a new system that just so happened to serve their own economic interests, all while looking like progress for all of humanity.
So this all brings us to our final section. We've talked about the critique, the theory of history, and the concept of ideology. But why? Why do these ideas, written over a century and a half ago, still have such a powerful echo today?
Well, one thing that's really crucial to remember is that Marx wasn't just some simple hater of capitalism. He actually saw it as a massive revolutionary leap forward from the feudalism that came before it. He praised its incredible technological power, its focus on reason, and its championing of individual freedom. His ultimate point wasn't to tear down those ideals, but to argue that capitalism itself was holding them back, and that only a new system could really deliver on their promise for everyone.
And that critical lens he developed, that's his most profound legacy. His whole method of asking, who has the power here, and how does culture serve that power, became a fundamental tool for thinkers everywhere. It helped shape fields like
feminist theory, which looks at power structures based on gender, and post-colonial criticism, which analyzes the lasting impact of empire. He gave us a totally new way to look at the world, one that just keeps evolving.
So I'll leave you with a final question to think about. When you look at the world around us today, at everything from wealth inequality and globalization to the power of media and ideas, which parts of Marx's analysis, if any, seem more relevant than ever? It's a question that really shows why his work is still so fiercely debated to this very day.
Hey everyone, welcome. So today we're going to dig into an idea that's pretty radical when you think about it. It asks a really fundamental question. Have we been reading literature all wrong? I mean, we're talking about a whole new way of looking at things, a lens that didn't just add a few new books to the shelf, but basically forced us to reread every single story we thought we already knew. I mean, have you ever really stopped to think about it? Why are certain books called classics? And who always gets to be the hero, right? Who's the main character and who gets pushed to the sidelines? For centuries, believe it or not, people just didn't really ask those questions. But then this revolutionary new approach came along and started to wonder, hey, wait a minute, what if we've only been getting half the story? Well, that new approach, it's called feminist literary criticism. And really, at its core, it's like putting on a new pair of glasses. Suddenly, you see the entire literary world completely differently. Everything from the characters on the page to the authors who wrote them, it all gets re-examined by asking one simple question. How has gender shaped all of this? And to really get a grip on its impact, we've got to go back and look at where it all started. So first up, a history of resistance. And it's super important to get this right off the bat. This is not some 20th century invention. Nope. The fight for a female voice in literature is a story of resistance that's been written over thousands of years. You know, for most of human history, if you were a woman and you wanted to write, that was a straight-up act of defiance. I mean, women were systematically denied education, they couldn't be financially independent, they were up against this massive ideology that basically demanded they stay silent and obedient. But here's the amazing part. They were never really silent. This timeline just shows what a persistent creative force we're talking about. I mean, you go all the way back to ancient Greece with Sappho's poetry. Then you've got Christine de Pizan in the Middle Ages, courageously debating male critics. Fast forward to the 17th century, you have prose like Afroban and Anne Bradstreet. And of course, that leads us to the 18th century with Mary Wollstonecraft arguing for women's education, then this incredible explosion in the 19th century with giants like Jane Austen, the Brontes, George Eliot, all the way to modernists like Virginia Woolf. The point is, women have always found a way to write, to create, and to resist. Okay, so all of that individual resistance was incredibly powerful, for sure. But the 20th century, that's when things really changed. It marked a huge turning point with the emergence of a formal, systematic movement. You see, the fight for political rights, think about the suffrage movement, for example, it created this incredible new energy, and that energy flowed right into the world of academia. Suddenly, the exact same questions being asked out on the streets about power and voice and equality, they were now being asked inside the classroom. It was this huge shift from just individual authors breaking barriers to scholars actually building a framework to try and dismantle the entire system. And wow, were their goals ambitious. I mean, we're not just talking about adding a few female authors to the syllabus here and there. No way. This was about fundamentally rewriting literary history from the ground up. It was about tracing a completely distinct female literary tradition. It was about analyzing how women were even represented in books written by men. It was basically a call to reevaluate, well, everything. And there were two books in particular that really became the intellectual cornerstones of this whole new movement. You've got Virginia Woolf's A Room of One's Own from 1929 and Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex from 1949. These two works just laid out the foundational arguments and provided the intellectual firepower that would go on to fuel generations of feminist thought. So naturally, when you start reevaluating the entire literary canon, it leads you to ask even deeper questions. The movement began to challenge not just what we read, but the very rules of language and thought we used to understand it in the first place. And this brings us to a really deep, kind of mind-bending question at the heart of the critique. For centuries, Western thought was built on this idea that there's a neutral, totally objective way to see the world. But feminist critics came along and started asking, hold on. Is that even possible? Or is our language itself, the very tool we think with, totally loaded with hidden values and assumptions we don't even notice? And that right there reveals the core challenge. Think about it. If the language we all use, our tool for thinking, has been shaped for centuries primarily by male experiences and values, how can a woman use that same language to express her own authentic reality? It's kind of like being asked to paint a brand new landscape, but you're only given a palette with half the colors. How could you possibly capture the full picture?
This whole critique of language led them to look at the deepest, most fundamental structures of Western thought, and they traced the problem all the way back to thinkers like Aristotle. Okay, a key concept you have to understand here is something called binary oppositions. It's basically a way of thinking that splits the entire world into these rigid either-or pairs. You're either A or you're B. That's it. There is no in between. And what these critics argued is that this way of thinking is actually incredibly forceful and really, really limiting.
And you can see how critics saw this playing out all over culture. Man versus woman, master versus slave, black versus white. They argued that in every single one of these pairs, one side is almost always seen as better or more valuable than the other. So this isn't just about words, right? This is a power structure that's baked right into our way of thinking. And so feminist critics just fundamentally rejected these kinds of divisive boxes, arguing instead for nuance, for complexity, and for a vision of unity instead of opposition.
So, by rejecting these false divides, it led to what you could call a new honesty. The movement totally shattered the myth of pure, unbiased objectivity. Instead, it championed the idea that every single writer, every critic, brings their own subjective position to the page, a point of view that's been shaped by their unique life, their unique circumstances.
And this focus on subjectivity, on our personal circumstances, it leads to what might be the movement's most profound insight of all: the undeniable, powerful connection between our physical bodies and our inner thoughts.
Now, this is a seriously radical idea. It completely rejects the notion that thinking is just this abstract, universal thing that happens in a vacuum, like our minds are just floating around. Instead, it argues that our thinking is shaped at the very deepest level by the body we actually live in, where that body is, when it is, and what it is. This quote just captures the idea so powerfully. Whether my body is male or female will initially determine my thought and experience at a far deeper level than which books I read. Just let that sink in. Our lived physical experience, our gender, our race, our situation, shapes how we see the world more deeply than even our education. It's a complete reordering of where we think knowledge actually comes from.
And you know what? We've probably all experienced a version of this. Remember being in high school and the teacher tells you, don't use the word I in your essay? What is that rule really asking you to do? It's asking you to erase yourself, your perspective, your history, your body, and pretend to be this disembodied, perfectly objective voice that doesn't actually exist. So when you boil it all down, the lasting legacy of this whole movement is this incredible shift in focus. It validated subjectivity, it championed personal experience, and it placed that undeniable link between our bodies and our stories right at the very heart of how we talk about literature. Which leaves us with one last, really powerful question to think about. This way of reading teaches us that we aren't just reading a story. In a way, our own story is reading the book right along with us. So the real question becomes, how does your body, your history, your unique experience change the story you see on the
All right, today we're jumping into a really huge, kind of mind-bending idea from 20th century philosophy. Seriously, this one completely flips the script on how we think about reality itself.
But before we dive in, let me ask you something. Just look around you right now. How can you be so sure that what you're seeing is real? I mean, really, truly certain. It sounds like a simple question, right? But believe me, for centuries, this was the absolute white whale for philosophers.
So here's what we're going to do. We'll start with that search for certainty. Then we'll meet the guy with a radical new idea. We'll break down his method, see how it completely shook things up, and wrap up by figuring out what it all means for you and me.
Okay, let's get into it. Section 1. The search for certainty. This really is the problem that's puzzled philosophers forever.
So here's the fundamental problem. Think about it. Our senses are basically our only windows to the outside world. But what if those windows are kind of smudged or warped? Our eyes get tricked by optical illusions all the time. We mishear things. So if the very tools we use to see reality are unreliable, how can we ever be 100% sure about what's really out there? The tough answer is, we can't.
And this is where things get interesting. This is where our main character walks onto the stage. He was so frustrated with this whole problem of uncertainty that he basically decided, you know what? I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm going to change the rules completely.
And that philosopher was Edmund Husserl. He was a German thinker working around the turn of the 20th century, and he came up with this just brilliant way to sidestep the whole problem.
He called his idea phenomenology, and the name is actually the key to the whole thing. It comes from a Greek word, phenomenon, which literally means appearance. And that was his radical idea. Forget trying to figure out the world itself. Let's just focus on how the world appears to our consciousness. And I mean, this shift is everything. You see, the old question, the one nobody could answer, was, what is that tree really? But Husserl changed the question to, what is my experience of seeing the tree? The colors, the shape, the way it makes me feel, all of that stuff happening in my head, that, he said, that is the one thing we can be absolutely certain about.
And this wasn't just some abstract thought experiment. No, Husserl actually created a practical method, like a mental technique, for how to do this, how to find that certainty.
So here's the heart of his claim. Look, we can't be sure about the world out there, but we can be totally sure about our own perception of it. Certainty isn't found outside, it's found inside, in the way our own mind builds the world we see.
He gave it a fancy name, the phenomenological reduction. But a simpler way to think about it is bracketing. And you can try it right now. First, pick something. Let's say the screen you're looking at. Okay, now step 2. Mentally put brackets around it. Just pretend you don't know if it's a real physical thing. Set that whole question aside. Now, third, just focus on your pure experience of it. The light, the colors, the shapes in your mind. And finally, analyze that. That's it. That experience, that pure data from your own consciousness, that is your rock-solid source of certainty.
Now, you might be thinking this sounds like some abstract little mental game, but no way. This idea, this shift to focus on our own subjective experience, it kicked off an absolute revolution.
See, by putting our individual consciousness right at the center of everything, Husserl handed a whole new playbook to other thinkers. He changed the big question from what is real to what is my experience of what's real. And that one little change, well, it changed everything.
And his influence just exploded. All of a sudden, you had literary critics. They weren't just reading books anymore. They were trying to dive into the author's consciousness. Then you had these reception theorists who said a book doesn't have one meaning. Its meaning is created fresh inside the mind of every single reader. And maybe most famously, Husserl's work was the direct launchpad for huge existentialist philosophers like Martin Heidegger.
Okay, so that's all fascinating history. But why should you care? A century later, what's the big takeaway for us right now?
It all comes down to this. The world isn't something that just happens to you. Reality isn't some movie you're just sitting back and watching. No, phenomenology says you are the director of that movie. It's your consciousness that is actively building the world you experience every single second. Your reality, it's your own personal creation.
And that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. Husserl's little bracketing trick, it isn't just for philosophers in an ivory tower. It's a tool that any of us can use right now to see our own lives a little differently. So I'll leave you with this. What would happen if you actually tried it? If you really, truly, just for a moment, set aside everything you think you know is real, what would you discover about the world that's being built inside your own mind?
Today, we're diving into the work of Martin Heidegger, who is, without a doubt, one of the most brilliant and also one of the most controversial philosophers of the 20th century. His ideas totally changed the game for how we think about what it means to be human, and they force us to ask a pretty uncomfortable question.
You know that feeling, right? Like you're just playing a part, checking off boxes on some list, but the life you're actually living, it doesn't really feel like yours. Well, that exact feeling, that's the jumping off point for Heidegger's entire philosophical journey. Okay, so Heidegger's huge project, which he lays out in his masterpiece, Being in Time, was to get back to a question that sounds super simple but is actually incredibly deep. What does it actually mean to be? He thought that pretty much all of Western philosophy had forgotten to even ask this, and he was going to be the one to drag it back into the spotlight. To even start, he had to invent a new word for us, Dasein. It literally just means being there. Now, this isn't just another word for person. It's about our unique way of existing. You see, a rock is, but it has no idea that it is. It doesn't care. But you are a being there. You're always in a world, you're aware of yourself, and your own existence is this constant project that you're always working on. So this is where it gets really interesting. Heidegger lays out the whole structure of this Dasein. And to understand how we can live an authentic life, we first have to see all the ways we get trapped in our day-to-day.
He says it all comes down to three core characteristics of our existence. First up, there's thrownness. I mean, just think about it for a second. You didn't choose your parents, or the country you were born in, or even the century you're living in. You were just thrown into it. Like you just appeared in the middle of a movie that was already playing, into a world with a whole set of rules you didn't create.
But, and this is a huge but, we are not just victims of all that. And that brings us to number 2, existentiality. This is our freedom. This is our uniquely human power to take all that stuff we were thrown into and do something with it, to project ourselves into the future and actually create our own meaning.
And here's the trap. The third characteristic is fallenness. This is how we get lost. We get so sucked into the gossip, the daily grind, the endless distractions of the world, what Heidegger calls being absorbed in the they self, that we totally forget about our own unique potential, our authentic self. As you can see, just gets buried under all this noise.
So, if we're fallen, how do we get back up? How do we find our way back to an authentic life? Well, Heidegger says there's a specific feeling, a particular mood, that can literally jolt us awake. It all starts with this deep sense of emptiness. And we're not just talking about having a bad day here. This is a profound, unsettling feeling that just washes over you when you realize you're just going through the motions and it all feels, well, meaningless. He gives this feeling a special name, angst or dread. Now, this is really important. This is not the same as fear. Fear always has an object. You're afraid of a spider or of giving a speech. Dread has no object. It's this free-floating anxiety about being in the world at all. It's that sudden, terrifying moment when all the everyday distractions just melt away and you're left completely alone with the fact of your own existence and the fact that it will end. This dread is what forces you to confront what he calls your being to death, the simple, unavoidable fact that your death is the one thing in life that is absolutely 100% yours. Nobody can do it for you. And that shocking realization is what finally wakes up the call of conscience. It's this quiet inner voice that calls you away from the crowd, away from the they self, and back to your own possibilities. It's a call to finally take responsibility for your own life. But finding this authentic self isn't just some internal psychological battle. Later in his career, Heidegger's thinking took a turn. He became convinced that the place where being truly shows itself isn't just in our heads, but out in the world, through language, and especially through poetry. Okay, now stick with me, because this gets a little weird, but it's really cool. He starts talking about difference, but spelled with a hyphen. He's not just talking about the difference between, a cup and a saucer. He's talking about a fundamental betweenness that has to exist before there can be a world on one side and things that appear in that world on the other. For Heidegger, this difference is the primordial event that makes reality possible in the first place. And this all leads into a pretty wild idea. Heidegger says that we don't speak language. In a much deeper sense, language speaks. It's not just a tool we use to describe stuff that's already there. Language is the event that calls things into being, that forges the connection between world and things. And we're living right in the middle of it. We are thrown into language just like we are thrown into the world. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to talk about Heidegger's powerful ideas on being authentic and taking responsibility without also talking about the deeply disturbing and controversial facts of his own life. So, in 1933, as Hitler was rising to power, Heidegger became the head of his university and officially joined the Nazi Party. In his big inaugural speech, he actually spoke out against academic freedom and basically aligned the university with the Nazi agenda. Now, he did resign from that post less than a year later, but the true meaning and extent of his involvement is still a subject of intense and very painful debate. And that leaves all of us with the big, difficult question that anyone who reads Heidegger has to wrestle with. Do his terrible political actions completely invalidate his philosophical insights? Or is it possible to find value in the ideas despite the profound moral failures of the man who wrote them? There's really no easy answer here, and it forces us to think hard about the connection between our ideas and the lives we choose to live. Have you ever thought about whether a story can be more than just, a story? Could it actually be a tool? Maybe even a weapon? A blueprint for changing the entire world? Well, that's what we're diving into today, the story of Marxist literary theory. It's this incredibly powerful and, often controversial way of seeing how art, money, and politics are all tangled up together. And really, this is the big question, isn't it? At the heart of it all. Marxist theory says absolutely, yes.
It argues that culture, everything from revolutionary books to the movies we watch today, isn't just a mirror reflecting society. No, it's a battleground. It's where the fight for ideas happens and where power is ultimately won or lost.
So here's our roadmap. We're going to trace this whole idea from its raw beginnings with Marx and Engels right through the fire of the Russian Revolution and into these really complex debates that, believe it or not, still shape how we talk about art today. All right, let's get into it.
Okay, so first things first. It's super important to understand that Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels never actually sat down and wrote one big book called Our Theory of Art. It just didn't happen. What they did leave behind was a trail of clues, these incredibly powerful ideas. You can think of them as core predispositions that became the raw materials for everything that came later.
And what's so wild about this framework is how it yanks art right down to earth. The big idea here is that a painting or a novel isn't some magical thing floating in a vacuum. Nope, it's a product, just like anything else. And it's shaped by money, by class, by ideology. The theory even says the very language we use to tell stories is tied to our real material lives. I mean, that was a radical idea, that art isn't outside the system, it's a fundamental part of it.
So you've got these foundational ideas out there. The next generation of Marxist thinkers, they took on the job of trying to build a real system out of them. And a major player here was a guy named Georgy Plekhanov, often called the father of Russian Marxism. He came up with a really fascinating way to think about art's job in society.
Plekhanov basically said that art has two modes, and which one it's in depends entirely on the political mood. So when artists feel hopeless, alienated, like they can't change anything, their art tends to become art for art's sake. You know, it's beautiful, but it completely pulls back from social problems. But, and this is the key, when artists feel that real change is on the horizon, their art becomes utilitarian. It picks a side, it gets its hands dirty, and actively tries to change the world.
And then, 1917. Theory slams right into reality with the Russian Revolution. All of a sudden, these academic debates weren't just for intellectuals anymore. They had life or death consequences. The questions became urgent. What is an artist's role in a brand new country? And just how much control should the government have over art?
You can just feel the energy of this period. It was a total whirlwind. You have Lenin's early writings setting the stage, then the revolution itself completely changes the game, then you see this fierce debate emerge with Trotsky arguing for artistic freedom, and it all leads up to the state finally stepping in and saying, this is the official art now, which was called socialist realism.
Now, Lenin's position here is a little tricky, and it gets misunderstood all the time. He was for freedom of speech, generally, but he drew a very sharp line in the sand. He said, if you're going to call your work party literature, then it better be on the party's side. It has to be partisan. Now, he wasn't saying all art had to be that way, but that argument, well, it was later twisted to justify massive state control over all culture.
But not everyone was on board with that. Not by a long shot. Leon Trotsky, another huge figure in the revolution, pushed back, and he pushed back hard. He said, look, the party's job isn't to command artists. It's to protect them, to help them. You can't dictate great art into existence. For him, truly revolutionary art had to be free to explore and to experiment. And right there, you see this fundamental clash of ideas right at the very heart of the revolution.
So after the revolution, the debate shifts. Everyone kind of agrees that art should be realist, but what does that actually mean? This question kicked off one of the most famous intellectual showdowns in Marxist theory, a battle between two absolute giants, Georgy Lukács and Bertolt Brecht. Okay, so in one corner you have Lukács. He was the classicist. He looked back to the great realist novels of the 19th century and said, that's it. That's what we need. He believed art should give you this complete, unified picture of society, a totality, to show you the big historical forces moving underneath everything. He absolutely despised experimental modernism. He just saw it as chaotic and decadent. And in the other corner, you have Brecht. He was the total opposite. He was all about shaking things up. For him, realism wasn't about a pretty, complete picture. It was about smashing things open to expose society's contradictions and get the audience fired up to do something about it. And Brecht's most famous invention to do this was something called the alienation effect. What he would do is use all these tricks, like having actors talk right to the audience or leaving the stage lights visible, to constantly remind people, hey, you're watching a play. The goal was to stop you from just getting lost in the story and emotionally connecting with the characters. He wanted to make you a critical observer, to make you lean forward and ask, wait, why is this happening? Why is society like this? He didn't want you to just feel. He wanted you to think.
and then to act. Now, while all these fiery debates are happening about state control and what art should look like, there's another thinker, an Italian Marxist named Antonio Gramsci, who's coming at this from a totally different angle. And get this, he's developing his ideas while locked away in one of Mussolini's prison cells. He wasn't focused on force. He was focused on culture.
Gramsci's huge, game-changing idea is a concept called hegemony. He argued that the ruling class doesn't just keep power with police and armies. That's the messy way. The smart way they rule is by making their own worldview, their own values, seem like the natural, normal, common sense way of seeing the world. It's a kind of leadership by consent, where everyone else just kind of goes along with it because it's presented as the only way things can be.
So for Gramsci, a real revolution wasn't about storming a palace. It had to be a culture war, a war of ideas. He said the working class needed to create its own thinkers, its own writers and artists, what he called organic intellectuals. Their job was to build a new story, a powerful alternative vision for how society could work. The goal was to create a new common sense that could go head-to-head with the dominant one and eventually replace it.
So when you step back and look at the whole journey, you can see how this all grew from just a few core ideas in Marx's work into this incredibly rich, complicated, and often contradictory way of thinking. It's a story filled with passionate arguments about freedom versus control, tradition versus experiment, and that ultimate question of whether you win a revolution with guns or with ideas.
Which brings us right back to that first question. Because if we accept this core idea that art and society are always connected, it leaves us with a pretty provocative thought for today. Think about the shows you binge watch, the music that's always on your playlist, the books everyone's talking about. What values are they selling as just common sense? What story are they telling us about our world, about power, and about ourselves, right here, right now?
Have you ever stopped to think that language isn't just a tool, that it's actually more like a battlefield? Well, a brilliant thinker named Mikhail Bakhtin did. He believed that every time we open our mouths, we're stepping into a chaotic, exhilarating war of competing voices. Let's dig into what he meant by that.
You've heard phrases like this before, right? The law is the law. It just sounds so final. It's meant to be simple, direct, the absolute last word on the matter. Case closed.
But come on, is it ever really that simple? The second you hear a statement like that, a flood of other voices rushes into your head, doesn't it? The voice of someone who thinks that law is totally unjust. The voice of a lawyer trying to find a clever way around it. A historian who knows exactly why that law was made in the first place. All of a sudden, that simple, solid statement is a complete mess of different viewpoints. And that, right there, that tangled mess, that's the world Mikhail Bakhtin saw everywhere.
So to really get what Bakhtin was on about, we first have to smash a huge idea that he fought against his entire life. This myth that there's such a thing as a single, perfectly unified language.
And you gotta understand, Bakhtin wasn't cooking up these ideas in some quiet, cozy library. No, he was living smack in the middle of the absolute chaos of the Russian Revolution, a horrific civil war, and the rise of Stalin's totalitarian state. He was watching firsthand as his entire country was ripped apart by clashing ideologies. For him, the war of ideas wasn't some abstract theory. It was happening right outside his window. And he realized that same war was happening inside language itself.
For centuries, the people in charge, governments, schools, all the official institutions, they've been obsessed with creating one single unitary language, one correct way to speak. The goal was always about control, right? To take the wild, messy, beautiful diversity of how people actually talk and shove it all into a neat little box. It's all about who has the power to say, the law is the law, and make everybody else just nod along.
Okay, so this brings us to Bakhtin's first real bombshell. The big idea he used to just completely shatter that myth of one perfect language.
And the key is this word, heteroglossia. I know, it's a mouthful, but it just means other languagedness. Bakhtin's genius insight was that any language, like English, isn't really one single thing. It's more like a giant, noisy ecosystem buzzing with all these different social languages bumping into each other. Think about it. The technical jargon of a coder, the slang your kid uses, the carefully crafted speech of a politician. Bakhtin said these aren't just different styles. They're basically different languages, all competing for meaning under one roof.
All right, so that sounds interesting, but what does it actually mean in practice? Let's run a little experiment. We'll take one single word and just listen for a second to all the different voices already fighting over it.
Okay, here's voice number one. This is the hustle culture voice, the motivational speaker, the business guru. It's all about goals, achievement, climbing that ladder. It's a very loud, very confident voice in our world. But wait, an ancient voice steps into the ring. This is the voice of spirituality. And it doesn't just offer an alternative opinion. No, it looks right at that first voice and directly challenges it, saying, hey, what you call success might actually be the biggest failure imaginable.
And just to complicate things, a third voice chimes in, the poet. This voice flips the whole table over. It says, success isn't something you achieve, it's a feeling. And ironically, it's a feeling that's sharpest for the people who've failed. So, which one is the real meaning of success? Bakhtin's answer is brilliant. There isn't one. The word itself is the battlefield where these voices are always at war.
So if language is this big, crowded room full of different voices, what are they all doing? Are they just politely mingling? Oh, absolutely not. Bakhtin says they are locked in a constant, never-ending argument.
And this brings us to his second game-changing idea, dialogism. It's a fancy name for a pretty simple concept. All language, every single bit of it, is a dialogue. Everything you say is a response, a rejoinder to something that's already been said. And you're always expecting a response back. You're never just talking into thin air, you're always jumping into a conversation that started long before you were born.
And here's what that really means. You can never use a word like it's brand new, fresh out of the package. By the time you get to it, that word has already soaked in the meanings and intentions of everyone who's ever used it before. It's crowded. Bakhtin says your own voice has to literally fight its way through a mob of alien words just to say what it wants to say.
This breaks it down perfectly. Okay, step one. A politician talks about national security, loading that phrase with ideas of strength and safety. But that's just the opening move. Step two is the reply, the rejoinder. A human rights group fires back with their own power phrase, individual liberty. Then, in step three, an artist comes in, not to take a side, but to complicate everything by exploring the deep anxiety that fuels both positions. You see? It's a back and forth that just keeps going.
So where did Bakhtin see this language war playing out in its purest form? He saw it in literature. For him, it was like a heavyweight title fight between two literary forms, poetry and the novel.
For Bakhtin, poetry is often trying to be that unitary language we talked about. It wants to strip words down, to purify them, to create one single, perfect, authoritative voice. It's trying to sculpt a flawless crystal. The novel, though, it does the exact opposite. The novel isn't interested in being pure. It thrives on being messy. It throws open its doors and invites in a whole carnival of different voices and languages, and it does it on purpose, just to watch them argue and clash.
And this is exactly why Bakhtin was the novel's biggest champion. He believed it was the only art form that was messy enough and big enough to actually capture what reality is like. I mean, a single novel can have the voice of a farmer, a scientist, a soldier, and a saint, all in one place, letting their totally different worlds collide. It doesn't try to create harmony, it's all about orchestrating the chaos.
So what's the big takeaway from all this? Well, it goes way beyond just language and books. Bakhtin's ideas force us to totally rethink one of the biggest concepts there is, truth itself.
You see, for Bakhtin, truth isn't some fixed object, like a jewel buried in the ground that one person can just dig up. Truth isn't a destination. He said truth is an event. It's something that is born in the space between people, as they talk and argue and search for it together. It's messy, it's ongoing, and it absolutely requires every single one of our voices to even happen.
And that kind of leaves us with a pretty huge question, doesn't it? If the world really is just one big, endless conversation, and if truth is what comes out of that conversation, then every word you say, every idea you put out there, it all matters. A lot. It's your turn to speak, your rejoinder in this great cosmic argument. So the question Bakhtin leaves us with is this: what is your next reply?
All right, today we are jumping headfirst into the world of one of the most radical and, intentionally shocking thinkers of the 20th century, the French philosopher Georges Bataille. So, get ready, because this is not your typical philosophy class.
I mean, let's just start with this quote right here. When the leader of the Surrealist movement, a group that was all about pushing boundaries, calls you an excremental philosopher, you know you're dealing with someone on a whole other level. That really tells you something about the impression Bataille made.
It's a heck of a title, isn't it? The Metaphysician of Evil. It just begs the question, what kind of philosophy is built on embracing the very things we're taught to fear and hide away? Well, that's exactly what we're going to dig into.
Okay, so to get our heads around his pretty wild ideas, we're going to move through 5 parts. We'll start with who he was, dive into his core concepts like heterology and the accursed share, look at the big battle in his philosophy, and then see why he still matters today.
So let's start with the man himself, Georges Bataille. Because to really understand his ideas, you kind of have to understand the guy who was standing right in the middle of some of the craziest intellectual movements of his time.
What's wild is just how much ground he covered. This guy wasn't just some dusty philosopher. No, he was writing about economics, about art, even about pornography. He hung out with the Surrealists for a bit before they had a huge falling out. And he didn't just want to debate you. He talked about intellectual violence. His whole goal was to write things that would genuinely get under your skin, to shock you out of your comfortable everyday thinking.
Okay, so this brings us to his core project. See, Bataille wasn't just being shocking for the sake of it. He was trying to build a whole new way of looking at the world, a new science he called heterology.
And the name itself gives you a huge clue. Heterology comes from the Greek heteros, which just means other or different. So this was his science of the other, a science dedicated to studying everything our neat and tidy society considers waste or taboo, all the stuff we try to push away.
He actually gives us a really powerful way to picture this. Imagine that our modern, rational society is like a perfectly clean, minimalist room. Everything in it is useful and has a purpose. But to keep it that clean, you have to take all the garbage, the filth, the stuff that doesn't belong, and you violently shove it into a closet and lock the door. Well, Bataille's heterology is all about finding the key to that closet, opening the door, and taking a long, hard look at what's inside.
And this leads us to the big question. What is in that closet? Bataille had a name for it, la part maudite, which translates to the accursed share.
And this is where things get really intense. The accursed share isn't just physical trash. It's everything that's unproductive, excessive, and forbidden. We're talking about things like ritual sacrifice, pure violence, and yeah, even the messy, biological, bodily parts of ourselves that our rational minds try so hard to pretend don't exist.
So why do we throw these things out? Well, for Bataille, it's pretty simple. You can't have order unless you define what's disorderly. You can't call something clean without pointing to something else and calling it filth. He argued that our entire idea of a rational society is literally built on top of the violent rejection of this accursed part of who we are.
This gets us to the absolute heart of the conflict in Bataille's work. He saw pretty much the entire history of Western civilization as one long, brutal battle between two things: the clean, orderly project of reason and the messy, chaotic reality of the body.
You can really see it as a showdown between two teams. On one side, you've got what he called the homogenizing project. This is the world of reason, order, efficiency, capitalism, a system that wants everything to be useful and predictable. But on the other side, you've got the heterogeneous. That's the body, desire, waste, sacrifice, everything that is gloriously unproductive. And Bataille's point is that the first side is always trying to crush the second.
Now, he wasn't just making this up out of nowhere. He was inspired by thinkers like the Marquis de Sade, who argued that reason itself isn't some neutral, helpful guide. No, reason is a form of power. It's a weapon that society uses to tame our desires and beat our bodies into submission, all for the sake of order and, especially today, economic productivity. So, let's wrap this all up. Why does this philosopher of the obscene, of all things, still hidden systems and forms? And for the third ingredient, and this is genius, he borrowed the concept of repression from Freud. He argued that texts, just like people, have a political unconscious, a hidden layer of ideological hopes and anxieties that have been pushed down but secretly shape everything you see on the surface.
If there's one time you remember about Jameson, make it this quote. This is his famous rallying cry, always historicize. For him, this is the one unbreakable rule of criticism. Every single cultural thing, every idea, every movie, every feeling has to be understood as a product of its specific moment in history. Absolutely nothing exists in a vacuum. Okay, wow, we have just taken a whirlwind tour through some really complex ideas. But what's the payoff, right? So what? Why does this whole reinvention of how we think about literature actually matter to us today? So what can we do with all this?
Well, it basically gives us a brand new toolkit for understanding the world around us. With these ideas, we can start to spot the hidden ideologies in our favorite movies. We can connect the musical style of a song directly to the economic conditions of its time. We can find deep meaning in the silences and contradictions of a novel. Ultimately, these theories teach us that art is never just art. It's always a product of the world from which it came.
And that really leaves us with a final question to chew on. The next time you're binge-watching a series, or listening to a new album, or just scrolling through your social media feed, ask yourself this: what are the hidden rules here? What are the unstated assumptions? What are the invisible structures that are shaping what I'm seeing, and maybe even shaping how I'm feeling about it?
All right, let's dive into something you use literally every second of your life: language itself. We're going to completely take it apart, and I promise, by the end of this, you will never, ever look at a simple word the same way again.
So, how does this thing, a physical object made of wood or whatever, something you can actually touch, how does it become this? Just a sound or a few letters on a screen? What's the real connection between the world out there and the words in here, inside our heads?
Well, the simple, common sense answer is pretty obvious, right? We just stick labels on things. The idea that humanity just sort of wandered around a world that was already there and created this giant catalog of names. The word table points to the object table. Easy. Case closed.
But what if that's not just a little oversimplified? What if that entire name-giving idea is just completely wrong? What if language doesn't just label our reality, but what if it actually helps create it?
And this is exactly where our main guy comes in, the architect of modern linguistics, Ferdinand de Saussure. He was a Swiss thinker, and his ideas, which were actually put together from his students' lecture notes after he died, they just completely turned our understanding of language on its head. See, before Saussure, studying language was mostly like being a historian for words. You'd trace how a word like table came from Latin and changed over hundreds of years. That's what they call a diachronic approach, looking through time. But Saussure came along and said, whoa, hold on. He suggested something totally radical, a synchronic approach. Basically, he said, let's forget history for a second. Let's freeze-frame language and look at it as a complete working system right now. Like taking apart an engine to see how all the pieces fit together at this very moment.
So to understand this system, this engine, he had to start with its most basic part. And for him, that wasn't the word. It was something he called the linguistic sign.
Okay, so we all think it's pretty simple. A word points to a thing in the world. But Saussure's idea, so much cooler. He said a sign isn't a link between a word and an object at all. Instead, it's this unbreakable psychological bond between two other things, something he called a signifier and a signified.
And here's the absolute game changer. Saussure said this entire process happens inside our minds. It's not out there in the world. He called the sign a two-sided psychological entity. So get this, it's not about the physical thing, it's all about how we process it mentally.
So let's break that down. The first part is the signifier. Now, this is not the actual physical sound of me saying the word table out loud. No, it's the psychological imprint of that sound. It's the sound image that pops into your head. Think of it like the mental file for that sound.
Okay, so what's the other side of that coin? That's the signified. And again, this is not a specific physical table, not the one in your kitchen or at a cafe. It's the general abstract concept of tableness. The idea of a flat surface on legs that you put stuff on. It's the shared idea behind every single table.
And this sign? Well, that's the whole package. It's the fusion of those two mental things. The sound image table and the concept of tableness are just locked together. Saussure had a great analogy for this. He said it's like a sheet of paper. You can't have a front without a back. You just can't separate them. All right, so we've got these signs, right? Made of signifiers and signified, all happening in our heads. But how does the whole system actually work? What are the rules of the game? Well, Saussure lays out two really powerful principles that explain everything.
But really, think about it for a second. What's the deep cosmic force that connects the sound table to the concept of a table? Is there some natural universal law that says it has to be that way?
Well, here's the big reveal. The answer is, there is no deep reason at all. The connection, in Saussure's most famous phrase, is completely arbitrary.
Now, arbitrary here doesn't mean it's just a total free-for-all where anyone can make up anything they want. It means the link is unmotivated. There's nothing inherently table-y about the sound table. It could have been glorp
or schmeek. The only reason we use table is because, as a society, we've just agreed to it. It's a social contract, a convention we all just follow.
And that leads us to the second and honestly kind of mind-blowing rule. If the connection is just an agreement, then where does any word actually get its meaning? Saussure's answer is wild. It gets its meaning from its relationship with all the other words in the system. A word's value comes from what it isn't. Think of it like this. You only understand the word black because you also understand that it's not white, and it's not red, and it's not blue. Its whole identity is defined by these differences. So meaning isn't some little nugget of truth hidden inside a word. It's spread out across the entire web of language.
Okay, that's all super interesting, but you might be thinking, so what? Why does this matter outside of a nerdy linguistics class? Well, because this single idea, that language is a structure based on arbitrary and relational rules, it didn't just change linguistics, it changed everything.
To really see how this blew up, Saussure made one more key distinction. He split up long, that's the entire underlying system, the complete rulebook of language, from parole, which is any specific thing you say or write. The chess analogy is perfect here. Long is the rulebook for chess, how the pieces move, the goal of the game. Parole is the actual specific game you're playing right now. You can only make your moves because you and your opponent both know and accept that shared rulebook.
In this approach, this structuralist way of thinking, looking for the underlying system, the long of things, it was absolutely explosive. It was like a virus that infected every field of thought. Anthropologists started looking for the grammar of myths and rituals. Psychoanalysts like Jacques Lacan argued the unconscious was structured like a language. Literary theorists, philosophers, everybody started using this toolkit. Seriously, Saussure didn't just give us a new way to see language. He gave the entire 20th century a new way to think.
Which leaves us with one last kind of unsettling question. If we are all born into a pre-existing system of language, this massive structure of arbitrary signs that literally shapes how we can even think about the world, then how much of what you believe is a truly original thought? And how much of it is just you making a move in a game whose rules were written long, long before you ever sat down at the board?
Welcome to The Explainer. You know we love to break down big ideas here. And today, we're diving into the mind of Roland Barthes. Now, this is a thinker who completely changed the game. I mean, he changed how we see everything, from a slick car ad to the greatest novels ever written. All right, let's just jump right in with a massive question. Think about it. When you're reading a book or you're watching a movie, who really decides what it all means? Is it the person who created it, or is it you? Now, this very question was at the heart of what a French thinker named Roland Barthes was all about. And let me tell you, his answer didn't just make waves, it turned the whole world of criticism upside down. So, to really get a grip on why his ideas were so, well, groundbreaking, we kind of have to get to know the man behind them. We need to follow the incredible journey his thinking took over his lifetime. You can really see how his mind worked over time. His career was this fascinating evolution. He kind of started out as this cultural detective, you know? He was deep into structuralism, looking for the hidden rules and systems that make society tick. But then, and this is the cool part, he makes this huge pivot. He moves away from looking for fixed structures and starts to celebrate the absolute free-for-all, the endless play of meaning. And that journey, well, it's the key to understanding everything he said.
Okay, so let's dive into one of his first huge ideas. It came from his book Mythologies, and believe me, this is where he really starts to teach us all how to see the world in a completely different light.
Now, when Barthes talks about myth, he's not talking about, Zeus and Hercules. Not at all. For him, myth is the super powerful kind of speech that is literally all around us every single day. It's a system that takes an idea from a specific culture, an idea that's tied to a certain time, a place, maybe a social class, and it strips all that away to make it feel totally natural and universal. It's like a magic trick that turns an opinion into what feels like a fact.
And here's a perfect example of myth in action. Just look at this slick, glossy ad for a luxury car. You think they're selling you a car? Nah! Barthes would say they're selling you a myth. The myth is that this car is a natural symbol of success, of freedom. It takes an idea that's really important to one social class, the bourgeoisie, and presents it as a universal dream that every single one of us should want.
And that is the crucial point right there. This is how myth does its work. It turns history into nature. It just vacuums out all the messy political and cultural bits until an idea that was made by people feels as natural and unchangeable as the sun rising in the east. It just is.
So,
Once you start seeing these hidden myths everywhere, it's a short hop to Barth's most famous and, yeah, probably his most controversial idea. This one was the ultimate plot twist for anyone who studied literature.
I mean, just let that sink in for a second. The birth of the reader must be at the cost of the death of the author. Whoa. Now, obviously, he's not talking about a literal death. What he's doing is announcing this huge radical shift in power. He's taking it away from the creator and handing it right over to the audience.
So, think about how we used to look at things. For ages, the author was treated like this author god, right? The one person who held the secret, single true meaning of a story. But Barth comes along and says, hold on a second, that whole idea is actually pretty new. He saw it as a product of capitalism, this obsession with celebrating the individual genius. He's basically telling us to stop digging around for what the author really meant. Because writing isn't just a message in a bottle. It's a performance. It's an act. And the place where all the magic happens, where it all comes together, it's not in the author's mind, it's in yours. This man, he had to totally rethink what a text even is. For him, it's not some straight line of words delivering a single message. No way. It's this wild, multi-dimensional space. He called it a tissue of quotations. Imagine a fabric woven from threads pulled from all over culture. Books, ads, conversations, songs. They all blend and clash in the text. The writer isn't some genius creating something from thin air. They're more like a DJ, mixing and remixing all the cultural stuff that's already out there.
Okay, so this leads us right to the next logical step. If the author is dead, then what does that mean for the book you're holding, or the movie you're watching? Well, according to Barth's, it changes everything.
This is where he makes a really sharp distinction between what he calls the work and the text. A work is the thing itself, the physical book on your shelf. You can hold it, it's something you kind of just consume. But the text is something totally different. The text is the experience you have with the work. It's a living, breathing field of meaning that's wide open, with no real beginning or end. And here's the best part. It demands that you get involved. It needs your collaboration to even exist.
This image really nails it, doesn't it? Think of the work as that perfectly bound book on a pedestal in a museum. It's a finished object. You look at it, you admire it, but you don't touch. The text, on the other hand, is like this glowing, pulsing network of ideas. It's a web that you get to dive into, explore, and even help build. It's a space to play in, not an object to worship.
So, okay, a French philosopher from decades ago, why does any of this stuff still matter to us? Right now, in our world of social media and endless content? Well, the truth is, these ideas might be more important today than they ever were. What Barth's really leaves us with is this incredible sense of empowerment. He's basically giving us both the permission and the tools to stop being passive consumers and start being active creators of meaning. He's telling you to question all the things our culture presents as natural or just the way things are. He shows us that seeing ourselves as co-creators and refusing to accept one single fixed meaning for anything, well, that can be a really powerful, even a revolutionary act.
So I want to leave you with a challenge, a question, inspired by Barth's himself. The next time you read something, watch a movie, or just scroll through your feed, stop and ask yourself, who is writing this story? The person who posted it, or you? Because if there's one thing to take away from all this, it's that meaning isn't something you find, it's something you make. And you are the...
You ever finish a book, or maybe a movie, and just kind of sit back and wonder, how did it do that? You know? Where did that feeling, that deep sense of meaning, actually come from? Well, today we are going to dive into two really powerful ideas that totally flip the script on how we answer that very question.
So, let's get right to it. Is the story's meaning just whatever the author wanted to say? Is it hiding somewhere in the words on the page? Or, and this is where it gets really interesting, is it part of a huge invisible system that connects pretty much every story ever told? The answer, as you'll see, changes absolutely everything.
Okay, so our journey starts in the middle of the 20th century. There was this group of thinkers who were looking at the world around them, and they felt it had become kind of cold and fragmented. They wanted to find a deeper, almost spiritual truth in literature to push back against all that. They became known as the myth critics.
Right, so you had people like Richard Chase and Leslie Fieldler, and they were living in this post-war world that felt dominated by cold, hard logic. For them, a good story wasn't just entertainment, no. It was this vital connection to something way older, way more essential. They believed all literature tapped into a core set of universal myths that could bring meaning back to our lives.
Now, this whole idea of a deep mythical structure, it got taken to a completely new level by a Canadian theorist named Northrop Frye. He looked at all of literature, I mean all of it, and he didn't just see a random collection of books. He saw a system so organized you could actually map it out, almost like it was a science.
And this was a huge deal. Frye was basically saying that all stories, from ancient poems to modern novels, are part of one giant, interconnected system with its own predictable rules. But, to map something that enormous, you need a key, right? A fundamental pattern that's behind every single story. And for Frye, that pattern was tied to the most universal cycle we all know. Frye's big answer was what he called the mythoi. He argued that our deepest, most fundamental stories all follow the pattern of the seasons. It creates this timeless, endlessly repeating cycle. It's a really elegant and powerful idea, and it all starts, of course, with rebirth.
First up, you've got spring, which is the season of comedy. And we're not just talking about jokes here. This is the narrative of birth, of revival, the victory of the new generation. Think about any romantic comedy where the couple finally gets together against all the odds. Or a superhero origin story, right? A new hero rising. That's the energy of spring.
Then we move into summer, the absolute peak of the year. For Frye, this is the mythos of romance. This is your Lord of the Rings or your Star Wars. We're talking epic quests, idealized heroes, a really clear sense of good versus evil. It's the world of high adventure and wish fulfillment. It's the absolute pinnacle of the cycle.
But, of course, what goes up must come down. So autumn brings us the mythos of tragedy. This is the story of the fall, of decline, of a hero's isolation from society. Think of Hamlet or even Breaking Bad, where you watch a great figure get brought down by their own fatal flaw. It's that unavoidable slide toward decay and the coming dark.
And finally, winter. This brings us the mythos of irony and satire. This is the world you see in shows like Veep or a movie like Don't Look Up. Ideals have totally collapsed. There are no real heroes, and all that's left is to have a cynical laugh at how absurd everything is. It's a world just waiting for rebirth. And that completes Frye's great cycle. It's beautiful, it's predictable, but ultimately it's a closed loop. So what if there was another way to look at all this?
See, Frye's system is brilliant, but it's totally sealed off. It's a timeless, unchanging structure, and that means it can't really explain how meaning changes over time. To break out of that static model, literary theory had to look to a completely different field, the study of language itself, led by this Swiss linguist, Ferdinand de Saussure.
And this brings us to structuralism. Here's its central, game-changing idea. Nothing has meaning on its own. It just doesn't. Instead, the meaning of any word, or any character, or any image comes entirely from its relationship to all the other pieces in the system. It's like this giant web of differences.
Saussure's big insight was that the link between a word, a sign, and the thing it points to is completely arbitrary. It's just a convention we all agree on. I mean, the word tree has no natural, essential tree-ness to it. It only has meaning because we all agree it's not the word bush or rock. Meaning is literally created by difference.
Okay, so this insight, it changes everything about how you analyze a story. The old school way was to look at history, to ask, what was the author trying to say? But the structuralist approach is different. It basically freezes a text in a single moment in time, and it asks a brand new question. How does this whole system of signs work right now? How do all these parts relate to each other to create the meaning we're getting?
And this leads to the most radical and maybe the most famous idea to come out of structuralist thought. It's sometimes called anti-humanist because it knocks the individual human off the pedestal and focuses instead on the bigger, impersonal systems we're all a part of. And that includes a radical new way of thinking about the author.
You know, we have this really powerful, romantic idea of the author as this solitary genius, the single source of a story's meaning. Well, structuralism just completely flips that on its head. It suggests the author isn't some kind of creator god. They're more like a really skilled DJ, mixing and arranging words and story structures that the culture has already given them.
So the individual author almost dissolves. And what becomes truly important is the impersonal system of language itself. I mean, the author doesn't invent the language, right? It's the language and all its built-in structures that allow the author to write in the first place. The system is always bigger than the individual.
So, what's the big takeaway here? Let's zoom out.
We've journeyed from seeing stories as these timeless, universal myths to looking at them as really complex systems that we can actually analyze, almost like a science. And we saw the source of meaning get pulled away from the author's mind and placed into the vast shared structure of language itself. And that leaves us with one last big provocative thought. If the very language we use and the stories we tell are shaped by these deep, impersonal structures that we all swim in, what does that say about our own individual creativity? Are any of us truly original? Or are we all just becoming masterful arrangers of the pieces that the system...
Hey everyone, and welcome. So let's just jump right in. Have you ever really thought about what a book is? I mean, beyond just the story. What if, when you pick up a novel, you're not just holding a story, but a product? Something shaped by history, by economics, by power? Well, today we're going to look at literature through a completely different lens, using the ideas of a really influential critic, Terry Eagleton.
So here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we'll touch on the 3 core principles that everything else is built on. Then, we'll get into this wild idea of literature as a product. From there, we'll explore how ideology becomes a kind of battleground for our minds, look at Eagleton's take on other theories, and then, finally, we'll get to the real goal of this whole way of thinking, which is all about emancipation.
All right, first things first, we have to lay the groundwork, because to really get what Eagleton's doing with literature, we have to start with the foundational ideas of Marxism that, for him, are totally non-negotiable.
And this question right here, this is the one that really frames everything we're about to talk about. Just think about that for a second. We usually think of art as, this pure thing that just flows from some genius's mind. But this whole perspective challenges that. It asks us to see a book as something forged in the real material world, something shaped by the very society that it came from.
And our guide for this whole deep dive is Terry Eagleton. He's a really prominent British critic who spent his entire career re-examining literature through a modern Marxist framework, a huge voice in this field. Okay, so this is absolutely crucial. Eagleton's entire theory stands on these 3 pillars. First, the idea that our consciousness, our beliefs, our morals, even our feelings, it doesn't just pop out of nowhere. It's shaped by our real material lives. Second, that the engine of history, the thing that drives it forward, is class struggle. And third, and this is a big one, he insists on a commitment to political revolution. This isn't just about thinking, it's about linking theory directly to action.
All right, so we have these big foundational ideas, but how in the world does this connect to a poem or a novel? Let's take a look at how Eagleton builds that bridge.
Now this is where it gets really interesting. When most of us hear means of production, we think of factories, machines, assembly lines. But Eagleton says, hang on, there's another, maybe even more important kind of production going on. The production of us. The production of human subjectivity, our thoughts, our feelings, our very sense of who we are. And boom, this is where literature comes in. See, for Eagleton, literature isn't just some passive mirror reflecting society. No way. It's an active part of this whole machine. Think about a novel by, say, Charles Dickens. It's not just a good story. It's a product of industrial capitalism in Victorian England. The poverty, the class system, all the anxieties of the characters, they are all shaped by the material world of that time. So in this view, the novel itself helps produce a certain way of understanding that world.
This leads us right into one of the most critical concepts in this entire analysis, ideology. Because if our minds are being shaped and produced, then the fight over what is doing the shaping is everything.
So what even is ideology in this context? Well, you can think of it as the glue between the real material world and our inner mental world. It's that whole system of beliefs and values that makes the current power structure seem, normal, natural, inevitable. Its job is to create ways of seeing the world that, in the end, keep the dominant political order in charge.
And this quote from Eagleton just hits so hard. It really drives the point home. The toughest battle isn't out there on a battlefield. It's inside our own heads. The real struggle is to free that space of subjectivity, our inner world, which, he argues, has basically been colonized by the ruling ideology.
Now, Eagleton wasn't just coming up with these ideas in a bubble. He was in conversation and in debate with other big literary theories of his day, and he had some pretty sharp critiques for them.
So here's his main beef, laid out pretty clearly. Eagleton looked at other radical theories, like structuralism, and saw a huge problem. They often treated books like these self-contained little puzzles, totally ignoring the world outside the page. For Eagleton, that was a massive failure.
By not connecting literature back to the real-world struggles of economics and society, he argued that these theories, no matter how smart they sounded, just became an academic game. And in doing that, they actually unintentionally helped prop up the very system they claimed they were against.
So why? Why do all this? What is the ultimate point of looking at literature this way? Well, it all boils down to one single powerful goal.
And there it is, stated as plainly as it can be. For Eagleton, literary criticism is not some passive, dusty academic thing. Its primary task is political. It is meant to be a tool, something you use to actively help free people, to take part in what he calls the cultural emancipation of the masses.
But that wasn't the end of the story. You know, thinkers keep thinking, and as the world changed, Eagleton's ideas evolved too. In a later book called After Theory, he offered up a really important warning for a new era. He basically said that while the old tools were vital, they just weren't enough to tackle the new challenges we're all facing.
He argued that, look, while the big narratives of class, race, and gender are absolutely indispensable, we can't forget them, theory can't just be a broken record. If we're going to get a real handle on our incredibly complex global reality, we need a wider, deeper set of tools to think with. We can't afford to only tell the same stories over and over again.
And that leaves us with a really provocative question, doesn't it? If we take Eagleton's challenge seriously, what are the powerful hidden stories shaping our world right now that we haven't even learned to see yet? What are the forces, beyond the ones we always talk about, that are busy producing our subjectivity, right here, right now? It's a lot to think about. Thanks for joining us.
All right, let's just jump right in. We're about to go on a journey, but not to a place you can find on any map. We're going deep into the hidden world of the human mind, and we're going to see how exploring that world completely changed how we understand stories.
You know that feeling, right? When a character from a movie or a book just sticks with you. Or a single line of dialogue just plays on a loop in your head for years. Why does that happen? What is it that gives these stories so much power?
For the longest time, the thinking was pretty straightforward. The answer had to be in the story itself. You know, in the words, the plot, what the author was trying to say. But then one thinker came along with this totally radical idea. He basically said, nope, you're looking in the wrong place. The real secret isn't on the page. It's inside us, in a hidden room in our own minds that we don't even know is there.
Now, to really get just how revolutionary this was, we got to rewind a bit, because for thousands of years, the Western world had a very clear, very neat and tidy picture of how our minds worked.
This right here was the bedrock of pretty much everything. The core belief, going all the way back to philosophers like Aristotle, was that we humans are, at our core, rational creatures. We think, we reason, we make a choice, and then we act. Simple, clean, or the captain of our own ship.
And that one simple belief had huge implications. It meant that you could truly know yourself if you just thought hard enough, that your actions were the product of logical choice. It even meant that creating art was a conscious, controlled, rational act. The whole system was built on this foundation of reason and free will.
And then along comes Sigmund Freud. And he doesn't just question this foundation, he takes a metaphorical sledgehammer to the whole thing. And this, right here, is the moment where our neat and tidy picture of the mind gets beautifully, wonderfully messy.
So here's a crucial point. Freud didn't just invent the idea of the unconscious out of thin air. Other thinkers had hinted at it, but his game-changing contribution was to open it up to actual systematic study. He gave us a language to talk about this huge hidden part of ourselves, this place filled with drives and memories that secretly runs the whole show. And this chart just lays it out perfectly. It's a total night and day difference. On one side, you have classical man, rational, in control, transparent. On the other, you have psychoanalytic man, driven by forces he can't see, not really the master of his own house, and using a language that's slippery and full of hidden meanings. It's a complete paradigm shift.
So, if we buy into this new model, that we're not purely rational beings, what does that actually mean for us? Let's dive into the core concepts that came out of this massive shift.
This isn't just some abstract philosophical question. The answer changes pretty much everything we thought we knew about ourselves, our choices, and of course, our art. All of a sudden, these huge ideas that were the bedrock of Western thought are on shaky ground. Can you ever truly know yourself? Is free will just an illusion? Can an author even know what their own story is really about? According to this new way of thinking, the answers are way more complicated than we ever imagined. So the big takeaway here is this.
We are not unified, transparent beings. It's almost like there's a stranger living inside each of us, our unconscious. It's a part of us, sure, but it's also this otherness that we can't fully control or even understand. And that changes the entire game.
Okay, so you might be thinking, this is cool psychology, but what does it have to do with reading books? Well, this is where it all clicks together in a really fascinating way. See, Freud didn't just apply his theories to literature. In many ways, literature helped him form his theories. He looked at ancient myths and classic plays like Oedipus Rex and Hamlet, and he saw the drama of the unconscious played out right there on the stage. For him, these weren't just great stories. They were basically case studies of universal human conflicts, and this is literally where the famous Oedipus complex comes from. And this insight gives birth to a whole new way of reading. A psychoanalytic critic acts like a detective of the mind. They're hunting for hidden symbols. They're analyzing a character's actions not for their stated reasons, but for their unconscious drives. And, this is a big one, they even ask, what desire in me, the reader, does this story secretly speak to? And you know, there's a really beautiful parallel here. A psychoanalyst listens to a patient's fragmented memories and traumas and helps weave them into a coherent story that provides understanding. A literary critic does something very similar with a text. They create a narrative, a compelling interpretation that makes sense of all the hidden patterns and meanings. In a way, they're both storytellers. Now, Freud may have started this fire, but he was by no means the end of the story. His ideas spread like wildfire, influencing generations of thinkers who took them in totally new and unexpected directions. You can really see the idea evolve over time. It starts with Freud's direct followers, like Otto Rank and Ernest Jones. But then thinkers like Melanie Klein begin to push back, challenging some of the core ideas. By the time you get to the late 20th century, critics like Harold Bloom are using these tools to talk about something totally different, like how poets struggle with the writers who came before them. It just shows this isn't a static idea. It's a conversation that's still happening today. The impact is just immense. I mean, thinkers on this list took these ideas everywhere. You have Juliet Mitchell using them for feminist criticism, Herbert Marcuse for a Marxist analysis of culture, and then the incredibly complex work of Jacques Lacan, who reimagined the whole thing. It became a new language, and it seems like almost every field of modern thought learned how to speak it. So, we end with this. If the author isn't fully in control of their own creation, and if every reader brings their own unique unconscious to the story, what does that do to the idea of a single correct meaning? Perhaps the true power of a story isn't in the one answer it provides, but in the infinite hidden conversations it starts inside each and every one of us.
All right, let's just dive right in. We're going to tackle one of the most brilliant, but let's be honest, notoriously difficult thinkers out there. Jacques Lacan. His ideas can feel like a total maze, but I promise you, if you stick with me, what we find at the center is going to completely change the way you think about, well, you.
And it all kicks off with this single, kind of cryptic sentence. The unconscious is structured like a language. What on earth does that even mean? How can our deepest, most hidden self be built like grammar and syntax? Well, that's the puzzle we're going to solve together.
So first things first, who was this guy? Jacques Lacan was a French psychoanalyst working from the early 1900s to 1981. He basically took everything Freud said and ran it through a whole new filter, the study of language.
And you can't overstate his impact. His big book from 1966 called Écrits didn't just shake up psychoanalysis, it sent shockwaves through everything from feminist theory to Marxism and film studies. The guy wasn't just remapping the mind, he was giving people a new map for culture itself.
Now, to really get his big idea, we have to go way, way back, all the way back to your beginning, before you had any words, before you even had a concept of I or me.
Lacan had a name for this first stage, the imaginary order. Just picture it, a world with no edges. As a baby, you don't feel any separation between you, your mom, or the world. It's all just one big, seamless whole. A perfect, fluid, almost glossy reality. Lacan called this feeling reassuring plenitude. No separation, no wanting anything, just being.
But you know, that perfect, seamless world, it can't last. There's a moment, a critical event, that comes along and shatters that perfect unity. And this is where the thing you call yourself actually starts to get built.
He famously called this the mirror phase. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's that startling moment when a child looks in a mirror and for the first time gets it. They recognize that image as me, It's the first glimpse you get of yourself as a separate, whole thing. And that one moment of recognition, it changes everything.
So you see the progression, right? You start in this blissful state of total unity with everything. Then, bam, the mirror phase shatters that unity, creating a sense of a separate I. And that very act of separation is what throws you, headfirst, into a whole new reality, the world of language, of rules, of law.
This new world is what Lacan calls the symbolic order. You can think of it as the social grid, the operating system that we all live in. It's made up of language, laws, social roles, gender, all the structures that tell us who we are in relation to everyone else. It is a world built entirely on difference and separation.
So there's this huge trade-off happening. We leave behind the pure unity of the imaginary for the structured separation of the symbolic. We trade a world of direct experience and images for a world of words and symbols. And we move from that feeling of wholeness to a reality that's governed by rules, what Lacan called the law of the father, which is basically his term for all the social prohibitions and structures that shape us.
Okay, so we've got the imaginary, that pre-verbal world of unity, and we've got the symbolic, our shared reality of language and rules. But Lacan adds a third piece to the puzzle. And honestly, this is the weird one.
He calls it the real. This is the raw, chaotic stuff of existence that our symbolic reality, our language, our neat little concepts just can't capture. It's that primordial experience that you can't put into words. A great way to think about it is like a glitch in the matrix of our symbolic world. It's the part of reality that resists being named or explained.
And this really forces you to ask a wild question. Our reality is built with the tool of language, but what about everything that tool can't touch? The real is what lives in those gaps. It's trauma, it's intense joy, it's that raw feeling of being alive that words can only ever point at, but never, ever fully contain. So, how do all these pieces fit together? The imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. Well, they all lead up to Lacan's most radical, most mind-blowing conclusion about what it actually means to have a self.
And here's the punchline. For Lacan, that stable, solid, consistent self that you feel you have inside you, he says it doesn't really exist. He completely rejects the idea of a fixed ego. Instead, for him, there's only what he calls the subject.
So what is this subject? Well, it's not a thing, it's a process. It's a product of all the systems of meaning, the language, the symbols, the social codes that were dropped into at birth. This means the you at your very core is kind of empty, fluid, and always being recreated in your interactions. Your desires are even alienated because you can only think them and speak them using a language that isn't really yours. It was here long before you were.
Which brings us right back to where we started. The unconscious is structured like a language. What he means is that our deepest self, our hidden desires, our dreams, our fears, it's not some chaotic pit. It's all organized by the same symbolic rules that structure our conscious world. It's another network of signs, just operating in the dark.
And that leaves us with one last, pretty unsettling thought to chew on. If you are a subject defined by a system of language and rules that existed before you ever did, if even your...
When you hear the name Virginia Woolf, you probably think of a novelist, right? Well, today, we're going to look at her as something more, a revolutionary. She didn't just want to write new kinds of stories. She wanted to hand us a whole new toolkit for understanding what fiction, and really what life itself, could actually be. So let's dive into her guide for breaking the rules.
First things first, to really get Woolf, you have to understand the literary battlefield she was stepping onto. On one side, you had the old guard, the establishment, writers she cheekily called the materialists. Think H.G. Wells, Arnold Bennett. These guys were masters of the outside world, describing every last detail. But on the other side, a new wave was rising. Woolf put herself and authors like James Joyce in this camp, calling them the spiritualists. Why? Because they were exploring a totally different frontier, the inner world of the human mind.
And this gets us right to the heart of her big complaint. Woolf looked around at the most popular novels of her day, and she thought, these are perfectly constructed, they're detailed, they seem realistic, but they're missing the most important thing of all. They're missing life itself.
She saw the traditional rules of writing, the neat plot, the mandatory love story, the tidy ending, not as helpful tools, but as a kind of tyrant. This tyrant, she said, was holding writers captive, forcing them into these predictable formulas that have almost nothing to do with how we actually experience our own reality. It was like they were slaves to convention.
She had this brilliant metaphor to explain it. She said, these other writers were building these magnificent, flawless houses in their novels. I mean, every brick was perfect, every detail was just so. But here's the problem. All the windows were sealed shut. No fresh air, no chaos, none of the messiness of actual life could ever get inside. They were beautiful, sure, but they were also completely sterile.
Okay, so if the old way was broken, what was her big solution? This is where we get her first tool. She laid out a totally new mission for novelists. Stop just describing the outside of the house and start capturing the messy, chaotic, beautiful flow of what it feels like to be alive inside it.
She said, look, life isn't this neat, orderly straight line. It's not like a row of street lamps, all perfectly arranged. No, she saw it as the shimmering, always changing, luminous halo of thoughts and feelings and memories that surrounds us from one moment to the next. And that, she believed, was the writer's real job, to somehow capture that halo on the page.
So, how on earth do you write a halo? Well, she championed a technique that was perfect for it: stream of consciousness. The whole idea was to try and record thoughts as they actually happen, all those random little atoms as they fall upon the mind. It's about tracing the true path of our inner world, no matter how jumpy or disconnected it might seem from the outside.
But here's the thing. Woolf was also deeply practical. She knew that this kind of daring, artistic freedom doesn't just happen in a vacuum. To get the mental space to actually explore that luminous halo, she argued that a writer, and she was very specific here, especially a woman writer, needed two very concrete things that history had usually denied them: financial independence and a private, physical space to think, money, and a room of one's own.
Okay, so let's shift gears to her second tool, because she wasn't just trying to free writers, she wanted to free us, the readers, too. She saw that we'd all become a little bit enslaved to the so-called experts and the critics who are always telling us what we should think about a book.
Her advice for us is so simple, it's almost radical. Ignore all that noise. Forget the book reviews, forget what the academics say. She begged readers to trust their own gut, to follow their own instincts, arguing that your personal reaction to a book is the only one that truly matters in the end. And she even gave us a clear 3-step plan for how to do this as a common reader. Step 1. Collaborate. Don't start judging right away. Open your mind and just try to become part of the author's world. Step 2. Understand. Get a real feel for the time and place the book came from. And only after you've done those two things do you get to step 3. Judge. Form your own opinion and own it.
Now, this third and final tool, this one might be her most revolutionary. It's not just about writing differently or reading differently. It's about this incredible act of historical recovery. It's about going back and finding the genius that history has buried and completely forgotten.
Woolf argued that for centuries, history was essentially split in two. You had the public world, the world of men. That's where you find the epic poems, the politics, the wars. That's the stuff that got written down and celebrated. And then you had the private world, the world of women, a world of letters, diaries, quiet observations, a world that was almost always dismissed as trivial.
But Woolf said, hold on. It was in that private world that a whole new kind of genius was being born. She points to people like Dorothy Osborne from the 17th century. Osborne's brilliance was trapped in her personal letters, but Woolf read them and saw all the ingredients of a great novel: razor-sharp characters, an amazing ear for dialogue, real psychological depth. Or someone like Mary Wollstonecraft, whose life was so defiant and radical that her life itself was the work of art, a story written in actions, not just in ink.
So here's the bombshell, the crucial point she was making. The modern novel, with its deep dive into our inner lives, wasn't invented on some grand public stage. Woolf believed it was being secretly invented, piece by piece, for generations, in the private diaries and letters of women who had no other place to put their creative fire.
And all of this brings us to her ultimate legacy. It's not some dusty old theory you read in a textbook. No, it's a living, breathing challenge that she leaves for every single one of us today.
What she really gave us is a roadmap, a guide to help us look past the official, celebrated, prize-winning art and learn to find genius in all the unexpected places. She taught us to value the scraps and fragments, the diaries and letters of her time, and maybe the blogs, the social media threads, the podcasts of ours, the places where new stories are being told right now.
And so her work doesn't really end with an answer. It ends with a question that she hands directly to us. Who are the overlooked geniuses of our time? Whose incredible stories are unfolding right in front of us, but maybe in a form we haven't learned how to recognize as art yet? Whose voices
All right, today we are jumping headfirst into the world of one of the most radical and, yeah, intentionally shocking thinkers of the 20th century, the French philosopher Georges Bataille. So, get ready, because this is not your typical philosophy class.
I mean, let's just start with this quote right here. When the leader of the Surrealist movement, a group that was all about pushing boundaries, calls you an excremental philosopher, you know you're dealing with someone on a whole other level. That really tells you something about the impression Bataille made.
It's a heck of a title, isn't it? The Metaphysician of Evil. It just begs the question, what kind of philosophy is built on embracing the very things we're taught to fear and hide away? Well, that's exactly what we're going to dig into.
Okay, so to get our heads around his pretty wild ideas, we're going to move through 5 parts. We'll start with who he was, dive into his core concepts like heterology and the accursed share, look at the big battle in his philosophy, and then see why he still matters today.
So let's start with the man himself, Georges Bataille. Because to really understand his ideas, you kind of have to understand the guy who was standing right in the middle of some of the craziest intellectual movements of his time.
What's wild is just how much ground he covered. This guy wasn't just some dusty philosopher. No, he was writing about economics, about art, even about pornography. He hung out with the Surrealists for a bit before they had a huge falling out. And he didn't just want to debate you. He talked about intellectual violence. His whole goal was to write things that would genuinely get under your skin, to shock you out of your comfortable everyday thinking.
Okay, so this brings us to his core project. See, Bataille wasn't just being shocking for the sake of it. He was trying to build a whole new way of looking at the world, a new science he called heterology.
And the name itself gives you a huge clue. Heterology comes from the Greek heteros, which just means other or different. So this was his science of the other, a science dedicated to studying everything our neat and tidy society considers waste or taboo, all the stuff we try to push away.
He actually gives us a really powerful way to picture this. Imagine that our modern, rational society is like a perfectly clean, minimalist room. Everything in it is useful and has a purpose. But to keep it that clean, you have to take all the garbage, the filth, the stuff that doesn't belong, and you violently shove it into a closet and lock the door. Well, Bataille's heterology is all about finding the key to that closet, opening the door, and taking a long, hard look at what's inside.
And this leads us to the big question. What is in that closet? Bataille had a name for it, la part maudite, which translates to the accursed share.
And this is where things get really intense. The accursed share isn't just physical trash. It's everything that's unproductive, excessive, and forbidden. We're talking about things like ritual sacrifice, pure violence, and yeah, even the messy, biological, bodily parts of ourselves that our rational minds try so hard to pretend don't exist.
So why do we throw these things out? Well, for Bataille, it's pretty simple. You can't have order unless you define what's disorderly. You can't call something clean without pointing to something else and calling it filth. He argued that our entire idea of a rational society is literally built on top of the violent rejection of this accursed part of who we are.
This gets us to the absolute heart of the conflict in Bataille's work. He saw pretty much the entire history of Western civilization as one long, brutal battle between two things: the clean, orderly project of reason and the messy, chaotic reality of the body.
You can really see it as a showdown between two teams. On one side, you've got what he called the homogenizing project. This is the world of reason, order, efficiency, capitalism, a system that wants everything to be useful and predictable. But on the other side, you've got the heterogeneous. That's the body, desire, waste, sacrifice, everything that is gloriously unproductive. And Bataille's point is that the first side is always trying to crush the second.
Now, he wasn't just making this up out of nowhere. He was inspired by thinkers like the Marquis de Sade, who argued that reason itself isn't some neutral, helpful guide. No, reason is a form of power. It's a weapon that society uses to tame our desires and beat our bodies into submission, all for the sake of order and, especially today, economic productivity.
So, let's wrap this all up. Why does this philosopher of the obscene, of all things, still matter? Well, because after he died, his work didn't just fade away. In fact, it kind of exploded.
He published his most famous book, The Accursed Share, in 1949, and things were quiet for a while. But then, in the 1960s, his work was rediscovered, and it became totally essential for a whole new generation of thinkers, the Post-Structuralists.
Big names like Derrida, Kristeva, and Baudrillard grabbed his ideas about waste and excess and just ran with them, completely changing the game for philosophy.
When you step back, you see that Bataille was part of this bigger tradition, with guys like Nietzsche and Freud who are also poking holes in the idea that reason is king. But what made Bataille so different, so shocking, was his scatological emphasis, his absolute fearless focus on the base, the filthy, the forbidden.
And this leaves us with one final kind of provocative thought. Bataille wanted to unleash these suppressed forces, to kick open that closet door. But look around us today. Has the accursed share really been set free? Or has our world just found a way to take all our desires for violence, for excess, for the taboo, put them in a shiny package, and sell them right back to us? It's a question you have to think Bataille himself would have found fascinating.
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we are wading into some really deep water. A set of ideas so revolutionary they make you question everything you think you know about truth, meaning, and even power itself. So get ready. We're about to explore the wild and fascinating world of post-structuralism. So let me just start with the one question that really gets to the heart of this whole thing. What if the world has no fixed meaning? What if all the big concepts we use to make sense of our lives, things like truth, good, evil, even our sense of who we are, what if none of that is actually stable or universal? What if it's all kind of up for grabs? That is the gauntlet that post-structuralism throws down. Okay, so here's our game plan. First, we've got to look at the ideas it was rebelling against. Then we'll jump into the chaotic history that really lit the fuse. After that, we'll break down the core rules it tries to unravel, meet the key thinkers behind it all, and finally, see how this leads us to what people call the postmodern condition. Right, so you can't really get a rebellion until you understand what it was rebelling against. And in the world of 20th century ideas, the dominant empire, the old guard, was something called structuralism. So the big idea with structuralism was that basically all of human culture, we're talking everything from ancient myths to novels to social rules, it all operated kind of like a language. Structuralists were convinced that if you looked hard enough, you'd find a hidden, stable grammar, a deep structure that governed everything and gave it one single meaning. It was all about finding the blueprint. And this right here is where the fireworks really start. See, structuralism loved neat boxes and clear rules. Things were either good or evil, male or female, black or white. But then post-structuralism comes along and basically says, hold on a second, who made these boxes? Because they look pretty flimsy and they're starting to fall apart. It argues that meaning isn't this one solid thing. It's multiple, it's slippery, it's always changing. So you have to ask, where did this sudden urge to smash all the boxes come from? Well, these radical ideas didn't just pop up out of nowhere. They basically exploded out of one of the most volatile and revolutionary decades you can think of, the 1960s. What you're seeing here is this incredible connection between academic theory and real-world action. On one hand, you had these radical journals challenging all the old ways of thinking in print. And at the same time, out on the streets, the civil rights and women's movements were demanding a total rethink of power, race, and gender. People were realizing the old rule books just didn't work anymore. And that brings us to the main event, the arrival of post-structuralism. And look, this wasn't just some minor critique. This was a full-on attempt to unravel the very fabric of Western thought. So what is post-structuralism really? Well, at its heart, it's exactly that, a great unraveling. It's a whole collection of critical theories that argue our understanding of the world isn't built on solid ground. Nope, it's built on the shifting sands of language, ideology, and power. Okay, let's break that down. First, post-structuralists completely reject the idea of a single, universal blueprint for culture. They say language is super slippery. One word can have tons of different meanings. They call this being polysemic. And if that's true, it means knowledge isn't something we discover, it's something we construct. Which leads to the most important question of all. Who gets to do the constructing? This puts a laser focus on how power uses language to shape our reality and even who we think we are. Now, let's put some faces to these huge, abstract ideas. Because this revolution wasn't just an idea. It was led by a group of absolutely brilliant and often very controversial thinkers, mostly based in France. I'm sure you've heard some of these names before. Derrida, Lacan, Kristeva. This was the intellectual scene that was bubbling up in journals like Tel Quel.
Each one of them took those core ideas we just talked about and ran with them in these incredible, groundbreaking ways, challenging everything from philosophy and psychoanalysis to politics.
And here's where it gets really powerful. These weren't just theories for the sake of theories. They were tools to take apart existing power structures. You had feminist thinkers like Lucia Rigare and Hélène Cixous, and they looked at the massively influential work of Freud and even the post-structuralist-ish Lacan and said, wait a minute, this entire system of thought is built from a male perspective. It puts the masculine at the center of everything and treats the feminine like an afterthought.
So what do you do about that? Well, this led to an absolutely fascinating project. Thinkers like Monique Wittig and Juliet Kristeva, they weren't just happy to critique. They asked a radical question. Is it even possible to create a whole new way of writing, an écriture féminine, a feminine writing, that could actually escape the rules of a language system that they saw as being male-dominated from the ground up? And it wasn't only about gender. Other thinkers, like Deleuze and Guattari, took this same critical lens and pointed it straight at capitalism. For them, capitalism wasn't just an economic system. It was this powerful, humming machine that doesn't just make products, it literally produces our desires, shaping our very consciousness from the inside out. So, after all this unraveling, all this questioning, where does that leave us? For our final section, let's take a look at the legacy of these ideas and the intense debates they're still sparking today. Now, it's really important to get this. The story isn't over. Not everyone bought into this completely. You had thinkers like Richard Rorty and Vincent Descombes who pushed back hard. They basically said, whoa, hold on, you've gone too far. They argue that, yeah, language is powerful, but it's not everything. And they tried to bring a sense of actual material reality back into the picture. But maybe the most lasting impact of all this is a concept that Jean-Francois Lyotard famously called the postmodern condition. It's what happens after that great unraveling. It's this deep, profound skepticism toward what he called meta-narratives. You know, any big, all-encompassing story like religion or progress or Marxism that claims it has all the answers and can explain everything. And that leaves us right here with a massive, challenging question. If post-structuralism is onto something, and those grand stories we've told ourselves for centuries are no longer believable, if all the structures are unstable and meaning is always shifting, what's left? How do we build a good society, or how do we even find our own personal truth in a world that doesn't seem to have a blueprint? That's the question we're all still trying to answer.
Welcome to The Explainer. All right, today we are diving into a really big one, deconstruction. It's a word you've probably heard thrown around, maybe in a university class or in some dense article. But what does it actually mean? Let's unpack it.
Okay, let's kick things off with this super famous and maybe famously confusing quote. It comes from the philosopher Jacques Derrida, and it goes, Il n'y a pas de hors texte. Now that translates to, there is no outside of the text. I know, that probably sounds a little out there, but trust me. By the end of this, that phrase is not only going to make sense, it's going to unlock the whole idea.
So, to get that quote, we have to meet the man himself, Jacques Derrida. He was a French philosopher who basically walked onto the scene in the mid-20th century and just challenged the very foundations of Western thought. His whole project really forces you to question everything you assume about how language and reality even work.
His ideas really just exploded onto the world stage in the late 1960s. After this one huge seminar in the US, he published a series of absolutely groundbreaking books. I mean, they were not easy reads, but works like of grammatology and writing indifference just laid the foundation for everything we now call deconstruction.
Okay, so this is absolutely crucial. Deconstruction isn't a neat little theory with a checklist of rules you follow. Derrida himself was really clear about this. You should think of it more like a method, a way of approaching a text, and for him, almost anything could be a text, to see how this stable meaning you thought was there, well, how it starts to fall apart when you look closely. It's not a what, it's a how.
To actually use this method, Derrida first had to point out the prison. He basically argued that for centuries, all of Western philosophy has been stuck inside this invisible, intellectual cage that he called logocentrism. And his whole project was about showing us the bars.
So, what is logocentrism? Well, it's any system of thought that's built on a logos. And a logos is, think of it like the ultimate anchor. It's the final authority that guarantees meaning. For a long time, that was God. But it could also be a big concept like reason or truth with a capital T. It's that central, unquestionable point that holds everything else steady.
And this system works kind of like a chain of command. You've got the logos at the top, acting as the ultimate guarantor.
It ensures that a specific word, what we call the signifier, is locked to a specific concept, the signified. And then that concept is locked to a real thing out there in the world. The logos keeps this whole chain from breaking.
Let's make this a little more concrete. Take a traditional Christian worldview. The word love, that's our signifier, is tied directly to the concept of self-sacrifice, the signified. And that concept is then tied to real-world things like marriage, church, and certain behaviors. So what holds it all together? The anchor, the logos, or the Word of God, which gives that specific meaning its final, unshakable authority.
And this is where Derrida makes his most radical move. He asks the question that just rattles 2,000 years of thinking: what happens to our whole system of meaning when you pull out that central anchor? What happens when the logos is gone?
Because once that anchor is gone, the entire structure gets incredibly shaky. All those neat, tidy connections we had between our words, our concepts, and the world out there, they start to unravel, and language begins to act in really, really weird ways.
See, without a logos to stop the chain, meaning just becomes this endless game. The word love isn't fixed anymore. Now it could be defined by passion, which is defined by desire, which is defined by longing, and on and on and on, forever. You end up chasing a final meaning that you can never actually catch, because you're just bouncing from one word to the next.
Deconstruction also exposes these hidden power structures that are baked right into our language. Derrida noticed our thinking is built on these pairs of opposites, right? Like speech versus writing or soul versus body. But he said they're never equal. He called them violent hierarchies, because one term is always secretly, systematically valued more than the other. And a deconstructive reading flips that hierarchy upside down to show how unstable it was in the first place.
All of this stuff, the logocentrism, the hierarchies, it all serves to protect this one core belief that Derrida call the metaphysics of presence. It's that gut feeling we have that meaning is just there, that it's stable, immediate, and fully present inside a word. Deconstruction's main job is to show you that this feeling is actually an illusion.
Here's a super simple way to think about it. Take a piece of chalk. Seems like it has a clear, self-contained meaning, right? But hold on. The meaning isn't in the chalk. A piece of chalk only makes sense because of a blackboard, which only makes sense because of a classroom, which is part of an educational system, which depends on politics and industry and so on. All of a sudden, the meaning of that simple piece of chalk is scattered across this huge external network of things that are not the chalk.
So, let's circle back to that quote from the beginning. There is no outside of the text. It should make a lot more sense now. Derrida isn't saying that only books exist. What he means is that there's no way to get to reality, or to history, or even to yourself without going through this massive, all-encompassing web of language and relationships, this text. We're always inside the network.
Now, as you can probably imagine, these ideas were and still are super controversial. I mean, for every person who hailed Derrida as a genius, there was someone else calling his work complicated, impenetrable jargon.
And critics have raised some really important points. Some argue deconstruction just flattens real historical differences into an abstract game of words. Others point out that one of Derrida's own key concepts, difference, kind of becomes its own unquestionable logos, the very thing he was trying to critique. And some historians say, hey, a lot of these core ideas aren't even that new. You can find similar thoughts all the way back with the ancient Greek sophists.
So why does any of this matter? What's the big takeaway here? Well, the real power of deconstruction is that it gives us a tool. It's a method for looking much more critically at any text, and that could be a novel, a legal document, a political speech, even our own beliefs, and revealing the hidden assumptions and biases that hold it all together.
Which leaves us with a final and pretty provocative thought. If Derrida is right, if there's no stable center, no ultimate anchor, and if meaning is always shifting, then what exactly is holding our shared world together? What creates our common sense of reality? And that's a question really worth thinking about.
All right, let's talk about a word you've probably heard thrown around a ton, but maybe you're not totally sure what it means: postmodernism. It's one of those ideas that seems to pop up everywhere, describing art, buildings, even our own social media feeds. So, let's break it down.
You ever find yourself just scrolling, or watching the news, and you get this weird feeling, this sense that everything is just a performance, that reality itself feels like it's being built, with these slick, glossy, almost too real images right in front of your eyes? Well, that exact feeling is what we're going to get into today.
So here's our game plan. First, we're going to try and pin down what postmodern actually means. Then we'll look at the world it grew out of, unpack its biggest and most challenging ideas,
see how it completely tore up the art world's rulebook, and then we'll bring it all together to see why it matters so much right now.
Okay, let's dive right in. First things first.
So what are we really talking about when we say postmodernism? Well, the thing is, it's not just one single thing. The best way to get a handle on it is to think of it in three different but totally connected registers. There's the historical era it happened in, the mind-bending theories that tried to explain that era, and of course, the art that gave it a voice. We're going to look at all three.
But before we can get into the theories, we really have to understand the world that cooked them up. See, postmodernism didn't just fall out of the sky. It was a direct response to some massive, world-altering changes.
And that historical moment, that condition, gets its own name, postmodernity. Think about the world shifting in the late 20th century, this absolute explosion of consumer culture and global capitalism. It was a brand new world, one that would have been totally alien just a few decades before.
And then, boom. Suddenly you've got global markets everywhere, people moving across the world for work, cultures mashing up against each other like never before. But the real game changer? The absolute, total dominance of mass media. This is the moment when our world starts to feel less solid and a lot more like a flickering, shimmering collection of screens and images. So, if the world around you is turning into this dizzying 24/7 swirl of images, how are you supposed to make sense of it all? How do you even think about it? This question takes us right to the heart of postmodern theory.
You know, this was a massive, radical break from how we used to think. For centuries, the Enlightenment gave us these big, comforting stories, ideas about human progress, about universal reason, this belief that deep down we're all these independent individuals who can truly know what reality is, and then postmodern theory comes along and says, hold on a second. What if reality is actually built by ideology? What if our sense of who we are is shaped by power? What if everything we experience is just filtered through this endless storm of signs and images?
And right at the core of all this was a huge claim that the big, sweeping stories humanity used to tell itself, what they called grand narratives, had totally fallen apart. You know the one, the story of mankind always marching forward, towards more freedom, more knowledge. Well, in a world that had just seen unbelievable devastation and was now drowning in media, that story, it just didn't seem credible anymore.
So what happens when those big stories collapse? Well, everything kind of flips on its head. The hunt for one single universal truth gets replaced by a focus on small, local, specific stories. The idea of a solid, stable identity gives way to the reality of endless difference. And maybe most importantly, the search for depth, for some hidden truth underneath it all, is just abandoned. Instead, there's an acceptance that we're living on the surface, in a world made of glossy, powerful signs.
Okay, so if all the big stories are dead, and if reality is just this collection of surfaces, what in the world does art look like in a situation like that? Let's see how artists and writers decided to play with these new rules.
A really great way to feel the difference is to put a modernist masterpiece like James Joyce's Ulysses next to a postmodern one like Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot. Now, Ulysses is complicated, for sure, but underneath all the chaos, it's got a hidden backbone. It's structured on an ancient myth. It's kind of sad, nostalgic for a unity that's gone. But Waiting for Godot, there is no secret structure. The characters are literally nowhere. Nothing happens. It's not looking back with a tear in its eye. It is staring right into the strange, messy, incoherent now.
So this new kind of art, it basically made three really bold moves. First, it cracked things open and gave a voice to marginalized people, to the other, letting their stories be told from the inside. Second, it just smashed the wall between high art and pop culture, mixing and mashing everything up. And third, it didn't try to fix the fragmented world or pretend there was a hidden meaning, it just celebrated the fragmentation, presenting a world of surfaces exactly as they are.
All right, let's bring all this home. We've got a specific moment in history, some pretty head-spinning theories, and some really weird art. So what? Why does any of this matter to you and me? Right here, right now.
Because this is the world we are all living in. That core insight of postmodernism, that our entire experience of reality is constantly being shaped, filtered, and refracted by media, by images, by codes we don't even notice, it's more true today than it has ever been. I mean, just think about your own phone. Is your social feed reality? Or is it a perfectly curated, high-gloss surface built entirely out of signs?
And that, right there, leaves us with the big question. the fundamental challenge. If there are no grand narratives left to believe in, and if we're all just kind of floating in this endless ocean of images, how do we build a life that feels meaningful? Where does value even come from anymore?
So here's the bottom line. Postmodernism isn't some dusty academic idea from an old textbook. In a very real way, it's the cultural operating system we are all running on every single day. And understanding it, well, that's the key to understanding the strange, beautiful, and complicated logic of the world we live in. Thanks for joining me.
Hey everyone, and welcome. Today we're jumping right into a massive intellectual fight, a battle over the very idea of progress itself. You know, is this whole modern world we've built sitting on a solid foundation? Or is it maybe an incomplete or even a failed project? Let's get into it.
Just think about that for a second. What if all the big ideas that shaped our democracies, our science, our art, what if they were all fundamentally flawed from the start? That's the huge provocative question at the center of the debate we're unpacking today. It really challenges everything we think we know about how to move forward as a society. So here's our game plan. We're going to meet the defender, then look at the original promise he's fighting for. We'll see how that vision got fractured and how reason itself ended up on trial. Then we'll check out the proposed way forward and, most importantly, talk about why it matters for all of us right now. All right, so the main character in our story is the German philosopher Jürgen Habermas. You can kind of think of him as a modern-day champion for those classic Enlightenment ideals, really pushing back against a huge wave of skepticism. Now, Habermas has spent his entire career defending the idea of liberal democracy. He was part of this super influential group called the Frankfurt School, but really his life's work has been all about trying to rescue and re-energize the Enlightenment's belief in reason, in justice, and in the idea that, yes, we can actually make things better. Okay, to really get what he's talking about, you need to know one of his most famous ideas, the public sphere. This is basically the space where we all talk, debate, and form opinions. Think about your social media feeds, the news you watch, even just community groups in your town. For Habermas, a healthy public sphere is literally the lifeblood of democracy, and it's all powered by our ability to reason with each other. So what is this project that Habermas is trying so hard to defend? Well, to understand that, we have to rewind and look at the original vision from the Enlightenment philosophers. You have to understand the goal here was massive. The Enlightenment thinkers believed that all this knowledge we were gaining, from science, from art, from philosophy, it wasn't just supposed to sit in a book. It was all meant to work together, to help us understand the world, understand ourselves, push us to be better people, and ultimately build a more just world for everyone. It was this beautiful, unified idea. But that grand, unified vision, it didn't last. A crack started to show up in the foundation of this whole project. And funnily enough, it started in the world of art. Right around the middle of the 1800s, things started to fall apart. These different fields of knowledge, science, morality, art, they all started drifting away from each other. They got super specialized, stuck in their own little bubbles, and they lost that connection to the bigger mission of human progress. Art, especially, started to turn inward. It became all about art for art's sake. It was more focused on its own rules, its own history. It was basically talking to itself. It wasn't really concerned with the big questions of truth or justice in the real world anymore. It just got disconnected. And this split, this fragmentation, it set the stage for an even bigger challenge. A new wave of thinkers came along, the Post-Structuralists, and they decided to put the entire idea of Enlightenment reason on trial. They looked at all those grand promises of progress and started asking some really tough questions. And this slide right here, this is the absolute heart of the conflict. For the Enlightenment tradition, reason was our best shot at freedom and justice. But its critics, they saw something totally different. They argued that reason isn't some pure, neutral thing. They saw it as a tool of power, one that has been used to push a specific, often Western worldview while calling everything else irrational. And yeah, they did not pull any punches. They saw the whole Enlightenment project not as something that frees people, but as a kind of sneaky form of control. To them, its claim to universal truth was a kind of terroristic reason that just silenced other cultures and other ways of thinking. A really powerful accusation. So, facing this incredibly fierce critique, what does Habermas do? Does he just throw in the towel and abandon the whole project? Not a chance. Instead, he comes up with a whole new way to think about what reason even is. And this is his big idea, communicative reason. He says, look,
Reason isn't some abstract thing floating in the clouds, and it's not just a weapon. Reason is something we create together. It's baked into the simple act of trying to understand each other when we talk. If you and I are trying to agree on something, and we're both giving our reasons, listening, and actually willing to be convinced by the better argument, well, that whole process is communicative reason.
So based on that idea, he lays out a path for how we can fix that cultural fracture we were talking about. Step 1, art and culture need to stop being so self-obsessed. Step 2, they have to start dealing with the big questions of truth and justice again. And finally, step 3, we need to bring these separate worlds, art, science, and morality, back together into one meaningful whole, just like the Enlightenment wanted in the first place.
I know. This can all seem like a really abstract philosophical argument, but Habermas insists that this stuff has huge consequences for our everyday lives and for society as a whole.
Because here's the real payoff. If we can actually achieve communicative reason, then that makes communicative action possible. That means we can move beyond just arguing and actually start working together to solve real problems, whether it's an issue in your local community or a massive global challenge. It's basically a blueprint for how we can make progress together.
And that kind of leaves us with one last pretty urgent question. In our world today, a world of social media echo chambers and deep, deep political divisions, could Habermas be right? Is the key to our future not some grand new ideology, but something much simpler and yet way harder? Just the act of communicating, of reasoning together. The project of modernity might be incomplete, but maybe, just maybe, the tools we need to finish it are right there, in the conversations we choose to have.
Hey, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're going to step through the looking glass into a world that, well, it probably feels strangely familiar. You know, a world of absolutely flawless images, perfectly curated lives, and that nagging feeling that reality itself has been upgraded. What if the copy is actually better than the original now?
I mean, just look around. On your screen, on billboards, just scrolling through your feed. Everything is so glossy, so perfect. Maybe a little too perfect, right? These hyper-realistic 3D graphics, these impossibly polished photos, they kind of force you to ask a really basic question. Is any of this even real anymore?
You know that feeling I'm talking about, where the copies of things, the images, the symbols, the logos, they start to feel more important, more real than the actual things they're supposed to represent? Well, that feeling has a name. Welcome to the hyper-real. It's this place where the map hasn't just replaced the territory. It's become the only territory we know.
Now, what's really fascinating here is that this isn't just some new sci-fi idea. Nope, this is a whole theory from a thinker who pretty much saw all of this coming decades ago. He argued that we're just surrounded by this constant flood of images that don't just reflect our world. They're actively creating a new one, a better one, and offering themselves up in place of the real thing.
So the man behind these totally mind-bending ideas was the French sociologist Jean Baudrillard. And he wasn't just some stuffy academic. People have called him the high priest, even the prophet of postmodernism, because he had this almost uncanny ability to diagnose the strange new reality that was taking shape all around us. And Baudrillard's own intellectual journey is pretty amazing. He starts out back in 1968, right in the middle of the Paris student revolts. His early stuff was all Marxist, critiquing consumerism. But then by 1973, he makes this huge radical break. He basically said, hey, Marx was wrong to focus only on who owns the factories, the production. Baudrillard saw that the real power was shifting to whoever controls the images and the signs. And that realization, that became the foundation for his most famous work in 1983, Simulations, which is basically the blueprint for the hyper-real world we're living in right now.
Okay, so how do we even get our heads around this? Well, Baudrillard gives us a brand new language with 3 key concepts that are kind of like a decoder ring for the modern world. And trust me, once you get these, you're going to start seeing them absolutely everywhere. First up, simulacra. Okay, here's the crazy twist. These are copies of things that have no original. Yeah, think about a perfectly rendered dragon in a movie. It's a flawless image, right? A perfect copy of something that never, ever existed. Simulacra are the building blocks of the hyperreal. Next, you've got simulation. So if simulacra are the bricks, then simulation is the act of building the house. It's the whole process of generating a new reality from these models that have no origin. We're not just looking at fake images anymore. We are literally living inside the process where the symbols of reality have become more important than reality itself. And all of that brings us to our final destination, the hyperreal. This is the world where the simulation is so complete, so totally immersive, that we don't even notice the difference anymore. It's a reality built entirely from models, leaving us, in Baudrillard's really haunting phrase, with the desert of the real itself. I know, this all sounds pretty abstract, doesn't it? So let's make it concrete. Let's use Baudrillard's most famous and probably most provocative example to see how this all works in the world. Or, what's left of it. Let's talk about Disneyland. And here it is. This is Baudrillard's bombshell argument. He says Disneyland isn't just a fun theme park. No, its true function is ideological. He says it's there to make us believe that everything outside its walls, all the rest of America, is real by comparison. This chart just breaks it down perfectly. We think of Disneyland as the fantasy, right? The cartoon world we escape to. But Baudrillard completely flips it. He argues the real illusion is the idea that the rest of America isn't also a simulation. For him, a society obsessed with simple stories and consumer fantasy, what he called an infantilized culture, is the true simulation. Disneyland is just the alibi, the thing that makes everything else seem authentic. So what happens when this kind of logic escapes the theme park? Well, for Baudrillard, it already has. The principles of Disneyland haven't stayed behind those gates. They've spilled out and, well, they've kind of consumed everything. And this logic just thrives in our consumer society. Baudrillard argues our entire social world isn't organized around genuine human needs or relationships anymore. Nope. It's organized by what he calls a system of objects. And think about it. It makes sense. Our identities, our social status, even our self-worth, it's all defined by what we buy, what we own, and what we want. It's a competition based on consumption, not on creation. And if you look around today, his predictions are just eerily on point. I mean, think about reality TV shows that simulate human drama, news channels that create these perfect, digestible narratives instead of just giving us raw facts, social media feeds that simulate friendship and community, even wars, which are so often presented to us as these clean, spectacular media events, totally detached from their awful reality. The entire landscape is a simulation. And that brings us right back to his powerful and frankly chilling conclusion. If our reality has been replaced by this endless stream of codes and signs and manufactured images, if the map is now the only territory we have, then we are truly living in the world he described. We have inherited the desert of the real. So the takeaway here isn't just some complicated academic theory. It's really a new lens for seeing our own world a little more clearly. And it leaves all of us with one final, unavoidable question to chew on. If this is the simulation, then what exactly is real?
All right, today we're tackling a big one, postmodernism. Now, I know that word can sound a little intimidating, right? But it's really just about the huge sweeping stories every culture tells itself. Stories about progress, about reason, and about some kind of perfect future. But what happens when we start to doubt those stories? I mean, have you ever had that feeling that the big stories you grew up with, the ones that said everything is always getting better, that history is moving in one straight line, that maybe they don't quite add up anymore? Well, that feeling, that little bit of skepticism, that's exactly what we're digging into today.
So there's a fancy word for these big stories. It's meta-narrative. Think of it as the one story to rule them all. It's this grand, all-encompassing explanation that tries to make sense of, well, everything, by pointing us all toward one single universal goal. These are those glossy, utopian visions of the future we've all seen a million times. To make this real, let's look at two of the heavy hitters from the modern era, liberal humanism and Marxism. So, liberal humanism tells the story about how we can all be free through the power of reason. Marxism tells a story about how we can all be free through economic and class struggle. You see, they're both these huge, powerful narratives that promise one single path to a better world for everyone.
And if you're wondering where these giant ideas came from, well, it's no surprise. They were basically born from the Enlightenment, that amazing revolutionary period in history that put all its faith in logic and progress to solve all of humanity's problems. The whole project was built on this belief that there was one rational, correct way forward.
So who was the person who really put his finger on this growing disbelief? Who gave it a name? Well, that brings us to the philosopher at the heart of our story today, Jean-François Lyotard.
Now, Lyotard wasn't just some thinker locked away in an ivory tower. His ideas were really shaped by what was happening in the world.
He saw the massive student protests in Paris in 1968. He was an activist fighting against French colonialism. And you can see how these experiences made him really, really skeptical of any system or any theory that claimed it had the one and only answer for everybody.
And in his game-changing 1979 book, The Postmodern Condition, he just boils it all down to this one brilliantly simple definition. He says postmodernism is just this: incredulity toward meta-narratives. That's it. It's that moment when the epic utopian music just stops. It's when that perfect glossy picture of the future starts to crack.
And let's be super clear about that word incredulity. It doesn't mean being cynical or just negative for the sake of it. It's simply about a growing skepticism. It's that moment when you stop and ask, hang on, does that one big story really explain everything for everyone? It's just a loss of that blind faith.
Okay, so what happens then? What does it actually look and feel like when a whole culture starts to feel this way? What is this postmodern condition? Let's break it down.
Lyotard points to three big things. First, we start to reject the idea of universal progress. In art and culture, you see this thing called bricolage. Just think of a movie like Pulp Fiction, where it's mixing up old gangster movies, westerns, and all sorts of other styles. Second, there's a loss of faith that big things like technology or freedom are automatically good for everybody in the same way. And third, we start to question the very foundations. Art and books begin to ask, hey, are the rules we built this world on actually fair?
So the crucial point here is that the one giant single story shatters. And what we're left with is more like a mosaic, a collection of countless smaller, local, fragmented stories. It's not about finding the one universal truth anymore, but about trying to make sense of a world that has many truths, all existing at once.
Okay, so why does any of this matter? I mean, who cares, right? Well, it's so important because it's not just some abstract theory. It completely changes how we see the world. And according to Lyotard, that change, it isn't necessarily a bad thing at all.
Lyotard actually argued that this whole mindset isn't about chaos. It's about developing a kind of empathy. It makes us more sensitive to differences, and it makes us better at tolerating things that just don't fit into our neat little boxes. He calls these the incommensurable. You know, things you can't measure with the same ruler. It's not trying to say whether an apple is better than an orange. They're just different.
So, at the end of the day, this whole postmodern idea isn't about destroying truth or saying nothing is real. It's really a call for a little humility. It's about being cautious, being wary of any single story, from anywhere, that claims it has all the answers for everyone. And instead, to start actually listening to all the other stories that the big loud one might have drowned out.
And that leaves us with one last massive question for you to think about. If those huge, all-powerful stories are fading away, if that one single path forward has disappeared, what are we left with? What are the smaller, more personal stories?
Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're diving into a really powerful critique of a major intellectual movement. You know, one that questioned everything, but maybe, just maybe, it forgot to check who was actually in the room when it did.
So let's just start with this question because it really gets to the heart of what we're talking about today. What happens when a theory that's supposed to be all about celebrating difference ends up creating its own kind of exclusion? All right, first things first, let's get our terms straight. Postmodernism. This was a pretty revolutionary movement in thought. Its whole goal was to take on what it called master narratives. You know, those big one-size-fits-all stories about progress, truth, and history. Instead, it was all about emphasizing difference and questioning any idea that claimed to be the final, stable truth. But for all its promise, a really crucial voice stepped up and pointed out a fundamental problem with this new way of thinking. Turns out, not everyone felt included in this big celebration of difference. And this is where the incredible feminist scholar and activist Bell Hooks enters the picture. And yeah, you'll see her name is always in lowercase. That was totally intentional. She wanted the focus to be on her ideas, on the substance of her work, not on her as a personality. This quote, I mean, it just cuts right to the heart of the problem, doesn't it? Hooks argued that for all its talk about difference, postmodernism was seriously failing in practice. It wasn't engaging with the work of Black writers and thinkers, and so it became, in her own powerful words, a discourse dominated by white male voices.
And this just lays out that central contradiction so clearly. On one hand, the promise was amazing. Celebrate difference, deconstruct power, challenge those old stories. But the reality, as Hooks showed, was that it was ignoring Black voices and creating these new kind of subtle forms of exclusion within academia.
So you might be thinking, okay, but why was this so important? I mean, what were the real-world stakes here? This sounds like a pretty academic debate, right?
Well, here's why it mattered so much. The timing was everything. Postmodernism started critiquing the very idea of a stable identity at the exact same time that Black people were in the middle of forming what Hooks called a radical Black subjectivity, a brand new, powerful, and collective sense of self.
And Hooks was really clear that this wasn't just some abstract philosophical argument. No, this was deeply tied to a lived reality, to the ongoing social conditions where the collective African-American experience was still one of, and I'm quoting here, continued displacement, profound alienation, and despair.
You can imagine, that feeling of hopelessness created this deep yearning, a real hunger for a critical voice, for a framework that could actually help make sense of that experience, especially when all the old master narratives were being torn to shreds.
But here's what's so brilliant about what Hooks did. She didn't just want to tear postmodernism down. Her goal was to rebuild it, to radically reimagine it into something that could be genuinely useful for marginalized communities.
She basically said, look, the core tools of this movement, like its critique of essentialism, the idea that a group of people has some fixed, unchanging essence, that stuff could be incredibly powerful if we just applied it correctly. It could be used to promote the idea of multiple Black identities, to fight back against that single monolithic view that often comes from colonial thinking. And it could help us finally see the deep connections between race and class.
For any of this to work, though, one concept was absolutely key: the authority of experience. Hooks argued that these academic theories had to be grounded in the lived reality of oppressed people. Your personal experience wasn't just a story. It was a valid, crucial source of knowledge.
Okay, so let's zoom out for a second. How does this fit into a bigger picture? Well, Hooks' work isn't in a vacuum. It's actually a vital part of the foundation for modern feminism.
See, a lot like how Hooks pushed postmodernism to be better, modern feminism isn't just about a single issue. It's about questioning those fixed ideas of gender, taking a hard look at the category of woman itself, and, this is so important, exploring all the intersections of gender with class and race. It's about analyzing how power works and how our very sense of self is put together.
So what's the big takeaway here? The legacy of bell hooks' critique is really this powerful framework for connecting the dots. It teaches us that race, class, and gender aren't these separate, isolated issues. They are deeply interconnected systems of power, and you have to understand them together.
And that leaves us with one last, really provocative thought, one that brings her critique right into our world today. As we navigate all of our big conversations about technology, politics, culture, we have to ask ourselves, whose voices are we still not hearing?
Welcome to The Explainer. So, have you ever stopped to wonder why so many of the books we call classics were written by, well, men? Or how just one idea can totally change the way we read, forever? Today, we're diving into the story of American feminist literary criticism. This was a movement that didn't just add a few women to the syllabus, it completely rewrote the rules of the game.
All right, let's set the scene. It's the 1960s. And for so many American women, there was this strange feeling, a kind of quiet desperation. On the surface, everything looked fine, but underneath, there was what this quote calls the problem that has no name. It's this deep, unsettling sense that you're being held back, kept from becoming who you're meant to be, all because you're living out a role someone else wrote for you.
You know, that kind of private frustration can only stay private for so long, before it just has to explode. And the 1960s, the air was already electric with the civil rights movement, which gave people a real roadmap for how to challenge the system. Then boom, 1963, Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique, just hits the scene. It takes that unnamed problem, gives it a name, and suddenly it's not just a personal feeling anymore. It's a national conversation. It's a movement.
And what is just incredible is how fast everything happened. Just look at this timeline. It's an absolute explosion of ideas. Friedan kicks the door open in 63, and then bam, 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 you get these landmark texts, one after another. Thinkers like Millett and Firestone aren't just commenting, they're building the entire intellectual framework for a revolution in under a decade. It's just staggering.
Okay, so you've got the energy, you've got the momentum, But to really fight a revolution, you need more than just passion. You need a new vocabulary. The old ways of talking about the world just weren't cutting it anymore. They couldn't describe the power structures these women were starting to see so clearly, so they had to invent new tools, new words, to take the world apart and understand how it was built.
And this, right here, this is one of the most powerful game-changing ideas to come out of the whole movement, the idea that we have to separate biological sex from socially constructed gender. Just let that sink in for a second. What it means is that all the things we're told women should be or how they should act isn't baked into our DNA. It's a cultural script. And the best part about a script? It can be rewritten.
So, once you have that new lens, a word like patriarchy totally changes. It stops being this vague idea of, oh, that's just how things are, and it becomes a political system. You can see it as an actual institution, one designed to keep power in the hands of men. And what's one of its most powerful tools? Culture. All those books and stories that we grow up with. The ones that subtly teach us about the world and, a woman's place in it.
Okay, so with these new concepts of gender and patriarchy in their toolbox, something really fascinating started to happen. The focus shifted. It wasn't just about criticizing how male authors wrote about women anymore. No, it became an active search, almost like a form of literary archaeology, to go back and dig up this entire lost tradition of women writers who'd been ignored or just plain erased by history.
And all of a sudden, these incredible books start popping up. Works like The Mad Woman in the Attic literally started building a whole new section in the Library of Literary History, one packed with these brilliant forgotten women. But as this new canon started to take shape, a new question came up. Is there a bigger pattern here? Can we actually map out the evolution of this hidden tradition? And that is exactly what Elaine Shawletter set out to do.
So, Shawletter came up with this really elegant three-phase model to explain it all. First, she said you have the feminine phase. This is where women were basically writing by the rules of the male literary world. Then you get the feminist phase, a period of protest, of pushing back against those rules. And finally, you arrive at the female phase, where it's all about self-discovery and carving out a space for a uniquely female voice.
But the story doesn't stop there, not by a long shot, because like any truly powerful idea, feminist criticism kept evolving. Once that initial foundation was in place, the movement started to look in the mirror. It began asking itself much harder questions, challenging its own assumptions, and becoming way more complex.
And the conversation just got so much richer, Critics started tackling these really big questions, like, is there such a thing as a female language, a way of writing that's fundamentally different from the male tradition? How does feminism connect with these huge philosophical movements happening at the same time? The movement was growing up, and these were its fascinating growing pains.
And here's where we get to what is maybe the most important evolution of all, a challenge that came from inside the movement itself. For all of its amazing, groundbreaking work, the early movement had a pretty big blind spot. It mainly focused on the experiences of white, middle-class women. And so this powerful, necessary call came from other women to ask, hey, whose feminism are we talking about here? And who's being left out of the picture?
This is really where thinkers like Barbara Smith and Alice Walker became absolutely essential. When you read something like In Search of Our Mother's Gardens, you realize they weren't just adding more voices to the choir, they were weaving completely new histories. They showed the world that womanhood isn't just one single story. It's this beautiful, complex tapestry. And by searching for their own roots, as this quote so beautifully puts it, they ended up making the garden bigger and more beautiful for everyone.
So when you look back, this whole journey, from a quiet problem with no name to this dynamic, self-questioning field of study, it really did change everything. It gave us a new language to ask new questions and the tools to find new answers. So the next time you pick up a book, or even just watch a movie, think about it. The way you see that story has been shaped by the legacy of these critics. And it leaves us all with a pretty big question. What other stories are still out there, just waiting to be told?
So, have you ever stopped to think about whether the language we use every single day is, well, truly neutral? We're about to dive into a pretty radical idea from 20th century France. It's called l'écriture féminine, or feminine writing, and it basically suggests that the very words we speak might have a hidden bias. It really asks us to rethink the whole nature of language itself.
Let's just jump right in with a quote from one of the movement's key thinkers, Hélène Cixous, that really gets to the heart of it. Women must write their bodies. Now that is the provocative core of this whole idea. This belief that a totally new kind of language, one that's rooted in physical experience and the unconscious, could unlock a completely new way of being in the world.
And this really is the central question we're digging into today. Is the structure of our language, the grammar, the logic, is it actually neutral? Or could it be that the system we just take for granted is suddenly shaped by a single dominant point of view? And I mean, if that's true, what would it even look like to try and change it?
To really get where an idea this big came from, we have to go back in time, specifically to Paris in 1968, because this wasn't just some abstract theory cooked up in a university. Nope, this was forged in the fire of a genuine social revolution.
Okay, so picture this. May 1968 in France. The streets are filled with protests. It's an atmosphere where everything feels possible, like society could be remade from the ground up. In the years that followed, intellectuals grabbed onto that revolutionary energy and turned it inward. They started arguing that to really change society, you first had to change the very tools we think with, language itself. And this thinking led right to cornerstone texts like Julia Kristeva's Revolution in Poetic Language in 1974.
So, out of this intense desire to revolutionize not just what was happening in the streets, but what was happening in our minds, this powerful new concept starts to take shape.
And here it is, l'écriture féminine. At its core, it's a style of writing that is deliberately trying to break free from what its supporters saw as a rigid, male-centric way of thinking. Instead of strict logic, it aims to tap into something much more fluid, more intuitive, something deeply connected to the body and the unconscious mind.
And this wasn't just the idea of one person. It was a real collective intellectual project. You had thinkers like Sixos, Irigaray, and Kristeva all chipping in, each with their own unique take on how to pull off this linguistic revolution.
And this is where the contrast really becomes crystal clear. On one side, you have what these thinkers called phallocentric discourse. Think of language that's all about rigid categories, strict logic, and ultimately upholding existing power structures. And on the other side, you have the goal of feminine language, to be fluid, less structured, rooted in the body, and dedicated to undermining that very power.
Now, it's really important to know that this wasn't a universally accepted idea, not even among all feminists. Some thinkers, like Monique Wittig, really pushed back. They argued that focusing so heavily on the body was kind of a trap, that it risked reducing women to just their biology and wasn't actually a very effective way to create real political change in the world.
To go a bit deeper, let's zoom in on probably the most complex and influential theorist of the group, Julia Kristeva. Her work gives us this incredible framework for understanding exactly how language could be revolutionary.
Her book from 1974, Revolution in Poetic Language, is basically our roadmap here. And in it, she puts forward this fascinating idea that our entire sense of self, who we think we are, is formed by this constant push and pull between two totally different realms of experience.
And this chart lays it out perfectly. On the left, you have the semiotic. Just think of this as the raw, chaotic energy that exists before language. You know, bodily drives, rhythms, all the experiences we have as infants before we can actually name them. Then, on the right, you have the symbolic. This is the world of rules, grammar, and social order that we're all born into. It's the system that gives things meaning and tells us who we are.
So the really crucial part is how these two realms interact. Our everyday structured world, the symbolic, is constantly being pushed and prodded by these primal energies from the semiotic. Kristeva said that when that pressure gets strong enough, it can actually crack the surface of conventional meaning. And right there, in that moment of disruption, totally new possibilities for thought can rush in. Okay, so if this disruption is the goal, where does it actually happen? For Kristeva, the answer isn't in the streets, it's on the page.
Right. Kristeva argued that this revolution happens in art, specifically in what we call avant-garde literature and poetry. You know, those experimental texts that intentionally play with language, break all the grammatical rules, and just push the boundaries of what we think is normal. For her, these texts are the places where the raw energy of the semiotic can literally burst through the cracks of the symbolic.
And she wasn't just speaking in hypotheticals. She pointed to very specific examples, like the super complex poetry of Mallarmé, or the boundary-shattering novels of James Joyce, as places where you can actually see this linguistic revolution happening in real time.
And this all builds to her final, really powerful point. This isn't just about making weird, interesting art. As Kristeva herself puts it, the whole goal is to produce a different kind of subject. In other words, by creating a new kind of language, you can actually create a new kind of person, someone who thinks differently and is therefore capable of building a different kind of society.
So,
What's the big takeaway from all this? It really boils down to a simple but pretty profound idea. Language is power. The core argument here is that by disrupting the very language that holds our social structures together, you can start to break those structures down from the inside out, opening up entirely new ways of seeing the world and ourselves.
Which leaves us with one last big question to chew on. Is it actually possible? Can changing the way we write, the very words we use, truly lead to changing the way we live? It's a question that really challenges us to think about that deep, often invisible connection between our words and our world.
All right, let's get right into it. Today, we're talking about one of the most influential and honestly revolutionary essays from the 20th century. It's Elaine Sixos's 1975 work, The Laugh of the Medusa. We're going to break down how she took this ancient symbol of pure terror and turned it into an incredible symbol of feminist liberation. But let's start with a question that really gets to the core of what Sixos was doing. It's a question designed to just flip everything you thought you knew on its head. What if the monster, the one we've all been taught to run from, was actually the hero of the story?
You know this face. We all do. It's Medusa. Snake hair, terrifying gaze that turns men to stone. For centuries, she's been the ultimate monster, right? A symbol of deadly femininity, a warning, someone to be defeated. That's the story we get told over and over again.
But then, in 1975, the incredible French feminist thinker Elaine Sixos comes along and says, wait a minute, it's time to actually confront this myth. She had this wild idea. What if, instead of running away from the monster, we just looked her straight in the eye?
And boom, with that one sentence, Sixos just completely dismantles the old story. Suddenly, everything changes. The monster we were told was so deadly, Sixos says no, she's beautiful. And that scream we all imagine, it's not a scream at all. She's laughing. And that laugh, well, that laugh is everything.
So you might be asking, why was this so important? Why did Medusa need this kind of rebranding? Well, Sixos argued that for basically all of history, society has trapped women inside this kind of ideological cage, pinning them between what she called two horrifying myths.
And here's the cage. On one side, you have the Medusa, woman as this terrifying, powerful threat that needs to be punished. On the other side, you have what she calls the abyss, drawing on Freud's idea of woman as a dark continent, passive, mysterious, and really defined by what she lacks. So your choices are monster or nothing. Sixos saw this as a completely impossible trap.
Okay, so if you're stuck in a prison made of ideas, how do you possibly get out? Sixos's answer was totally game-changing. She said the key, the tool for liberation, was a brand new way of writing.
She gave it a name, écriture féminine, which just means feminine writing. Now, this isn't just about the author being a woman. It's about a whole new style. It throws out that rigid A to B to C logic that has dominated Western culture. Instead, it's a writing that's associative, free-flowing, a writing that comes directly from the body.
And this is her famous call to arms. Write yourself. Your body must be heard. For Sixos, this was not some abstract academic theory. It was deeply, unapologetically physical. Writing becomes this act of reclaiming your own body, letting its feelings, its rhythms, its wisdom finally have a voice after being silenced for so long.
But why is that so revolutionary? I mean, just writing from the body?
Well, think about it. For thousands of years, so much of male-dominated philosophy and religion has taught that the body is bad, right? It's a distraction from some higher abstract truth. Sixos basically says that's a con. By writing from the body, women can bring back everything that's been repressed and reclaim their actual lived experience as a real source of truth. And that brings us right back to our laughing Medusa. So we've got it. She's not a monster, and her power is coming from this new way of expressing herself. But now we need to talk about the most important part of all, the incredible political power behind that laugh. And just look at the transformation here. The terrifying scream is gone. In its place, you see this knowing confidence. It's not terrifying anymore. She's still powerful. But now she's in control of her own story, not a victim of it. So we have to ask the big question. Why is she laughing? What's so special about this laugh? Because it's not just about being happy or finding something funny. No, it's something way more dangerous. And here's Sixos's absolutely explosive answer.
Laughter is a weapon. It's a force that is designed to shatter the old world. A feminine text doesn't argue with the truth, it breaks it up with laughter. It doesn't negotiate with the law, it blows it up.
So what's in the crosshairs? What is this laughter targeting? We're talking about the big stuff. The rigid structures of institutions, the law with a capital L. The idea that there's only one single masculine truth. All the social rules built on top of those things. Her laughter is revolutionary because it simply refuses to take any of it seriously anymore.
And that really brings us to the ultimate point of this whole project. For Siksu, this isn't just about finding a new way to write poems or novels. It's about using that writing to actually build a different kind of world.
And here she is. This is the final vision. Medusa, completely transformed. She's not a monster. She's not a victim. She is magnificent, powerful, and literally glowing with her own light. This image right here is what becomes possible when women are the ones telling their own stories.
Sixos puts it perfectly. Writing is where change begins. It's that space where new subversive ideas can start to grow. It's the first move you make before you can actually transform society. You have to write the change before you can live the change. So we'll end by turning this idea back to you. Now that you've seen how a powerful myth can be taken apart and rebuilt into something new, ask yourself, what so-called truth in your own world, what rigid rule, needs to be met not with a serious argument, but with the radical, revolutionary power of welcome to the explainer. You know, the way we talk about gender and sexuality has completely changed over the last few decades. It's been this huge shift from street protests all the way to dense academic theory. So today, we're going to trace that journey. It's a really complex and fascinating one, from the Stonewall riots all the way to what we now call queer theory. All right, so first things first, what even is gender studies? It's easy to think of it as just one thing, but it's really not. It's this super broad, interdisciplinary field. I mean, it pulls from so many different areas to look at how gender gets formed and represented, the history of oppressed groups, and, really importantly, how gender connects with all these other parts of our identity, like race, class, and so on. And yeah, when we say interdisciplinary, we're not kidding. Think of it like a mashup of all these different fields. You've got literary and cultural theory, sociology, anthropology, even psychoanalysis. All of them bring their own tools and perspectives to the table. It's this incredible meeting point for different ways of understanding the world. Okay, so here's the plan for our explainer. We'll start with what gender studies is. We've kind of touched on that. Then we'll jump to the Stonewall turning point. Look at the split between feminism and lesbian separatism, chart the rise of queer theory, and finally meet some of the pioneers of modern theory. Sound good? Let's go. All right, first stop, the Stonewall turning point. This is really about that shift from repression to open rebellion. So, to really get what happened at Stonewall, you have to understand the pressure that was building. After World War II, you start to see these gay communities popping up in the margins of big cities. But then comes the 1950s, and with it, this massive wave of repression and backlash. It was this constant push and pull. And then, in 1969, it all just explodes. The Stonewall riots weren't just a one-night thing. It was the sustained resistance to police harassment. It really was the spark that lit the fire for a whole new era of political solidarity and activism. And here's a really important point. This didn't just come out of nowhere. You know, these things never do. The seeds were being planted for a long time in the world of art and culture. You had incredible writers like Oscar Wilde and James Baldwin, artists like Andy Warhol. They were already pushing boundaries and exploring these themes in their work. So this sense of a shared identity, this gay self-consciousness, was already bubbling up long before Stonewall. Okay, so this new solidarity was powerful, but it also started to create some cracks from within, which brings us to feminism and lesbian separatism, a kind of schism from inside the movement. So this is where things get really interesting. You had mainstream feminism, which was often working with this idea of a universal female identity, right? A kind of we're all in this together as women vibe. But a lot of lesbian critics were saying, hang on a second, that doesn't really include us. They argued that this universal identity actually erased their specific experiences. Their take was that real feminism, the purest form, meant total autonomy from men. This was a huge deal because it basically blew up the idea of a single unified womanhood and forced everyone to think about identity in a much more nuanced way. And right in the middle of this debate was an absolutely brilliant poet and theorist named Adrienne Rich. In 1980, she came up with this really powerful new way of thinking about the bonds between women.
She called it the lesbian continuum. And what she meant by that wasn't strictly about sexual experience. It was so much broader. It was about this whole spectrum of woman-identified experiences. Things like deep friendships, supporting each other, bonding together against male power structures. It was a complete game changer in how people thought about female relationships. And Adrienne Rich was definitely not a lone voice here. A whole intellectual movement was taking shape. You had groups like the Radical Lesbians and thinkers like Jill Johnston, Monique Wittig, Gloria Anzaldúa. They were all building this case for a distinct lesbian identity, one that stood on its own, separate from mainstream feminism, and also from the gay rights movement, which was often focused on gay men.
So you can see how the ground was being prepared, right? All these intense debates about identity and who belongs where. It all created the perfect conditions for the next big thing in the 1990s, the rise of queer theory.
This is where the questions got even bigger and way more radical. People started asking, what if identity itself isn't this fixed, stable thing we're born with? What if the categories we use every day, like gay or straight, man or woman, aren't actually natural or essential at all?
And this line of thinking led directly to what we now call queer theory. What's so amazing about it is how it took the word queer, which had been used as a weapon, as a slur, and completely reclaimed it. The whole point of queer theory is to challenge those fixed identity boxes. It argues that our identities aren't something deep inside us, but are actually subject positions that are built by the culture and the language we live in.
The big idea here is something called anti-essentialism, which sounds complicated, but it just means that our identities aren't some pre-written essence inside of us. This changed everything. The goal became to question any fixed sexual identity and to deconstruct that simple black and white distinction between hetero and homosexual. Basically, to pull it apart and show that it's not so simple. And this had real-world consequences, like shifting alliances. The focus moved from gender to sexuality, which meant some lesbian theorists felt they had more in common with gay men than with straight women.
So who were the architects of this massive shift? Let's talk about some of the key pioneers of modern theory who are still shaping this debate. There are so many important thinkers that our source material really points to three absolute giants in the field. You've got Gayle Rubin, who did groundbreaking work on how societies decide which sexualities are good and which are bad. Then there's Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick, who is just central to developing queer theory and taking apart that straight/gay binary. And of course, Judith Butler, whose idea that gender is something we do, a kind of performance, has been unbelievably influential. These three really set the terms for the debate we're still having today.
Which leaves us with one last big, mind-bending question to chew on. If our identities really are in flux, if they're not fixed things we're born with, but are shaped by our culture, then what does that mean for everything else? For how power works, for politics, and maybe most importantly, what does it mean for you? That's the question that sits right at the heart of gender studies, and it's one.
Hello and welcome. Today we're diving into the work of Gayle Rubin, a feminist anthropologist who completely changed the conversation around sex. She asked a really radical question. What if our rules about sex aren't really about morality at all, but about power?
I mean, think about it. Why are societies all over the world so obsessed with policing sexuality? We're often taught that these rules are just natural or that they're for our own good. But Rubin suggested we look deeper. What if there's a different story to tell?
And this is where Gayle Rubin enters the picture. Back in the 70s and 80s, feminism was already making huge waves. But Rubin looked at the landscape and said, hang on, we're missing a huge piece of the puzzle here. So let's get into what she uncovered.
Okay, so to really get what Rubin did, we have to understand the world she was in. At the time, feminist theory was laser-focused on one main idea: gender oppression. And look, that was an absolutely critical framework, but Rubin started to notice it had some serious blind spots.
In fact, early in her career, Rubin herself helped build that framework. She came up with this idea of the sex-gender system. The whole point was to show how society takes the raw material of biological sex and shapes it, molds it into a social product, creating our gender roles, our identities, everything. It was a foundational concept.
And this theory was, without a doubt, a game changer for understanding the oppression of women. But Rubin realized it had limits. It couldn't really explain why people were persecuted for their desires, for who or how they loved. The lens they were using was just too narrow. They needed a new one. And that brings us to her bombshell 1984 essay, Thinking Sex. This is where she makes a really sharp distinction, one that would completely reshape how we talk about these things for decades.
Rubin basically said, look, Gender and sexuality are two different things. They're related for sure, they often overlap, but they are distinct systems of oppression. So for example, a lesbian faces prejudice for being a woman, right? That's gender oppression. But she also faces prejudice for her sexual orientation. A single theory about gender just can't explain both of those things at the same time.
So if the old way of thinking was incomplete, what was her solution? Well, Rubin proposed a whole new theory of sex itself. She argued that we need to stop thinking of sexuality as just a side effect of gender and start seeing it for what it is, its own unique political battleground.
And this, right here, is the heart of it. Sexuality isn't some private, personal thing that just happens behind closed doors. Oh no. It is organized by our society, it is regulated by our laws and institutions, it's a place of intense political struggle over who gets to be seen as normal, what's considered acceptable, or even who's considered fully human.
And she showed that this stuff isn't timeless. Our modern sexual world didn't just pop into existence. Big historical changes like industrialization, people moving from farms to big cities, all of that created the conditions for new identities and new communities to form around shared desires.
And you've got to remember, the goal here wasn't just to write a clever academic paper. For Rubin, this was deeply political. The whole point was to create a tool, a weapon even, that could be used to identify, explain, and ultimately fight back against all forms of erotic injustice.
But to even begin building this new theory, she had to clear the ground first. She had to take on these really powerful, deeply ingrained ideas that actually stop us from thinking clearly about sex in the first place.
Rubin argued that our thinking gets blocked by three main forces, what she called sexual essentialism, sexual negativity, and the big one, the sexual hierarchy. So let's break these down one by one. First up is sexual essentialism. This is basically the idea that sex is just a natural biological force, something timeless and unchanging. Rubin says this is a trap, because if we believe sex is just natural, then we become blind to the ways it's actually shaped by politics, by history, and by power. The second obstacle is sexual negativity. This is that deep-seated cultural belief that sex is, at its core, dangerous and destructive. It's a worldview that treats basically any sexual act as guilty until proven innocent, and it's used to justify all kinds of control and regulation.
And that brings us to the third and maybe the most powerful obstacle she identified. It's this invisible system that society uses to sort all sexual acts into a rigid pecking order of value.
Rubin calls this the sexual hierarchy. You can picture it like a pyramid. Right at the very top, you've got the good, normal stuff, married, monogamous, heterosexual sex. Then below that, you have acts that are maybe questionable, kind of tolerated, but not really celebrated. And then way down at the bottom, you have the acts that society considers totally bad, unnatural, and deserving of punishment.
So what's holding this whole thing together? It's the core belief that there's only one right way to be sexual, a single ideal standard. Every other kind of desire, every other practice is then judged based on how far away it is from that privileged norm. And that, right there, is how you create a system of erotic injustice.
Now, this essay was written decades ago, but what's incredible is how relevant it still is. Rubin's framework is an essential tool for understanding the battles over sexuality that are happening all around us, right now.
When you boil it all down, Gail Rubin's work was a massive paradigm shift. She gave us the language and the concepts to stop seeing sexuality as some simple biological fact and to start seeing it for what it truly is, a complex social and political system constantly being shaped by history, power, and the ongoing fight for justice.
And that really leaves us with a final question to think about. Using Rubin's ideas as a lens, just look at the world around you. What's considered good sex today? What's just... All right. Today, we're diving into the work of a thinker who truly rewired how we look at culture, Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick. She challenged us all to see that the things we take for granted about gender and desire, well, they're actually the hidden engines that make our world run. Let's get into how she did it.
So let's start with this one quote, because it's huge. Sedgwick argued that this drama of gender difference isn't just some side story. Nope. She said it's the fundamental script that organizes all of human culture. That's a pretty big claim, right? So what was she really getting at? So, who was this person with these incredible ideas? Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick wasn't just an academic. You could almost call her an intellectual architect. She looked at the blueprints of our society and our literature and basically said, wait a minute,
These plans are missing entire rooms, and then she started drawing up completely new ones. And her work just exploded across these three major fields. I mean, she wasn't just another voice. In many ways, she provided the essential language, the very tools that helped build the foundations of what we now call queer theory. It's like she handed everyone a new pair of glasses to see things that were right in front of them the whole time, but were completely invisible before.
Okay, so let's get back to that core idea, this drama of gender. For Sedgwick, this wasn't just about men and women. This was the main stage, the absolute center, where the biggest questions about power and culture were always being played out.
And here is the big shift she made. For centuries, gender and sexuality were kind of treated like footnotes. Interesting side topics, sure, but separate from the real story of politics or economics. Sedgwick just flipped that script completely. She argued you can't possibly understand a novel or a law or even a historical event until you understand the hidden currents of gender and desire that are shaping it from the inside out.
And her theory didn't just stop with gender. She showed how it's all part of this massive, tangled web. You can't talk about gender without also talking about the core pillars of our society: power, race, and class. If you pull on one of those threads, all the others move with it. They're inseparable.
So how do all these threads of power and gender actually connect? To see that, we really need to understand one of her most famous analytical tools. It's a concept that revolves around one key term she brought into the spotlight: homosociality.
What on earth is that? Well, it sounds complicated, but the idea is actually pretty simple. Homosocial just describes the social ties between people of the same sex. So think friendships, mentorships, rivalries, everything from a sports team's locker room to a corporate boardroom. It seems basic, but this is where Sedgwick's analysis gets really, really interesting.
In her groundbreaking book, Between Men, she gives this really clear definition. But the genius here wasn't just in defining the word. It was in how she used it, almost like a magnifying glass, to look at the hidden mechanics of power, especially between men.
And this is maybe her most powerful application of the whole idea. Sedgwick started noticing this pattern over and over again, especially in literature. The most intense bonds between two men were often formed through a woman. So you might have two men who are rivals for a woman's love, right? But that rivalry itself creates this incredibly powerful charged connection between them. She famously called this the erotic triangle. The woman becomes a kind of conduit for all the social and psychological energy that's really flowing between the men. It's a structure that often ends up reinforcing male power, because the woman is made into an object, not the one driving the action.
So, by uncovering hidden structures like that, Sedgwick was already showing us that relationships are way more complex than we think. And that led her directly to her next major contribution, a radical takedown of the very idea of fixed identities.
This chart really lays it out perfectly. We're so used to thinking about identity in these rigid boxes. You're either this or you're that. Clear lines. But Sedgwick saw it more like currents in a river. Fluid, always changing.
The big deal. Why does all this matter? Well, this isn't just some abstract philosophical idea. Understanding gender as a performance actually opens up brand new possibilities and has real-world consequences for power and for identity.
And Butler's really clear on this. These gender scripts aren't neutral at all. They're enforced by these big social power structures that prefer certain performances, like traditional masculinity and heterosexuality, and they tend to penalize anything that falls outside those narrow boxes. These frames of power are actively restricting which kinds of identities are seen as okay, as legitimate.
And this is the really hopeful, almost revolutionary spark in her work. If gender is just a collection of repeated acts, if it's not some fixed biological fact, then that means those acts can be changed. The performance itself can be different.
And this, really, is the ultimate takeaway. When people perform gender differently, when they challenge the scripts, break the norms, and create new ways of being, they're not just expressing a different personal choice. According to this theory, they are actively reshaping and expanding the very definition of what gender can even mean.
So we'll leave you with this question to think about. Butler's work really asks us to look at our own lives, to look at the world around us not as a set of fixed rules, but maybe more like a stage that's just full of possibilities. So what scripts are we all following without even thinking about it? And more importantly, which ones are ready to be rewritten? Thanks for joining us for this explainer.
So have you ever wondered if you can really, truly get a story without understanding the world it came from? Today, we're diving into this really powerful idea that says you can't.
It's called New Historicism, and it's basically a lens that shows us how every single work of art is tangled up in the time it was made.
I mean, think about it for a second. We can all read a Shakespeare play today, right? But are we really seeing what his audience saw? Can we feel the same political tensions or hear the religious debates that were buzzing in the air all around him? This is the central puzzle that historicism has been trying to solve for centuries.
So here's our game plan. We're going to start with that big, timeless question. Then we'll look at the first answer, which is just plain old historicism, and see where it kind of hits a wall. That's going to lead us straight to what makes new historicism so different, and then we'll see it all in action with Shakespeare himself.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning with the original idea, historicism. This was really the first big systematic attempt to connect a work of art back to the specific moment it was created.
And the core idea, it's simple, but it's a game changer. Context is everything. You just can't analyze a 16th century play using 21st century ideas. The thinking goes that every piece of art is, and I quote, determined by its specific historical circumstances. It's a product of its time, period.
And you know, this wasn't just some fleeting thought. This idea has a long, serious history. It kicked off with German writers way back in the 18th century and was then built upon by major historians and philosophers for the next 200 years. This is a deep intellectual tradition we're talking about.
But, and this is a big but, this whole approach ran into a massive philosophical problem. If every text is a product of its time, well, what about us? What about the historian? Aren't we, as the interpreters, also trapped in our time? And that's the real dilemma, isn't it? We all have a modern worldview. Our beliefs, our science, our politics, everything. How on earth can we shed all of that to see the past with totally objective eyes? Is it even possible to escape our own point of view?
Well, some smart people came up with a pretty clever workaround. They said, okay, let's just split it in two. There's the original, meaning, what the author actually intended to say. And then there's the significance, what it means to us today with all our modern baggage. It's a neat way to try and keep that idea of an objective, knowable history alive.
But here's the kicker. What if that whole idea is just wrong? What if there isn't one single original meaning buried in the text, just waiting for us to dig it up like some kind of treasure? What if meaning is way messier and more alive than that? This very question is the door that new historicism just blew right off its hinges.
And that, my friends, brings us to the 1980s and a really radical shift in thinking. A whole new way of looking at the relationship between art and history started to take shape, and it changed everything.
So, the term New Historicism itself was coined by a scholar named Stephen Greenblatt. But a lot of the big ideas behind it came from the French philosopher Michel Foucault. Foucault's huge insight was that power isn't just something a king has that flows down to his subjects. No, he said power is everywhere. It circulates through everything in a society. Every law, every book, every conversation.
So here's what this new approach looks like in a nutshell. First, forget about history with a capital H as this one single set of facts. New historicists see it as just another text, another interpretation. They take literature off its fancy pedestal and throw it right into the middle of a messy cultural mosh pit, arguing with everything from political pamphlets to medical journals. For them, culture isn't one unified thing. It's this tangled web of competing ideas, all caught up in that circulation of power.
All right, so this isn't just some abstract theory for academics. Let's get practical and see how it actually works, because it completely revolutionized the way we read someone like Shakespeare.
For centuries, the way we talked about Shakespeare was as this timeless, universal genius, a writer for all people in all places. Well, new historicism came along and said, hold on a minute. It argued that Shakespeare wasn't some guy floating above his world. He was knee-deep in it, actively participating in the biggest fights of his day.
And this way of thinking just unleashed this wave of incredible new studies. All of a sudden, critics weren't just admiring the poetry, they were digging into the plays for clues about colonialism, for challenges to royal authority, for shifting ideas about gender and sexuality. They started to see the plays as battlegrounds for the big ideas of the Elizabethan era.
And this gets us to the most crucial point of all. For a new historicist, literature isn't just a passive mirror that reflects what was happening in history. No way. It's an active player. A play or a novel can either prop up the dominant powers of its time, or it can challenge them. It's part of the engine that actually creates culture.
So that leaves us with one last big thought to chew on. If history isn't a fixed thing, but a story that we're all constantly rewriting, and if our art is part of the ink we use to write it, then you have to ask yourself, what story are our movies, our music, and our books writing about us right now? What are future historians going to see when they look back and read the story of our time?
All right, today we are diving into one of the most mind-bending and honestly most important ideas in modern philosophy. We're going to completely rethink the idea of power, all through the eyes of the one and only Michel Foucault. So let me just ask you this. When you hear that word, power, what's the first image that pops into your head? Because for most of us, it's probably something big, something top-down. You know, maybe you picture this. The monarch, a king, sitting on a massive, gleaming throne. All power flows from this one single point, this one person who has absolute authority. Or hey, maybe you think of the modern version, the state. You see it in the cold, imposing architecture of a courthouse, or you hear it in the final decisive crack of a judge's gavel. Power as this giant system of laws that tells us what to do. And in our world, of course, you might picture this, a hyper-modern, sterile boardroom. The power of the corporation, held by a CEO, shaping not just a company, but our entire lives. Again, it's power coming from the top. So, we've got the king, the judge, the CEO. But what if I told you that by focusing on these figures, we're missing the point entirely? The French philosopher Michel Foucault would say, we're not just getting the answer wrong, we're asking the completely wrong question. So, who was this guy who wanted to turn our whole understanding of power on its head? Well, Michel Foucault was a French philosopher who spent his entire life on one massive project, trying to figure out how modern society creates and controls people. And the thing is, he wasn't just some abstract thinker in an armchair. No, he was more like an archaeologist of ideas. He literally went into the archives, digging through the history of real places, hospitals, asylums, prisons, to see how control actually works on the ground. Okay, let's get into the heart of it, because this is where Foucault really changes the game. He tells us stop asking who has power and start asking how power works. It's a total shift in perspective. Just look at this breakdown. The traditional view, on the left, sees power as a solid pyramid. It's a thing, right? Like a crown or a scepter that you can possess. But Foucault's view, on the right, it's more like a pulsating network. It's not something you have. It's something that happens. It's a dynamic, flowing relationship that moves through every single part of society. Let's just sit with that quote for a second. Power comes from everywhere. What he's saying is, there's no single headquarters, no central source. Power is the overall effect that pops up from thousands, even millions, of tiny everyday interactions. So this is the key. When Foucault talks about power, he doesn't just mean the government. He means this incredibly complicated, ever-shifting web of relationships. It's the dynamic between a doctor and a patient, a teacher and a student, a boss and an employee, even between you and your friends. Okay, so if power isn't just a king barking orders, how does this network actually function? How does it shape us? Foucault's absolutely brilliant answer is this: it works through knowledge. Think about it. When it feels like psychology defines what normal behavior is, that's not a neutral scientific fact. It's an act of power that creates a standard we all feel pressured to live up to. Foucault called this power knowledge because for him, you can't separate them. The act of creating categories, of defining what's true, is maybe the most subtle and most effective form of control there is. So where does this power knowledge really get its grip? Well, Foucault says it's not in the spooky old dungeons. It's in the clean, modern, efficient places that we're in every single day. The school, the hospital, the factory, the office. See, modern power is sneaky. It doesn't need an executioner's axe. It works through technique, through exams, deadlines, and performance reviews. It works through normalization. It makes us want to be a good student or a productive worker. Its goal isn't just to punish us when we step out of line. Its goal is to control and shape us into predictable, manageable people from the very start. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This all sounds pretty bleak, doesn't it? Like we're all just trapped in this invisible web. But Foucault was incredibly clear on this next point. If power is everywhere, then guess what? So is resistance. But here's the twist that'll blow your mind. Resistance isn't some outside force that attacks the system. No, it sprouts up from within the power network itself. It's born right at the point where power is being used. It's the patient who questions the doctor's diagnosis. It's the worker who finds a way to slow down the assembly line. So you can forget the idea of a single great refusal or one lone hero who's going to save everybody. Foucault sees a whole landscape of resistance. It's made up of countless, small, specific, local acts of pushback. And he suggests that real big change, what we might call a revolution, is really just what happens when all of these tiny points of resistance manage to link up and become a strategy.
So, we want to leave you with this final thought. Foucault's ideas aren't just for a textbook. They're a map for our own lives. He gives us a lens to see the subtle ways power and knowledge are shaping us every single day. So the question isn't just about kings and governments anymore. The real question is, now that you see the network, where are you within it?
Today, we're digging into a question that might just change the way you think about every story you've ever loved. So let's get right into it. This is a huge debate. Is a story's meaning something the author just kind of locks away in the text for us to find? Or does that meaning only spark into existence the moment a reader, you, shows up? This whole puzzle is the driving force behind a really fascinating concept called reader response theory. Now, to really get why this idea was such a big deal, we have to look at what it was arguing against. Because for a really long time, the reader was, well, basically invisible. For a while, the main school of thought was something called formalism, and it pretty much saw a book as this perfect, sealed object. The reader's only job was to figure out the right combination, crack it open, and find the one correct meaning the author put inside. Your own thoughts, your feelings, your life experiences, totally irrelevant. In fact, they were seen as a distraction from finding the real meaning. And this, right here, shows the massive shift in thinking. Formalism says a text is a static object, but reader response theory comes along and says, nope, a text is a dynamic event. Meaning isn't some treasure you have to dig up. It's an experience that happens in that magical space between the text and your imagination. But here's the interesting part. This idea didn't just pop up out of nowhere. It was actually bringing back a super old way of thinking that had just been kind of pushed to the side for a while. I mean, if you look way back, the audience was always part of the conversation. The ancient Greeks wrote literature as rhetoric. It was made to persuade, to move an audience. Then you have the Romantics, who were all about the powerful emotional punch a piece of art could have on someone. Even much later, critics using frameworks like Marxism or Feminism were analyzing how texts were built to influence specific kinds of audiences. All of these were like little breadcrumbs leading back to the reader. The real game changer, though, started in the 1960s, thanks to a critic who gave us a whole new set of tools to talk about all this.
Wayne Booth's book, The Rhetoric of Fiction, was a landmark. He wasn't just saying, hey, the reader's important. He was actually creating a language to analyze how the author and reader work together to create meaning.
So first, he gave us this idea of the implied author. This isn't the real-life person tapping away at a keyboard. It's the version of the author we build in our heads based on the story's tone, style, and values. It's that second self that feels like it's guiding us through the narrative. And on the flip side, you have the postulated reader. This is the perfect audience the book seems to be imagining for itself. The text kind of nudges you, the real reader, to step into that role, to be someone who gets the inside jokes and understands the world the author's building.
And maybe his most famous idea, one I'm sure you've heard of, is the unreliable narrator. This is where the reader's power becomes so obvious. The moment we realize, wait a minute, I can't trust this person telling the story, we have to become detectives. We have to actively question everything and build our own version of the truth. You see, the reader is doing some serious work here.
Okay, let's jump ahead to the 1970s, because this is where all these separate ideas finally get pulled together into one cohesive theory.
This is the moment it all clicked. At the University of Constance in Germany, a group that came to be known as the Constance School took all these different threads and wove them together. They called it reception theory, which is really just a formal way of studying how a work is received and understood by its readers.
One of the big thinkers here was Wolfgang Iser, and his main idea was that no story ever tells you everything. It's full of gaps, things left unsaid, scenes left to the imagination, and he said it's our job as readers to actively fill in those gaps. By doing that, we basically become co-creators of the story. Then there was Hans Robert Jauss. He zoomed out a little bit. He argued that a book's meaning isn't fixed. It actually changes over time. He believed a book's true history isn't just about when it was written, but about the whole history of how different generations of readers have read and responded to it.
As Joust himself said, the way a book is received by its readers is absolutely central to its significance. A classic isn't a classic just because the author was a genius. It's a classic because it keeps having this vibrant, ongoing conversation with readers, decade after decade.
And this idea was catching on everywhere. Over in the US, a critic named Stanley Fish took things even further. He basically argued that meaning isn't really in the book or even in the individual reader. Instead, he said it's created by the interpretive communities we're a part of. Just think about it. A dedicated fan group for a sci-fi show will read an episode very differently than someone who's never seen it, right? That's because they share this whole universe of assumptions and inside knowledge.
So, okay, we've gone through a lot of theory. But what does any of this actually mean for you the next time you sit down with a good book or watch a movie?
Honestly, this is the best analogy I've ever heard for this. A text is like a musical score. All the notes are there, printed in black and white on the page, but on its own, it's silent. It doesn't become music, it doesn't become a story, until a musician, the reader, shows up to perform it, bringing their own rhythm, emotion, and style to the piece. The big takeaway here is just so empowering. It means that there isn't one right way to read something. Your own background, your experiences, your perspective, they're not distractions, they're essential parts of the process. Meaning isn't something you passively find, it's something you actively help create. Reading isn't just consumption, it's an act of creation.
So yeah, the author may have written the last sentence, but the story is never really over. It's just waiting for its co-author. It's waiting for you. So the next time you open a book, just remember, the author started the story, but you're the one who brings it to life. The question is, what story are you going to create?
You know that feeling when a story just gets you? Like it was written specifically for you, and it totally changes the way you see things? Well, what if I told you that's not just a feeling? Today, we're going to dive into this wild idea that you don't just read a story, you actually help bring it to life.
So let's start with a really basic question. Is a book just, words on a page? A finished thing that just sits there waiting for us? Well, a philosopher named Wolfgang Iser would say, no way. He thought something way more exciting was going on.
So here's how we're going to break down his whole theory. First, we'll look at a story's two poles. Then, we'll see how you become a co-creator. After that, we'll meet this kind of mysterious character called the implied reader. We'll look at what reading actually is, and then we'll see why this whole idea might just change how you look at stories forever. All right, first up, a story's two poles. This is the absolute foundation for everything else we're going to talk about. It's all about where the author's work stops and where your work begins.
So, Iser said that every story has two sides. On one hand, you've got the artistic pole. Think of this like the author's blueprint. It's the words on the page, the plot, the characters they wrote down. But then, there's the aesthetic pole. And this side, this is all you. It's your experience, your emotions, the meaning you draw from it.
And here is the absolute key. The real story isn't just the text, and it's not just what's happening in your head either. Iser believed the real magic happens right in the middle. The actual literary work only sparks into existence when the author's words meet your imagination.
And that leads us to this next big idea. Because if the story lives in that middle space, it means you're not just a passive audience member. Not at all. You're actually a builder. You're a co-creator.
So how does that work? Well, it brings us to this really cool concept Iser called gaps. See, he argued that no story can ever tell you everything. Authors, on purpose, leave things out. Details, what a character is thinking, what happens after the last page. But these aren't plot holes. They are invitations for you to step in, to connect the dots and fill in those spaces with your own imagination.
And this really gets to the heart of it. Reading isn't passive consumption. It is an active, dynamic, creative process. It is you, the reader, who takes those static words on the page and brings them to life, letting the whole thing unfold.
Okay, so if the text is designed with these gaps that you're supposed to fill, who does the author think is doing all that work? Well, this leads us to Iser's most famous and maybe most mind-bending idea, the implied reader.
Okay, stick with me because this one's a biggie. The implied reader is not a real person. It's not you, it's not me. Think of it more like a role that the book asks you to play. It's a set of instructions and expectations woven right into the fabric of the story, kind of like a ghost in the machine that's guiding you on how to make sense of it all.
So, let's just make this super clear. 1, it is not a real person. 2, it exists only within the structure of the text itself. And 3, it is the part you're invited to perform. So, for example, to really enjoy a Sherlock Holmes story, you have to adopt the role of a detective, right? You have to be looking for clues and trying to solve the puzzle, because that's the role the book needs you to play.
So we have the two poles, we have the gaps, and we know about this role we're being asked to play. So how does this all come together when we're, well, just reading? It turns out it's this incredible moment of convergence.
The actual meaning of a story doesn't live in any single one of these places. Instead, it's generated when all these different viewpoints crash into each other inside your mind. What the narrator is telling you, what the characters are going through, how the plot twists and turns, and that role of the implied reader you're playing. The meaning? It happens right there, in that beautiful, messy intersection.
And Iser said this creates this really interesting tension inside of us. It's this constant pull between your actual self, with all your own experiences and beliefs, and the self that the book is asking you to become to understand it. And navigating that tension, that's how we make sense of it all.
So what's the big takeaway here? Why does this change how we should look at every story we ever come across, whether it's a book, a movie, or even a video game?
Well, it really boils down to this. Reading isn't just consuming something, it's an act of creation. A story isn't some static object on a shelf, it's a dynamic event that only happens when you show up. And maybe most importantly, it means that you, with your specific mind and your unique imagination, are an absolutely essential part of the art itself. The story is literally incomplete without you.
So the next time you get totally lost in a story, just ask yourself, what gaps am I filling in right now? What part am I playing? Who is this story asking me to be? Because that answer, that might just be the most interesting part of the entire story.
So, empires rise and fall, right? But what do they actually leave behind? Well, today we're going to explore a really powerful set of ideas that argue, the ghosts of empire, they're still walking among us. They're shaping everything from our politics to the stories we tell. Okay, let's dive in.
Okay, just try to picture this for a second. An empire so huge it controlled over 1/5 of all the land on the entire planet. That was the British Empire at its peak. But here's the thing, its real influence, it wasn't just about lines on a map. It was like this invisible empire, one built in our minds and in our cultures. And honestly, it's a complex legacy we're still trying to figure out today.
So how do these empires change not just the world, but the way we actually think? Well, that question, that's the absolute core of a field of study called post-colonial criticism. The best way to think about it is like a special lens, one that helps us see how the colonial past isn't really past at all. It's still alive and kicking in our present.
All right, so to really get the response, first we've got to understand the wound itself, and that means digging into the massive scale of modern imperialism.
So, historians basically see modern imperialism happening in 3 big waves, or 3 acts, if you will. The first one kicks off way back in 1492 with early European colonization. Then you get to the mid-19th century and boom, it just explodes into this mad scramble for power. And finally, after World War II, the game totally changes. It's less about direct control and more about a new kind of struggle for global influence.
So what was driving all this expansion? Well, it was this really complex, kind of toxic mix. I mean, of course you had the obvious stuff, economic greed, strategic power, but what's really fascinating and kind of disturbing is how they justified it all. They used these warped ideas like social Darwinism, this belief that nations were in a natural struggle for survival, and they wrapped it all up in this so-called moral justification, the incredibly arrogant idea that they were bringing a superior civilization to everyone else.
In this quote, wow, this just perfectly captures the cultural mindset of the empire. A British historian named Thomas Macaulay actually said this, arguing that a single shelf of a good European library was worth the whole native literature of India and Arabia. I mean, the sheer confidence. But here's the kicker. He later admitted he didn't know a single word of either Sanskrit or Arabic. Just incredible.
But of course, empires don't last forever. And the 20th century saw this historic shift. A world fighting back. This was the reckoning.
So, after World War II, the old imperial powers were just weakened. They were crumbling. And this created a massive power vacuum. A literal firestorm of change swept the globe. You see India gaining independence in 1947, and that was like a huge spark that lit the fuse for movements everywhere. But this wasn't just about politics, It was also a battle of ideas, being fought in landmark books, and major international conferences. And it was right here, out of this history of colonization and this massive fight for freedom, that a totally new way of thinking was born, a new critical lens.
And that's what post-colonial criticism is, formally. It's a school of thought that's all about the effects of imperialism, economic, political, cultural, you name it. Its whole goal is to flip the script, to analyze history and culture not from the top down, but from the perspective of the people who were colonized.
Okay, and this is so important to get. This isn't just some passive academic thing. Post-colonial criticism has clear, active goals. It's about re-examining history from the perspective of the colonized. It's about analyzing the deep cultural and psychological impacts. And it's even about participating in the real-world goals of political and cultural liberation.
So, of course, this field was shaped by several key thinkers. These were the people who gave us the big ideas, the essential tools for this kind of analysis.
You have people like Frantz Fanon, who analyzed the intense psychological effects of colonization. Then there's Edward Said, who came up with this game-changing idea of Orientalism.
So what if I told you that the entire idea of the East, the Orient, as this mysterious, exotic place, isn't actually real? What if it was just an invention of the West? Let's get into this really powerful idea, which comes from the work of Edward Said.
And that's really the big question we're tackling here. Is the Orient a genuine, geographical, cultural reality? Or is it a story that the West has been telling itself and the world for centuries? Well, according to Said, the answer is probably not what you think.
Right. Let's just jump straight into the core claim, because it's a big one. The very idea of the Orient, as we know it, was basically constructed piece by piece by Western thinkers, artists, and politicians.
This is the heart of Said's argument. He says that the Orient isn't some objective fact out there in the world. Instead, it's an idea, a concept that was created through Western books, paintings, academic papers, you name it. It was, in a way, a tool for the West to define itself by creating this massive other. And this is a really important distinction to make. Said wasn't trying to say, hey, everyone in the West, your idea of the East is wrong. Let me tell you what it's really like. That wasn't his goal at all. He wanted to pull back the curtain on the whole system and show that this language used to describe the Orient was never neutral. It was always tied to power and control.
So who was the person who came up with this game-changing theory? It helps to know a little bit about the man himself, Edward Said.
Edward Said was, well, a giant of 20th century thought. He was a brilliant literary critic, but he was also a Palestinian who grew up under British rule and later taught in the United States. And that experience gave him this incredibly unique insider-outsider perspective on the whole relationship between the West and the Middle East. You can see that his work was really driven by these three big missions that were all connected. He believed intellectuals had a duty to critique culture. He wanted to dissect exactly how the West talked about the East, and on a deeply personal level, he wanted to bring clarity to the Palestinian experience. So for him, the academic and the personal were completely intertwined. Okay, so with that background on the man, let's really define the key term here. What in the world is Orientalism? Put simply, Orientalism is this enormous collection of stuff, from academic studies and government reports to novels and paintings, that the West produced to define and, in a way, create its own version of the Orient. I love this phrase he used. He called it a corporate institution. That tells you everything. He's saying this wasn't just a few random, biased ideas floating around. No, it was a structured, organized, and powerful system for creating and managing knowledge about the East. And this institution had three basic jobs. First, it was a way for the West to try and make sense of this huge, different part of the world. Second, it set up Westerners as the experts, giving them the authority to say what the Orient was all about. And third, and this is the kicker, that so-called knowledge was then used to justify and make it easier to colonize and rule over those places. So here's the bottom line. Orientalism was never about innocent cultural curiosity. According to Said, it was from the very beginning a system built on a totally unequal power dynamic, where the West had all the control, the hegemony, over the East. Okay, I get that this might still feel a little abstract, so let's look at the actual patterns, the specific stereotypes that this whole system churned out again and again and again. And what's wild is how consistent this was. Said's research was massive, and he traced these same tired ideas and images all the way from ancient Greek plays, thousands of years ago, right up to scholarship being written in the 20th century. It was an incredibly durable pattern. So here's a classic one. For centuries in the West, a very common way to think about Islam wasn't as a major world religion in its own right, but as a kind of broken or even heretical copy of Christianity. Then there's another really powerful and frankly damaging stereotype. The image of the Oriental woman as this exotic, hypersexual, but also passive being. You see this trope everywhere in Western art and books, and it basically turns real, complex people into a male fantasy. And a third big one was this idea that the Orient, and especially Islamic culture, was just stuck. You know, maybe it had a glorious past, but it was seen as fundamentally unable to progress or innovate on its own, at least not without help from the West. So you might be thinking, okay, that's all interesting history, but why are we talking about a book from 1978? Well, let's get into why Orientalism is still so incredibly relevant today. Sad definitely didn't see this as some old problem that just went away. He argued that modern media, our fast-paced digital world, has actually supercharged the spread of these same old dehumanizing stereotypes, especially when it comes to portrayals of Arabs and Muslims. And for him, as a Palestinian, this wasn't just some abstract academic theory. He felt very personally that the ongoing political realities of the Arab-Israeli conflict made these warped depictions even more intense and harmful. So we'll leave it with this thought. Edward Said gave us a whole new lens for seeing how a language about another culture can be created, not just to understand it, but to control it. And the question that leaves for us is, where else do we see this happening? How do these kinds of constructed stories continue to shape our perceptions, our politics, and our world right now? Have you ever stopped to think about how a voice gets heard? And I don't just mean one person's voice, but the voice of an entire culture. Well, today we're diving deep into that very idea. We're going to follow a theory's journey, guided by one of the greatest scholars of our time, to understand how a critical tradition is actually born. And really, it all boils down to this one huge question. How does a culture, especially a culture that's been systematically pushed to the margins, literally write itself into existence? It's a powerful idea, right? To even begin to tackle that, we're going to lean on the incredible work of Henry Louis Gates, Jr. You see, his whole project was about mapping out this rich heritage of African American literature and criticism. And in doing that, he gave us this amazing framework to understand how it all happened. So here's our roadmap for today. We're going to follow the exact path that Gates laid out, this clear four-stage journey. We'll start with something called the Black aesthetic, move through how theory was first imitated and then critiqued, and see how it all comes together in a final synthesis. And it all connects back to that big idea of writing a people into being. So yeah, let's jump in. Okay, first up, charting the course. Now, Gates made this really important point. The development of African American criticism wasn't just some random series of events. Nope. He saw a clear evolution, a progression through 4 very specific stages. And what's really cool is he saw this journey as basically mirroring his own growth as a critic. And this is what that roadmap looks like. It all kicks off with the politically charged Black aesthetic. From there, it moves into these phases he calls repetition and imitation, and then repetition and difference, before it all culminates in this powerful final stage, synthesis. Let's break down that first one. All right, let's start at the very beginning. Stage 1, the Black aesthetic. So what exactly was this? Well, it was a really passionate attempt by theorists to define what makes Black art, well, Black. This wasn't just art for art's sake. Not at all. It was directly and deeply tied to the political and social movements of the era, specifically the struggle for Black power. The whole point was to build a framework for criticism that was, in Gates's words, genuinely Black. And this quote just hits the nail on the head. The main question people were asking wasn't just, hey, is this a good book? It was, what is the function of this book in the larger struggle for Black power? Art and politics were completely woven together. But, the conversation couldn't just stop there. It had to evolve. And that brings us to the second stage Gates identified, a huge shift, actually, and one that he was a big part of. This was the stage of, you could say, imitation, of engaging with the established tools of literary theory.
What's so fascinating here is how the focus completely changes. Black critics started picking up the dominant European theories of the day, things like formalism and structuralism. And for the first time, the spotlight wasn't just on the political message, but on the language of the text itself, like the real nuts and bolts of how the words and sentences were put together.
Okay, this slide right here is the absolute pivot point of the whole journey. Pay attention to this. In stage 2, on the left, it's about borrowing a tool to analyze Black literature. Simple enough, but look what happens in stage 3. The whole thing is about to get flipped on its head.
And that leads us right into the third stage, what Gates calls repetition and difference. This is where things get really, really interesting, and a lot more critical.
So the huge leap here is moving from just using the tools to actually testing them. Critics started to realize that when you applied these big mainstream theories to Black literature, sometimes the theories just didn't work. They fell short. So they started using the incredible richness of Black texts to expose the blind spots and the biases inside those very theories.
This quote just sums it up perfectly. It becomes a two-way street. Of course, you're still analyzing the book, but you're also using that book to put the theory itself under the microscope. It's a massive shift from just being a consumer of theory to becoming a producer of critique.
In all of this work, all this critique, it sets the stage for the grand finale of this whole intellectual journey, synthesis. This is the part where everything we've talked about comes together to create something totally new and powerful.
So what does this synthesis look like? Well, think of it as having 3 key ingredients. First, it has to be deeply rooted in the Black vernacular, the unique cultural language and traditions. Second, it's not in a bubble. It's smart, and it's in conversation with all the other big theories out there. And third, what you end up with is a theory that can stand on its own 2 feet, but still connect to the wider world of criticism.
And that's it. That is the destination. A unique, powerful critical lens that is totally authentic to African American traditions, but at the same time, it's sophisticated enough to sit at the table and engage with any other theory in the world. It's independent, but it's also connected.
So, let's bring this all home. We've walked through this whole journey, but why does it really matter? What's the big impact of creating this very specific, synthesized critical voice? What's the so what? Well, because for Gates, this was never just some dry academic exercise. For Black authors who were historically and systematically told they lacked humanity, the act of writing wasn't a hobby. It was an act of survival. It was how you asserted your identity, your intelligence, your very existence. And this right here, this is the heart of everything. It's just such a profound act of reclamation. Imagine taking the very tool that was used to oppress you, the language that defined you as an absence, as nothing, and turning it, flipping it, and making it the ultimate sign of your presence. Which kind of leaves us with one last thing to think about. Gates's framework, it doesn't just explain how some literary theory evolved. It tells a story of what it actually means to find a voice. Not just for one person, but for an entire culture, against incredible odds. It shows us that finding a voice isn't just about speaking. It's about building the entire world, the entire intellectual framework that will make sure you are finally truly heard.
What if I told you that philosophy wasn't just some abstract, dusty subject, but an actual practical blueprint for building a better, more just world? Well, today, we're exploring the work of a philosopher who does exactly that. She's an architect for justice, and her materials are rooted in our shared humanity.
It really all starts with one of the biggest, oldest, and maybe toughest questions humanity has ever asked itself. How should one live? I mean, think about it. It's a question that has echoed through centuries, and honestly, it feels more relevant today than ever before.
And it's the very question that fuels the work of Martha Nussbaum, one of the most important and influential philosophers working today. She takes this ancient puzzle and uses it to design a totally modern architecture for justice.
So, to really get her vision, we first have to look at the foundation she's building on. And it's a really powerful idea, one that's rooted in a deep, profound sense of our shared humanity.
At the very core of her thought is this concept, universalism. Nussbaum makes the case that, despite all our different cultures and backgrounds, there are some fundamental ideals, like justice, like tolerance, that can and absolutely should apply to everyone everywhere. It's an incredibly inclusive and powerful place to start.
So where does she get this big idea from? Well, she goes all the way back to the ancient Greeks. She revitalizes this classic question from Aristotle, what is the good life?
But she's not just looking to the past for nostalgia, she's grabbing that ancient wisdom and putting it to work to solve very modern problems.
All right, so with that humanistic foundation firmly in place, let's take a look at the actual blueprints, her major works. This is where she really lays out the architectural plans for what a just society could look like.
Her 1986 book, The Fragility of Goodness, is what really put her on the map. In it, she draws from Greek tragedy to explore how our well-being is just so vulnerable to things outside our control. Things like pure luck and circumstance. And this idea, this human fragility, becomes a cornerstone for why we need a just society in the first place, to protect our ability to flourish.
Then, fast forward to Cultivating Humanity. Here, she argues that a liberal arts education is absolutely essential for modern life. It's not some kind of luxury, but a vital tool for developing critical thinking and the kind of empathetic imagination we need to become true citizens of the world.
And she doesn't just keep these ideas in the abstract. In Sex and Social Justice, she gets really specific. She uses that universalist lens to challenge cultural relativism, arguing that issues like female genital mutilation or unequal pay are injustices everywhere. This really helped pave the way for a truly global feminism.
Her project just keeps expanding. In Frontiers of Justice, she pushes the boundaries of traditional theories to include justice for non-human animals and for people with disabilities. This is where she fully develops her famous capabilities approach, basically arguing that real justice isn't just about rights on paper, it's about making sure every single individual has the real opportunity to do and be the things that make for a good human life.
Okay, so we've seen the foundation and we've looked over the blueprints, but how do we actually build this thing? How do we construct this more just world? Well, this is where Nussbaum gives us a practical toolkit for change.
Her toolkit has 3 essential instruments inside. First, a genuinely liberal education that teaches us how to think, not what to think. Second, the power you find in literature and philosophy to help us imagine what it's like to be in someone else's shoes. And third, and this is a big one, a powerful connection between our emotions and our reason.
Now, this is so interesting because for centuries, people have pitted emotion against reason. But Nussbaum completely reframes it. For her, they're not enemies, they're partners. Emotion is the engine. It's what gives us the power, the motivation to even care about justice. But an engine without a steering wheel is dangerous, right? So reason is the compass, guiding that powerful engine in a productive, ethical direction. You absolutely need both.
So let's say we do all this. We use the toolkit. We follow the blueprints. What does the final structure actually look like? What's the ultimate vision for this grand architecture of justice?
Well, it's clear, it's bold, and it's incredibly ambitious. The goal is nothing less than universal peace, universal tolerance, and universal justice. And for Nussbaum, these 3 ideals are completely linked. You can't really, truly have one without the other 2. They're the 3 pillars of the whole structure.
Okay, I know this all might sound a little grand and philosophical, so let's bring it right back down to earth. Why does this architecture, this whole way of thinking, actually matter in our world, right here, right now?
Because here's the bottom line. Nussbaum's work teaches us that you can have all the laws and policies in the world, but that's not enough. A truly just society isn't just built on paper. It's constructed inside each and every one of us through cultivating empathy, through critical thinking, and through a genuine, deep understanding of other people.
Her entire project really suggests that the grand, epic work of building a just world out there, well, it actually starts with the personal, quiet work of cultivating our own humanity in here. And that's a powerful thought to leave you with. Where does that...
Okay, so let's pull back the curtain on something you deal with every single day: popular culture. We're going to explore how the movies you watch, the music you love, well, how it all may be doing a lot more than just entertaining you. We're diving into the pretty fascinating world of cultural studies.
But before we get into the really big ideas, let me just ask you this. Think about the last show you binge-watched. The one you absolutely could not stop watching. Or that one song that's been stuck in your head for weeks. Have you ever stopped to wonder if it's actually more than just a good time? That's the exact question we're digging into today. So, how could your favorite movie literally change your reality? Well, to answer that, we've got to get the basics down first. So let's start with the big one. What in the world is cultural studies anyway? To put it simply, cultural studies makes a pretty bold claim. That culture doesn't just reflect our lives, it actively shapes them. It's all about investigating that link between culture and power, and how that connection plays out in everything, from who we think we are to how our entire society functions. And listen, when we say culture, don't just picture some fancy painting in a museum. In cultural studies, culture is, well, it's basically everything. We're talking blockbuster movies, pop songs, whatever's going viral on social media, even fashion magazines. The argument is that all this stuff can tell us just as much about our world as some classic novel. It's all part of the same big conversation.
Okay, but this is where it gets really interesting. One of the first major ideas to come out of cultural studies was kind of dark. It proposed that pop culture isn't just fun and games. It's actually a tool of control, and it's coming from the top down.
This quote comes from two really influential thinkers, Adorno and Horkheimer. They were part of a group known as the Frankfurt School. And way back in the 1940s, they looked around at the rise of mass media, radio, movies, and they saw something that genuinely worried them. They saw this huge, synchronized machine that they called the culture industry.
So here's the breakdown of what they were arguing. First, they said that culture was becoming totally standardized, like it was being pumped out of a factory. Second, they believed this whole system was designed to keep us docile and passive, to stop us from thinking too critically. And finally, they felt that art was losing its soul, becoming just another product to be bought and sold. It's a pretty bleak picture, right?
But come on, is it really that simple? Are we all just mindless drones consuming whatever's put in front of us? Well, not everyone thought so. In fact, a whole new wave of thinkers came along with a completely different take.
Now, this new idea didn't just appear out of thin air. It started building with thinkers like Antonio Gramsci, and then it really took off at what's called the Birmingham School. Scholars there, like the brilliant Stuart Hall, they just completely flipped the script. Instead of asking how culture controls people, they started asking, wait a minute, how do people use culture? They looked at youth subcultures like punk, for example, and analyzed how they'd take mainstream fashion and totally twist it into something new, something rebellious.
So you basically got these two opposing camps. You have the Frankfurt School, which saw this top-down system of absolute control, and then you have the Birmingham School, which saw a bottom-up movement of resistance. For them, culture wasn't a prison cell. It was a battleground for ideas.
So, who's right? Which one is it? Well, as you can probably guess, the real answer is, it's complicated. And that's pretty much where modern cultural critics jump at.
Yeah, most experts today wouldn't just pick a side. Modern analysis is all about exploring that tension, that constant push and pull between the giant culture industry and all of us who consume it. It's like this complex dance between being controlled and pushing back.
Just look at these two examples. You have Janice Radway, who studied romance novel readers. And what she found was that these women were using the books to carve out a little space for themselves, a form of personal resistance. But then, on the flip side, you have Susan Bordeaux, who argues that popular culture has this incredibly powerful and often negative impact on women's body image. See? You can see both sides of that debate happening right there.
And, of course, the toolbox for studying this stuff has gotten way bigger. For instance, some critics use something called semiotics, where they look at a TV show almost like it's its own language, with codes and rules that we all subconsciously learn to understand. Others use sociology to show that our taste, what we think is good art or cool music, isn't just personal. It's very often tied to our social background.
Okay, so what's the big takeaway here? Why does any of this matter today when we are literally swimming in media 24/7?
Here's the bottom line. Culture is never just entertainment. It's one of the main places, maybe the main place, where we all struggle over big ideas about meaning, identity, and power. The stories we watch, read, and listen to every single day are actively shaping how we see the world and how we see ourselves in it.
So I'm going to leave you with this question. The next time you're scrolling through your feed or watching a movie or listening to a song, just ask yourself, am I just consuming this culture or am I creating it too? Because the truth is, you're probably doing both. And realizing that, well, that's a really powerful thing.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a pretty challenging idea from the academic Elaine Scarry. It's this: the more you know, the greater your duty is to actually do something. It's a concept that flips expertise on its head, turning it from a kind of privilege into a serious responsibility.
And this quote just gets right to the heart of it, doesn't it? For Scarry, knowing a lot isn't a pass to just sit on the sidelines and observe. No, it's a call to action. It means you have to engage, you have to question, and you have to participate even more, not less.
So who is the person behind such a powerful statement? Let's get to know the scholar who pretty consistently steps out of the university and right into the middle of public debate.
On paper, Elaine Scarry is an English professor. But that's just the beginning of the story.
In practice, she has become one of the sharpest and sometimes most controversial critics of state power out there, using her academic mind to tackle the biggest political questions of our time.
Okay, to really get where she's coming from with all her political work, we actually have to go back to this groundbreaking book she wrote in 1985. It really laid the foundation for everything that came after. And this is it, The Body in Pain. It might not sound like a political book at first, but trust me, this is where it all starts. In it, Scary dives deep into how physical suffering can literally shatter a person's entire world. Her whole analysis of pain, the body, and power becomes the lens she uses to examine politics later on. This brings us to a really crucial idea from her book, The Unmaking of the World. For Scary, an act like torture isn't just about causing harm. It's about completely dismantling a person's reality. It's about wiping out their language, their beliefs, and, this is the key, their ability to give consent. And that idea, consent, becomes absolutely central to everything else she talks about. So let's see how this foundation builds into some pretty direct challenges to government policy. This is her putting that whole theory of increased obligation into practice.
And just look at the range here, seriously. From the fallout of 9/11 to the insane logic of nuclear war, Scary has taken her intellectual framework and applied it to this huge spectrum of really high-stakes issues, places where that relationship between the government and the citizen really gets put to the test.
Now, this is probably one of her most pointed critiques. Scary makes this hugely controversial argument that the Patriot Act isn't an expression of patriotism at all. She says it's an abuse of it. For her, true patriotism is defending your country's founding principles, its democratic ideals, the very things she argues the act tears down.
And following that logic leads you to a pretty startling place. Scary suggests that when a government starts to undermine its own founding principles, its own constitution, it can become a real threat to its own people. I mean, that is a stark and really provocative claim to make.
So here's the crucial point. All of these arguments that seem kind of separate, on torture, on war, on the Patriot Act, they all connect back to one single deep concern for her.
Her work really forces us all to ask this fundamental question. What is the absolute bedrock of a democratic society? And for Scary, the answer circles right back to her early work on pain and the body.
Her logic is actually laid out pretty clearly right here. Okay, so step 1. The heart of democracy is the consent of the governed. We agreed to be led. Step 2. Acts like torture or the decision to launch nuclear weapons have absolutely nothing to do with consent. 0. So step 3, her conclusion, these things are profoundly undemocratic. By their very nature, they operate in a world where consent is just impossible. It's not even part of the equation.
So this brings us to the final, and maybe the most important takeaway from all of Scary's work. It's not just some academic theory, it's a direct challenge to all of us.
Because ultimately, Scary's message isn't just for professors. It's a call to action for every single informed citizen. Her work argues that we all have a duty to use what we know to question power and to fiercely protect the principle of consent, because that's the cornerstone of a democracy. And that leaves us with this final thought, doesn't it? In an age where we have more access to information than at any point in human history, Scary's work asks a direct question to each and every one of us. If knowledge creates obligation, then what is our duty of citizenship, right now, today?
So what if everything you've ever been told about high art is just, well, a carefully constructed myth? What if the idea that a certain painting or a symphony can make you a better, more moral person is just an extravagant claim? We're about to dive into the work of a man who dared to ask those exact questions. And trust me, his answers might just change the way you look at art forever.
We're kicking things off with this quote because, honestly, it's the core of the entire argument. John Carey, a total giant in the world of literary criticism, just drops this bombshell. There is no absolute standard or value of art. Just let that sink in for a second. He's saying there's no universal yardstick, no objective measure that makes one piece of art better than another.
Okay, so is that the end game here? If there's no objective value, is he basically saying it's all meaningless? Well, not quite. And the real answer is actually way more interesting than a simple yes or no.
To really get what he's saying, we first have to tackle what he calls the myth of high art. This is Carey throwing down the gauntlet and directly challenging the entire art establishment.
Here it is, the central point of his book, What Good Are the Arts? He argues that this idea that art has some kind of special spiritual power, that looking at a Monet can literally improve you as a person, is a total construct.
He's not saying art isn't fun or beautiful. He's just saying these huge claims about its moral benefits are, well, they're wildly overblown.
Now, you're probably wondering, who is this guy making such incredibly bold claims? Is he some kind of outsider trying to tear down the walls? Well, this is where it gets really, really interesting.
Everybody, meet John Kerry. And here's the thing. He's not an outsider at all. In fact, he is the ultimate insider, which, makes his whole argument all the more powerful.
I mean, just look at these credentials. We're talking about a former Oxford professor, the guy who chaired the super prestigious Booker Prize Committee, and he edited the definitive edition of Milton's poetry. This isn't just some random opinion. It's coming from someone at the absolute peak of the literary world.
And this right here is the brilliant paradox of John Kerry. He is a card-carrying member of the intellectual elite, whose entire mission is basically anti-elitism. He believes big, complex ideas should be for everyone, explained in plain, simple language.
And this whole anti-elitist thing wasn't some phase he went through late in life. Nope. It's been the foundation of his work for decades, built by rigorously going back and re-examining all the literary classics.
If you really want to see how he got to this radical place, you've got to look at his career. He spent decades questioning the established takes on literary giants. From Dickens to Thackeray to John Donne, he was constantly challenging the conventional wisdom, peeling back all those layers of myth to get to a much more complex truth.
And this wasn't just some academic exercise, His work had a real impact. For example, his book on John Donne completely transformed how people saw the poet, turning him from some stuffy historical figure into this really complex, modern-feeling thinker. When a mind that sharp turns to the very definition of art itself, you really have to listen.
So if Kerry is tearing down the idea of high art, does he leave anything standing? He does. After questioning art in general, he makes this fascinating, very specific claim for one art form in particular.
Yeah, he argues that not all arts are created equal. It's wild. He spends an entire book taking art off its pedestal, only to then build a brand new one just for his own field.
And he's not shy about it at all. Kerry's big conclusion is that literature is unique. It's not just another art form on the list. He truly believes it holds a superior position, and for very clear, definable reasons.
So here's the crucial distinction. Kerry argues that a painting or a piece of music, it can't argue with you. It can't critique itself. But literature can. It's the only art form that can actually reason, that can question things, and even criticize its own ideas.
Okay, so where does all this leave us? What's the big takeaway from Kerry's whole intellectual journey? What actually makes any piece of art good?
Right. Let's just quickly recap his logic. He starts by saying there's no universal standard for good art. From there, it follows that its value can't be decided by some small group of experts. But then, he makes that special case for literature because of its unique ability for critical thought.
And ultimately, this is what's so important. By taking away the authority of the expert, Kerry empowers us, the audience. He's basically saying a work of art is good if it's good for you. Its value is personal, it's subjective. It's not about what you're told you should like. It's about what genuinely moves you or challenges you.
And that leaves us with this final, really provocative thought. Kerry forces us to confront our own relationship with culture. So the next time you're in a museum or you're reading a classic, ask yourself, is this great because somebody told me it is, or is it great because it actually speaks to me? And according to Kerry, the answer is entirely up to you.
All right, so today we're jumping right into a pretty intense debate that's been happening in the world of literary studies. Some people are even calling it a crisis, a real battle for the soul of how we read and talk about literature. And this quote, wow, it just perfectly captures this feeling, doesn't it? It's dramatic, for sure, but it gets at this growing sense that something has gone fundamentally off the rails in the way we study books. So what is this crisis, really? Well, you've got critics like Roger Kimball and others who are basically saying that the very integrity of literature, what makes it special, is being attacked from the inside, from within the academy itself. At the heart of it all is this one big accusation, that ideology has completely taken over. The argument is that the focus has shifted away from the art, the beauty and the craft of the work, and instead it's all about pushing a political agenda. Okay, so the main villain in this story, for a lot of these critics, is this broad concept called theory. Now look,
theory didn't just pop up out of nowhere. It came from a genuine desire to ask some tough, important questions about power and language and society. But for its opponents, this whole approach just ended up changing the game completely.
Critics like Geoffrey Harpham, they point to this project of theory as like ground zero. A big part of it was this idea of the death of the author. And what that means basically is that what the author intended to say was no longer the most important thing. And for these critics, that shift pulled all the attention away from the art itself. And in their view, it kind of killed what made literature so exciting in the first place.
And this led to a really interesting kind of trippy concept called generalized textuality. The idea is that literature just got swallowed up. Imagine this giant, swirling, glossy vortex of words and information. Advertisements, speeches, historical documents, you name it. In this massive sea of texts, literature lost what made it special, its unique aesthetic specificity. It became just another drop in the ocean.
So you can see how critics saw this as a domino effect, right? It wasn't just one thing. It was this whole chain reaction that they felt was really hurting the field. Literary study, in their eyes, became less about appreciating art and more about, well, political sparring, often wrapped up in really dense, almost impossible to read jargon.
But this didn't just happen in a vacuum. Of course not. A really powerful counter-movement started to bubble up, one that called for a return to the aesthetic, a return to appreciating literature as literature. And this offered a completely different vision for what literary study should be.
And this right here, this is the whole ballgame. It's a fundamental clash over why we even read books in the first place. Is the goal to change the world politically, or is it to understand other people? Is art just a tool of the powerful, or can it actually challenge power? You can see these two camps have totally different answers for everything.
And this isn't just some abstract idea, you know? There are real influential scholars pushing this. You've got Geoffrey Harpham, who's saying, hey, let's get back to the book itself. Then there's Helen Vendler, who's all about the unique magic of language and form. And a guy we're going to focus on a bit, George Levine, sees the aesthetic as this crucial protected space of freedom.
And this quote from George Levine really gets to the heart of his vision. He imagines the aesthetic as a kind of protected space, a sanctuary, you could say, where we can step away from the constant grind of political and ideological battles to just experience something else.
Yeah, he's really talking about freedom here. Think about it. A space for free play. Imagine a place for exploration, for creativity, for possibility. Levine believes that art offers one of the last places for that kind of open-ended thinking, and he's worried those spaces are shrinking in our world.
Okay, I know what you might be thinking. This sounds like some stuffy academic debate that doesn't really affect me. But honestly, the fallout from this argument goes way beyond university walls. It really touches on how all of us think about and value art in our lives.
So for someone like Levine, the aesthetic isn't about escaping reality. It's actually a super unique way of engaging with it. It all starts with this idea of disinterest. Now, that doesn't mean you don't care. It means you try to set aside your own baggage, your own biases, so you can really truly see something from another point of view. And from there, you get empathy. And you start to see how art can actually challenge power in ways you didn't expect. And really, this is the mic drop for this side of the argument. At the end of the day, they believe art's greatest power isn't about winning a political debate. It's about empathy. It's about giving us that vital sense of the other, connecting us to lives and feelings that are completely different from our own. And that brings us right back to the big, central question here. And it's not just for scholars, it's for every single one of us. When you pick up a book or stand in front of a painting, what are you really looking for? Are you looking for a tool for social change, or a refuge from it? A weapon, or a window into another soul? How you answer that, well, that changes everything.
So what if ideology isn't some pair of glasses you can just take off to see the real world? What if it's the real world you're already looking at? Okay, let's dive into this, because today we're deconstructing the totally revolutionary and, yeah, pretty mind-bending theory of ideology from the one and only Slavoj Žižek.
We're going to start right here with this quote, because this idea gets to the absolute heart of how Žižek thinks. He pulls this from the philosopher Hegel, and the takeaway is this. Conflict, contradiction, these aren't bugs in the system. They aren't problems that need to be solved. They are the very things that make, well, everything what it is. Just keep that idea in your back pocket, because it's going to change how we look at all of this.
All right, here's our game plan. First, we'll get to know the man himself. Then we'll have to understand the traditional way of thinking about ideology, the thing he was arguing against. After that, we'll see how that old view got challenged, then we'll unpack Zizek's own unique philosophical toolkit, and finally, we'll land on his radical conclusion about what ideology really is.
So, first up, the philosopher of contradiction. Let's get to know the thinker who set all of this in motion.
Okay, so Slavoj Žižek comes onto the scene from the former Yugoslavia. He was part of this circle of thinkers who were fascinated by philosophy, sure, but also by psychoanalysis and popular culture, and how all of it ties into the way ideology works in our day-to-day lives. His huge landmark book from 1989, The Sublime Object of Ideology, that's where he really lays out all the groundbreaking stuff we're digging into today. He's famous for mashing up high-level philosophy with deep psychoanalytic thought to critique everything from totalitarianism to capitalism.
Now, to really appreciate how big of a deal Zizek's idea is, we first have to understand what he was breaking away from. And that brings us to the old-school, traditional view of ideology, which is all wrapped up in this idea of false consciousness.
For the longest time, the standard Marxist idea was, pretty straightforward. Ideology was basically seen as an illusion, a kind of veil that's pulled over everyone's eyes. The whole theory was that this big illusion was just there to hide the real conflicts in society, which back then were thought to be all about money and class struggle. It was a simple picture. You just weren't seeing things as they really are.
But eventually, that view started to feel a little too simple. And this is what led to the post-Marxist challenge, which was an attempt to move past this basic idea of a simple illusion.
This is a really interesting shift to look at. On the one hand, you had traditional Marxism, which saw economics as the master key to everything. The logic was if you solve the class war, then all the other problems, racism, sexism, you name it, they would all just sort of disappear. But then the post-Marxists came along and said, hold on a minute. They broke with that logic. They started arguing that other struggles, like feminism or anti-racism, were just as fundamental, maybe even more fundamental than class. But here's the thing. For Zizek, even this didn't quite get to the heart of the problem.
So this is the moment where Zizek forges his own path. He decides the old tools aren't working. So he turns to two absolute giants of thought, the philosopher Hegel and the psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, to build a completely new way of understanding ideology.
And this brings us back to Hegel. For Zizek, people had been getting Hegel all wrong for years. He said that Hegel's famous dialectic isn't some happy little story about people working through their conflicts to reach a perfect, happy ending. No way. For Zizek, Hegel's philosophy is actually about fully accepting that failure, antagonism, and contradiction are essential, permanent parts of reality itself. They never go away.
And you can see his entire game plan laid out perfectly right here, from his key book. Step 1, he brings in the psychoanalytic ideas of Jacques Lacan. Step 2, he uses Lacan like a new pair of glasses to go back and reread Hegel, finding this deep embrace of difference and contradiction. And finally, step 3, he takes this powerful new Hegel plus Lacan combo to create a brand new theory of ideology, one that's designed for a world that wrongly thinks it's already past ideology.
Okay, so all of that buildup brings us to the main event, the big payoff. This is the radical solution to the whole problem of ideology. This is the point that changes everything. And there it is. This is Zizek's central claim. Let's really let it sink in. Ideology isn't a false story about reality. It's not a distorted view. Ideology is our social reality. And here's the crazy part. It only works because we, the people living in it, don't realize what it truly is. So let's break down what that actually means. It means you can't just step outside of ideology to get a clear, true view of the world. Why? Because the very ground you're standing on is ideological. It's the fabric of our social world. It's all the unspoken rules, the hidden assumptions, the entire structure of society that we just take for granted. It works, not by tricking us with lies, but by shaping our reality so completely that we don't even know to ask questions about it. And that is the profound and, pretty unsettling question that Zizek leaves us chewing on. If ideology isn't something we believe in, but something we do, something we just live inside of without even knowing it, is there any way out? Or is the best we can ever hope for just to get a little bit better at seeing the walls of the prison we're already...
All right, let's dive into a really big idea today, one that comes from a book that totally shook up political theory. It's called Empire, written by Michael Hart and Antonio Negri.
Their whole argument is that there's this new, almost invisible force governing our world, and we're going to try and figure out exactly what that means. And look, this book made some serious waves. When it came out back in 2000, the famous philosopher Slavoj Žižek called it a new manifesto for our time. Now, not everyone agreed. Some critics thought it was a bit out there, but you just couldn't deny its impact. It really forced a global conversation about what power even looks like anymore.
So, what is this huge, controversial idea at the heart of the book? Well, Hart and Negri basically say that after the old systems of colonialism and even the Cold War faded away, something new rose up to take their place. A whole new structure, a new logic for how the world is run. And they gave it a name: empire.
Now, this is absolutely crucial. When they say empire, you can't be thinking about ancient Rome or the British Empire. That's not it at all. They mean a totally new kind of power. One that manages the global flow of everything, from money and goods to culture and ideas. In their view, it's the invisible hand that now governs the entire planet. To really get what empire is, we first have to be super clear on what it isn't. And the authors draw this really important line in the sand between their concept and the old school idea of imperialism. They operated on completely different software, if you will.
So here's the deal. Imperialism was always about one country extending its power over another. You know, like the British Empire planting its flag in India. It was all about drawing lines on a map, creating borders, and defining a clear us versus them. But empire, as a theory, is the total opposite. It doesn't have a single capital city, it has no real borders, and its goal isn't to push people out. Its goal is to pull everyone and everything into its massive global network.
This idea of a borderless, all-in system is really the core of their whole argument. So, if the old maps don't work anymore, what does this new world order actually look like?
The authors have this really powerful metaphor to explain it. Think about those old world maps from history class, where every colonial power had its own color: British pink, French blue, you name it. They argue that all those colors have now bled together into one single global rainbow. There are no separate empires competing anymore. There's just one giant, all-inclusive system. They also say the world has become smooth. What on earth does that mean? Well, it means those old divisions we used to talk about all the time, first world, second world, third world, they've basically dissolved. They've been flattened out by this one single overarching logic that applies everywhere. So let's just boil it down. 3 key things make this empire so different. First, it's decentered. There's no one capital, no White House or 10 Downing Street running the show. Second, it's deterritorializing, meaning it doesn't care about physical land or geography. And third, it's all-encompassing. It's always expanding, always trying to pull every last corner of the globe into its web.
But you gotta ask, right? What's fueling this thing? What's the economic engine behind this new global system? And this is where the theory pivots a little, from pure politics to economics, because they identified a huge shift in how wealth is even made anymore.
Think about it this way. Back in the industrial era, value came from factory work, making physical stuff, right? Cars, textiles, widgets. But Hart and Negri argue that in our world, the most valuable kind of labor is now communicative, cooperative, and effective. In other words, our economy runs on creating ideas, information, social networks, and even feelings. Okay, the authors have a very specific, kind of academic-sounding term for this new economic reality. They call it biopolitical production. It sounds a little intimidating, I know, but the idea behind it is actually pretty profound. So this is a heavy one, but let's break it down. Biopolitical production basically means our economy no longer just makes things. It creates and organizes social life itself. The perfect example is social media. The real value there isn't just the website or the app. It's the relationships we build, the data we create, the communities we form. The lines between our economic life, our social life, and our cultural life have just totally blurred, and value is being pulled from all of it.
Okay, I know what you might be thinking. This is all fascinating, but it's, super abstract. What does it actually mean for the real world? Why should we care about this idea of a global, borderless empire? Well, for starters, it tackles a question I think a lot of us have these days. What's the deal with individual countries? In this crazy, interconnected world, are nation-states still as powerful as they used to be? According to this theory, the answer is a pretty clear no. The authors argue that individual nations have less and less real control over the stuff that crosses their borders, whether we're talking about the trillions of dollars zipping around in global financial markets, the spread of new tech, human migration, or just the stuff we buy online.
So here's the punchline. Sovereignty, or the power to rule, didn't just disappear. It just transformed. It morphed into this massive, complex global network. And yeah, that network is made up of countries, for sure, but it also includes huge global bodies like the UN and the IMF, not to mention giant multinational corporations. And the key is they all operate under a single shared logic. And that, of course, brings us to the final, massive question that hangs over all of this. If this theory is even partly right, if we really are living under a decentered, borderless global power that has no true capital, then who or what is actually in charge? The theory gives us a new map for the world, but it kind of leaves us standing in the middle of it, wondering who's driving this thing.
So what's the right way to read a poem? It sounds like a pretty simple question, doesn't it? But about 100 years ago, that very question sparked one of the biggest intellectual battles of the entire 20th century. Today, we are diving deep into that story.
Think about it. You've probably been there. You're absolutely convinced a song is about a heartbreaking breakup, but your friend is swearing it's about, I don't know, political revolution. You're both looking at the exact same lyrics, but you're hearing totally different things. It gets personal, right?
Well, take that argument, scale it way up, and you've got what happened in the world of literature a century ago. Two of the sharpest minds of the time went head-to-head over that exact same problem, not for pop songs, but for poetry. And their debate, well, it would go on to change how we all learn about literature forever.
So in one corner, you had the heavyweight champion of modern poetry, T.S. Eliot. For him, a poem wasn't just an object, it was part of this huge, sprawling tradition. To really get it, you had to know about the author's life, the historical context, everything. But in the other corner was this young, kind of radical Cambridge instructor, I.A. Richards. And he argued the complete opposite. He said, nope, everything you need is right there in the words themselves. Just the text, nothing else.
All right, so here's our game plan. First, we're going to look at the problem everyone was struggling with. Then, we'll get into the wild experiment that blew everything up. After that, we'll unpack the awesome new toolkit that came out of it, and finally, we'll see how its legacy is still shaping how you and I read today.
So, let's set the scene. What did things even look like before this big showdown?
Honestly, it was kind of the Wild West. Literary criticism was mostly impressionistic. People would talk about a poem's beauty or its spirit, but it was all based on their personal feelings or some random historical fact. There wasn't a real system to it.
And this whole vibe was perfectly captured by the man himself, T.S. Eliot. He basically argued that trying to pick apart why you feel something about a piece of art actually ruins the experience. For him, the connection was supposed to be mysterious, almost sacred, rooted in this deep sense of history, not in our own messy individual interpretations. But then, along comes I.A. Richards, and he looked at all this vague impressionistic stuff and thought, there has to be a better way. He wanted to know what was actually going on inside a reader's head.
See, Richards wasn't about vague feelings. He wanted cold, hard data. So he cooked up this experiment at Cambridge that was so simple, so brilliant, it was about to turn the entire literary world completely upside down. His method was just genius. He took 13 poems and handed them out to his students. But, and this is the crucial part, he stripped them of all identifying information. No author's name, no title, no date, nothing. He wanted to isolate the words on the page. And his only instruction was, read these and write down what you think.
And the results that came back? Oh, they were a complete and utter train wreck. Richards was stunned. These were supposed to be some of the brightest students in England, and their interpretations were, well, they were all over the map. Wildly off base, totally unsupported by the text.
So he started sorting through the mess, and he saw these patterns emerge. He realized people weren't even reading the poem in front of them. They were reacting to their own personal memories. They were falling back on cliché ideas he called stock responses. They were getting swept up in sentimentality or completely missing the author's tone. His experiment proved it. Without a method, readers were just lost in their own heads.
But here's the thing about Richards. He didn't just point out the problem and walk away. Nope. He went and built a solution from the ground up. He created an entirely new toolkit for readers.
It started with this really key distinction. He said, look, language has two basic jobs. You've got scientific language, which just points to facts, right? Water is H2O. Simple. But poetry uses what he called emotive language. Its job isn't to state facts, but to organize our feelings and attitudes about the facts. It's a totally different beast. So to analyze this emotive language, he broke it down into 4 parts. First, you've got sense. That's just the literal dictionary meaning of the words. What's it saying? Next up is feeling.
What's the writer's emotional attitude about the topic? Are they angry, sad, sarcastic? Third is tone. This one's subtle. It's the writer's attitude toward you, the person reading. Are they being friendly, formal, condescending? And finally, there's intention. What's the writer's overall goal? What effect are they trying to create?
And here was the masterstroke. He said you can't just look at one of these in isolation. The real meaning, the art of the poem, happens in the interplay between all four. It's how sense, feeling, tone, and intention all work together, or sometimes push against each other, that creates the poem's total power. This was the system everyone had been missing.
And this amazing new toolkit didn't just stay in some Cambridge classroom. Oh no, its legacy would ripple out and completely reshape how literature was taught everywhere.
This whole approach became the foundation for a massive intellectual movement called New Criticism. His central idea, focus on the words on the page, became the way to study literature in universities all across the English-speaking world for basically the next 50 years.
I mean, you can literally trace the line. 1929, he publishes his groundbreaking book, Practical Criticism. By the 30s and 40s, New Criticism is taking over. And today, the basic technique he invented, what we now call close reading, yep, that's a standard skill taught in pretty much every high school and college English class on the planet.
So why does all this matter? What's the big takeaway? It's that Richards basically democratized reading. He took literary analysis out of the exclusive hands of experts who knew all the obscure history and gave a reliable method to any reader, to you and me. He gave us the tools and the confidence to trust our own analysis of the words right in front of us.
Which kind of leaves us with a big question for our own time, doesn't it? In this world of endless scrolling, hot takes, and information overload, is there something incredibly valuable in this old idea? Is the patient, careful art of just slowing down and paying attention to the words on the page a skill that we might just need now more than ever?
Hey, welcome. So today, we are diving deep into one of the 20th century's most important and, honestly, most controversial literary critics, F.R. Leavis. Now, he wasn't just interested in how a book was written. Nope. He was totally obsessed with a much, much bigger question. Why does it even matter? But before we get into all that, I want to start with a question for you. When the world feels like it's totally falling apart, what is the actual point of a novel? I mean, is it just an escape? Or is it supposed to be something more? That very question, that's the key to understanding everything about F.R. Leavis. All right, so to really get Leavis's ideas, you first have to understand the world he was living in, because he wasn't just writing from some quiet, comfortable ivory tower. Oh no, he was forging his entire way of thinking in the absolute fires of a world in crisis. I mean, just picture the 1930s for a second. The Great Depression kicks off, fascism is spreading like a shadow across Europe. This isn't just some boring date in a history book. This was the air people were breathing every single day. And right in the middle of all that chaos, in 1932, Leavis starts his journal, Scrutiny. His ideas weren't just abstract theories. They were a direct, passionate response to a world being shaken to its very core.
And all of that turmoil, it forced a huge shift in thinking. You know, the old way of looking at literature, just focusing on beautiful prose and clever structure, it suddenly felt, well, kind of hollow. A new, urgent question started to bubble up. In the face of all this real-world suffering, shouldn't our stories be doing something more important?
But okay, before we get to the big showdown, it's really important to know where Leavis and the most popular school of thought at the time, these guys called the New Critics, actually saw eye to eye.
It's funny because we always focus on their disagreements, but Leavis and the New Critics actually shared this one foundational belief. They were united in a single goal, to turn literary criticism from, a casual hobby for gentlemen into something way more serious.
Yeah, they both passionately believed that analyzing literature was a serious discipline. It wasn't about just sharing your opinion about a book over dinner. No, it was a rigorous, important field of study that demanded real skill, intense focus, and proper training. It deserved respect.
Leavis himself put it perfectly. He said you can't just treat a novel like a history textbook or a sociology paper and expect to get what it's truly offering. You have to approach it and respect it as a work of art first. And on that point, he and the New Critics were totally on the same page. But that's pretty much where the agreement ended. So they agreed on the how to approach a text with rigor and discipline. But when it came to the why, the whole point of doing it in the first place, well, that's where this massive gap opened up between them. This is the Great Divide.
So yeah, they both thought criticism was a serious job.
But they had completely opposite ideas about what that job was actually for. What was the ultimate point of all this careful, painstaking analysis? And here's the split. For the new critics, a book was like a self-contained little universe. Everything you needed was right there in the words on the page. The author's life, the historical context, any moral message, all of that was just noise, a distraction. But for Leavis, no way. That was completely missing the point. He believed the words on the page were a doorway to something infinitely bigger, life itself. And boom, here it is, the absolute core of his whole philosophy, right from the man himself. For Leavis, you simply could not draw a line between a book and the world. To be truly interested in literature meant you were interested in people, in society, in civilization, in the whole messy, complicated business of being human. This whole idea became known as moral criticism. Now, don't get hung up on the word moral. It's not about being preachy or judgmental. For Leavis, it meant that great literature was like a lab for exploring what it means to be human. Reading a great novel was a chance to get an intimate look at our complexities, our potential, and the very conditions of our existence. Okay, so how did Leavis put this big idea into practice? Well, he didn't just talk theory. He named names. He actually created a list, a canon, of the authors he thought best fulfilled this deep moral purpose of literature.
In his really famous book, The Great Tradition, he basically put his money where his mouth was. He laid out this clear line of English novelists who, in his view, really got it. They were the ones who engaged most deeply with life. This wasn't just a list of his favorite books. It was a bold and, pretty controversial demonstration of his entire philosophy in action. And here they are: Jane Austen, George Eliot, Henry James, and Joseph Conrad. For Leavis, these four weren't just amazing stylists. They were profound moral explorers. Their novels weren't just pretty objects to be admired. They were intense investigations into how we live, the choices we make, and what it all means. For him, these were the writers who showed what literature was truly for.
Okay, so let's pull all of this together. Why on earth should a debate from almost 100 years ago matter to any of us when we pick up a book today? What's the big takeaway from all of Leavis's passionate arguments?
I think, ultimately, Leavis's real legacy is this powerful reminder. A book is so much more than an object. Reading isn't supposed to be passive. It's an active, vibrant engagement with life. It's a conversation, it's a challenge, it's an experience that can genuinely deepen how we see ourselves and the world around us.
And that brings us right back to that huge question. Leavis drew his line in the sand, saying you can't separate the art from the humanity. But what do you think? When you finish a book, what really stays with you? Is it the beautiful writing, or is it some profound truth it revealed about life? It's a question worth thinking about the next time you turn the page. Thanks for joining me today.